never actually throwing something on the table.
Yeah.
I advise you to do the same thing, Rick. You seem like a sincere guy. Just listen on the backdrop and watch it play out. And I mean,
Hmm.
and keep in mind, right? The proof that is being shown here by them is something they didn't do themselves. And I can swear that on my salary. And I have a hefty income. They didn't do it themselves. They regurgitate something that somebody tried. And as soon as we get into that, and as soon as we like get into the nitty gritty, what tools are being used, what are the measurements, what are the angles, etc. It's reading what is being said. It's not an actual understanding of what's going on. No, 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 no. It's a regurgitation of what is being told. This is the truth. Believe me. Yes, master. Like what? It's crazy to me, man. It's like an overlord computer is gonna recite to us nonstop what is the truth, and it gets scarier when I think about AI, because people think they're hella smart when AI comes into play. They just ask AI about things, and it will recite it to them. There's a guy here named Radwin, and he debunked that instantly. He asked, "How do I find a unicorn?" And he asked that to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gave a very feasible answer with a 5-step plan on how to catch.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. I'm a very uh common man. Like I'm just a very standard everyday dude. Like I'm not rich. I work a casual job. I don't have the means to test and verify the science behind, the claims that are put forward by science about the nature of the planet. I don't have the means to verify that. You know what I
So
mean?
what? Hold on a second. What claims are put
Yeah.
forward by the science?
So the curvature of the Earth is witnessed from space. Like I can't verify that.
No, it's
I
not.
don't have the tools.
They've made quite clearly that you cannot see the curvature from the ISS.
They have. So NASA, like who has?
Your god in science himself, Neil Smoking deGrasse Tyson. At the height of the ISS, you cannot see the curvature. It is flat.
Oh, he said that. Okay. See, I didn't know. I don't know that he said that or not. Like, I'm just taking your word for it. But
Oh, it's videoed. It's a wonder you haven't seen it played in here a dozen times.
but yeah,
There's a
like
there's
I
a big difference between the scientific method and the science. And if you hang around long enough, you'll get to hear a few people yapping about it.
mm,
But I do see what you're saying. Like some things you can't test because of limitations, and I
yeah,
get that.
yeah. And I would love to test it, dude. I would love to go up in a ship, as what they suggest is possible. I'd love to be an astronaut. Sounds cool. but
Well, who knows, right? According to what was it, mainstream the marketing or whatnot, pretty soon we'll be able to take our little ship and then fly up to the upper atmosphere and see a little bit and go back down again. It's going to be
right.
commercial available, just like what was it, the submarine that went to the Titanic and shit.
Yeah. Yes. The Titan. Yeah. Yep.
I get your
It's
point though, and I
sounds
do agree
dangerous.
with that. You can't validate
Yeah.
everything to 100 degrees, but that's why I
Right.
implore you. You seem like a reasonable, and you're really not stupid. I can tell. If you sit on the backdrop
I-
here, just to hear out certain conversation, usually in the evening times. For me, I'm in Europe, so for me it's usually
Yeah.
around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. So if I go 6 hours back, it should be around 9 p.m., 10 p.m. for you guys. Around that time, it gets a little bit more busy here. A lot more people come in, and
Mm.
try to wave through the people that come in here to actually troll, just to be like, oh, you're flat earthers,
Right.
let's see if I could troll. But people who are actually trying to have a sincere dialogue, and then just watch how it's being compartmentalized, dissected, and then looking at each part with a loop, just to make sure that what you're observing is actually what you're observing, and that there's nothing in play that might manipulate that to give you a different idea. Let's go to the purest form of science, right? Question everything.
Yeah. I like for someone to convey their point of view relaxed, not yelling, and with respect, that is tenfold way more, way more like impactful to me than someone that yells it at you with insults. Like there was a dude on here the other night, Nathan Oakley, like Glober, Flat Earther, whatever. Just listening to him and the energy, like the way he comes, like goes about it, is just the toxic approach. He's doing no favors to the points he's making. What we're trying
Why
to
would
make.
you say that is like you have to? It's all relative, right? It's all
Yeah,
relative, right? Like
yeah.
hypothetically, I'm gonna show you an example, right? Have you ever worked telemarketing?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you enjoy that job?
Oh, it was terrible.
Why was it terrible?
Because no one wants to talk to you
There you
at
go.
the end of the day.
So, but when you're talking to people, right,
Mhm.
the conversations themselves are very repetitive.
Yes.
I'm pretty damn sure that when you were on the work floor at one point, you take like a list with typical things people say. Like, I don't know, if you're in a telemarketing for, I don't know, internet, you'd be like, oh, my internet isn't working, something like that, right? And you check it off, and then you make that a joke internally because every client says that, and it's the most
Yeah.
mundane, same typical shit over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Imagine being a host of something where you try to make people critical think, but each time you're trying to have a sincere conversation, and the record shows it. You can go on the YouTubes and watch every video, and you can see it for yourself, and I applaud you to do so. But you'll see gish galloping, obfuscating, moving the goalpost, the insincerity during the conversation. At one point, you become a drill sergeant. You don't gish gallop anymore. You make a claim, prove your claim. I don't have time for bullshit, especially when I'm live streaming. We're here for sincere debates with sincere people. That guy can see right through you when you're being a troll or anything like that, and he'll call you out for that. So
Sure.
if you are coming with an arbitrary statement, something that deviates from anywhere or anything that doesn't stick to the subject, Nathan will call you out for that, and he's fully in his right to do so. Matter of fact, the majority of people that are in here and discussing with quote unquote Globers, it's always the same thing. And me personally, I have a lot of respect for them being able to, even though still going through the same stuff with all the individuals, be patient enough to give it another try to educate an individual. They're not there to ridicule you or how you perceive it to be toxic. These people are trying to educate people, but these people are like children. They keep on coming in and acting so immature and being insincere. Of course,
There
it's
are.
going to get to you at one point where you're going to be like, hey, man, if you're not going to come in with direct points or at least have a sincere conversation, why would I waste my time on you?
Well
And I'm
said,
fully with
Q.
that. I'm fully with that.
If I can just interject too, my job will be finished when I don't have to talk about this anymore, and I want to get to that point as quickly as possible.
Fair enough. I see what your point is.
I'm,
But
I'm not, yeah, I'm not here to have perpetual discussion with morons. You know what I mean? There are other servers where people seem to perpetuate this discussion because they're in it for the clicks and the influence and the likes and building up popularity and ego. Our motivations are different. Ours, I think, are pure. We're here to help people use their minds for the first time in their lives.
And the best analogy that I can give is like you have to imagine like a mother and father type scenario, right? When the mother portrays something to you that isn't nice, she will sugarcoat things to make it a little bit more nicer than it is. The dad is a little bit more direct, but he means it with good intent. It's called tough love, but it's meant with
I
good intent.
understand.
And that is the exact same what's going on here. If you, again, and I applaud you to do it, sit on a backdrop, listen to them conversate, and then try to fathom the amount of bullshit that they have to go through each time just to get to a clear point. You'd be surprised how quote unquote patient they are relative to their perspective and what they are right now. Because me personally, and I'm a dance teacher, man, I have a lot of students that I give classes to. They would have run hurdles by now. I would have lost my patience way back. So yeah, I do applaud the way that they do have the patience to at least try to hear it out. But if they're gonna cut you short because you're being insincere or you're gish galloping or they can see through your intentions, then they're more than within their right. And there's a plethora of people that do that in here, and you can tell that those are the veterans. They have been here for a while and they have heard and seen it all. So you can't really bullshit them. So, in my opinion, and this is something again, I implore you to find out for yourself by sitting here, watch it play out. It's fully justified, and it's really not as toxic as one would perceive it to be at face value. It stems from somewhere, and it's fully justified.
People get pissed off because of our objectivity and our high standards.
Mhm.
Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like the mother-father type scenario where the mother sugarcoats and the father is a
Yeah,
little bit
tough
more
love. You're absolutely right. This is tough love. We are concerned for the sake of the world.
You're trying to educate individuals who think they know it all, who make baseless claims eventually. But that's the thing, right? As soon as they get told it's not the case. Imagine the father trying to explain the child, like, hey, you're doing this wrong. And the kid is keep on telling, no, it's like this, no, it's like that. At one point, the father's going to be like, listen, Johnny, this is how it is. And trust me, I've been in this world long enough. Take it from me, right? He loses his
So,
patience.
I guess with me bringing that up, do you see where I'm coming from, though? Like, do you see what I'm trying to say?
Of course. That's why I
Well,
applaud you to sit on the
yeah.
backdrop and watch it play out, and then you'll understand it's not as you perceive it to be, it's relative to the scenario. I think in that
Right.
case, and I mean this with all due respect, because I really don't feel like this is the case, the majority of people who deal with that are not quote unquote man enough or hard enough to deal with that. And again, man, facts don't care about your feelings. That's how it is. If you come in with a baseless
Sure.
claim, which is just is just throwing lore of Lord of the Rings on the table, we don't have time for that. And that's not to
Sure.
purposely, make you look bad and throw you in the ring and have a go at you. No, we're just done with the individuals that are trying to skew the conversation into something it shouldn't be. That's why repetitively people step in like, hey, can you step back to the topic of the conversation because we're delving away like we're doing right now.
I understand your point. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
Look all the
Yeah,
way
we
at the
aren't
top.
promoting some kind of theory or some idea. We're not speculating. This isn't up for conjecture. This is a topic that cuts through all of that. It is something that we can test and demonstrate empirically. We know this is true, and that's the frustrating part.
And we applaud you to test it for yourself as well so you can hopefully come to the same conclusion.
So I know that with like the quote unquote scientific disciplines that claim to have the answers about the nature of our planet, right? They make a lot of claims. Like there's like about space, so-called space, the planets, all that kind of stuff. There seems to be a lot of conclusions drawn. We can't verify it as everyday people. We sort of just have to take it at face value.
Yeah,
Like, oh, okay,
it's
you know what I
correct.
mean?
So if I can cut in
So,
real quick, I don't have a lot of
yeah,
time. It's a
okay,
very well developed cosmology. It's probably more well developed than the cosmology of the Greeks, who had a freaking god for every little thing that they could
right,
describe in this world. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
what we're up against is this story. We're up against heaps and heaps of explanations and unverifiable claims that may seem plausible, but has absolutely no scientific backing. Yep.
right.
I'm going to sit back
So,
now. Enjoy.
so all these, like, many claims, a lot of it is inconclusive. Like, you can't draw the conclusion that they're trying to arrive at or suggest they've arrived at. So a
Okay,
lot
let
of
me
stuff
let me ask
is
you a
still on
base
the table. It's
question
like,
first. Do
yep.
you think we see the Earth as a flat disk? Is that the way you think we perceive reality?
The way that I think that you guys, as flat Earth, do I think that you think we live on a disk? No, I don't think that.
Okay, how do you think we perceive the world as is then? What would it be?
That you don't agree with the conclusions fed to us by mainstream.
Rick, I'm liking
Because
you
you
more and
haven't.
more. Yeah,
I
you're actually
understand.
listening. There was never a claim
Well,
that we say the Earth was a flat disk. We just
no,
say that indeed what is being presented to us does not equate.
right.
Earth is
It
not
doesn't
a
make the
globe, is
cut.
our claim.
Right. Like it's not good enough. What's given through mainstream, it doesn't cut it. Like it doesn't reach the standard.
Inconclusive.
It doesn't reach the standard for reality. Right. And I agree with you. It doesn't reach the empirical, like we can't, as everyday citizens, concur with it. We can't arrive at the same conclusion because we don't have what they claim to have, like the tools that they claim they're using, like, looking back on the Earth, from millions of kilometers away or whatever the fuck, like however far they say they get away and look back on Earth and take a photo and look, the Earth is like, the what's the famous blue marble photo from the 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like we can't go up and go, oh yeah, you're right. We can't just go and like take off in a
Where
rocket.
it showed the
There-
late time thing and it showed the Earth in a more primordial state. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So like in a court of law, if you were to take NASA to court and they say it's like a he said she said situation, like it's you just have to take their word for it because they, in a way. So
Yeah, but when again, right? Very basic. Like if you go into the nitty gritty of that, when you delve into a subject, right, and you want that quote unquote being judged by an expert who gives their opinion, you only take it from one, you take it from two, you take it from three. What
Mhm.
methods did they use to find that? How did they get there? It's not just, oh, a guy comes in and says that's the case. No, there's actual explanations that lead from A to Z and that actually hold ground.
Mm.
That gives
Yeah.
reason as to why. But when things come up like quantum foam or dark matter or the Big Bang, it's very hard for me to conceptualize those type of things where it's just fairyland jibber jabber.
Yeah. And a lot
You keep
of
on
stuff.
zooming in on a beach, and the line of a beach never ends, right? It's on the grains, right? You keep on zooming in on that. You delve into the quantum realm, apparently, right? It never ends. We delve into infinity now, right? It's unmeasurable now. I can keep on zooming
Yeah.
in indefinitely, man.
Yeah, it is
So we set the
it's like
table. We
it
set
is
the
elite.
quantifying. Is our quantification of things even correct?
Mm.
Is our way of doing math correct? Even that can be disputed to a certain degree. There's mathematical equations that don't make sense.
I would say, like, this might be a silly example, but I can't prove the Titanic, even though it is a very widely accepted moment in history. A lot of people would be on the same page that yes, the Titanic happened. It's it's at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean right now. There's evidence, rah 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 rah. But I can't validate that.
There you go.
I haven't even attempted to validate it. I'd have to go on an expedition or something. But we just take for granted that they're telling the truth. That the facts are plausible and that it
Yeah,
happened.
the term prime
Yeah.
experience comes into play. Yeah,
Right. So we haven't firsthand. Have you ever been to Australia?
never been there.
Yeah. How do you know that it's legit?
Good
So
question.
so that is like
I guess I'd have to book a ticket and go there to find that out.
right.
Yes,
So
but it's also not an extraordinary claim, right? So
no, I
here's,
know
here's I want to
it's a
jump in real
spectrum.
quick because
Yes.
Australia is claimed to be a place that resembles other places like we can experience. Outer space is not.
Right. But you understand like the path of logic that I'm trying to express. It's more so the like the examples are extreme is what I'm getting at. So I agree. Yes, the examples don't it's not a fair comparison. I agree. But the path of logic is still the same. It's like, no, I haven't seen the Titanic with my naked eyes. It very well could be all bullshit. Like, it could be a big hoax. It could be, you know?
Yeah, but what's the impact of the consequences of being wrong about the Titanic versus the consequences of being wrong about your base reality? So it's
You know
entirely
the
different.
Yeah. Right.
theory about
Of
the
course, it
Titanic,
is
right?
dramatically different. Yeah.
You know that there's a conspiracy theory about the Titanic.
I'm sorry,
No,
guys.
I
I
just,
enjoyed
I
the
was just,
conversation, Rick, but I do have to go. They're waiting for me at the studio. I will be back in an hour, but I got this on my headphones, so I can still listen to everything. And I wish you guys a wonderful day. I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for the convo, guys.
all
You
good,
did
mate.
great,
Have a
Q.
good
Good
day.
hearing from you, man.
Yeah, so Rick, like there's actually this theory, right? Because not long before the Titanic sunk, I think it was called the Olympic, right? So he's got two ships. J.P. Morgan owns two ships, one Titanic, one. Is it the Olympic or is it the Britannica or something?
There's
I
three
think it's the
ships.
I think it's the Olympic.
There's three
Three
ships:
ships.
Titanic, Britannic, and whatever the one you just mentioned, Olympic.
The Olympic. Okay, so the Olympic, I think it was the Olympic, got into an accident, right? It was significantly damaged and caused damage, right? And so he was up for a big payout for the other party because he was in their ship was in the fault, right?
All right.
His ship was in the fault, so he's got this huge ass ship sitting in the docks, needs repair, needs to pay out a bunch of insurance money to somebody. He's not making money, he's losing money on it, right? And he comes up with this brilliant idea: swap ships, right? We'll say that, you know, the Olympic is the Titanic, the Titanic is the Olympic, and sends the damaged Olympic out to sink, right? And gets insurance from it, right? Like it's an insurance job, right? So like there's this whole theory behind that. But yeah, it's just funny that you were bringing up the Titanic. Well, there's a lot of people questioning that now.
Yeah. Kind of like insurance fraud. Or
JP Morgan had his hands in the pockets of he was funding a lot of stuff back then, right? And he like archaeologists and explorers and okay, so when he invested in something, he wanted something back. He wanted fame, fortune, whatever. Like he wanted something. So like there's this theory that also that some of these discoveries in Egypt were fabricated because they were coming up empty-handed. They weren't getting what they hoped for, like finding hieroglyphs in the Great Pyramid or discovery of tombs, of like Tutankhamun and all that, right? So so they were like coming up short, and JP Morgan was on their back saying, you better find me something, right? I don't want to have wasted all this money on you, right? So they were like, holy shit, he's gonna have our heads cut off, so like let's make out like we've discovered stuff, plant stuff, and then look, we found something, there's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was the one that pulled the plug on Tesla. He was pissed off with Tesla. I'm pretty sure he funded some of Tesla's work, and then Tesla wasn't spending it the way that he told JP Morgan he was going to be spending it. And he's like, JP Morgan's coming in saying, like, that's it, tear this shit out. You're finished, like I'm gonna tie your name. You're not gonna have your reputation's shit now. And there's a lot of shit like that went down back then.
Bloody oath. So the interesting thing with NASA as a department, as they receive funds from taxpayers, right? Like they get funding from the budget, right? What if, I totally agree with the concept that maybe they embellish or falsify things to make it appear as though they are a successful department. They're always pushing technology forward and discovering new things. so that they can secure the next year's budget, the next fund round. Whereas if they aren't really making any progress, maybe their budget next year won't be as incredible, so yeah, perhaps it is a financial, that there could be like a, you know,
There
get
absolutely
what I'm getting
is.
at?
There's a document regarding the founding of NASA, the start of the space race. It's in the
Mhm.
Eisenhower Library and it's declassified. I think it's called NS. It's called Policy Memo NSC-5814, and there's a whole section in there on how how Eisenhower's dictating that the space race will be used to put America's technological progress in the most positive light possible. And he even goes into detail to state that satellites will be used as psychological operational tools in order to project this power and this technological progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
it's
could pull out the relevant bits in a moment. Give me a second and I'll post it in the chat.
all right.
That's important because you want to present this image to the rest of the world that you can do something they can't, that you have some advantage over them, etc.,
Mm.
etc.
Yeah, it's and back in the day there was the whole space race, right, between countries, and America had NASA, and they were doing their thing, and they were up against the Russians. Does the Russian space organization, are they still, uh what would you say? What's the word? Are they still a formidable opponent, I guess, for lack of a better word? Are they still pretty? Are they supposed to be, you know, pretty cutting edge, or are they behind the ball, or what's the go with them? The space agency of
Oh,
Russia, or China?
they've always tried to keep up. They really pride themselves in being, the first to land a probe on Venus and all that sort of thing. Yeah, they
Right.
have their achievements and accomplishments. First man in space, or to do an orbit or whatever.
Mm.
Yeah, a bunch of. But it's funny. Recently, we've had a couple. There's been a couple of cosmonauts come out and say some really weird, cryptic things. This Polish cosmonaut blatantly blurted out that, oh yeah, the Earth's flat. I assure you, it's definitely flat. Don't worry about that. And another one was on TV in an interview on some sort of Russian talk show or whatever. And
Mm.
at the end of the interview, he's asked a question, and he says, "We haven't been to space. If anybody tells you that we've been to space, they're not telling the truth. It's a lie. We have not been to
Mhm.
space." Yeah, really weird stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what he
Yeah.
means by that. When
I posted the relevant bit. Sorry to cut you off. If our friend wants to read the relevant bit in the screenshot, that would probably be good audio for the stream.
Yeah, I'll read it out. Okay, psychological exploitation. In the near future, while the USSR has a superior capability in space technology, judiciously select, without prejudicing activities under paragraph 47, projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Identify, to the greatest extent possible, the interests and aspirations of other free world nations in outer space with US-sponsored activities and accomplishments. 53. Develop information and other programs that will exploit fully US outer space activities on a continuing basis, especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall outer space capabilities, those designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities and to present US outer space progress in the most favorable comparative light. Reconnaissance satellites. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework which will place the uses of US reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. 55. At the earliest technologically practicable date, use reconnaissance satellites to enhance to the maximum extent the U.S. intelligence effort. Interesting.
Guess which organization was constituted right after that?
NASA.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, NASA. Okay, not CIA. Sorry, I got it wrong.
Well, that too, but yeah.
I know that NASA was formed by there was some German, not like Nazi scientists.
Yeah, that's all part of it. It's a big PSYOP program. NASA.
Right. So yeah, man, like I want to know why the fuck we haven't been back to the moon. Like it's supposedly not that far away. Like, I mean, it seems plausible that it's not far. Like, you can see it in the sky at night, and like, why the hell have we not gone back if we've been there before? Like, we're way more advanced now, technologically speaking, than we were in the late 60s when we supposedly did it first time. Like, it should be a walk in the park now, right? Is it a question of money? Like, is it too expensive? Like, I know that some people say that that's why, that we can't justify going there, like the expenditure.
Are you talking
But
about the
man,
moon?
it seems ridiculous that we haven't.
I mean, the moon was part of like an ideological space race, right? That's like a big motivation.
Right. The push to get there was to be
To
first.
demonstrate like your system is working.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that motivation has fallen away, right?
Yeah. But like for discovery purposes, I mean, perhaps they don't see a benefit to doing it, like to put in the effort to do so, the outcome of which is not worth it. Like, that's what we're sort of, like, I've heard that theory pushed, that sort of idea pushed as like a reason why we haven't gone back. But
Which is a little
like,
weird to me. I agree.
isn't it ridiculous? Like, we've got drones that you can mount a 4K camera on. You can broadcast what that camera is picking up, and you can feed that to YouTube, and the public can all see it live. Why the hell is that something like that not available? It's crazy.
Mm.
And the power of telescopes, like, we should be able to see like the grains of dirt on the surface of the moon from Earth. Like, blows my mind. So yeah, that does make me question, like, what the fuck are they actually doing? Like, what's up?
Yeah. It is weird. I don't know why we wouldn't. It seems cool to go to the moon. I'm sure you can make it useful. Like, I'm sure you can figure out a way to make it useful.
Definitely, even if it's just to encourage the younger generations, like, and to inspire people to, want to know more and get into the field.
Isn't there like a project called Orion to send astronauts back into lunar orbit? I'm not sure. I heard something about that.
I heard there was, I think there's like a Japanese, some Japanese, like, either billionaire or like multimillionaire is trying to like privately fund a mission to the moon, and has a whole bunch of astronauts already lined up for it. I'm going to see if I can track that down. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll share it.
I'd be curious to know what their goal with that mission was. Is it just to go there for kicks and giggles, or if it's like if they have a purpose in mind?
Right.
Oh, here, I think I found it. Here's the Orion project by NASA. I haven't really looked that much into it.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of Steve Aoki? He's like a DJ. Apparently, he's one of the astronauts on this mission or something.
Really? The DJ astronaut?
Yep, a DJ
astronaut. It's probably just for kicks and giggles then.
Mm-hmm. So among crew for space, it's a SpaceX mission, privately funded moon mission. DJ Steve Aoki, K-pop star T.O.P., and YouTuber Tim Dodd are among the 8 people joining a Japanese billionaire on an upcoming Dear Moon mission. So Dear Moon is in quotations, which aims to fly around the moon on a SpaceX spaceship as soon as next year. So I'll try and find like a bit more detail on that. Dear Moon, it's called. That's the name of the mission. Okay, they've got a website. Dearmoon.earth is their website. I'll paste the hyperlink in the chat. But yeah, man, like, let's see what the hell they come up with if it's supposed to be as early as next year. So Yusaku Maezawa is the billionaire, Japanese billionaire.
Are the being funded by the billionaire?
Ooh, look at this notice regarding cancellation of the Dear Moon project.
What?
Interesting. Notice of project cancellation.
Oh yeah.
PA team, that guy announced Dear Moon, the world's first civilian circumlunar voyage aboard SpaceX's space vehicle Starship. The plan had included artists from around the world who would participate in the project to share the invaluable experience in space with the rest of the world. Arrangements were being made with SpaceX to target the launch by the end of 2023. Unfortunately, however, launch within 2023 became unfeasible, and without clear schedule certainty in the near term, it is with a heavy heart that Maezawa made the unavoidable decision to cancel the project. To all who have supported this project and look forward to this endeavor, we sincerely appreciate it and apologize for this outcome. Although Dear Moon is cancelled, Maezawa and Dear Moon crew members will continue to challenge themselves in their respective fields. We hold deep respect for SpaceX as they continue to venture into uncharted territories, while we ourselves will move on to the next challenge. That's sad.
That's too
bad. I wonder why it got cancelled. Maybe, yeah, perhaps it's impossible. Perhaps. I don't know.
I think the thing with the moon and going to Mars is that spaceflight is very expensive and it is kind of a risky endeavor. So politically funding or supporting it is just kind of risky. It's much safer to bet on the military-industrial complex and just keep farming that cow.
Yeah, well, what has NASA got in the pipeline? Anything interesting that they're supposed to
I
be?
linked it, the Orion spacecraft.
Okay, I'll have a look. But what a shame, huh? That Dear Moon thing. That could have been very interesting, but
I don't know. I feel like they would have died up there, to be honest. It didn't seem like the best plan.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't want some, like, billionaire being like, yeah, get in my space shuttle. You'll be fine.
Well, it reminds me of the either multimillionaire or billionaire who wanted to take that thing down to see the Titanic, and they all died. They all fucking died.
Exactly.
Orion spacecraft. Spell. On Artemis missions, Orion will carry the crew to space, provide emergency abort capability, sustain the crew during the space travel, and provide safe re-entry from deep space return velocities. Orion will launch on NASA's new heavy lift rocket, the Space Launch System. Yeah, damn. Well, I hope some big revelations are kind of arrived at during our lifetimes. I want to see some fucking epiphanies and some big discoveries, about
Oh,
reality.
we've got the final experiment coming up in December.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Some rich guy is shipping a bunch of people, I think, in flat Earth YouTubers included, to Antarctica to watch the 24-hour sun.
Oh, I see.
And there will be no discussion anymore ever because we've empirically verified something.
I do enjoy like coming in here and having a chat with you guys, like when it's not like screaming matches and all that kind of shit. But I mean, even that is kind of entertaining sometimes to just sit back and be on mute and listen to it. But yeah. Back in like the late 2000s and into the early 2010s, I was a big time like conspiracy theorist head. Like I was just any topic, man. I was like right into it, and
Did you know birds aren't real?
It'll no, not me trying to like say that it's real or like it was more of an entertainment thing and a fascination, really.
You were like entertaining the possibility, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wow, that is fantastic. That's incredible to think that, that might be something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, conspiracy theories are like fun thought exercises sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, to challenge what we're
I think,
fed as
Rick, you should call yourself more of a truth seeker rather than a conspiracy theorist. That's a coined term by the CIA to ridicule people, into looking further into the topic, any topic.
Sure.
So,
yeah,
say truth seeker. That's better. They'll use a coined term by the CIA. This is just ridiculous.
So I'm fascinated by crop circles. Like,
really, that's cool.
So there's footage of like when you go down to one of these formations and you see the crop. A lot of the crops are very fragile. Like, if you can imagine a celery stick, right? If you bend a celery stick beyond 90 degrees, it's going to snap. Or even close to 90 degrees, it'll snap. But these crops are gentle and fragile like celery, right? But in the formations, they have been, it's as though they've been heated, like boiled at the joint, like at a point. So, yeah, like superheated to be soft.
Okay.
And bend and fold at that position. So they haven't broken. And when, like, given time, all of these crops stand back up and they're healthy. They haven't been damaged. They still produce the crop that they were, like whether that's wheat or whatever. And even in cases they've grown back even better than they were, like, in the following seasons, which is amazing. But yeah, man, like there's some questions around that whole thing too. Like, people try to explain it away as just people go out there and make it with a big, board and they stamp it flat. There's just people behind it. But dude, I don't know. I think there's more to it. I don't know about aliens or anything like that. I'm not trying to suggest anything. I'm just saying it's we don't have the answers on it, I don't think.
So
Well,
But
the U.S.
you
government
said
has already said
boiling.
there's non-human intelligence here. So
No, I was saying that it looked like it had been boiled. Like it was more of like a
Like heated or something.
yeah. It looks like it's been
I
superheated.
can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I can't speak to other crops, but I know when corn stalks are bent like that, they don't pop up back up. It does damage the crops.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna see if I can find photos of what I'm talking about.
in my opinion, the only one that matters is the one where they responded in the specific format of a message that was sent out.
Oh yeah.
I've tried to dig deep and I haven't yet been able to find any reasonable explanation that someone who knew the intricacies of how they developed the format of the message then went out and then made a response. The timeline doesn't really work.
Yeah.
From what I've been able to see.
Yeah. It is a very incredible thing that they're claiming has, like, you know, that whole story behind that one. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the Chill-Bolton formation.
Yeah, I don't remember the name off the top of my head. I did this deep dive a bit ago, so
Yeah, the Chill-Bolton radio crop circle. It's by a radio telescope in England, and
Was the
it's
message sent, and what was the message received?
So they tried to think, how could you send a message to some other form of intelligence, right? And we had already done this before with, I think, Voyager, but this, instead of being a physical thing, this is going to be a essentially a message over radio. Rick
binary. Yeah, I got a
he
picture of
put
it.
the response.
Yeah, that's the response.
But so basically, each line going from top to bottom, like each section builds upon each other, and it shows that it shows math. It sets a like the initial line sets the code key that you would use to then decipher the rest.
Yeah, there you go. There's the side by side.
Right. So on the left is the human one, and if the top one gives 1 through 10. And then they showed that they did the atomic numbers, and then they showed we did DNA, and we showed, then you see the solar system, and under the person it's the solar system and which planet we are in the solar system. I forget what the lower part was. Yeah, and then someone did a fucking crop circle with the thing on the right. But it wasn't really necessarily like fully well public. This on the left.
Yeah, so that's it. I guess aliens are out there replying back to us now. That's awesome.
I mean, who knows, man? But look, the thing on the left. So there's this organization called CSETI, and it's the something search for extraterrestrial intelligence. I think it's the conscious search for extraterrestrial intelligence, and it's what that message is on the left is a binary message sent out via radio telescope, like radio transmission into space. Like they just pointed it randomly up there and beamed it out, and then this supposedly decades later was the reply to that.
It was reflected, right? It was reflected by something. It came back by reflection. I think that was an explanation for it, right?
Yeah, I haven't heard that, but that's interesting. Yeah,
sounds like witchcraft.
It could be.
Me by asteroid.
I mean, look, even if it is fake, like, look, it's pretty entertaining about, like, it's.
What's should they look like? Like you always imagine aliens, bro. Why should they look like little grays? like from
Yeah,
a,
why is it going to be a little guy with a big head? Because everybody wants aliens to be little guys with big heads.
Right.
Well,
like very intelligent.
if you
Maybe
wanna
it's
go
a
deep-
actually
if
it's
you
a
wanna go deep
prediction of
into it.
ourselves in the future, right?
Well, so
Big
funny you
brains,
mention
big
that.
eyes because of monitors and computers. And
I don't
always
think
looking.
that it's a intelligence from outside the solar system. I think that pre-Younger Dryas catastrophe, when there was the big fucking destruction of the planet like 12,800 years ago, when comets spent 1,000 years on fire, basically, which wiped out all the megafauna in North America and Europe. There was some type of intelligence here. They got wiped out, and there's some kind of remnant of them, or either their technology or possibly them. And that's what that's what I think a lot of this is.
Wow.
A Fermi paradox.
Well, I just don't.
I know that Glover's imaginations really go wild. They want things to be certain ways, and that's just how it's going to be.
Well, there's I mean, the Younger Dryas is not disputed science. There's the geological evidence is pretty much inarguable.
No, there's no geology that says aliens run around 12,000 years ago.
That's not no. That's not what I'm saying. The comet impacts and the fires and the
no comets flying into the ball Earth.
Yes, again, the geological evidence of that is just
It's not evidence.
Of the most or best documented alien incidents, Barney and Betty Hill. Actually, after that
They're
incident,
liars. They were liars.
Upon that incident, they created the alien story, with Zeta Reticuli. Double star system, man. Very interesting.
I do like the phrase, sometimes fact is stranger than fiction. I like
Well,
that.
I mean, fuck, the U.S. government put it into law that the National Archives it has to collect information on non-human intelligence within the U.S. government and then make it public. It's law.
Oh, that means that aliens fly here from outer space.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be
Non-human intelligence. Let's see. Dolphins, chimpanzees. They have to archive all that, right?
No. Because dolphins don't meet the scale of intelligence. Neither do monkeys. There's no other species on the planet that could have the capabilities of what some of the unidentified phenomena that has been presented to the U.S. government. So that's why they're looking into it. Bradwin, you sound like a flat Earth guy. Was it a couple specific pieces of evidence for you, or was it a larger system that made you change your opinion? Okay, I guess I'll just open that question to any of the viewers.
Yes. I think till now maybe we're too uninteresting for very improved and expanded lives out there, right? And civilizations. Look at ourselves. I mean, when it comes to economy, we are raiding forests of like indigenous people and Brazil and so on, right? But when it comes to like the Sentinelese living in the Indian Ocean, we let them be how they are, right? So we are not touching them because we say, okay, maybe we are spreading our disease upon them.
I guess.
I think the same thing maybe, I think when it is true that morality correlates with the technological expansion of a civilization, which our story actually tells us, right? Because like to behave like the Nazis, yeah, make everyone as your enemy, dooms yourself somehow because we are social lives. Okay, we need each other. We have to cooperate. Actually, modern philosophy says that we have to like get rid of capitalism and cooperate more because we can bundle our competences into one center. You know, better than have this competition always. Like when you look at the history of science, you can see that people like Newton, Leibniz, Hilbert, Einstein, they always invented their scientific theories when they had the opportunity to think for themselves, to have a free mind, actually, and are not competing with others. Okay, you can have a healthy competition, right?
Well,
To say,
I was
okay,
gonna say, I
I
wouldn't
want
say
to
they weren't
precise your
competing.
theory, and I want to correct you, okay, because you have a certain good point, but I have to correct you. But competition in a very unfriendly way or like in a war, yeah, is counterproductive actually because it destroys one side, and the world is very complex somehow, right? You need a lot of competences. That's why after the time of enlightenment, when our holy founding fathers, right, like George Washington, blah blah blah, they fought for the freedom of the American people. Why? Because they knew, okay, when we want to improve, we need freedom actually for the people. They have to free their mind from the church, from authoritative people, and so on. Right? They have to say their opinion, and that's what the American people now also want. They want to free their mind from persecution, actually. You know, and yeah, capitalism is like fucking us from behind now again. Capitalism is the new modern form of persecution for the people to cooperate with, you know?
So, yeah.
Maybe like to get back to the topic, sorry for that, right? When we get back to the topic and we say, okay, morality correlates with modern civilization out there with their Dyson sphere and so on, maybe they see us and say, okay, when we try to interact with them, some big country like America or Russia will want to make the first contact, and they will raise their force or their ideology upon all other countries on the earth, right? And we don't want that. We want to that they improve for themselves. You know, they have to improve firstly, like the Vulcans watch the humans in Star Trek, so they firstly improve and then they can continue with the warp drive, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Radwin, you want to answer my question?
We have to protect Israel, and after that, we will improve.
I
What
agree.
question?
Was it like as like a singular or like 2 or 3 pieces of evidence, or was it a kind of larger system that made you switch to being a flat earther?
Yeah, water's flat and level, and air pressure needs to be contained. 2 things.
So those 2 things specifically.
Yep. So because air needs to be contained, we don't have flying saucers flying in from all around unless they've got some kind of magical teleporter to go through solid objects. Rockets don't work in space.
Why don't rockets work in space?
Because rockets don't work in a vacuum. They got nothing to push off of.
But they're not pushing off of something. It's the
Oh, so they switched from pushing off air when they launch to pushing off nothing, and there's some magical change that happens somewhere?
they're not pushing off of anything. They're using
Yes, you're pushing off air pressure.
Yeah, there's no back pressure.
you're pushing stuff out the back of the rocket.
Right, and hitting air pressure and making it go up.
That's not what?
You're pushing off of air.
No, the air's being burned. It's not being pushed off of.
Oh my god.
Like there's nothing
There's
below.
pseudoscientists who think they know everything.
There's nothing below. It's the rocket's hanging. It's not. There's nothing below it, right? That's why. That's why that Starlink's boosters are able to land themselves, right? Because it's counteracting its momentum with an opposite force, but it's not pushing against the air. They don't need to use.
I haven't had coffee yet, and it's too early to argue with you about dumb shit that rockets don't need air pressure.
I'm not necessarily saying that rockets don't need air pressure, right? I'm saying that the idea that they're pushing off of the air is not the fundamental force that they're using to get the rockets up.
Got it. They just magically helium. Helium makes them rise.
No, they're pushing. There's a force, right, from all of the gases and the burning coming out the back, right? Like a jet plane.
How come you can't stand against a wall and then magically thrust yourself forward without pushing off of the wall? Like, you just stand against the wall. You just stand against the wall and think about you want to fall down. You want to push yourself off the wall, but you just think about it, and then you magically fly away from the wall. So instead of that, you actually have to put your hands on the wall, push real hard, and you'll fall down, or just stumble.
So wait, Radwin, how do I fall down then if I'm standing out in the middle of a field?
Oh, dude, are you gonna push off air?
No.
You can move your hands that fast?
That's what I'm asking you then, right? Because you're saying that I need something.
How do propellers work? How do propellers work?
They push the air out the back.
Oh, okay.
Right.
How do jet engines work?
They pressurize the air, burn it. And
Oh,
that
air
fuel and
again.
gas is going out the back.
Two
right?
things that
Creates
need
thrust.
air now. Now it's two things that need air. How do
Radwin,
rocket engines work?
Are rockets aircrafts?
Cooperate, guys. Cooperate.
Do they work on the same principle as aircrafts?
Yeah, they fly in the air.
No, they don't. They are not the
They
same
don't
thing.
fly in the air?
No, rockets don't.
They don't use the same principle as airplanes, helicopters, any of that shit.
Holy shit. So you mean to tell me if I take a tank full of air, super compressed, put it in a tube and put a cone on it and then some fins and knock the end off of it, the rocket's just going to sit there, or is the air going to push out and press on the other air and make it move?
It's not pressing.
Planes operate using lift, or do they? Go ahead.
Oh my god, dude! I wasn't talking about a fucking airplane. I'm talking about the motor.
Yeah, the motor's not.
The engine,
so
bro, engine.
so if the motor is sitting flat on a piece of metal, what is it pushing and then it pushes up off the metal from the exhaust, right? There's no air there because it's all been burned by the fuel. What is it
it's
pushing
sucking it through, right? And then it's
rocket
the
motor,
little tiny bit of space between the blades and the flat surface are
No,
going to
I'm
get
talking
air
about-
pressure
okay,
underneath
that's not
it,
what we're talking
and it's going to lift up.
No, not in a. Okay, we're talking about an airplane or a rocket now.
Wanted to know about a fan sitting on a flat surface.
No. A rocket, the nozzle of a rocket booster is flush against a flat surface. Okay.
Since when?
I'm saying for this question.
Oh, you're doing a thought experiment? Well, let's see
Yeah.
what happens when you do the experiment first.
Well, I can't set off a rocket in my room right now, Radwin. I'm sorry.
So those little rockets you buy in a hobby store, how do those work? Those will go to space and work in space too?
Well, they don't go to space. They don't have enough fuel.
Oh, they would work in space though, right?
I mean, yeah.
As long as they have an
Okay, so
oxidizer in
what
the
we
fuel,
can
yeah.
do is we can get a very, very large vacuum chamber and put one of those in it, and it doesn't do anything.
Is that
So I'm not sure where you're getting your information from, but this has already been tested.
Well, obviously a rocket booster's not necessarily. They don't use burning.
Wait. Can you show us those tests?
Yeah, Google them. Look at rockets.
No. You made the claim. We've tested.
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna pull up you. Okay,
That's your job. You made the claim. Prove it.
Me.
Prove it.
All right, there we go. So anyway, I'm not gonna go and get videos for you guys that have done no research before coming in here and then making claims.
Okay, I'm looking at a video of a guy doing a small rocket booster in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so what happens is that creates gas inside. It's no longer a vacuum chamber because it's so tiny. The volume is so tiny. The rocket will start moving because it's filling with gases that it's creating. So you need a very large one, like the one at NASA, the big round sphere, the 8-story high one at NASA, or 6-story high one.
So you're saying there's enough gas in the initial combustion to fill the entire chamber to a pressure enough for then the rest of the
to get it above the pressure that it started at. Yep, there sure is.
But is that enough pressure to
make it slightly move? To make it slightly move? Yes.
Not slightly moving. It's moving with a significant force.
Oh, so what was the vacuum reading?
Give me 1 second. I'll tell you. 0.02 or below. It says below 0.
About as good as you can get on Earth.
Done or what?
0.02 what?
Less than 0.02 atmosphere. Yeah, I'll put the video with the timestamp to the.
I'm sure we've seen this one 100 times. Go ahead and post
Possibly.
it. Yeah. So make a vacuum chamber the size of your house and try that. It won't do anything.
What's the difference? Why would it not?
It's just speculation.
Not speculation.
It is. You've never done that. You don't know.
I know rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Well, I'm showing
drones don't work in a vacuum. Helicopters don't work in a vacuum. Planes don't work in a vacuum. But rockets work in a vacuum.
Airplanes and drones all operate on the principle of lift from the air. All right, rockets are different.
Exactly. Yeah, they're pushing off of air.
No.
You think this is where the understanding. Just to be clear, this is where your misunderstanding is. You think rockets are airplanes.
I'm not misunderstanding anything.
Yeah, you just don't understand. That's okay.
Okay.
That's not how they don't push off the air. They create lift on their on the wings.
Oh, right? Whatever you want to call it. You guys can use magical words however you want. It's still pushing off of the air.
Push off the air.
It's like moving your hand quickly through the air, and you feel the pressure on your hand. You're pressing on the air.
But I can spin as fast as I can. I'm not going to lift up.
Oh.
Right?
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you'll die before you can spin that fast.
Let's say I don't die. There is no speed that I can spin my arms fast enough to make me to create lift.
Some boards on your arms. You'll lift.
But those boards have to then be angled at a specific way, and there has to
Exactly,
be
to
also
push the air. To push the air around.
Exactly. But
Okay,
that's
so
not
you
how a
agree that
rocket
it's
engine works,
now you
Radwin, because
agree
it's
that
not with a
now you
fan.
agree they're pushing off of the air.
Yes, because that's how airplanes and propellers
Now
work.
it's not just creating
It's
lift.
not pushing
It's
off
actually
the air.
pushing.
It's pulling the air above the fan
Oh,
down.
wait a second. You said it's pushing off the air. Then you said it's not pushing off the air.
No,
It's
Radwin,
pulling the air.
No, Radwin. I'm saying that
He just thinks rockets are airplanes.
Bradwin, I'm saying propellers need air to operate to create
So do
lift.
rockets.
Hi, Richard.
Morning, buddy.
Moves the rocket up is the rapid expansion of the fuel and the direction of that.
Yeah, it's not faster than entropy, especially in an ever expanding vacuum chamber, which is always getting lower and lower in pressure forever. So your universe gets lower and lower in pressure every second.
Good thing that doesn't matter for rockets.
It sure does.
If you say so. I mean, you don't even think that the vacuum of space exists, so.
No, why would it?
Exactly.
Because we observe it.
You observe a vacuum in space.
Yeah, we can make observations. And we can experiment.
So I'm going to go over to my vacuum chamber and take a picture of it. I'm going to turn my gauge around. And you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me when there's a vacuum. You're going to tell me when there's a vacuum in my vacuum chamber, or when it's full of air.
Oh, can't see it, therefore it's not real. Shut up, dude. Come on. You know.
Guys, if I can say
You
something
see a vacuum
unproductive,
when
yeah?
you look up. You see a vacuum.
That's not what I said.
Take my vacuum chamber and take two pictures, one with the vacuum and one without the vacuum being pulled.
Go for it.
And you're going to be able to tell me without looking at the gauges which one has a vacuum and which doesn't.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen a radio wave either, but I know those exist.
Radwin, when I say observations, I don't mean I look with my eyes and see something, right? Like
what are you observing?
Right?
What are you observing?
Observations.
The symptom of
there
like
are many different things that create these large complex systems. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and tell me what creates large complex systems.
Many different small things that, when put together, create a much wider, larger thing.
Sounds like a story.
Okay.
It's a true story, yeah.
So many things. Okay, so I'm writing this down. So far, I have many things, and I can observe a vacuum.
No, you're wrong so far. What I said was there are multiple small systems that, when you observe all of these systems together, they create a much larger system.
Oh, wow. Very observant. What did you look in the sky and see? Lights?
I didn't look in the sky and see anything.
Right, so you didn't observe a vacuum in the sky. Thank you.
I'm not using the word observe as looking with my eyes. I'm doing observations from
You didn't taste a vacuum. You didn't taste the vacuum in the sky either. Or smell
electricity?
Yeah.
What does electricity taste like?
You can feel it and smell it and almost taste it, yeah.
Okay, but you can't taste
You
it.
smell its effects and taste its effects. The smell of electricity is ozone.
What is the smell of electricity?
He's talking about ozone.
Yeah, ozone.
No,
Yeah, that's not
electricity.
electricity.
You never
That's
smelled
something
that?
that can be
You
produced.
never
That's something that can be
smelled high
produced.
So Radwin, what
You
you're
you don't
smelling
know
is
what
the
that
product of electricity
can't
burning
tell?
something. That's not electricity.
ozone isn't burning
Right.
something. You can change ions.
Okay, but that's not electricity. Right? If I asked you what does wood smell like and you respond
Anyway, let's
wood
get
fire
back to
smoke,
you observing. Let's get back to you observing the vacuum of space.
I never said I
Yes, you
I
did.
hate when you when
He didn't. He didn't.
Listen,
He
can we
said
just stop with the bullshit,
vacuum of
dude?
space, and he says, yes, because I
Globe
observed
Earthers are
it.
retarded. We're sick of it.
Yes, I observed the vacuum of space. That's what you said.
That's not what I said at all.
Oh,
Dude, that's what you.
I've clarified it twice now.
How did we get to
Can't
me
observe the
saying?
vacuum of
How did we
space.
get
That's
to
stupid.
me asking you if you can see the vacuum in my vacuum chamber? How did we get to that if you didn't say it in the first place?
And
Exactly.
Radwin, because I said observations from experiments, and then you went on the tangent about
Which
that, and
experiment
I want
did you
you
do?
to go back into
bro,
the
chill.
stream and hear me yell at you about how no, Radwin, that's not how I meant. And as you were going on this dumbass tangent about taking a fucking picture of a vacuum chamber, you'll hear me in the background yelling at you about why you're an idiot for thinking that that's what I mean by observation, and telling you.
Okay, tell
while
me
you're
what you
saying
mean by you observe a vacuum in space.
Yeah, how do you observe a Hoover
I
vacuum?
never
Come on, what do you
said
think
I
this is?
observe a vacuum.
This is crazy.
You asked why I believe that there is a vacuum of space, and you said, why would there be? And I said, oh, well, from the observations that we have from our experiments. And then you went on your tangent about,
Go ahead. What
let me take a
experiment?
picture of my fucking,
What experiments? I let you cry. Now give me all the experiments you did in the
You guys
sky.
compete
Yeah, that
instead
was
of
me
like
calling you out on
talking.
your
What the
bullshit,
fuck?
Radwin. That's not me
Go
crying.
ahead. I let you cry for a
Like
second.
attacking
Now give me
each
all
other.
the experiments
Oh
you
my
did on the
God.
sky.
I never did
Pointing
any
out
of
how
that.
wrong you are.
Never
So
said
nobody did experiments on the sky.
I never, who's, okay.
Jew, don't be triggered, man. He wants to trigger you.
I'm not triggered, Janet. Don't worry. I like yelling at people. It's fine.
You are triggered. It's funny.
See,
Nope.
Radwin, I love people like you because I actually think that you're an NPC because you have a dialogue tree, basically. Because it doesn't really matter what I'm gonna say. I bet you at some point I can figure out your dialogue tree and get you to just start repeating things over and over.
Good, man. Good.
Gotta get to the nitty gritty, man. Stop the sob stories.
Sob story. God, I love it when guys say that us calling you out on bullshit is a sob.
I'm waiting for your sky experiments that prove that space is a vacuum.
What is a sky experiment?
Well, how the fuck are you going to look up and say that's a vacuum and let me do it on the ground?
Radwin, do I need to say it like a sixth fucking time? I don't mean look up with my eyes and see the vacuum.
Well, that's all you can do is look up.
That's just not.
Would you accept experiments taken from the International Space Station?
No, he's not. That's why I have.
Is that in a vacuum?
Yeah, it is.
So those guys float around in a vacuum?
They sure do.
Well, technically, they're false.
Oh my god. You guys might be mentally retarded.
Technically,
this International Space Station floats around in a vacuum. The inside of it is pressurized.
Inside of it floating around in a vacuum.
Obviously, if they're alive, it's pressurized inside. Stop being such an obtuse moron.
You said yes, they're floating around in a vacuum.
Good job, buddy.
Oh, there's no space station floating in a vacuum either.
Okay, so you won't accept any of that data. Okay, good to know.
That's correct.
Only thing I'm trying to point out is there is no proof that he could offer you ever that you would ever accept even. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, prove the Earth is curved.
false.
Yes, prove the Earth is curved
That's a
and
false
water's
critique,
curving around
actually.
the ball.
It's a false critique
debunked
what he does.
already debunked gravity yesterday.
Like
again for the
only
10th time.
denying the evidence doesn't say anything. I can deny everything. Like I can deny your existence, but it doesn't help me. You're just denying something. Did you ever build your own rocket and test it? Your mathematical evidence? No. You're just denying it. Okay, NASA is not capable of. Ah, wow, okay. You're not capable of
Hey,
dating a
troll,
woman. Wow,
calm
nice.
down.
Cool.
Troll, calm down.
Yeah, I just want to position you into your track, you know.
No, you're
because
not. You're just a troll. How do vacuum cleaners work? That gets you banned because you're trolling.
Bro, Radwin, you've
you see, that's persecution. Like what I said before. Those people are the
This
first to
isn't
say,
this
"Okay, we are
isn't
oppressed
the
because
Kirby
of our
vacuum
opinion."
cleaner company. And I worked there when I was
Almost said
younger.
persecution.
Yeah, in the machine shop.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the first people who are like running around in Florida, Miami, somewhere, and say, "Oh, I am oppressed because of my opinion." You fucking retard! You are oppressing others, motherfuckers. So shut up.
We're oppressing you now.
You said I mute you.
Flat earthers are oppressing
Say I
globers
mute
now.
you. You can mute me, but it
I
would
don't
not
think that's
make
what he
your
means, but I
proposition
think
more
he's getting
more
oppressed.
true. You know.
Radwin,
Okay,
stop
so
oppressing everybody.
That's the end of that's the end of space vacuum.
Radwin, I have here I'm gonna post it now in a second. A research paper by a person by the name of Charles Vest, who is a metallurgical engineer from the Virginia Polytechnic Institute, and a master's in material science.
And don't forget a paid shill.
Apparently a paid shill. Worked in nuclear materials field 30 years and specifically in spacecraft
Who
materials.
cares about the background? Post it.
Okay, and it's about the effects of the space environment on spacecraft surfaces. Okay.
And how did they test it?
I'll put it right here in for you. No, I don't think this is a test.
Oh, never mind.
This is based off of they're looking at object like satellite parts and
Like
stuff.
putting aluminum in a vacuum chamber and seeing what it does.
No,
yeah, I can do that too.
No, they're taking parts off of satellites and stuff that have gone up into space, and also I think as well as International Space Station. Let me double check.
So they're taking parts off the International Space Station and transporting them up and down. Is that what you're saying now? They can't even get a lady off of there, but they can take a shuttle bus that goes up or a maintenance car that goes up there, take some pizzas, oranges, guitars, gorilla suits. All those things go up and down in rockets, but the lady's up there.
Not even that, Radwin. He's just sitting on a chair wearing his white coat, waiting for those samples that they told him they got from the ISS. He never went to the space.
I'm going to stop you there. I was mistaken.
And take any part of
off the ISS.
From satellites, from any bullshit that they told him they got.
Necros, stop! I was mistaken. It was in a vacuum chamber. Okay, I was mistaken. Don't need to go on this fucking random tirade.
Yeah,
okay?
metals do all kinds of weird shit in vacuum chambers. Rubber seals crack eventually, they dry out. There's all kinds of shit that happens in vacuum chambers.
Okay. Are you saying a cracked rubber seal would significantly change the effects?
So what if you have a leak?
Okay, what if they fix the leak?
Are they going to change the O-ring?
You saying what if they have a leak? My response is, and then they fix the leak.
How are they going to fix it? They're going to change the O-ring?
It doesn't matter. How would there have been a leak?
Because vacuums are a bitch on materials.
Sure. But how was there a leak?
Because a vacuum would dry out the O-ring?
Okay, they replaced the O-ring.
That's got to be pretty complicated. Those sections are what, 20 foot tall or 10 foot tall?
Cool.
Big giant
They did
O-rings?
They did it.
No, so your hypothetical doesn't work.
You're the Oh my god, bro. Oh god, Radwin. I'm trying to have a conversation with you,
They
bro.
said on the
Holy
ISS, if you have a leak, then you have a leak.
We're not
And
talking
I
about the
think they said
ISS.
you
We're
could put-
talking about the vacuum chamber on the ground.
What about it? You don't use that for space.
You're saying what if there's a leak? My response is okay. They've fixed the leak. It's irrelevant to the experiment that was done.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your survival in fucking space.
Okay.
Like cloth
about it?
spacesuits. You guys think that is a real thing? Cloth spacesuits with zippers defy vacuum.
No, I don't think.
Oh.
I don't think they're made
So
of cloth.
spacewalks are out of the pic. Spacewalks are out now. So far, you've debunked spacewalks.
They're not
there's
made
some
of
other
cloth,
things I
and they
mentioned
don't
earlier.
and they don't have zippers. I don't. You know what, Radwin? We found common ground. Both of us don't believe that there are cloth spacesuits being used to do spacewalks.
Interesting. What do you think that material's made of?
I'm gonna, off the top of my head, I'm gonna say some type of synthetic something. Maybe like a polymer. There might be some like crazy plastic and nylons.
So Bandline was a polymer shirt they used to wear. So are Izods. Those are polymers.
Okay, cool. Is that cloth?
Do you think those keep? Do you think those keep out the vacuum of space?
Is that what they used on the suit?
You said they use polymers, all woven
I
together.
don't know. I'm basically.
Then stop guessing. Then stop guessing and research it.
Let me look. Let's look. You said cloth, right? Let's look. Nylon, spandex, and synthetic polymers, and liquid cooling tubes, spandex fibers, Dacron, neoprene, synthetic fibers with additional layers, and it is pressurized. No cloth.
Something airtight, perhaps.
The spandex I learned is airtight.
Do you think? Okay, wait, Radwin. I'm gonna stop you there. Do you think the whole thing is made of just spandex?
What's all those layers for?
Those are the very different materials and different layers to pressurize the suit.
How do they get in and out of it?
Hopefully the layers aren't there
They
for
get in
fun.
through the backpack.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there's no. What if they have to pee? They just pee their pants?
They already have zippers.
They probably have
I
a
don't think
colostomy bag.
They don't have zippers. I think they.
They
just don't.
have zippers.
I don't think space.
Yeah, they have zippers.
Can somebody
can you
please
show me?
post a fucking spacesuit that shows them with the zipper on the bottom by their dick?
Okay, wait, Radwin. Do you think that zipper goes all the way through? Are you saying it's impossible that there's?
So
that
what
there's
do you think? He
multiple
got a
layers?
magical dick? They pull the zipper down and it's just there's a wall there and the dick pops through the wall? What's wrong with you?
No, so it looks like there's multiple different layers here that can create a pressurized seal, and I guess it would only
cloth.
be opened once they're inside.
Yeah, a cloth, different types of cloth.
No, I don't think
Index
this
is a cloth. Yeah, you make clothing out of it.
Radwin, they make a bunch of different things out of rubber. Would you say all those things are the same?
You just change the subject. That's fine. No
No,
zippers.
Radwin,
You
no,
saw
Radwin,
their
I'm not changing.
You saw
I'm not
their
changing the
zippers.
subject. You're
being
trying to say
posted
that
zippers in
clothing
spacesuits.
spandex is the same as the spandex that would be
So
used in a
I want
pressurized
you to
suit.
show
Shut
me
the
a vacuum
fuck up.
chamber.
I want you to show me
me a
that they're
vacuum
using
chamber that
commercial
uses a
clothing
zipper
grade
to seal
spandex
it.
in these suits. Radwin, I want you to corroborate your fucking claim for once in your life and show me evidence that they're using commercial clothing grade spandex in these suits.
What are they using?
I'm asking you, corroborate your claim.
You made the claim.
Yeah, oh my god,
He's lying, bro. He needs Jesus Christ.
Dude, you claim that there's spandex and neoprene and all these other layers as I was
and
walking
you're
away.
making the claim
You made the claim!
And you're making the claim that the spandex is the same as commercial grade clothing spandex. You literally said they make clothing out of spandex. So I want you to corroborate your claim here that they're using commercial clothing grade spandex in these suits.
You want me to
corroborate your claim
for you.
that they're using
You want me to
commercial
prove
clothing
your
grade
claim for
spandex
you.
in the suit.
So we went from zippers to me having to prove what spandex they're using.
Yes. Because you're
'Cause you
making
don't
the
wanna
positive
talk
claim.
about-
No, Radwin, you're
Yeah, go
making
ahead,
the
keep
positive
talking. I'm
claim
gonna wait for
that
you to
this
finish.
is commercial clothing spandex and cloth.
Okay, are you done now? I can talk?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer the question.
Okay. So show me a vacuum chamber that uses a zipper to seal it.
Oh my god. Radwin, you made the claim that they're using that they make clothes out of spandex. So you're purporting that commercial clothing grade spandex is what they're using in these suits. Can you back that up with
I never
any?
said they use commercial grade spandex.
So then why? So wait. So why did you say that they make clothing out of spandex? Why is that relevant?
They make clothing out of spandex.
Okay, and how is that
That's
relevant?
what I said.
How is
said
that
that.
point relevant? And how is it relevant to the conversation?
You said spandex. I said they make clothing out of spandex.
Oh, okay. So you are just saying nonsense then. You're not actually. We're not actually having a conversation. You're just kind of saying shit that comes to your
Spiraling.
head. Thanks,
Dude, you
Radwin.
are
Got it.
spiraling and
Good to know.
triggered.
Yes,
Spiraling
I'm the one
and
who's
triggered.
Yeah, exactly. Once I call you out on your bullshit, you say I'm
You
crying.
didn't call
and
me
then
out
I'm
on
triggered.
anything. You went
Okay.
from zippers to spandex. Maybe there's spandex
And you're
zippers.
just saying nonsense. I've brought corroborative evidence. I've brought all different elements of the large systems that we've been talking about, and all you've brought up is nonsense. And then you now tell me that you're just saying stuff that comes to your mind. You're not making a point. You're not providing any element supporting to your argument. You're hearing something, and then you're making a connection in your 3 brain cells and going, you know what? They use spandex and clothing. Case closed, gentlemen. So,
A stream
yeah.
of consciousness.
Are you done yet?
And then once I call you out, you're gonna now say that I'm crying and
so you're not
triggered.
done. Okay, keep going. Are you done now? Or am
Sure.
I gonna
Do you have
talk
an
when I
actual
talk?
point to make?
There he goes. So, what are the zippers for?
I assume to open things. You know, to seal them up.
Zippers make an airtight seal.
Multiple layers can, yeah.
Multiple zippers.
I don't see as well. It looks like
I'm gonna
there's,
try to make a balloon with a zipper on it and see if I can fill it up and see if it holds air.
Radwin, let me ask you something. Is the suit that they're wearing the same thing as a balloon?
Yeah, it gets pressurized, supposedly like a balloon.
Okay, wait. So it gets pressurized, therefore it's the same. Is their suit the same as a SodaStream bottle, like a bottle of cola? Is that the same? Because it's pressurized, right?
He lost his mind.
No, Radwin, I'm just showing that you don't have a point, right? Because obviously the comparison that a balloon and a
You're not
pressurized
looking
suit
at
for
the
a
chat.
person
You're
aren't
not
the
looking
same,
at
right?
the chat. You're not seeing
I'm looking
all
at the
the
chat.
zippers
I'm
they
seeing this
use.
thing with the pale blue inner lining and the pressure garment dual zipper and the TMG zipper ends here. Great. Awesome. Now, the thing is, you're trying to say, if I put a zipper on a balloon, will it hold a seal? My response is that
It is copper interlocked zipper. That type of zipper that you see there, it's copper interlocked zipper. So it means that what maintains the zipper together is just interlocking those teeth made from copper together, and they are not They are not able to hold gas. What he means by comparing the suit to a balloon, by just showing you that the gas inside the balloon
Yeah, I
will
got that,
escape. No, shut up.
I got that.
Will
And then my
escape.
response to that
You
is that a
can you
balloon
just
a
shut up for a
spacesuit
second?
can't.
Let me
Let you
finish.
talk. I'm just gonna
Can
mute
you?
him if he doesn't let you talk.
So you will see that the gas inside the balloon will escape the balloon from the zipper, from those interlocking teeth that you have in the zipper. And that if you compare it with the suit, it will be the same thing. The gas inside the suit that the astronaut is breathing will just escape the suit from the zipper to that
Looking
vacuum.
here at the
So it's the
engineering
same analogy. If you didn't understand it, it's just slow
No,
processing informations.
I understand the analogy. It's not just copper. The zipper is a misnomer. It was actually two zippers that were sewn over each other that had rubber teeth and created a seal. The externally visible zipper
What the
is a
fuck? You
conventional
didn't
one.
understand what I meant. No, you didn't understand.
Necros. I understood exactly what you meant.
The list of materials that you just gave us earlier don't show us a zipper made from copper teeth. So it means that the list of materials that you gave us earlier to show us from what that suit is made of, it was just a fraud. They didn't tell us about everything, every material used in that suit. So we can just see how much copper will just sit there in this vacuum of space. Will it just rust? To study those things. But you just listed some things that are not coherent or that are not reliable to what we have in reality in the suits.
So I just posted a picture of the inside surface, okay, of the A7LB suits, right? Okay, and you can see that the seal is a rubber seal that's behind it. It's not, the zipper is just to create the closing of that seal, but the zipper.
Listen, overlapping pieces of rubber doesn't create a seal.
Well, it's not just overlapped.
Yes, it is. Overlapping pieces of rubber does not make a seal.
Here, I can't find a better engineering document than what this guy did, basically. But when it's the pressurization on the inside of the rubber and then to the outside zipper teeth, that's what creates the seal. It's not just rubber against rubber. Obviously, there's the pressurization from the inside.
Rubber against rubber does not create a seal.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not?
I'm asking you to explain why the rubber does not create.
Because it's not going to create a seal. It's still going to leak.
Nothing maintaining the rubber together. No glue, nothing. It means that when that astronaut will just tilt and move many ways, that line of that zipper will just be bended many in different ways. So that rubber will be unsealed at some moment, if we can assume that it will be 100% sealed all the way from up to down. So those two lips of rubber that they have behind those copper teeth from for the zipper, if they are 100% sealed, the movement will detach some part of them, so we will have leaks of oxygen.
SpaceX is so good, I posted their new spacesuit. It's almost like wearing a t-shirt or a leather jacket.
Those things
Those aren't spacewalks.
those things are made for underwater suits, not for pressurized systems. It's just for underwater suits.
Oh
Can
yeah, water
maintain water.
molecules are a lot larger. You can keep
Yeah,
water
exactly.
out. You can
So
keep water out.
Radwin, can you show me some engineering documentation that shows the pressure expanding the rubber would not create a seal? Because that's what the engineering documentation shows.
Whatever you do, don't move if you're gonna wear it, because you're gonna break a seal.
No, there's a inside like
You just don't understand how that
flat,
shit works,
right?
do you?
Like look at the fucking diagram, like, right? So it's the pressure of the overall suit that creates the seal. It's if it's not pressurized, then it's not going to have the seal specifically there on those zippers. And I posted of where it seals at the bottom.
So
SpaceX
it means
spacesuits.
so it means that I can put a zipper on my tire and I can seal the gas inside.
If you
Yeah, they
have
should just put zippers on
And when-
footballs.
if you have the zipper having rubber on the inside, then rubber
He
on the
thinks
outside
that
as
if
well.
you take
then
a
yeah.
tire patch and just lay it over a hole and fill it with air, it'll be sealed. That's how
No.
clowny he is.
That's not what I said at all. Like that's just not what I'm saying.
That's rubber laying on rubber, and you said
No,
that makes a seal.
You need to create two. Well, it's more specifically a polyethylene than regular rubber, right? It's not just again. Radvin, do you think that they're just using commercial everyday grade materials for these things?
No, they're not doing anything.
Yeah, they are.
So these engineering documentation and all this funding is just fake.
Funding is real.
And so what is it funding then? What do you think?
CGI.
R&D projects.
CGI.
Of what?
Some fireworks with bigger rockets.
We'll get to
that
that.
the Chinese make
Radwin.
every time, but
Yes.
What are they?
society doesn't have to pay that.
thinks that we've
Radwin,
advanced so much in space travel that SpaceX now can wear motorcycle outfits.
No, those are not for spacewalks. Number one. Number two, Radwin. What why
What's
would
a
they
SpaceX
need
spacewalk suit look like?
What I don't think they've developed one. What research and development would need to be obfuscated by all of this other stuff? Why can't they just get the money to do the research for the research itself? Radwin?
I don't even know what you said.
Okay, I'll say it again. You said that that the funding would be going to research and development, which I think that's a valid argument to make. And so my question is, why would they need to? What kind of research do you think that they would need to do that it would have to be obfuscated to the extent of what they're doing? Why could they not just get the funding directly for this research?
The funding directly. That's what R&D funding is.
No, but you're saying that they do this, right? But this isn't actually real stuff. They're not actually sending it to space, and they're using that
nobody
money
goes
to
to
do
space. That's right.
Right,
Nobody goes to space.
So, and you're saying that they're then taking the money that they were supposed to use to do this, and they're doing other research with it.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with it.
Well, can you take a guess? Like, what do you think?
No, I can't guess.
So you just think it's some. But why would they need to obfuscate it then? I don't understand.
Listen, somebody putting 4 layers of cloth with zippers on it is not really research, is it?
So okay, so again, they're obfuscating it. Granted, what do you think they're obfuscating? Like, what is the research? Like, is there anything that's come out of this research?
Yeah, you gotta give people a picture of a spacesuit, or they're gonna say, "What the fuck? How do you go to space with no spacesuits?"
Okay, so
gotta
then what
give
they
them
do with the
pictures
money,
of
though?
something. You gotta give people pictures of something.
I get that, Radwin. I'm agreeing with you, if for the sake of this argument, that they are not that what they've put out is nonsense to keep people quiet. Okay, so what is there is the so then out of the actual research that they're actually
Why would they
doing?
lie? Here we go. Why would they lie?
I'm asked. That's what I'm trying to figure out with you. Why would they
I
lie?
know.
What is
Why don't you just say it in those words?
But can someone chime in here? Am I not speaking English?
Just say, why would they lie instead of a 15-paragraph paper?
Bro, Radwin, I'm sorry that you didn't finish high school then, okay? If you think my 2 sentences asking you to continue your and explain your logic is 15 paragraphs to you. Like, come on, dude.
Why would they lie?
I don't know. What is there any research or any like outcomes of this research that we can point to, or is it just generic research of what? Right? Where did all this
Pictures
what
for
was
you
the
to
end
look
goal of the
at?
research?
Pictures so you can go to the NASA museum and see one
no.
hanging up in the corner. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay, but
yes.
Radwin, fine. You and I agree that that's what they're showing everybody, but then what are they doing with all the money?
How the fuck do I know?
Okay, so I'm. Is there anything that would
It
have
doesn't
come out
cost
of this?
$58 million to put 4 layers of cloth with zippers together. I can tell you that. Because our company would not approve that project.
Okay, and so then, what would they be? What do you think the money could be going to instead?
Don't know, and I don't care.
And do you think that? And I guess you then believe that all of the audits that have been done are fraudulent.
There's no audits being done.
For them, for their benefit, or for example, not something that you are not meant to know because they are lying. So if they are lying, so it means that they are hiding something real. Means that they don't want you to know where they put that money.
Okay, but then what?
Maybe something that you are not benefiting from.
Like the NASA budget is a really small percentage of the GDP. So where would the excess money go?
Who cares?
Swiss bank?
I think we as taxpayers, I want to know where the money's going.
I don't give a shit about NASA. Don't you get it? I don't care about them or SpaceX. I don't care what they do with their money.
Why? Starlink is a fantastic piece of technology. Soon we're going to have direct to device satellite internet. We won't even need a base receiver. Everyone's going to be able to have internet everywhere.
Soon we're going to have moon bases. In 1978, we're going to have moon bases.
I mean, I don't know why you're talking about the moon. I'm now, Radwin, again.
Soon. You said soon we're going to have direct communication between your device and a satellite. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's direct to device. It's next year.
Oh, next year.
They've already tested it small scale. It's now just a matter of scaling up and implementing it into the current Starlink ecosystem. Because like
television,
you guys will believe anything.
Not like television.
Like radio and television, having a broadcast, not even needed a satellite or anything, just antennas. And you would think that it's something in the sky.
TV is not the open internet, right? Would you agree with me? There's a big difference between catching a broadcast out of the air and directly connecting to other people, right? Another device.
If someone told you that TV and radio were coming from the sky, from some containers in the sky or satellites, so you would believe that.
No, I would.
Yeah, you would.
Okay, so wait, Necros, stop telling me what I would believe.
Yeah, you would.
Second,
You believe that those dishes were receiving signals from the sky, from
I've sent
something
signals
in the
myself.
sky. You never
send
tested
the
you never tested the signal received from the dishes from where it comes.
From Starlink? What are you talking about? Yeah,
No. I'm talking about dishes, TV, the TV that you where you use. Yeah, I know. But when we were using dishes, you believed that it was something from the sky.
Yeah,
Like I told you.
I could track the satellites, and I didn't need necessarily even a dish. I could connect it with a software-defined radio, and I could pick up things.
You pick
could
up the
use that.
signal.
Yes,
Pick up a
because they were
signal
broadcasting, which is different.
from here, horizontal signal.
Well, it wasn't
A
horizontal.
horizontal signal. If you take it to the sky, it will never get any shit. Just a horizontal signal from here, from the surface of the earth.
Wait, do you think dishes are
If
static?
you leave the surface, if you take it to a mountain, to a peak of a mountain, you will never get any shit.
Necros, you have to
Any
take it
shit.
to a mountain.
You take it to a
Stop. Let me
mountain.
answer your fucking point, bro. I'm not. You can't just monologue about nonsense. Holy shit! Satellite internet is directly pointing your dish at a satellite and tracking it to receive information. A TV is just catching signals that are being broadcasted globally. Well, not necessarily globally, but they're just being broadcasted into the open air. Okay, these are two separate things. We're not talking about TV. We were talking about Starlink satellites and the fact that they're trying to implement direct-to-device signaling next year, so that you don't have to use a dish that, if you had ever used, you would know tracks individual satellites to get its signal. It doesn't just point itself directly into the sky.
I was
Holy
talking about those dishes that we were using to get TV, and those dishes you were believing.
Conversation.
You
And
were
stop,
believing.
You're going
No,
on
no,
a
no.
tangent trying to
I'm
tell me
telling
what
you.
I believe, and it's
I'm
irrelevant to the
telling you.
conversation. Can Ahmad mute this guy? Holy shit.
Listen, I'm telling you why it's relevant. Because I told you that you will believe any bullshit that they will tell you.
Okay,
You will take it as something true because you were believing that those dishes.
I don't just believe in
You
random.
were believing that those dishes were getting signals from satellites, like
See why this
Astra
conversation is
satellite,
dumb with you telling me what I believe?
like Arabsat satellite, like those satellites that they give the signal to those dishes. You were believing that. You never knew that those signals were coming from here, from the surface of the earth, from antennas. And when you get higher than the antennas, like in the mountain, you will never get any shit. Because it's not coming from the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, you were believing that it was coming from the
No,
sky.
I wouldn't. Because it's public information where the fucking TV broadcasting stations are. And I've built SDRs myself, and I know how what the shit they broadcast on. My family's been working in telecommunications for like 2.5 generations now. I literally had to change jobs because I couldn't deal with it being around all of it so much. I had to just get away from it. And again, irrelevant to the conversation because we're not talking about TV broadcasts. We're talking about satellites and Starlink. Christ.
Woo! You got triggered.
Radwin, do you have like? Now I am actually triggering your fucking dialogue tree at this point. You don't actually even listen to the context or the content of what I'm saying. You just hear me yell and then
You hear the same shit every day from you guys.
Yeah, you know, Radwin, he's into Kabbalistic space Freemasonry.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, I got it.
Space Talmudism.
Ego, you don't have to be mad about being a goy. It's okay.
I'm not mad. I think it's hilarious. You hold yourself out as one thing, and then you support another.
Sure.
Well, isn't that the idea behind Freemasons?
Yes, space Talmudism. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the Moon Lodge was set up under the Grand Lodge of Texas. Did you know that the Moon Lodge is under the Grand Lodge of Texas?
I've always wondered why they call it a lodge.
You know that now you can change the tires very fast. Just use a zipper between the tire and the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and tire won't be ripped
No,
off.
you know what, Necros? You're right, buddy. 100%.
Yeah,
At least we know that you finally sank in that zippers don't hold a vacuum.
Whatever you say, Radwin.
There might be 33 teeth on those zippers, Radwin.
I know the difference when people give up on an argument.
You got it, Radwin. Whatever you say.
I think those are 33 teeth. 33 teeth on the left and on the right. Now you got a zipper for your space masonry.
You're just mad you don't have access to the space lasers, Ego. I'm sorry. I'll put in a good word for you, though.
He has no idea, Radwin.
Holy crap. Yeah, Rich, the last experiment I did was I proved that air pressure holds water in a cup. I hold credence to it. I'm going to try to make a zipper lid for my vacuum chamber so I don't have to depressurize it. I can just open the zipper.
I don't know why you keep insisting that you can't have an air-proof zipper. Like, that's so stupid. Like, have you ever seen a hazmat suit?
Like I told you, just a zipper between the tire and the rim, and you will just be able to change the tire in 3 seconds. Open the zipper, take the tire out.
Because you don't understand, it doesn't mean it's not possible.
Yeah, you understand it. Go make a project now.
You know, these answers to these questions you guys have are literally a 5-second Google search away.
You will get so much money. And just go to the Shark Tank.
They already exist. I wouldn't get anything. They already exist.
Go to Shark Tank and tell them about the tires that they can change, that they can put with the zipper. Close the zipper.
Like, they would tell me, oh, yeah, that's dumb. This already exists.
Show me that, please.
It's, you know what, I'm driving, but you have Google right in front of you. Just search air-proof zipper, and you'll come up with 1,000 different results.
What?
You can buy one today.
Tire with zipper? Okay.
Tire with a zipper? Am I locked into your analogy?
Tire with the zipper. No, I can't find that.
Air-proof zipper.
No, I can't find tire with the zipper.
Okay. I guess that means there's no such thing as air-proof zippers, huh?
No. I can't find an article because you said that if you go to the bank, if you go to the bank and tell them about your new project that doesn't exist anywhere else, even on Google it doesn't exist, the tire with the zipper, you go to the bank and they will finance your project. They just talk to them about a tire that they can put on a car.
Gravity is the soul of wit. Make your point faster.
Yeah, put the tire in the car, close the zipper. They won't even need someone who will change the tires anymore. And those metallic rods that you will have to put in between the tire and the rim and put pressure on it to take out the tire. No, you will have just to open the
I'm
zipper.
convinced you don't actually know
take
how a
out
regular
the
tire works. From your description of that, you don't even know how a real tire works. So
Oh, I know. It's just pressure
I don't think
inside.
you do. Your description of the current tires is way bad. So
It's just pressure. You can put air chamber between the tire and the rim. It will work the same thing, but you will need that edge in the tire to put it on the rim inside instead of a zipper. The
here's a
zipper
question related to
won't
that:
help you hold the air inside.
Are tires spacesuits?
No. It's just pressurized system.
Okay, so tires are not spacesuits, is what you're saying?
No, they are not spacesuits.
Okay, there we go. We got there. Good job.
But they are something that holds more pressure than the environment around it, like a spacesuit that holds more pressure, air pressure, than the environment around it. The same shit.
Did you post that? Did you guys post that tire with the zipper yet?
No. He's driving a car with the tire without a zipper. I bet, because he can't find a tire with the zipper. They still use the old-fashioned cars with the old tires.
Yeah, that's not going to change.
I know, because they don't have a pressurized zipper.
They do make bicycle tires with zippers. It's not really relevant to the gas pressure thing, but
So spacesuits are out then.
I think you heard what I just said.
Yep, you said we can't have spacesuits.
Nope. What did I say? Can you remember?
Yes, you said because of zippers we can't have spacesuits in a vacuum.
Nope, not what I said at all. But that's cute.
Radwin, I don't. I like. It's kind of annoying at this point that you just don't actually respond to what people say, and you just.
That I won't go along with the program. It is very annoying for people.
No. It's not about going. Never mind.
Just a bad conversationalist. That's all.
Like it's like playing chess with a pigeon. Doesn't matter what move I do. You're just gonna knock the pieces over and.
That's so old. What you got when you guys say
it's
that?
It's such a good analogy for you, though. It fits you so perfectly.
It really does. Like
I won't allow you guys to use your imagination to prove things. Isn't that terrible?
What? What? And what did Cooper say that was imaginative?
That zippers hold gas pressure.
That's not what he said.
You said it.
I didn't ask you what I said. I asked you what did Cooper
See,
say
he
that was
doesn't.
imaginary?
You literally actually can't
Like you
remember,
literally don't listen. You
or
actually
it
don't
just goes
listen and just
in your
poison the well with what you're saying because you're not a real person. You're an NPC with a dialogue tree.
Radwin is
I
a
love
Russian
it.
psyop.
This because I'm gonna live rent free inside your brain for all day.
Don't worry. You. So you want to try again though? What was Cooper? What did Cooper say that was imaginary?
I don't remember.
There we go. A little bit of honesty out of you, tiny bit.
Finally, there we go. You want to try? Let's try it again. See if we can restart the dialogue tree. Say it again, Cooper.
Yeah, I think that bicycle tires that with zippers actually do exist, but it doesn't really matter for this discussion when we're talking about air pressure. Was what I said.
And that triggered your dialogue tree, Radwin, which made you say all those things that were irrelevant. And then when we called you out on it, you're saying, "Oh, I'm not going with the program with things you're saying that are imaginary." Right? So what about what Cooper said was imaginary? Okay. All right. And the silence speaks 1,000 words, Radwin. I don't know what else to say.
I was looking up bicycle tires with zippers. Can't find any.
Sure. Whatever you say.
The brand is Retire. RETY.
Oh, you mean the outside of it where there's already an inner tube holding pressure.
What was the second part?
You're
What
a
was the second part of the sentence I said?
You're
What was
a
the second part of the sentence I
Zippers
said?
don't
Wait, no,
hold
Cooper,
gas
let
pressure.
the dialogue tree go. Let the dialogue tree go.
Okay, we'll let it
Zippers
roll.
don't hold gas
Go ahead,
pressure.
Radwin. No, Radwin, go ahead. Go ahead.
I did already.
Okay, what was the second part of what was the second sentence in my statement?
So putting a skin over something is not analogous to what we were talking about.
That's literally what I fucking said, retard.
Oh my god, dude! And this guy gets mod powers in this chat. That's so toxic. I can't. It's crazy.
Remember when I said it's not relevant to this discussion of gas pressure?
So why would you bring up skins of tires?
I thought it was interesting. He was saying
that's
tire.
very
It's a
interesting.
tire.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
I'm sorry that you're not able to engage with a conversation because your head
And
is
I'm
so
not
far
going
up
to
your
go
own
into
ass.
some retarded version of what you wanted to try to say. Yeah, I'm not going to engage.
It didn't even.
Okay, good point.
I think you have a psychosis, Radwin.
So those people don't fart ever because their asses are made from material like rubber that just are sitting on top of each other. So they never fart because gas pressure won't never escape their asses.
My asshole sealed with a zipper,
They
so I
have a
don't have problems with
pressurized
that.
system. They have a pressurized system without a zipper. They just need a zipper, and they will just be completely pressurized. For them, in their understanding, they just need pieces of copper and an interlocking system to make it interlock. It will never fart. The gas won't escape those teeth because they have rubber or skin in their ass. Just sitting.
An amazing contribution.
I can understand them. They never think. A bunch of believers. A bunch of believers. There you go. He went to try to fart. He just remembered that he have skin on his asses sitting on top of each other, but he still can fart. Gas can escape his ass. And George the guy. You remember you have ass? Like those pieces of rubber next to the zipper? I bet you can fart. Oh, that silence is explaining every bullshit that you said now. See that silence?
Huh? Oh,
I know that you could hear me.
No, you became background.
Now you wanna escape the silence by using huh?
I heard you yell
I didn't
silence. So I
touch you.
assumed no one was talking.
Oh, okay. Now I understand that those pieces of rubber on top of each other won't help you keep the gas inside. Huh?
Sure. Whatever you say.
So you idiots are all flat earthers, or?
Whoa. Calm down with that, everybody.
Who's the Globetarian who said that?
I posted bottle zippers for you guys.
Oh, you guys should totally have an AI just do a transcript of the stream.
You already do.
Oh, you do? That's awesome. I would love. Where can I get it?
It's private.
Oh, well, Radwin, if you have access to it, I would love for you to just take
I'm
everything.
one of the makers of it.
Awesome.
One of the makers of it.
I want you to look at the transcript of our conversation, or if you can give it to me, maybe, just because I can. I would love to have it.
Go back on YouTube and listen if you want to hear it.
That's a lot. If you already have a transcript made, you know.
Turn on closed captions on YouTube. It'll figure it out.
That's a lot of work.
We had our AI come in here, and the Globers didn't know they were arguing against AI. And it just smokes the Globers. And the Globers tried to put their AI against our AI, and the Glober AI basically shut down and wouldn't respond anymore.
I would love to see the weights that you guys used for that.
I'm not going to tell you how we did it.
Not about how you did it. There's not many ways to how to do it. It's about which weights you use the data.
Turn your mic up.
It's not about how you did it. There's only so many ways you can create a large language model and a pretext transformer. I'm just curious as to the weights you guys used when you were training the model.
We told it Earth is not a ball in space. That's a violation.
Obviously, you don't know.
Yeah, we told it everything that
it just did prompt
Earth cannot
engineer.
be, and let it figure it out from there.
Okay,
So you didn't build a model.
Just
said plugged in a prompt to ChatGPT or some bullshit.
Now it'd be nice, Radwin, if you actually knew what you were talking about for once, and we could have real conversations. It's about that time. I'm gonna go get some food. Good luck, everybody. Have fun.
Yeah.
So, who here could explain why the southern hemisphere has different constellations than the northern hemisphere?
You can.
I can. Can you?
You can't?
That I can.
I said you can.
Yeah. I'm
Okay, go
agreeing with
ahead.
you. Why? I asked if you can.
Oh, I got all kinds of things going on. Go ahead and tell us why you think that is.
I asked a question, and your answer to the question is another question.
Okay, prove it. How's that? Prove what you
I
said.
asked you a question. Why are you asking me another
Oh, I
question?
don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to answer your question unless you have proof of what you think is going on.
I'm asking. Okay, I don't know why they have different constellations. Can you tell me?
Nope.
Okay, so you don't know either. Gotcha.
Oh, I live in the north. That's it. That's all they got. Look in the sky. That's for Globers. He gave up on measuring the flat Earth.
So you don't have an answer.
About the sky? No, I don't live in the sky.
Oh, but you don't see the sky either. That's weird. I see the sky.
Yeah, me too. It just sits there unless you watch it over time.
But why do people in different parts of the world see a different sky at the same time?
Because they're somewhere else.
Because they're somewhere else.
Hey, Genius, if you're in the same location, you wait a little bit, you're gonna see a different area of the sky as well. It's gonna
Yeah,
move.
because the Earth is
It's gonna
rotating.
move. It's gonna move above your head, like as observably so. You can see it with your own eyes. You're gonna see the sky moving, the heavens above moving, and that's observably so. And it sounds like you. What is your problem?
That was a
What
good
is
answer. Thank you for that.
what is your problem with the actual observation? You having an
No,
issue?
no. You answered it perfectly. Thank you.
No, that's not why. You ask why. Why is
No,
this
you
happening?
answered it. You answered it.
But there is no answer to your question. That why
I'm satisfied with that answer.
you're standing on the ground. You're standing on the ground. You're observing a phenomena. And why
That's
do
true.
you observe the phenomena? Well,
That's
those are
true.
the conditions. That's the way it is, right?
That's the way it is. That's true.
Yeah, and as observed, the celestial sphere move like clockwork.
Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha.
Grandpa, can you relax, Grandpa? Can you
No,
relax?
no, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you.
So the
You're making
celestial
sense.
sphere move in cycles
Oh,
like clockwork,
I gotcha. No, I
like
get it
right?
now.
Observably so.
Oh, I gotcha.
Have an
No,
issue
that
with
makes
it.
sense. It does make sense, actually.
Yeah, as observed.
You're right, actually.
No, I'm left.
Okay.
Not right. Left.
That makes sense.
Actually, left and right.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
No, you don't. You don't got me. I don't got you either. Why do you see the sun on this position of the world? Do you move to another position? And then
Oh, I
sun
get it.
as well? Because the sky moves, the sun moves, stars move. See, they move. If you move across the ground, you move. Not the ground moves. You move. Then you change position, and then you see a different section of the sky. See?
Okay. No, that's good. That makes sense. That's good.
Yeah,
You
you
never
know what I
noticed that
mean?
the sky moves? So you never noticed the sky moves and you came here to ask us about it?
Yeah, well, I didn't know that. So I just learned.
You didn't
So
know the
thank you.
sky moved?
I didn't. No, I thought it was just static. I thought it just stayed there.
You said, why do you see different things? And that obviously you didn't think it was static.
Oh, I mean, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know why I said that, though. That's true.
Because your troll doesn't work.
Why?
Troll doesn't work in here.
No, I'm agreeing with you guys. What is the big deal?
You can't not agree with us.
That's true.
You're agreeing with what?
That's the sky moves.
Okay. Okay. And why you see different constellations in the northern hemisphere than
Because
the
they're in
southern
different.
hemisphere?
Because they're in different places.
That doesn't necessitate the surface.
No,
of
it
the
does.
ground.
It does.
It was a confirmation, a question. I'm sorry. That doesn't necessitate the surface of the ground below you to be spherical, isn't
That's true.
It can't be a flat surface. It can be a flat surface, giant flat surface, and the ceiling above you. You can't see everything on the top of that ceiling if it goes farther than your limit of vision.
You're right. I agree.
So why you ask the question? You just
I was curious. I was just curious. I just wanted to see what the answer was, and now I know.
Curious about what? About the answer that you don't tell me that you never knew that.
I didn't. I really didn't. So.
Oh, okay.
So now I know, though. Thank you, guys. I didn't realize it moved, and we're just seeing different stars because we're in different places. I get that makes sense, actually.
In the normal situation, that's the self-evident thing, because when you are standing on the surface, you don't feel yourself moving and you don't see yourself moving, but you see the sky You see in the sky the sun going above your head.
Wait, that's true. Because we don't feel ourselves moving, we're not moving. That makes sense.
Grandpa, I posted something for you in chat.
Oh, hold on. I'm making eggs. I don't see the
I
chat right now.
posted the sky moving for you, so you're not confused.
Okay, well, I'm not by my computer right now. I'm making eggs right now.
It's like that song where he says the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes on his head sees the earth spinning around. Yeah, it's just a fool person.
Yeah, this reminds me of when I'm on an airplane and it feels like I'm not moving. It's the earth that's moving below me.
People fly in planes and not feel turbulence.
Don't feel anything in plane?
I don't. You feel like you're moving 800 miles an hour?
You were under anesthesia or what?
When the engines lower, get slower, you can feel yourself moving forward slightly.
You feel yourself moving 800 miles an hour in the air?
Crazy how you don't feel any of that.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Ears checked.
Have you ever been on a plane?
First thing, the earth
Have you ever been on a plane?
First thing that you have to understand.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Listen, Have you ever
been on a plane?
I've been on a plane. I felt the takeoff.
You feel like you're going 800 miles an hour?
Listen, I felt.
Do you feel like you're going 800 miles an hour? Why are you
Shut
not
up,
answering?
I will answer your question. So now, just to take out the confusion that you have that the Earth have a constant speed, it doesn't. That's the bullshit that you believe. Because you never think about that oblate or that oblate orbit around the sun, where the Earth is closer to the sun during the season and farther from the sun during the other season, during the opposite season. So it means then that the speed changes, and you people have to feel the change of speed. So if you think that you will not feel the takeoff or the landing, it means that you were in anesthesia during the flight. Don't talk to me about a constant speed or even a linear speed. You're a bullshitter. We are not in a linear speed. We are in an angular velocity. It's an angular velocity. It's that plane, that fucking plane, taking the circles around itself. Don't you feel that shit? And the G-force, or the 9 or 5 G-force, you will lose consciousness. Bullshitter.
You're right.
I'm out.
I'm agreeing with you.
He was talking through the whole time. He didn't even know he was muted.
You don't even know about your globe Earth. They, like Matthew learns, say some bullshit in the YouTube telling people that the Earth has a constant speed. So the speed doesn't change. You bullshitter. What the Earth is doing around the sun when it changes the distance of its orbit when during winter and during summer, when it's closer to the sun and its orbit and its path around that half of circle is smaller than the other half of circle, but the Earth is taking the same time.
Oh, okay.
The same time with different distances.
Yeah, Necros, you don't have to talk to him anymore. He's pretty much done.
No, I'm listening. I'm agreeing with everything
What
he's
did he
saying.
say? What did he say?
He said, "Oh, there's an angular acceleration, so we would feel it."
What does that mean?
It means we're accelerating on an angle.
And do you feel that?
You know what? Now that I think of it, I don't feel it, which means that we must not be moving. So, right?
plus the acceleration. The Earth
True.
travel different distances around the sun during the summer. I don't remember which one it is. The Earth is closer to the sun. It's closer to the
Okay.
sun by 3 million miles. It's closer
Oh.
for the orbit during the season. It's closer to the sun by 3 million
Oh, okay.
miles. And the other season, so the winter.
This dude is just being an asshole. So you really don't
What
have
do
to
you
talk
mean?
to him.
I'm agreeing with him.
No, you don't know what you're agreeing to. You're just saying, "Oh, okay."
He's
oh,
saying in the
okay.
summer we're closer to the sun. The sun moves
No,
closer to
winter.
us. Is that not what I
Winter.
said? No, no. In the
Winter.
summer we're close. That's
Closer.
not what he said. That's not what he said. You're not even listening. That's not what he
He
said.
said he didn't. He couldn't remember which. It's winter.
You're not listening very well.
I said I can't remember which one where the sun the Earth is closer. So if it's the winter, yeah, let it be the winter where the Earth is closer to the sun by 3 million, and it travel that path at the same time. It takes the same time as the summer where the Earth is traveling the bigger distance. It means that the Earth is changing its speed around the sun during those seasons to travel more distance for the same time as the smaller distance. It needs to change the speed, so you need to feel that change of speed at any moment. It's an acceleration. You brought that to the paradigm. It wasn't us. You said that it's an oblate orbit.
Wait, what did I miss? I was taking out the garbage. Repeat all that. Repeat it all. I'm learning here.
Why are you being a douche?
Bah. Literally just trying to learn here. I'm asking questions and I'm getting good answers. What are you being so mean for?
Feelings police.
Yellings police?
You're the feelings police.
I'm policing your feelings?
Yeah, you're calling people mean. Why are you being mean? My feelings are hurt.
Did I say to stop? I'm asking a question. If I was the police, I'd arrest you now.
On what grounds?
Well, actually, I'm the one who kept getting muted in the server. That seems like feelings police. You're actually enforcing something.
No, you're talking over people.
Does that hurt your feelings?
Can't hear two people at the same time, you dumbass.
Oh, sounds like your feelings are hurt. That's why you enforce the feelings police. It's okay. Everything will be okay.
Not the feelings, but it disturbed the ears.
So you're feeling that your ears are disturbed. I get it.
It's deranging.
Mm.
All the flavors in the world, and Grandpa chose sour. How condescending can you be?
No, I'm learning here.
I love that people are even bothering talking to him still.
Yeah.
Yet you people keep coming back. The irony.
No, I mean Grandpa.
Yeah.
They keep coming back.
Oh, my bad.
I'm here to learn. I don't know what you guys are on about.
You're a
Learn what?
sarcastic troll, bro. That's what you are.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Exactly how I said it.
Literally learning here, bud.
What did you learn?
I learned that we would feel the Earth rotating since it's on a angular rotation, supposedly, right? I learned that in the summer we're farthest away from the sun, apparently. What else did I learn? I learned that planes have absolutely no correlation to what globers say. There's no comparison there. What else? I learned that stars are just different because people are in different places. I learned that the stars are moving because we could see it with our eyes and they're clearly moving. And yeah, I mean that's most of it, I think. Is there anything else I should learn? Pretty good memory I have, by the way, right? That I remembered all that.
So Cooper, oh, he left. Yeah, anyway.
But come on, give me some compliments or whatever. That was pretty good, huh? I think it was. So I appreciate it. So is there like anything else I should learn?
So Cooper, why were you calling me names before?
I assumed you muted me. That was my mistake.
Oh, assumed. I'm pretty sure you got muted for making noise and hot micing and all kinds of crap because I saw you get muted while you were doing it.
I think I got muted mid-sentence, but
you weren't talking.
Maybe.
I heard all the crazy noise.
Maybe I'm driving. It's true. It could have been driving noise.
So what else do I have to learn here, fellas? Nothing? Is that it?
Nothing. Yep, that's it.
Well, that's pretty simple. Everyone.
See you later.
Oh, hold on. Here's something to learn. Simple doesn't begin sh.
Simple?
There you
It's
go.
not simple?
Simple. Yeah, you learned something. What were you hoping to learn? I just got here.
Well, I felt it was pretty
You're just a simpleton.
It felt pretty simple to me. I don't know why you keep saying it's not simple.
Well, the way you pronounce simple is definitely not simple. It's complicated.
I'm saying simple right now.
Yeah. And you say simple the exact same way.
Simple?
Yeah, do you think now you've learned it's two separate words? You learned something today.
I'm saying the same word
Add it
over
to
and
your
over.
flashcard pile.
It is simple. This is a simple concept. I don't get what you're saying.
And you're a simpleton.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Whatever you mean by simple.
Simple?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was saying
you learned something. There you go. You learned. There's a word that you made up, and there's another word that exists in dictionaries.
I was saying that this whole flat Earth concept is pretty simple to understand. I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's very simple. You just have to pull your head out of the sand and stop believing everything you see on TV.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
I'm here to learn.
Or you can just remain a 21st century simpleton.
I don't get why you keep repeating the word simple. I don't get it.
No, you just did. So ask yourself.
I'm just saying this is a simple concept to understand. That's it.
Yeah. Simple concept.
I'm not
Get rid of this fool.
I'm not degrading the idea. I'm just saying it's a simple concept to
I
understand.
know you're coping. You're coping.
That's well, yeah. I mean, my whole word just got turned upside down.
Anything else, Grandpa?
You okay? Are you choking on something?
No.
Okay.
Perfect.
It just sounded like you were.
Well, you're a simpleton, so what would you know about it?
It simply sounded like you were.
No.
No?
You were
Okay.
incorrect.
Well, if I hear it, it must be true, no?
I was emulating you. Were you choking?
Emulating?
Yeah. Is that another word for your flashcard pile?
Well,
I was
I don't know.
emulating you. You weren't choking, so how would I be choking?
So I don't know what video games has to do with this, but
what? Okay, you're short
emulating
circuiting
games?
now.
Yeah,
You're short circuiting, Grandpa.
You're emulating right now?
Dude, you're short circuiting, Grandpa.
Dude, you need to speak in simpler terms. You got to speak in simpler terms for me to understand.
So if it was simple for you to understand that the Earth is not moving, it's the sky moving, and you said that.
I literally agree with you guys now. What don't you
Okay,
get?
so what's the struggle now? You said that
There
you
is
were
no
here
struggle. There is no. I was saying it's actually
oh
pretty
my
simple
God.
when you
Well,
understand
if
it.
it's simple, why do you keep repeating how simple it is? You're complicating it.
No,
He's just trying to say it's simple,
I'm the
guys.
one
It's no
saying
big
it's
deal.
simple. Seriously, what's the big deal? I'm saying it's a simple concept to understand.
Okay, so if it was simple for you to understand it, so now you understood that the Earth is not moving, and it's the sky. What's the things that are the luminaries that are in the sky that are the things moving?
Yeah, now you're belching, pal.
So you're struggling on what? Now? What's the problem?
Learn some manners, Grandpa.
What's the struggle now? What's the problem? You want something else to learn? Okay, the curvature is fake. No one can find that curvature. So
He's down to burping in the microphone, Necros. He's not going to talk to you anymore. He's down to burping now.
Bye-bye.
See you, Gramps.
Hey, the feelings police,
It was the belching police. You simpleton.
Did the belching hurt your feelings?
No.
Okay. No, it's okay.
It's disgusting.
Oh,
Learn some.
disgusting.
You asked what to learn. Learn some manners. You creep.
Feeling.
Keep
Being
going.
disgusted is a-
Keep repeating what I say. When it hits a word that you don't recognize, just repeat it. Great look.
Feelings
I'll be back
police.
when we're done with the trolls. Peace.
The trolls will be here forever. They're coping. They don't like the fact that the water ball has been exposed to be a myth. They're having a bad day. Simply put,
I'm having a good day. I'm having eggs right now.
You sound like you're having eggs right now. Go
What's
back
wrong
to
with eggs?
eating.
They're a good source of protein. What do you?
What are you going to talk with your mouth full?
Simply put.
Learn some manners.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Oh, slow down, Superman. You're flying too fast. Catching up the wind, eh?
Yeah, I'm driving my car.
Oh, that delay.
Yeah. So, could you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Might be a slight delay somewhere, I guess, but it's fine.
Yeah, I'm driving my car and I use the network in my car and maybe it's not well.
Are you hooked up to a satellite? How do you get reception there?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, man, we hear you. Go ahead. Yes.
So, whether a new in this group?
Say that again.
A new in this group speaking.
What accent is that? I can't even comprehend what you're saying.
Sorry.
So, what question? What's the question?
He
Then?
doesn't know. He's just in here to try to annoy us.
My mic sounds like when it clicks open.
controller type of mechanism products I see probably from the maybe early 90s.
Radwin trying to dox himself with the weather report. Jeez.
That grandpa is a big ego, man. You just can't let go.
Hey guys, it's me, Saudi man. I'm a new member of the Flat Earth community. I'm quite happy to be here, you guys. Ever since I switched to the Flat Earth belief system, I felt like so relieved, like I'm not being controlled anymore by the government. I'm thinking about it myself. I'm
What
so
government
happy.
was controlling you? What
All of them.
government was what government had you under their spell, dude?
There is no magic, so you don't have to say spell.
I'm no longer in control of the government. Which government?
Oh my god, bro, he wanted to say it. What the hell? You can tell he's around Arthur, you guys, because he screamed and made weird noises. The Flat Earth community.
No, I was emulating you, just like the last guy. The last guy who resorted to belching, I was emulating you.
My bad, bro.
Oh my God, your prayers are noted. Your prayers to God are noted.
Thanks, man. Thank goodness we have you in the Flat Earth community. We wouldn't be here without you, man.
No, they're here when I'm not here.
Nah, bro, but we couldn't make it without you, man. Anyways, guys, like the government was lying to me. They were lying about a lot of things, and
Well, listen, you were the one gullible enough to watch. Listen, you were the one gullible enough to believe the lunar dune buggy TV shows and the moon golf films. That's on you, pal.
I'm sorry, man.
No need to apologize. No need to apologize. We were all as naive as you still are that you're pretending not to be. But yeah, it was a myth sold to us all. No need to apologize. No need to apologize.
I really didn't mean to. I'm really sorry, man. And so I decided to switch to Flat Earth so people can stop tricking me. I'm so happy I switched to Flat Earth, you guys. If you have any questions to me, I'm happy to answer them as a Flat Earther. When did you realize that the stars are moving and not the Earth? Isn't it that they're both moving? Well, that's just my humble opinion as a Flat Earther. I know I could be wrong.
Well, have you done any long term exposure star trail photography?
Yes, I did. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Now let's answer
Is there any evidence of the Earth moving there, or is that just one thing moving? Listen, pal.
Do you feel the Earth moving? I'm trying to.
Well, you're the one who thinks it's moving. If you look at your long-term exposure photographs, you'll just notice that it's the stars moving.
I'm really sorry, my guy.
Yeah, you are sorry, aren't you?
Moving? I do feel the Earth moving, Rich Evans. Thank you for the question.
All right, Carol King. Are you Carol King? You feel the Earth moving under your feet?
Well, at the moment I have my feet on the desk, so no, not really. But if I had them on the ground...
Finish the sentence. If you had your feet off your desk on the ground, you'd be convinced you were hurtling through space. Is that it?
Finish your sentence.
I did.
Oh, my bad, man. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yes, you are, Sardi.
So, guys, since I'm a Flat Earther now, I'll have to do my own research on everything. If anyone here has any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, since you brought up your shoes, have you graduated from Velcro? The old NASA. They stole it from a farmer, I think, but have you graduated from Velcro to strings?
That's a really good question, Grandpa
Thank you.
Fiddlebone. Research angular acceleration. I did research angular acceleration. Thank you for the question, Grandpa.
Yeah, you sound like you were wearing loafers when you did that.
No. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you. Like, Grandpa, thank you, man. Like the question. Don't fly on a plane, though, because it might make you doubt a bit. I mean, I'm not sure I can really use a car to go through the sea. I think even going through the sea is gonna take some time.
I'm wondering what altitude it would cause anybody to doubt when Felix Baumgartner went pretty damn high and it was flat up there.
Jesus, my guy. What am I like? I have to put all of that in my head. Honestly, Grass made a really good point, man. Like that was a good point.
The Red Bull space jump.
Swim if you have to. What the conditions for being a flat earther are too much, man. I can't fly a plane. I have to swim to another continent. What?
What, are you really gonna take Grandpa Fiddlebone's advice on anything? He's muted for a reason, bro.
Grandpa Fiddlebone is a prominent member of the flat earth community. I have to, man. He's a grandpa, and
No, don't
he's
pick
really
up his
old.
script where he left off. It's just gonna make you enter the same clown show he was trying to do. Like, don't do that. Just chat with people, man. Relax.
Listen, man. Grandpa
Yeah, why
Fiddlebone
troll?
is a
Why
prominent
troll,
member
bro?
of the
You have your feet kicked up. Why troll?
What am I doing, man? What did I say, man?
Grandpa
what are you so mean to
Fiddlebone
me?
is the most
I
respected
swear,
flat
man.
earther.
Like this is what happens
That's what you
because
said.
I'm a flat earther, man.
He's a
You're
simpleton.
just mean to me because I'm a new flat earther, man.
No
I'm
one's
sorry
muted
that you
you.
don't
You're
accept
still
me, but I
blabbing.
am a flat earther, man.
So you're gonna troll.
He's so mean to me, man. Like for no
Okay,
reason. What
I'll
is this?
test you. I'll test you on if you're a flat earther or not. You ready?
Okay, wait, no,
No,
wait a second, wait a second.
no.
Let's read what Grandpa Fiddlebone said, wrote just now, okay? This will expose you. They mute me because they are feeding police and they felt upset I was eating eggs. Explain that.
No, he was belching.
Why did he do
He
that?
was belching. He was belching, dude.
So he was eating eggs and he decided to mute him, huh? This
No,
is
he
what
was
you're doing.
belching. He was
You're
belching.
lying. They felt grossed out as well. So because
Well, damn, he didn't last that long. Troll says it's a dead VC, but it's more like we're done dignifying it. Oh, this might help. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, this troll here saying it's a dead VC, it's more like we're done dignifying what he has to say with a response, since he doesn't want to take anything seriously. It's not that the VC's dead. We'd rather hear silence.
All those devil worshippers who's going to burn in hell.
Says the hack sculptor.
Yep. Going to burn in hell, boy. There's the person who has no redeemable talents and relies on others for novelty because they can produce none of their own. Is that you? That's you.
Well, dude, the nostrils that you have there are as big as golf balls. So yeah, check the anatomy books, pal.
Do you understand this ain't a block of fucking stone that I'm carving away? It's that you press it into the shape you need.
I know, you're a hack.
Are you
You're a
fucking
hack.
retarded? No, you're a fucking retard.
No, I've seen hack
never thought about
I've seen
anything.
hack sculptors before. You're a hack.
You have no talents of your own. You never have. You don't know how to fuck,
Okay.
and you're single, and you always will be.
You assume much. But that does look like the face of you people, that gaped jaw, and yeah. It sounds like you people, when you speak, that you have thumbs over your nostrils. That's good, Olog. Excellent representation.
Holy shit! I bet that hit really
Yeah, I
hard.
bet. Spit it out,
That
pal.
insult. I bet that insult hit really hard at your book club. You fucking
No,
dork.
dude. No one's impressed by your art
Oh my
project.
god! Oh my god! Ah. Tell it to your
Yeah,
fucking
pray to
action
God.
figure collection, little
Pray.
bitch.
Pray.
You gotta pray just to make it today.
I love when the
Subject is more impressive than anything you've ever said, old man.
Cooper, your mic's blown out.
Oh, one sec.
Try again. That's better. Try again now.
Holy shit! Well, have fun dying alone.
Cool coat, bro.
How's that?
What was that, Cooper? You wanted to stick up for that loser?
I said that his art project is more impressive than anything you've ever said.
That's funny, bro. Yeah, he thought he was going to impress us with the early stages of a clay pile. Did you see it, Cooper? Cooper,
I did.
you see?
It looked like a rough beginning to.
Cooper, did you see his art project?
Yeah, I saw it.
What color was
I saw
the clay?
beginning to the. It was gray.
Okay, how big were the nostrils?
Oh, they're pretty big.
Okay, and what did the mouth look like?
Oh, it was a gape.
Was the head deformed?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, so you didn't really look at it all that much, anyways. You just wanted to be impressed by it.
No, it's just more impressive than anything. Literally anything you've ever has dribbled out of your mouth.
Oh, that's fine. Well, I've harvested clay out of the ground and made things far more impressive than that mold head that guy had going on.
I just think it's really weird that you would disparage his art project for no reason. I guess I missed it. Maybe he was talking hella shit, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was responding. Yeah, we're not impressed by what was.
And you respond the same way to everyone who comes in here. With incredible hostility.
Cooper, hold on, Cooper. Last time you were here, you showed us. You presented Earthrise. I'll give you credit. You took up the challenge because Reality Man wouldn't post any of his pictures from space. You posted Earthrise, and then I had to enlighten you that Earthrise is claimed to be a single frame exposure. You told me it was a composite because I believe all pictures from space are composites. So there's something productive you've learned by my guidance, Cooper. If you would like to ignore that, that's fine. But you brought something
if that's your understanding of what happened, I can live with that.
Yeah, go listen to it again.
Okay.
Okay, if you can live with that, then I have done something. No.
I agree with your perception of it.
Okay. That's what happened. Are you denying are you denying that you said Earthrise was a composite image?
Yes.
You're denying that.
I am.
You're a liar. And you get banned. Okay. Man, you just lied right there, pal.
That's not my recollection.
Well, you must have CRS. Yeah, go back and listen, Cooper.
Do you have a timestamp?
No, I'll dig it up for you, and I'll get back to you when I have some free time tonight. I'll go through the last 2 or 3 recordings, and I'll find the timestamp for when you told me that, I'm under the impression that the majority of pictures from space are composites, and this is one of them.
That
You
sounds more like something I would
Earthrise.
say. That sounds
Okay.
more like something I would say.
Okay, so you do remember? So when you presented Earthrise, did you tell us that that was a composite?
I think I might have said this is what I think is most images are that. But I think what I was trying. Hold on, wait. Let me defend myself.
Time out. That specific image now.
I think I said I don't know, and I asked you to tell me what was wrong.
I enlightened you. I enlightened you to the fact that it's presented as a single frame exposure.
Sure, but you don't think that you don't actually believe that it is, right?
Go. There you go.
But it's not actually a single frame exposure, is it? Though.
Well, how could you have black and white and color film in one frame? That's when I pointed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the point we were arguing about.
No, it wasn't arguing.
Then we started arguing about what color the moon was.
Time out. When I pointed that out to you, you said, "Well, it is a composite."
No, I think I said most space images are composites, but
yeah, exactly. Remember the non-answer that I called you out on? So is that a composite?
Is the Earthrise photo a composite? No, I don't believe it is.
Oh, well, now you've changed your tune. So how do you have black and white photography and color photography in one frame?
You don't.
Okay, well, then it must be a composite. It must be 2 different negatives then.
Nope. The moon is just that color.
Oh, my Lord, dude. You need to spend some time with black and white photography. Immerse yourself in the subject, and then maybe you won't be making these arguments from wishful thinking.
I've developed my own black and white photos. I've done all that shit in dark rooms, and
okay, okay, that's fine. Now go to Earthrise and tell me that the moon depicted there is not a product of black and white photography.
It is not a product of black and white.
So that, dude. Your cope is strong, bro.
The moon is just gray, bro. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, yeah. That's not what grayscale looks like on color film. I don't know what to tell you.
It's not grayscale. It's just gray. That's just the color of the rock.
So what if I told you that on this live stream about a year and a half ago, someone else put up one of these Earthrise images in the same conversation?
Apollo 8 or Apollo 12?
No, the Earthrise.
Yeah, there's 2. There's Apollo 8 and there's Apollo 12.
The original, the one you posted was the original Apollo 8 unmanned one.
Nope, that's the Apollo 12 photo.
Okay, well, whatever it was, they took.
So we don't know what we're talking about, right?
Well, it was the same. Listen, it was the same image. It was color in the background. Listen, okay. Well, I'll give you a separate answer.
In black and white. And then it was colorized and presented in color, but the original photo is in black and white.
So what did you present? A manipulated photo or an actual? Is that the manipulated one?
That is a color photo, non-manipulated. Well, I actually don't know how much editing goes into the one that's been out, but
that's fine.
It was taken with color film.
That's fine. So it's the same image. So what happened was they went through some. This was a Globie, okay, a globe enthusiast. They took the image and they went on. I don't know what they used, but they used the little paint device that's on Photoshop where you can click on the color and it'll tell you what color it is. Hello?
Dropper or whatever it's called?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what they were using, but you know what I'm talking about, where you can just click on a pixel and it gives you the color. Well, what would you tell me if they came back and they clicked on the moon and guess what color it showed it to be?
I don't know, you'll have to tell me.
Pink.
Really?
So how do you get pink in a black and white photograph? There's a very simple way. You've done your own black and white film. You've printed your own negatives, right? You said. Okay, I won't put you. I won't put you on. I won't put you on the spot. But have you ever heard of like sepia toning?
I have heard of it. I'm not familiar with the
There you
process.
go. Well,
that's usually like a brown, though, isn't it?
Yeah, red, pink. What do you think of that?
I don't know what relevance it has.
Well, it's black. That points to it being black and white photograph. Black and white photograph. If you click on the pixel and it shows up pink, there's no pink in grayscale.
If it's okay, so on. If your claim is that the moon part of that photo is taken in black and white, how is it pink then? Then you're disproving what you're saying. No.
Because it was sepia toned. The version that they posted was sepia toned. There's go back, look at all the different versions they have. See, the reason why I think you people are so confused is all you have is looking at these moon travel images within the framework of this flat earth conundrum. But back in the day, they used to print books. They were in magazines. If you go to a flea market, you can find old magazines from the late 60s, early 70s from Life. And you can get what NASA was presenting as their travel pictures right out of the gate. Yeah, you forget, Cooper, that we realized that. Well, I'll speak for myself. I realized that the moon travel charade was a fable and a lie prior to the whole flat Earth conundrum. We have another intellectual genius who's going to come and moan and groan. Anyways, Cooper, good talk. Listen, the last guy, the guy who was sculpting that clay was a hack, and he was coping.
Is he being rude before I got here or something? Or?
He's a cope artist.
Okay.
He was trying to hurl insults, but he only flamed himself. He ran away and left. Yeah, he was talking to someone, i.e. me, who grew up with sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And every assumption he made about my life was the opposite. So
look, if you tell me he was being an asshole,
ran away. Well, he offered nothing to. He didn't even pretend to enter into any kind of talk about the topic. That's all.
Sure, I believe you. I have no reason not to believe you.
So why do you people automatically go ahead and start cheerleading for the people who you know aren't us?
I just heard you talking a whole bunch of shit about someone practicing art.
No, time out. He wasn't practicing. He was showing us because he had thought he was on the road to mastery. He was a hack. That was a ball of clay 45 minutes ago, and he thought that was something to show us. And you said it was more impressive than anything I've ever said. So why do you guys cheerlead? Yeah, why do you? Well, even after our whole Earthrise conversation that everyone heard.
Yeah, I still don't. What I don't get about what your point is, I don't get how you couldn't get a sepia tone from a color image. Why is that not possible?
Well, do you know how you get a sepia tone?
You don't think you could get that color from a color photo?
In 1970, do you know how you tone a black? You know how do you get a sepia tone on a black and white photograph?
I don't know how that's produced. No.
You would have to immerse it in water. You would have, or the solution.
You
like immerse it in
the solution. The silver or something? Or I don't. What is that?
No, this is after the print's already made. Then you tone it.
Oh.
So if you take a color print and put it in water, you've ruined it. So yeah, you could put I know, dude. I know you're just talking out of your ass. I know. You could put a sepia tone on it if it was in Photoshop, but that's not what was presented originally.
You might be able to do that, but you have no reason to think that's why that's
you
been done.
you
You have,
can't tone.
no
You
reason
can't
to think that
sepia.
was been done, other than you want it
Dude,
to be.
you can't sepia. If you put a color print in water, you ruin it.
I'm not saying. Well, I'm not making the claim that it's been sepia
You
toned.
said
Whatever
why?
color
You
that
said why
is,
couldn't it be
it's just
sepia
the
tone?
color of the moon.
Pink.
Looks pretty gray.
Well, the computer program disagrees with you. But I get it. You don't. You would have had to been there. But I guess you were, but you weren't following along.
I understood everything you say. I just disagree with your conclusion. I guess I would have had to been there.
Can you sepia tone a color print? Hello?
Yeah, I already told you. I don't know.
Okay, you can't. But you're going to disagree with that. You don't know. I'm telling you.
Do you disagree that you can get? Do you disagree that color
Cooper,
photos will
have you
take
ever?
that?
Go ahead.
Do you disagree that if the moon was that color and you just took a picture of it, you would get that, even if that Photoshop image or that Photoshop eyedropper takes that and says that this is a shade of pink? Doesn't
But you
prove
tell me
anything.
it's gray, but it's gray. But so it's not gray.
It looks gray. It looks gray, right? You agree that it looks gray? You called it grayscale 100 times.
It is grayscale.
Okay, there we go. It's not grayscale. It's just gray.
Okay, so if you're telling me you can find pink in grayscale captured on color film, you should be able to find pink in grayscale captured on black and white film.
I suppose that would depend on how the image is processed. If I zoomed in on a color photo into one individual pixel, maybe I could get
there will be no grayscale. There will be no pink if you've developed it in a black and white film will show no pink. Come on,
you're disproving what you said right there. That moon can't be in black and white because there's no grayscale, right?
It can't be a single frame exposure.
It is though.
Okay, well, go take you.
I guess I think it is.
You don't know. You're arguing from ignorance. Go take. Remember the days. Yeah. Well, I've enlightened you to the fact that it was not a composite image in the first place. That's how it was presented. So remember when people used to get photos printed at the lab, Kmart. Yep. Remember what happened to them when they got Walgreens or whatever. Well, I
gotta pause you. Sorry, I got a call coming through. I'll be back.
Yeah, they make you pay through the nose at Walgreens. But yeah, all I'm saying is let those prints see some water and see what happens.
Hey, your feelings doing okay, Radborn? Sounded a little upset before. Just want to make sure you're doing all right.
No, I was talking to a liar, Gramps.
Oh.
See, he has CRS. He can't remember shit.
I see. Okay. All right. I mean, as long as you're okay. I mean, you sounded a little upset before. I just want to make sure you're doing well. So,
if I was any better, I'd be twins, Grandpa.
I don't know what that means. I saw that.
I know. Think about it. Write it down and think about it. Process it. Work on your reading comprehension skills, Gramps. Are you okay?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
You just have a low-level reading threshold?
I guess so.
That's why the internet was a mistake. It assumed people like to read.
Yeah, use your library card, Grandpa, and get well.
I have a library card. Whatever do you mean by that one?
Well, you obviously don't read it. Use it much to read, do you?
I read a little bit. What about you? What kind of books
A
do you
little
read?
book? How little is your little book? I read
said
a little book.
I said a little bit. Do you have hearing comprehension skills? I got you there, didn't I? Got you pretty good with that one. Pretty witty grandpa, huh? Muted up, trying to come up with a comeback. Been pretty dead in here lately, huh?
It's funny, Gramps. The first time I've ever seen you in here, and all morning long, it was bumping.
Yeah.
Until the two guys found out that their spacesuit story kind of fell apart. That's what happens, Gramps. People, they get worked up. They're like, oh, my space story's real. It must be real. We travel in space. We are in space. They run out of steam. Yeah, they run out of steam. Go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. They don't get it. They just don't understand.
Yeah, and then there's a deflation period. The silence. Everyone has to calm down.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
All right, sorry about that. Got some wife aggro.
Cooper, I heard you ran away. What's up with that?
I had a call from my wife.
No, last time he ran away. This time he excused
story,
himself.
Cooper.
What?
Likely story.
Okay. I'll be just so you don't think I'm running away. I gotta leave again in 4 minutes.
Okay. Likely story, Cooper. Likely story.
Hey, Cooper, don't worry about it. Gramps here is trolling. He's having a hard cope. He found out that his outer space water ball is a mythology, and now he's doing the hard cope. There ain't no one talking in here.
Hey, there wasn't. That's a factual statement.
It
is pretty simple.
quiet in here today.
What's wrong with saying it's quiet?
Hey, Cooper. Well, rewind the stream, Gramps. There's plenty of action to be heard.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've just been sitting here. I've been doing some stuff. I took my
You've been
dog for a
sitting
walk.
there.
I've been
Eating
sitting
eggs,
here.
belching. Yeah.
I'm walking my dog. I walk my dog. Don't forget that. She got a nice little
Something
workout.
tells me your dog walked you.
My dog what? Oh, my dog walked me. What do you mean by that one? I don't get it. I don't get that one. Can you explain it to me?
Well, dude, if you didn't understand if I were any better, I'd be twins. How is that going to sink in?
I need an explanation. I mean, what's the big deal?
Okay, work on your reading comprehension skills. Get a little book
Suggesting
list.
that you don't have control of your animal and that your dog pulls on your leash continuously.
Oh, okay. I get it now, I think.
I mean, I'm not sure I get it. Could you explain it in greater detail, please?
I could, I guess.
I think I get it.
I believe you get it.
Goop, are you just about ready to run away again?
I got 1 minute.
Likely story you do.
I go
They all
inspect
say.
this Buick.
Buick, what are you, 95?
It's 2021, but got to scoop up that hail money. Yum, yum, yum.
$1972 was a good year for Buick.
Honestly, Buicks are pretty solid all around.
A 1968 Buick Skylark.
That's it.
Ooh,
Yep.
that's the one, baby. That's a nice ride.
With chrome.
All right. I'll be back.
Speaking of cars, does anyone else wonder why when you're driving the trees start moving?
The
trees?
Was that a rhetorical question or?
No, I mean, like, have we?
No, they're
figured
not
that part
moving,
out
bro.
yet?
You're moving.
Okay, no, I mean, okay. I guess that.
Are you okay?
I
Are
guess
you
I'm-
okay, Gramps? Just want to make sure you're well.
No, I mean, what? You can't ask
You're
questions
just
here. I don't-
dunce. You're just dunce then.
All right. Put the mushrooms down. Okay, you've had enough.
Whoa, what's the big deal? I'm literally just asking a question. I mean, I guess
The
it makes
questions
sense.
that you're formulating, Grandpa, it sounds like you have a pudding cup for a brain.
What does that mean? I'm more of like a yogurt guy or whatever. Or I mean, I don't know. You're saying I have pudding on my brain. I'm thinking of other
Dude,
things.
it's because you're trying to troll on purpose and asking ridiculous questions, reduction to absurdity, and it's not cute. It's just gonna end up getting really boring fast.
I'm just filling the void with silence. I'm scared of silence, to be frank with you folk.
You're filling the void with silence.
Filling the void of silence.
Yeah, trees don't move. It's you.
Oh, I mean, okay. I mean,
yeah, yogurt cup brain. Wait, are you well?
No, but the reason I brought that up is I used to think that, we were moving, and the stars were like relatively still to where we were, but that thought process got reversed. So I was thinking of cars. Like I used to think it was similar, but I guess it's not.
Dude, that doesn't work because you know the car is moving. It's a false equivalence.
Oh yeah, okay.
You know the car is moving. See, that's good though. You point out one of the brain worms of many of these outer space mythologists. They say, well, if the stars are moving, what about the trees? Well, it's like, and they don't like it that it's so easily pointed out. Well, you know the car's moving. That's why you brought it up.
What?
Okay, no,
yeah, we understand. Yeah, we understand, Grandpa, how they've preyed on your simpleton thought processes to get you to think you live in outer space.
I mean, I understand that now too.
To the point that you have to LARP.
I feel like
You're
we're not
LARPing
compared to the trees here, and can we?
You brought up the trees, LARPer.
Who, me?
Oh, who? Grandpa.
Big trees or what?
No, I'm Pappy. He's Grandpa.
Well, why? Yeah, don't answer for him then, Pappy.
I was just making an observation, correlating it to some things that we talked about, and it all makes sense now. What's the big deal?
Follow along here. But I was making a statement in general.
Do you mean like when you drive real fast right next to the trees and they sort of like bend forward with your car?
You guys don't need to make fun of me. I'm just wondering certain things.
Do you drive a tractor trailer?
I don't have a tractor trailer.
Try a pudding.
What kind of car do you drive?
Just wondering things. No need to get all upset. What's the big deal? What's the deal here?
Hold on. You're wondering? You thought that trees moved?
But I used to think that the Earth moved too. What do you want me to tell you?
No, we're talking about your example right now, bro.
No,
I get it. We know you're LARPing.
But dude, you don't get what I'm saying. I used to think the Earth moved, just like I used to think the car was moving. I'm just asking a question.
No, the car is moving, dude.
Okay, okay. I mean, what the heck is the big deal?
Well? Are you well?
I'm okay. I'm eating a dried mango now.
Try a pudding pop.
I told you I'm not a big pudding guy.
Wow. So did this work better in rehearsal, Gramps?
What do you mean by that?
I'm asking, do you not know what better means?
But I'm wondering what rehearsal you're talking about.
You're right. I think this has got.
Well, your dried mango, apricot, eating eggs, belching. Did someone think that was clever, or is this just you?
I don't understand what you're getting at.
I know, bro. You're just kind of slow on the uptake, aren't you?
Just living my life right now. People eat.
All you've been doing today is belly aching about there's no one's talking right now. That's how you live your life.
I'm scared
you go
of
to the
silence.
library. You go to the library and say, "Well, why isn't anyone talking in here? What's going on?" I'm just living my life, but no one's talking at the library.
There's an
I'm eating eggs and
expectation of
belching.
silence at the library, not in a Discord call.
He's kind of got
Not
you.
anymore. Yeah, not anymore. Is there an expectation of silence at libraries?
At the one I go to, there is. I don't know what kind of jungle gym library you got.
Jungle gym library.
Jungle gym. Yeah, there's no jungle gym in it.
Sounds like there is.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Last time, I was in a library a couple years ago. I had to shush the librarian.
I was in a library yesterday, and it was quiet as can be.
Did you ask everyone why they weren't cackling?
No, because there's an expectation of silence, like I just mentioned. There's no.
Well, maybe we're doing. Yeah, maybe we're studying at the moment or doing other things.
In a Discord call? Why not just leave the Discord call?
Well, because you can listen and when it kicks back up again.
But that's not the normal usage of Discord voice chat. You realize that?
Well, if I'm just going to purely listen, I'll just listen to it on YouTube. You understand that? But if I'm going to chime in when clowns like you show up, I just stay and wait. You understand that?
And if I'm here to talk to people, I can say, hey, why is nobody talking?
So would you like to talk about the server topic or
what, flat earth?
When is it that you realized that the globe was a myth? What was that? What was that moment?
Maybe like 2 hours ago when
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 hours ago. You weren't even in here. So what happened? What were you doing?
What do you mean I wasn't in here? I was in here. I was in here a couple hours ago.
I was wrong. I wasn't here, so.
Okay.
But 2 hours ago, 2 hours ago, people were talking.
Absolutely. And I was talking with them and they convinced me. That's why I'm eager to learn more. What don't you get about that?
That's great. Welcome to the team.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, what the heck? Like, what else do I have to learn? And
now you know what you have to do. You have to go tell other people about it.
I'm getting yelled at left and right.
We don't have any more.
Troll.
Go tell the Globers over in their server, man.
Oh, they have a server?
Well, I mean, I guess it would be normal servers, but whatever. Yes.
It's called Facebook.
Yeah, right.
I deleted my Facebook in 2011.
Oh. You can try Gem Pandas.
I could try what? Can you please repeat that, sir?
It's a debate, flat Earth, and more. You can try there.
I feel like I need to get more knowledge before I start debating people, you know?
Oh, really? Oh, all right.
Well, the debate's over.
I'm a new convert.
Yeah, the debate's over, bro.
What do you mean by that? It's over? Like, nobody's debating it anymore?
It's over. It's just people come here and cope.
Coping.
Yeah, they have to say, but I believe, and why don't you believe? What can I tell you to get you to believe again? I think if you guys were more educated, you would believe what I believe. It's like, dude, do you not realize we jumped through the same academic hoops? We had the same paper mache globe on the shelves. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, Grandpa. You're finding out that even though you're pretending to be a flurf, you're finding out there is no conversation to have or to debate to have with these outer space mythologists, because all they do is make excuses, rationalize, and other things. One guy brought some clay in here and showed us his giant nostril.
What is a flurf?
Well, it was designed to be it's like Yankee Doodle went to town, macaroni, stuck a noodle in his hat. It was a term that was devised to denigrate, but it's actually kind of a clever little term. It's the opposite of glurf.
What's a glurf?
An outer space mythologist.
Yeah, but is it an acronym? What the heck does that mean?
No, it's just a shortened. It's a shortened or what modified word.
But wouldn't it be like
when
a
you
glurf?
when you say shimple? Like when you say shimple, it's turning the th into a f. Flurf.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, I just explained it to you.
No, but I say
it was a term. It was a term that was entered into the lexicon in an effort to denigrate someone who realized that the water ball was a myth, and it's the noodle that was stuck in the hat.
Yeah, but I say shimple.
It's a moniker of pride now.
Yes, I too am a proud flurf, old hoss. How about you?
Yeah, flurfs are gonna flurf.
And just like a Smurf, I got a blue Skylark with a white interior.
I'm getting emails left and right, son.
Emails
up and down, left and right. You know? You know what I mean? Is Rich Evans a glurf?
No, he's just he's a coper. He's coping really hard.
Oh, my internet went out or something. Can you say that again?
Yeah, he's just a coper. He's coping. He doesn't like finding out that we found out that the water ball that's shown on TV is just a fairy tale. He's doing a really hard cope.
Dude, I changed my mind in a matter of 10 minutes. Why can't this guy?
Well, a lot of people have too much pride or sunken cost into this idea that we're flying through space, or they don't like the.
Let me debate this guy. Get off mute, Rich.
I think he's just mad that we found out before he did.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like you guys get mad that we climb. You guys get mad we climbed out of the hole. Well, you can climb out of the hole. We were in the same hole. They dug the same hole for all of us. So yeah, don't take it so personally.
Nah, he's eating egg. Give him a sec. Let him enjoy it. Take his time for a bit.
Yeah, you've got an eating egg fetish. That's weird, Grandpa.
No, but look in the side. He said he's eating eggs.
Yeah,
I'm just
he's
saying.
emulating your bullshit.
But like on what platform?
Spit it out, Gramps. Today, Junior.
Like what platform is he emulating or whatever? Or I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Your egg obsession.
But like what platform?
What?
Like what platform is it on or whatever?
I don't know. You're the one that told us he's eating eggs.
Yeah, but you said he's doing an emulation.
You guys have a narrow. You guys didn't make flashcards when you were young, did you?
Like
he's doing an impersonation of you. He's copying you.
Oh, but you said he was like
you don't know the emulate word. I guess I know your vocabularies are limited. Get your library card out, Grandpa.
I said I was there yesterday.
Go see what books they have down in the senior section, and maybe improve your reading comprehension skills, and maybe expand your vocabulary.
But I'm listening.
Grandpa, you can do it.
Listening comprehension. But no, you said he's like playing an emulation
if you're at
or
the book,
something.
if your face is in a book, that would be reading.
Yeah,
and then you can translate that over into real life when people are speaking.
Oh,
but you guys will just if you two get together, you'll just be eating eggs and belching into each other's faces, and that'll be gross and sad.
I'm down to eat eggs with them. We could talk
I'm
about
sure,
this.
I'm sure you are. Clip it.
So, I don't see the big deal. The eggs are great. I mean, what's the big deal about eggs?
Off topic.
Well, you brought it up. What do you mean?
You started it with you started it with your eating eggs and belching an hour ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Rich Evans brought it up. He said he's eating eggs.
Yeah, you told us he was eating eggs. That's not the topic.
Oh, I don't know.
Does he need to clip his toenails too? Probably. We don't need you telling us about it.
Yeah, but you just brought that up now too.
Yeah. Point made. I made a point, huh? It finally registered. What do you mean register? I don't see anything from NCR here. I don't see any drawers of change. What are you talking about? Register.
What's NCR? What is that?
National Cash Register.
What is that?
The folks who invented the cash register.
The folks who invented the cash register.
Hey, you're on repeat, bro.
No, I'm trying to understand. Wasn't that IBM who invented the cash register, I believe?
All right, I'll have to go see if NCR predates IBM. We'll find out. Just a minute.
Let's look it up.
IBM, yeah, I would say NCR predates IBM by decades.
Predates IBM by decades. Okay. Interesting. That's good to know.
So you wanted to debate there, Grandpa?
Oh, is this Rich Evans?
Now I'm seeing IBM goes back to 1911. I'll have to do some. I can't do the Google search, but yeah, National Cash Register. They invented the cash register.
Okay, there you go. Fun fact. Rich Evans, are you a globe?
Whoever wanted to debate, the debate's over. I mean, you guys can cry about it and you want me to listen. That's fine.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, start weeping.
Me versus Rich. So, Rich, why do you believe the Earth?
Oh no, it wasn't me. Hey, Rich, it was. Oh, I thought you were calling me Grandpa because I'm old. Go ahead.
No, the guy whose name is Grandpa. Grandpa.
Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Because I'm contrarian to whatever old Haas thinks.
Oh. Okay. I mean, that's kind of fair, actually.
He's a bigot.
Yep.
Full of bigotry.
But
Now you understand the mind vice that he's in.
He
He's
doesn't
too
actually
proud.
believe it, though.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously it's flat.
Obviously.
Now, here we go. Yeah, you guys are taking the news of us finding out that the Earth is not a ball pretty oddly these days.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what do you mean by that? Huh? Duh.
Yeah, but I don't get
I
how
said
your
you guys are
sentence
short
relates to.
circuiting. You guys are flaming out. You guys are eating eggs together and belching.
Yeah, but he just.
It's a good team building exercise, to be honest with you.
But he just admitted it's flat. He's on our side. I don't know why you're saying this. He just doesn't want to admit it because you think it's flat, and he wants to, be the opposite of you.
Is it proud contrarian?
Yeah.
No logic in that. He's coping. Remember that, Grandpa? I said that people come here to cope. That's what he's doing. He's not here to debate. He's here to cope.
Yeah, but
And
he
he's
just
doing it
admitted he
well.
knows it's flat.
He's lying to you, pal.
No.
Well, if that's the truth, then he's lying to us.
He would. No, I believe him.
I mean, how else? Like, how can you have pressure without a container? It's obviously.
Well, actually, I did hear someone say that, which is true. So.
Yeah, but that's secondary to the whether or not the Earth is ball.
It's the antecedent for gas pressure.
That just destroys your outer space mythology. But that's secondary to whether or not the Earth is ball.
Look, we all know it's not. Like. I don't understand why you have to keep
totally
beating this over the head with it.
I didn't start it. It was Grandpa was talking to you.
Well, I'm ending it.
No, I called you out. And you're running away, Rich.
Running away?
Glober mentality right there.
No, you just convinced me.
Okay. Oh,
Sounds
actually,
like you guys have
that's
both
good then.
convinced yourselves. Well done.
Well, what are you guys? I mean, that's kind of cool. I just became a flurf, and I just convinced someone else, all within like 2 hours.
No, he convinced himself.
No, he just said I did.
No, he said I'm convinced.
No,
Oh,
he said Grandpa
he
convinced
gave
me.
you the credit.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, I like this.
And here you were crying about silence 20 minutes ago.
I was scared. I admit it. A little scared of silence.
So, Grandpa, since you're an expert on the subject now, let me ask you about this outer space mythology because the Flurfs.
Okay.
They don't. The Flurfs were too indoctrinated by the myth. So, how many times does the Earth go around the sun in a year, according to the outer space mythology?
Well, that implies that the Earth actually moves, which I don't believe it does anymore.
Oh my lord, dude! Your reading
What?
comprehension skills are rough.
What?
He's asking you to
2
steel
hours
man
ago,
the globe.
2 hours ago, when you were still wrapped up in the water ball delusion, I'm just seeing how worthy of a flurf you are.
Oh yeah.
So 2 hours ago, can you remember back to that when you were wrapped up in the water ball delusion? What was your understanding of how many times this Earth goes around the sun in
Once
a year?
Once a year. What do
Okay,
you mean?
there you go. Isn't that a silly little story?
It is.
So dumb.
It is dumb.
You'd
And
be
also,
surprised
can I-
how many Clovers get that wrong when they come in.
Can I point out another argument? Isn't it a weird coincidence that it takes exactly 1 year to go around the sun? Like,
I
what?
know,
First of all, what are the odds of that? Second of all, I mean, honestly, I don't even know how I got brainwashed like that. To be
Well, hold on. What about? Yeah, that's funny because you had leap years all that time.
That's true. Yeah, they would like coincidentally add days to make it match
Yeah,
up.
and hey, Grandpa, remember when they got so desperate they started adding leap seconds?
Did they do that? I didn't even know that.
Well, what kind of water ball ideologist were you, bro?
I think it's because
I think I just
NASA wanted
blindly
to make
accepted
more money. So if you add another day to the year, they get
an
another
extra
billion for
paycheck.
that day. Yeah,
So why did they add a second?
because that
Same reason.
they get paid by the second.
Same reason. That little
Think about,
pocket change.
right? Like a banker, got to think about
But
compound.
I never even thought of the coincidence though that they said, "Oh, it's exactly 1 year for it to go." Like we don't see those like even numbers in nature, as far as I know.
Three
And isn't it just so coincidental that the purported distance between the Earth and the Sun is exactly 1 astronomical unit?
That's a zinger, isn't it?
Astronomical. You know,
Funny
it's
how
also
these
great
things
because
work.
it doesn't matter how many millions of miles there is within 1 AU. They can make that whatever they need it to be, and it's still 1 AU.
Wow, you got to the point of it.
Yeah, thanks for explaining my joke.
So the point of it is just like a rolling damage control.
I guess
Look,
so.
If the Earth is flat, then why do my feet have arches? Boom,
Ooh,
globe Earth.
that's actually a hard one.
I mean, they used to think the sun was 16 million miles away, and that was still 1 AU.
Can I ask maybe a silly question?
No silly questions in here, bud. Go ahead.
No, please.
Well,
Can I ask?
if it's about the outer space mythology, we know it's going to be silly, but go on.
Well, no, it's about the ideology that we have. So if you don't like another race, for example, you're racist. Is there a word for someone who just doesn't like globers?
Who doesn't like globers? We were all globers.
No, I don't like them anymore.
Have you no compassion for your fellow man? No, just listen,
I think
Grandpa.
it would be ableism.
Time out. Just because people are naive, Grandpa. Just because people are naive, it doesn't mean we dislike them.
Yeah, but they're bringing us down as a society.
Listen, remember what Mr. T says. He pities the fool.
I don't. I'm not Mr. T.
Well, maybe you should become more like Mr. T. Get some gold.
You're already pretty close. Like Mr. F and Mr. T kind of look the same. You just got to move that little line halfway up the F to the top, and then
that's fair.
Yeah, no one dislikes Globies. We're in amazement at how ridiculously willfully ignorant they remain, but no one dislikes them.
Why are you saying nobody? I dislike them now. I mean, I'm listening because they lied to me all my life. I dislike getting lied to.
No, time out, dude. Not your teachers weren't lying. They believed the myth.
I don't even know if that's true.
What?
I think I think my teachers were lying to me to make me a good little worker horse.
No, your teacher believed the globe. They believed the paper mache spinning thing on the shelf. They thought that's where they lived. They weren't lying. They were just sharing. They were sharing the myth. Well, I don't. How do you know? Well, how do you know they were lying? You
Because
don't know.
they were mean.
Patterson
They
was
were all
obviously
mean.
lying.
Yeah, literally. They lied to me about my freaking couple other things.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they did it knowingly, though, right?
I think they knowingly did it. It's
Oh,
a theory.
no.
It's my theory.
Sticking to it.
I'm sticking to it. Why would I not?
Okay, well, speculation Sundays where we all these harebrained ideas of what if and what could have been and who thinks this and who thought that. Bring it to Sunday. That's when people speculate. Just stick to the brass tacks in here, bro. It may cause some silence every once in a while, but it's better than listening to you eat eggs.
But when we say speculate, it's like shining a light on things, like you're making things brighter or whatever.
Do you have like a brain problem? Are you well? Have you ever owned or used a dictionary that wasn't your phone?
Well, he was a glober until like an hour ago, man. There's probably something going on there.
I'm asking Grandpa, have you ever seen or used a dictionary that was not also your phone?
Ooh, Good question.
No, I've
Okay, it
used a
shows.
dictionary, but I haven't read a dictionary. If that makes sense.
It shows. Make some flashcards.
Wait, why? We're gonna speculate on Sunday. That means to like brighten up. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
like put on deodorant.
Put on deodorant. No,
Manufactotum also brings.
You're thinking of perspirate.
Manufactotor also gives up a really good point that Michio Kaku said they lied. So.
So. I'm gonna look up. What was the word? Speculate? Spatulate. Oh wait,
I think it was
what was the word?
spatulate.
Spatulate? Was it? No, it wasn't.
I think so.
Having a broad, rounded edge on Sunday.
That sounds like Glober bullshit.
Oh, actually, yeah. Oh, wait, is that what you said? Maybe I misheard you. Spatulate. Spatulate Sundays. Broad at the apex and tapered to the base. Large spatulate leaves.
Yeah, it's like a spatchcock.
Spatchcock? I don't think I've heard that one.
Yeah. You know, like a spatchcock chicken.
Oh, a spatchcock chicken. Okay.
Lay it flat, baby.
Because they're like kind of rounded,
Flat
I
chicken.
guess. Oh, it's flat? Okay.
Yeah, you lay it flat.
Interesting. Now, do they go good with like any other forms of protein by chance?
I mean, it's like satellite options, yeah.
But I'm talking about spatchcock chickens. Like, I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, like on one side you can have a little ball of cornbread, and on the other side, you can have a little ball of mashed potatoes.
Eggs or
eggs?
I like it when NASA puts asteroids into terms we can understand, like whale-sized asteroids.
Well, are asteroids real? No, right?
Well,
I'm beginning to have doubts
how many
about whales too.
Mia Khalifas go into one asteroid?
Mia Khalifa?
Yeah, they measured an asteroid by numbers of Mia Khalifas once.
Oh.
Yep,
Okay.
pretty big.
Nice. Wait, so are they real? I don't even know anymore.
That's funny. Yeah, Grandpa is spending more times on on internet actresses than he is with his dictionary.
What do you mean by that one?
Well, you knew exactly
What's the
who that
ratio
was.
of Mia Khalifa's to Brie Olsen's?
Well, Mia Khalifa, she's a political activist, no?
Seen a few clips of her getting really ass mad about people bringing up her porn career, like on podcasts. Like anybody would want to talk to her about anything else.
Yeah, it's like when you get ass mad when we bring up your chef PFP.
I've gotten over that.
No, it was a joke. Relax, chef. Calm down, chef.
Hello there, flippers.
Hello.
Is this a friggin' Glober right now? That just entered?
No, he's a coper. He's coping. He's not here with any sort of integrity or honesty. He's coping. He's attempting to denigrate because the whole concept of flat Earth, he can't wrap his simpleton little mind around. So he has to just make fun of it.
Flying off
Yeah,
the
he
edge
has to
of
cope. Yeah, he has to come here and cope. You see, you're picking up on it.
He's too busy flying off the edge of the earth because it's spinning at thousands of miles per hour. Idiot.
Yeah, he's lost in space. He thinks he's in outer space. He thinks he's
Literally.
evolved. He thinks he's evolved pond scum. Literally. Yeah, he thinks he is a piece of evolved pond scum, and then he's going to come in here and tell us something?
This guy's
I'm a hyper advanced water balloon. That's what I think.
Complicated, hyper advanced water balloon. He's coping.
I mean, you poke a hole in me, what comes out?
If it's water, you may be Jesus.
Bunch of fucking water.
I can't even take these Globers serious anymore.
No, they don't take themselves seriously. So why would
not.
you?
That's true. I didn't take myself serious up until 2 hours ago.
Well, the product of you taking yourself seriously, of eating eggs and belching on the stream, that,
yeah,
I guess that's pretty serious.
Old man, were you here? I don't know how long ago. It was a few weeks ago, where we were talking. Like somebody had brought up an argument a scientist had made about categorizing humans as fish.
Now, I wish I was here for that. You mean like Aquaman, the comic book guy? No, I wasn't here for that.
No, it's basically a taxonomy joke, but it was presented as it was like a real argument, but it is just a joke from taxonomy.
Sounds hilarious.
Those biologists.
I thought it was kind of funny.
Now, are we going to get down to brass tacks?
Did you say brass tacks?
I believe it's brass
All right. Let's get down to the brass tacks, right?
Yeah, get down
What
to
is your guys' favorite technique for cooking sourdough?
Hey, how are you all doing? I'm doing like
I usually leave in the bread overnight, and then
what bread? Is the bread like really yummy?
All right, we can stop that.
Not typically.
Yeah, wrong server, guys. Anyways, someone in here does have some good bread recipes, but he's not here right now. But see, Grandpa, more coping. You hear that?
Well, I like the food discussions. We're talking.
Well, there's channels for that.
Yeah, but this is my favorite channel for that.
Huh?
I'm just saying this is probably like my favorite channel for
to talk about eggs and bread. So yeah, we try not to do the off-topic shit just for the sake of off-topic. I mean, off-topic stuff gets brought up as long as it's in relation. But yeah, that guy doesn't want any sourdough bread recipes. He's coping.
I think he is coping. Now let's get down to brass tacks, though.
Let's do it. I'm thinking like
start us off, buddy.
7%.
Well, to be frank, I just heard people say that, and then the conversation starts. So I figured I'd just try that out.
Yeah, it's at 7%.
All right, hold on. QOP is here. They look new.
So,
what should the brass tacks be then? New
hold
guy.
on, Rich. Stop spazzing.
6.875.
Yeah, just let Quick Pip, if he wants to speak, let him speak. You guys are talking about food.
No, I was talking about the brass tacks.
Oh yeah, that too, actually.
Okay, well if Quip, what's up, bud? Quick.
I've been here before.
Okay, I just saw a new PFP in the thing, so I just thought these two guys are. We have people asking for bread recipes and eating eggs, so it was a rough morning for the. Yeah, it was a rough morning for the outer space mythology. Once their spacesuit story is sort of unthreaded, so yeah, just wanted to say welcome.
You go through the Apollo zipper thing?
Yeah, I was in and out, but yeah, there was all kinds of things going on.
I want a zipper like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Do you think if I got a zipper like that on my pants, it would hold my farts in?
Definitely. It would have to.
Wow. Anyways, never mind.
Hey, hun! I figured out how to fix my problem. I'm just going to call NASA. You guys are amazing. My wife's going to thank you all.
You know what? I'd love to hear a Glober explain what a day is.
They don't know.
They don't even know.
No. They're just going to say what they've been told.
I'd love to hear it firsthand. Because when I was a Glober, even I didn't know.
Remember what Jim Worson said about day and night?
Do you remember what Kim Cuddy said about day and night?
No.
Oh.
Enlighten me.
Or
point me to
toss
it.
and turn until the morning light at night.
Well, John Lennon said, yeah, whatever gets you through the night. But yeah, Jim Morrison said, the night divides the day, day destroys the night.
And you know what Bedouin
Anyway.
Soundclash said about the night?
Yeah, day, dusk, twilight, night, dawn, pre-dawn, morning dew. Day again. Deo. Daylight come in. We want to go home.
Me said that. Daylight come and me want go home.
Guys, it's getting silent again. I don't like this very much.
Well, you broke it. Hey, Pop, whatever your name is. Let me see how to pronounce it.
QOP?
QOP. Oh, QOP. Okay. I kept trying to say the full name. QOP. So, welcome to the channel.
Are you a Glober?
Well, he heard them talking about spacesuits earlier. So you believe in the story, huh?
I mean, I can pretend to be a Glober if you guys want to debate me.
No,
I can be a better Glober than most Globers, honestly.
Yeah,
Be a Glober.
Kind of the way it goes.
I genuinely hate Globers.
You won't. He's afraid.
Yeah, you need to let your hate go.
I'm a
Let
hater.
the hate flow through you.
I just am.
Hate the game. What is it? Don't hate the player.
No, I hate the players who lied to me all my life.
Dude, they weren't lying.
I believe they were.
Well, but you don't know if they were. They were just telling the myth that they were told, correct?
No, my teacher actually said, this isn't the truth, but I have to teach you it.
No, did he?
What's everyone's favorite source of protein?
Eggs.
I'm
off topic, dude. Grandpa.
Oh, I don't know.
Food. Enough with the food nutrition talk. I'm about to mute you, bro.
I'm just trying to.
You know where most of the soy in America comes from? Minnesota. You know where Kamala just picked her VP from? Yep, you guessed it. Minnesota.
Can't get more condemning proof than that. I mean, jeez.
I've never been to Minnesota.
It's all soy.
Yeah, I can handle that.
They don't even have roads. It's all just soy fields. You have to walk everywhere.
Dick and balls.
Here we go. More coping.
I just joined. What's going on?
What's going on is
Would you
just
like
got
to prove
muted.
this the space
But
water
try
ball
again.
mythos, sir? I guess not.
The fuck?
Do you really think you're on some spinning, wobbling space ball?
Spinning balls? You caught my attention. I can get behind a spinning ball. What kind is
Okay,
it?
then try and get behind the Earth then.
That shit flies. Bro, do people like for real debate this shit and like actually think there's like an argument to be had?
No, the debate's over. It's people like you who come in here, Ben, with your cat PFP to cough up hairballs and cope about it.
Dude, I'm coughing on balls. The fuck? I'm gay as hell.
Hairballs. Off topic. Yeah,
He already
dude,
admitted that the
we're
reason
trying
he
to have
thinks
a
it's a
legitimate
ball is because he
discussion.
loves balls.
Dude, I love
Yeah,
balls. Dude,
that's fine. Yes, we're having
He
a
has an
legitimate
emotional
discussion with
attachment to the spinning
Grandpa,
space ball.
and you're in here flaming out. So I'll mute you until you can get your shit together. Good luck.
Bro, there's no way you're like legit mad. That's crazy.
Yeah, not mad, homeboy.
Dude, that's wild.
I was explaining to you that the debate was over, and you were coughing up a hairball.
Yeah, you missed it. Flat Earth's been proven, bro.
Yeah, you were yapping and coping. For real.
What am I coping about?
Oh, it has to be a ball because I love balls.
Dude, yeah, are y'all's really having a real argument and debate and thinking that there's any legitimacy? Yeah, that's a cope.
That's a cope? Like, bro, I don't know the whole like internet slang. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I ain't heard that. That's wild.
Wait, so is he a Glober? Because like all the Globers on Earth Awakenings have cat pictures. It's weird. I don't know why.
Bro, I'll be honest. I've never seen the flat Earth debate. Like, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, he's completely immersed in the mythology. He can't even comprehend that people could have crawled out of the story of that requires great naivety and willing gullibility. It's above his comprehension level that anyone could have actually woken up. He's so woke, he can't believe people woke up.
I'm woke. Fuck that. Those fucking CRT supporters can suck my fucking clinically.
But Globers are mostly lefties.
He's done now, but now he learned that, yes, we've realized that the water ball is a mythology, the modern day mythology laid down there for the 21st century simpletons to just live within.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
You hear that, Gramps? Another coper. Are you seeing a pattern?
We're just trying to give some new flat earthers some time to speak there, Grandpa. So
yes. Precisely.
I mean,
Let me
if you
try.
want to
Let me try and convince you there, Ben.
Hold on,
Let me.
Rich. No, Rich. No need to convince anyone. I was just going to ask him. He's convinced that he lives on a water ball. So I was just going to ask him how he got convinced of that, because that's
Can I very quickly ask him one more question before that?
No, I'm going to ask him a question because he's in disbelief that this conversation is even occurring.
I am.
That's a simple question. Very quickly.
Okay, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. Hey, Ben. Flat Earther says what?
Okay, Rich. Sit in the corner, put your lampshade on your head, and just chill out, bro. Zip up your suit and do what you need to do.
Right.
But anyways, Ben, since you're in such disbelief that this thing exists, what's your best reason for thinking you live on a water ball? I mean, if you want to get into it, that's fine. But how is it that you know that you're living on the thing that they've shown you in textbooks and TV?
That is true. I do be flying in planes, and like that shit still look flat no matter where I go.
Yeah, good on you for having some honesty about that, because a lot of these people will say, well, get in a plane, you'll see the curve. Well, even if that is the curve you're claiming, that's a tiny Earth. But yeah, good job, Ben.
I think the farther, like if you look in a diagonal pattern, you might see like a minor curve, but that's probably just like visual fucking, I don't know, that's just like fucking visual manipulation.
Yeah, with the window.
Yeah, like it's not like this fucking.
So what?
This huge thing. Like,
Well, yeah, it is a good point, though, isn't it, Ben? That they have the masses wrapped up in this idea, embedded in their psyche, that they're on a ball, spinning ball, covered 70% plus with water, hurtling through outer space, chasing a star. Yet no one can point to anything in their life that would substantiate that. All they have, and all we had, was, oh, we have a story. Well, the story must be true, right? We all believe it, right, guys? So yeah, that's the point of this channel, Ben. Thank you for not trolling, and you came in a little hot, but thanks for not trolling and insta-spiraling. But yeah, that's why we're here, is this water ball that's shown to us on TV, the textbooks, and at the movies. It shows itself nowhere in reality. It's just a story. It's a story to support a story. It's a mythos. It's a religion.
I mean, like, if we're kind of basing ideas off of like pure intellectual honesty, I guess like it is right to challenge the idea itself, but it's also right to at least like think that both sides are equal. Since we're like we don't really have the evidence to even.
Okay, so what is the best evidence what's the best evidence you have that makes you so certain you live on a ball flying through space? I mean, you do
make a good point in the regard that it's like, yeah, we do get fed this fucking story that we're on this spinny little ball and physics exists, and that we do all these things on this spinny little globe chasing a star. So it's like,
yeah, grandiose astrophysics, and we're heading towards a black hole. Hell, we might even be inside of a black hole. You know, it's just a story.
I mean, yeah,
and most people,
existence.
Yeah, most people can't figure that out.
Yeah, like I think both sides make valid arguments. It just come down to time will tell us what the truth is, I guess. Like,
well, what time has told us? Yeah, all you have to do is fill up a bathtub and look at the water. It's not curving. No matter what the body of water is, it isn't curving. So time has told us. So that's you keep saying, oh, well, both sides have valid points. So what is the best point for water ball?
Well,
what is it?
If we are flying in a plane, yes, there is no curve. However, I think it's like you sit there and see.
Dude, I'm not asking for evidence that the Earth is flat. We know that. We live in reality. I'm asking for those people who choose to remain dwelling in this mythology. You right now, what is your best evidence that you're living on the ball that they show us on TV? Not how everything in reality points towards flat. We know that.
Huh. I'll be honest. I'd have to do some research. I haven't delved into the topic.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that it shouldn't that be on the tip of your tongue if that's our reality? It's weird. They had us all. It's weird, but yeah, they gave us a story. They fed it to us. They gave no other option.
That's true. I'd have to really think about that. I haven't really like delved into it. Like I said, like I gotta do some research. Like there's some compelling evidence to show that the Earth is flat. I mean, shit, flying over a fucking body of water, shit look flat as hell.
Well, thanks for being honest, because usually people just go into storytelling mode and they start Googling and you hear the clacking and they say, well, we're flying through space because there's a black hole out there. And so,
I
yeah,
guess like the only
good on
argument
you for keeping it together.
the only argument to like maybe slightly even challenge the a flat Earth like idea is that if we are flying in a plane, we're not high enough up to see the curve. Other than that, there's not really like a crazy fucking argument to be had.
Are you coping?
I don't know. I'll be playing Minecraft.
Yeah, that would be the spell check correcting what didn't need to be corrected. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't mute you.
What the? Did my pickaxe disappear? What the fuck? Sorry, what? Oh my god. Yeah. What other debates are there? What other debates are motherfuckers having? Islam? Palestine? I ain't even getting in there. Judaism? Uh-oh. Apologetics? What the fuck does that mean?
You can read those to yourself. Yeah, there's a whole list of them. It's the politics server.
Yeah, like I'm trying to find like I thought this one would be interesting.
There's some Olympic watch-alongs.
Is there?
The other day there was an Olympic channel. I don't know.
Oh. Yep. Yeah. It loaded as hell. They're not like a CRT debate or some shit.
Off topic. And it's not the topic, but yeah.
Like, is there one on here? Like a channel?
I don't know. I'm sure you'll find someone to blabber on about that.
Yes. Alright, we'll try this.
Hello.
Good evening. What's up, dude?
What's up? Is that
I'm good.
is there a particular explanation from the flat Earth side for why
Peter, how are you? How are Peter?
to why the Hammer sign is used for estimating a height of a celestial body?
Or is it Bacon? Is it you, Bacon?
Yes. What's up?
Oh, hey, Bacon, how are you? What's up?
All right. What about you?
Yeah, good. Just chilling. It's cold down here in Australia. So, what was your You want to present something?
Yeah, I want to ask something. If there's what's the understanding of flat Earth for why the Hammer sign is used to estimate the elevation of a celestial body?
Oh, as far as I understand, the Havish sign formula is used to turn the flat Earth measurements into a ball. So you start with flat, and then the Havish sign turns it into a ball, turn those measurements into a sphere.
But I mean,
Whereas it's not
given
measured as a sphere in the beginning.
well, I mean that doesn't make a lot of sense because you don't use measurements with the Hammer sign. You use 2 pairs of coordinates in the Hammer sign. So that doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, I'm just saying the Havish sign is used to convert the flat measurements into a globe.
I understand that claim. However, given the equation, the function of Hammer sign, that claim doesn't make sense because none of the parameters of the equation is a measurement.
Yeah, I know. It's a conversion.
Well, what do you think is being converted?
Flat to sphere. They take a flat map and they wrap it around a ball.
Yeah, but we're not using Hammer sign to make a map. We're using Hammer sign to estimate a elevation angle.
No, as far as I understand, Havish sign is used to convert the flat Earth flat measurements into a globe map.
Yeah, I think you're not familiar with the Hammer sign formula because that doesn't make a lot of sense. If you have used it, you should know that it doesn't really fit what it does.
Well, it does if you're measuring everything flat and then you want to convert it into a sphere, then you use the Havish sign formulas. That's as far as I understand.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you've been explained it wrong because I have used it. I know the formula from the top of my head, and that.
So what do you use the Havish sign formula for then? It was not to convert flat to spherical.
To what is used for to estimate the elevation of a celestial body, given the estimated position of the observer and the ground position of the celestial body. So we are not using measurements.
Well, if you calculate the theory of the probability of why the Earth is flat, chances are it's flat.
Oh, wonderful! But that doesn't really answer my question. Someone said something?
I was going to say we use a sextant to get the angle of the sun or a celestial object.
Yeah, we don't use the sextant for Hammer sign. Hammer sign does not apply to the sextant reading. There are 2 inputs to Hammer sign. One is the estimated position of the observer. The other is the geographical position of the celestial body. The elevation angle is simply not part of the equation. That's why it doesn't make sense to say you're converting between flat Earth and globe Earth, because that really doesn't make sense given how the formula is actually being used.
Where did you get your map from? Where did you get your globe map from?
I'm not talking about using a globe map.
I can verify the integrity of this information, given the fact that I'm looking at it as we speak.
Sure.
Correct.
Thanks.
They use Haversine formula to navigate. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it's part of the navigation process. At least the part of doing a selection navigation fix using a universal plotting sheet. For example, when you have a universal plotting sheet and you want to do a 3-star fix, you're going to use something called a calculated altitude, which starts with your estimated position in the GP of a celestial body, and it gives you an estimated height for that celestial body. That estimated height, that's calculated using either a psi reduction table or the Haversine formula or the Great Circle Rod formula. So all those give you the same answer.
This is all verified information.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand if there's a justification from the Flat Earth side to why that formula would be used.
There isn't.
No, we don't. Earth's measured flat.
And you don't use Haversine?
It's converted into a ball. No, it's converted into a ball using the Haversine formula. It's got nothing to do with celestial navigation. I don't know where you get that from. That's nutty.
Well, it's
being used,
it's part of the process.
There ain't even no point for it, really. When you go up to a fucking mountain and do your estimation, you're not even doing it from the center of Earth. You're not doing it from Earth anyway. You're not doing it from a ground position at all. You're making an imaginary fucking line, right? Then you're doing math from your imaginary line to your angles of altitude, which don't fucking give you the altitude to anything. So I don't know why you even call them that.
Source.
And then you add Haversine for no good reason, because you're dealing with a flat plane. All you need is perspective. Just to put a line there, and then add perspective in front of perspective. Put a line there, then add perspective along a horizontal line forever, and you'll be good.
This is an art class, Bubba.
Wish you guys quit adding fucking circles to a flat surface and act like you're making any sense. It just don't make no sense, really.
Type shit.
Well, whoever said we're not using Haversine, I would like to see celestial navigation being done without using Haversine.
You're not doing anything. You're not doing shit but just talking out your mouth about fucking papers on fucking numbers on paper that are fucking useless. Garbage trash. Sorry.
Well, then give me a compelling argument as to why we're being fed this whole story our whole life. But when you get in a plane, depending on how high you are up, regardless of that, you can say you can see a curve, which is cool and all.
Oh, you're on a flat Earth is what you're fed, and there is no fucking curve, and you couldn't find one, you couldn't touch it, and you can't measure it. Now, why are you fed that story that you can't find your so big curve?
There is no curve.
That's fucking stupid. There is no curve, no shit. So what story are you being fed?
What story are you being fed?
I haven't been fed a story. I just woke up and heard somebody tell me about cockamamie ass Haversines that don't exist anymore.
Literally. No.
Yeah, they exist in the fucking air. So that's what I've been told.
I mean, realistically, both sides have compelling arguments. If you take a quick look.
Are you retarded?
Yeah, not gonna lie.
Fucking retarded. Don't ever tell me there's a compelling argument for me. That's for you, stupid, for retarded people. If you're compelled, retarded, that's good for you, motherfucker. I'm not compelled by no garbage ass math.
Dude, did you just get kicked out of your trailer, brother man?
Hey, Ben.
Do you need a cigarette?
Hey, time out, Ben. You've shifted your troll because 10 minutes ago I asked you what the best evidence was, and you go, "Oh, wow, good point. I don't know." And now you're saying, "Hey, bro, have a cigarette and do a quick search." Dude, stop trolling, Ben. Stop trolling, Ben.
A cigarette when I don't smoke. Why are these guys mad because I got a man voice and they got little girl voices?
Yeah, they got a little girl voice.
Does the Haversine help you get a better voice too? Be a man?
They got a little girl voice.
Hey,
you got
beta
fans, brother.
Hey, big old beta bin. Shut up. Don't worry about it.
Brother,
Little girl voice. Shut up, girl voice.
You got
Stop
soft
talking like a
hands,
fucking
brother.
girl. Do you need some perfume? Do you need to smoke a perfume cigarette?
Fucking perfume on my balls.
Yeah, I know. Would that prove a globe to you? A haversack?
You're trying to do something, dude. You're trying to blow me, you fucking faggot.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking.
When are you
Don't talk to
available?
your mom like that on Discord, dude.
Stop! You're gonna make me fucking cunt. What?
Why are you talking to people in your family like that on Discord?
Dude, suck my dick.
That's
You fucking
crazy.
homo thug.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Can you suck my nut?
Fuck you, but
I don't believe in white people.
It's welcome to Troll Brigade Tuesdays, everyone.
Welcome to Globers Anonymous Group Therapy. Welcome. Just get a name tag there, grab a coffee and a donut, and we'll be right with you.
Hi, my name is Cooper, and I believe in the globe.
Hello. How are you, Cooper? Can you share your story about the globe? About your globism?
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Cooper. Now let's hug.
For coffee and cigarettes, right? Remember the 12-step process. Step 1, you are powerless to change the shape of the Earth from a globe.
Yes, this 12-step program. 12-step program for recovering globers.
I want to give them a math program to let them know math isn't real. I want to know where the math touched them and why do they believe it's physical, because how did it touch them?
Dima, if you have 1 apple and I give you 2 apples, how many apples do you have?
Cooper.
I got apples. I don't got no numbers.
If
Yeah,
you
you
write
got
2
3
plus 2 on a
apples.
piece of paper, Cooper, how many fucking 2s do you
I
have?
had some apples. I don't have any numbers still. So if you can hand me a 2 without
Oh, well, the numbers
that'd be
represent
great.
something, right?
Oh, numbers represent physical stuff. So without the physical
Not
stuff,
all
the number
numbers,
is
but they're
useless.
used to represent.
So without physical stuff, the number is useless, right? Right? So now go to the curve,
You're
stand
just
there,
denying that it has stuff to
measure
equal.
to the curve, not a number.
I would say
Don't
that all the
calculate
math.
anything. Listen,
I would
don't
say that
use
the most
retarded
math
math.
is used.
No, don't use retard math. Quit talking over me, retard.
Just because you don't
Nobody
understand,
can hear your retard math recording. Nobody can hear how dumb your math is. So the curve of Earth.
I understand that you don't
get it, right? To the physical curve. So give me the number where it's at in front of me right now, because it's all a fucking cycle of.
Oh no, you don't need math for that. You just go up high enough and you can see it, right?
No matter where the human is on Earth, you can give them a 360 math, and it should tell them, right, where they are from the curve, because it's curving every fucking where for everyone, right? At every interval of 8 inches per mile. So if you fucking knew math, you wouldn't be talking stupid. You would have just gave me the answer, dumb fuck. So stop trying to use math. It's not helping you. You can't math the curve out. You can calculate it, but you can't math where it's at, because nobody can find it. You can just calculate where it might be someday. So what's your math good for if you can't put a fucking pin in it?
Well, you can tell me I have.
I ain't got to tell you shit. Mathematics, Narnia. Snuffleupagus 527900501 Habersign 2 squared.
Look,
we talk 720198. I know. 50 apples, 22700. I'm gonna number the hell out of this shit. I'm gonna map the hell out of you, Cooper.
Map.
Yeah, 5792. I'm gonna talk to you with numbers, since that's all you can fucking understand is numbers. 2 of these and 3 of these and 50 of these plus 8 of those minus 100 negative of these. You don't even know what the fuck I did. There's nothing here. Isn't that cool? Number man.
Good job. You showed me.
Shit, in math, one string is an infinite number of strings, isn't it? Because 1 degree is infinite, right? So that one apple in your math is an infinite fucking apple, retard. Is that cool? Is that right?
So if I give you 1 apple, you have infinite apples?
Yeah, I have an infinite degree of apples. I have 100% apple, and I can go to every percentage of such, or every degree. Yeah. Yeah. An apple is endless. It's an endless apple with math. Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know.
Good job.
Yeah, I know. Every degree is endless. It's infinite between each degree. Unlike a radio station. Yeah, I know. You didn't know that, did you?
D-Mac. I know
What do you want
think
to
you're
know
making
about your
sense right now.
infinite apple?
It's just
Yes, it's an infinite apple, and that apple usually has seeds, and that'll prove that it can be infinite too. Isn't that weird? Fucking seeds. So your infinite number of 1 apple. It's all apples, isn't it? If you hand me an apple, do I have numbers and cosines? No, sir. No, I don't. Hand me a cosine apple. That's what I want. Stupid.
when you go to your boss and calculate your paycheck up, you just say, well, I mean, if I have 1 hour on my timesheet, I should have infinite hours on my timesheet, right?
Fucking right. Who doesn't want paid
How does
forever?
that work out for you?
How many tangents does it
Who
take to
doesn't
make an
want
apple?
paid forever? How does what work out? Telling him my paycheck should be infinite? He probably says, oh, I just have a different opinion. And I say, oh, well, my opinion is I need you to pay me forever. And he'll say, ha, ha, ha. No one should be paid forever. And we'll have a funny laugh. Retard. That's how jokes go. Dumb fuck.
Because in real life, yeah, we don't use that's.
How come when
we
you
don't
take
use
math
numbers
to your boss and you don't know any math and you can't hand him a 52751 so you can get paid for it? Because I would be your boss. I want to buy a 57291 from you. I can't fucking do that math, retard. Why is that? So you don't even have a fucking job, math boy. So you should stop selling numbers to people because they're not buying them.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I know 1832.
Anything else?
Yeah, 27. Habersign,
Really?
co-altitude. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Arctangent,
Really
angles.
funny because I understand why you're frustrated. You don't understand these things, and
Yeah, I know.
it can be frustrating to see the limitations of our
I know.
mind.
Yeah, numbers are hard. Numbers are so hard being themselves.
They are hard. Math
How many
is
ones are
unironically
there?
hard.
How many A's are in the alphabet? 1? How many ones are in the number system, retard? Just 1, retard? How many ones you got? How the fuck can you hand me 1 and 1 apple, bitch, when you only got 1? That's like handing me 2 A's out of the alphabet. There's only 1, you fucking retard. Who taught you math? Slow
Your mama's
motherfucker.
ass.
How did they teach you slow fucking math? You got all kinds of ones running around everywhere. These minion math. Oh, we got little minion
One
one.
nut, two nut, red nut, blue nut.
No, there's only one number one. Once you use it, it's gone. Now what do you got? A number 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You got other numbers to choose from. Stupid ass.
Tima, please go back on your meds, please.
Why are they going to make me know 1 and 2 mean something? 1, 2 equals 21 equals 1 plus 2 equals 1 over 2. 1 divided by 2 times 2 squared.
They
2
might
divided
chill
by
out
1.
your schizophrenia.
Yeah, that's what math seems like. I'm just trying to do some math with you. It sounds
Okay, buddy.
schizophrenic to me too. Isn't that weird? Okay,
T-Max,
schizo math. Point.
have you talked to
The
Terrence
doctors are
Howard?
trying to help you.
Who's trying to help me? Number 15202.
No, I think Terrence Howard is. I think you should get together with him.
Terrence Howard's going to help me do C3PO or R2D2.
Yeah, I think you'd be down with it.
Fuck yeah, 1 and 1 is 57. I love this shit. I thought 1 and 1 made 11. I didn't know it made 2. Shit, I've been writing that down wrong. 1, 1, it's not 11. It's 2. Damn. I thought we had a number 2 for 2, didn't we? What the fuck is going on here?
What does that equal sign mean, T-Mac?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't make it up, retard. Did you? Were you,
You
the
didn't make
first
it
guy
up,
to
so you
ever
don't know what
equal
it means?
something? Are you the first guy to use equal? It means
You didn't make it
sugar.
up, so you don't know what it means?
It's called sativia, equal. You put it in your coffee. What the fuck else do you need to know?
So you're
What else do you
schizo,
want to
is
know
that...
about coffee, sweet and low, stupid? What the fuck do you need to know about equal?
That you're schizo.
Yeah, so you're talking about sugar, but I'm a schizo. You're supposed to be talking about numbers. I didn't know an equal sign were numbers, retard.
Well, you're talking about math, retard.
No, I wasn't talking about math. You guys were, but you can't tell me what I'm saying. Equal 529852. I just said have a good day. Pull your pants up. You stink like shit. You didn't even know it though because I talked to you in numbers. And I thought you guys knew math language. Now you don't know any math. It's weird. So you know nothing
I
about
know.
numbers.
It's like the 8. If you turn it sideways, it's infinite. So, like, what is 8? Sideways infinity? It's so stupid.
Right. It's like a mask. It's like a Batman mask or a Hamburglar mask when you turn it sideways too. So you get it at number 8 and you go robble robble. Yeah, number 8. Yeah, that's cool. A 0. Yeah. A straight 8, not twisted like a donut. Yeah, it's all cool. These numbers are just so fucking awesome for nothing. What would you need numbers for? Do the ants need numbers to live, or are they just like fucking distraught now? The whole ant, bird, bee, beetle, bug, everything in the world besides humans are just fucking fucked now because of numbers, right? They don't have the math. They can't equal stuff. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, like animals. Like, how could they possibly know if they like have 3 children and then some of them, like one of them dies, and now like do they know they have 2? Like, how could they keep track? Unless it's like when a duck is crossing a road and the mother duck is looking for all the ducklings. Like, how are they counting?
Right. They're not saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know that much.
They probably have like a duck language for numbers. Someone unmute Grandpa.
Whoever's cheerleading for Gramps, his mask fell off. He was running a cope LARP an hour ago. Now he's returned, thinking he can reinvent himself. He's a clown. So whoever's cheerleading for him, I will unmute him as long as he can get back to not spaz cope spiraling and unsolicited medical advice bullshit. Does that sound fair? Whoever's cheerleading for him?
Yeah.
But you realize that's why he was muted, because he's being a clown. You get that, right?
Oh, he was doing some like anti-vax stuff or something?
Now you're a clown and you get, no, that's not what was going on, or something.
Oh, I was just asking.
Yeah, now you have time to think. That's the problem. You speak without thinking. Get it? Now, Gramps can stay on mute. He's a clown. His mask fell off. He was LARPing. There'll be another troll parachute in here. Don't you worry. You can cheerlead from the sidelines, Jay Reezy.
Maybe help them find some globe proof. They sure need it.
Yeah, if it were as simple as that, they wouldn't be doing a collective spaz out today. I'll unmute you guys, but try to keep it together. Because Grandpa starts crying if there's any silence.
Yeah, it's like a daycare in here.
Hey, wait, what
Can't leave 'em
medical
alone for a
diagnosis
moment.
did I give?
Move on from it, Grandpa.
Well,
It
I'm
was
just saying.
if you listen, if your reading comprehension skills were up to date, I called it a hack medical advice.
No, I know, but what are
Okay,
you
you're
referring
done.
to?
You're a clown. Go listen to the YouTube. Listen to yourself.
I will.
Okay.
Wait,
Take
where's
10
the-
minutes.
what do I do?
Listen to yourself. Cope with Cooper, and then you'll see why you're muted. Or you can just move on, because you were LARPing an hour ago, and now you're
Wait,
going to cope
I didn't
spiral.
know there was a YouTube. I'm trying to look it up right now. Hold on.
it's called an altitude angle, how come you don't know the altitude anything with it? The co-altitude to the coefficient. Man, co-tangent. So the tangent line's not good enough to be itself? Why is that? Why would you make a tangent line that couldn't be itself? Why are you doing that? Why are all these globers measuring straight lines in the fucking first place? Why don't they just measure the arc to the arc and give us the M&M factor? Where's the M&M tangent at? Where is an arc tangent at? On a focal point?
Can you prove it?
Prove what? What am I proving? I'm just asking questions, brother. What am I proving? I'll prove to you that I can write numbers anywhere on anything and it don't mean shit. What do you want to do with that? I can write gang signs and numbers next to each other and nobody would be the wiser.
So you're saying numbers don't matter?
Fucking right.
They're fickle.
72519, what's that matter? Did you need that number? Could you have lived without it? Pretty sure you could have. Pretty sure you can live without any number. Did you know that?
Can you live without internet?
Yeah. There's no such thing as no internet. Everybody's been talking through the wind since they were Indians, brother. There's always been Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi.
Oh wow, you are just fucking bright. Yeah, there's always been internet. That's the next conspiracy. There's always been internet. God, you're a fucking dumb fuck. You are a fucking dumbass. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, you dumb piece of fucking garbage.
Well, that's against the rules.
No wonder you idiots think the fucking world is flat. You think the wind and the fucking chimes and the birds are internet. You think the birds are internet community. You fucking idiot. You fucking dumbass.
Sharks and whales pick up electrical signals, brother, and send them thousands of miles.
That's not internet. You are retarded.
It's not internet. A signal through the air isn't internet. Last time
there's no difference between signals and internet? Wow, yeah. I guess when the Indians were sending smoke signals, they were communicating via internet. What search engine did the Indians use? What search engine did the Indians use to Google things? You fucking
Did the
idiot.
Indians use TCP or UDP?
God, you're fucking retarded. Holy fucking jumping Jesus.
Wi-Fi's magic. We know,
Did
Mr.
the Indians use TCP or UDP? I don't
fucking
know.
retard.
This guy a Glober?
If I throw a banana 100 feet in the air, I've communicated via internet. God, you're stupid.
Hey, 1,000 miles away, a whale can talk to another whale. No internet. Internet.
Yeah, I agree. No internet. It's because it's a different thing.
It's called communication.
It's a different thing. Yeah, it's a different thing. It's a different way of communication.
Not, you fucking retard.
Really? There's no difference between the internet that the humans use and whales? Really? Are you serious? Holy shit. All right. You know what? I'm not going to argue with someone who clearly does not live in objective reality. So you can go ahead and continue living in fantasy land. Have fun. Have fun.
Say
hello to the gnomes and the pixies first. Say hello to Gandalf the Grey. Go ahead. Yep.
I thought Whales Boy stuck on using Linux. I don't even think they have Wi-Fi yet underneath the water.
Well, listen, hey man, you ask an Indian how he sent smoke signals thousands of miles. You asked him how he talked on the wind.
By burning wood, you dumb fuck. By burning wood, you are retarded.
Smoke signals didn't go thousands of miles.
Also true, yeah. Also that.
So if you go outside and you smoke a cigarette, what happens to the smoke? Does it stay there? Does it travel thousands of miles? Can somebody?
It flies off in the exact
Wait. If I'm 1,000 miles
signal
away, can I see somebody smoking a cigarette?
I don't give a fuck if you lit the entire world on fire to send the signal to the moon. It's still different than the internet. People just think they're smart comparing very different things.
Yeah, dude, I live on the East Coast. I can see all those stoners in California smoking.
So how is a signal different than a signal? Light is a signal, radio propagation, sound.
You don't understand that there are different types of signals? Do I really need to explain to you how words work now? So
It's
hold
all
on. So
electricity,
first,
you fucking
so
fat ass nut.
first, it's the Earth is like a pancake, right? So that's already retarded enough. But
No, nobody
once we
said
move
Earth
away
was a
from that
pancake, nigga,
retardation,
you fucking
now you
retard.
just don't know how
You're
like
stuck in your
basic
own little
reality and words function. Yeah.
construct.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah, I
I'm
know
not surprised
pancake brain.
considering you don't know
Must
any
be
basic
pancake
science or
Wi-Fi
geometry
too.
or whatever.
Yeah, I
But like
know
you
pancake
are
geometry,
especially retarded.
pancake
See, like
Wi-Fi.
most
Your
flat
flat
earthers are just
geometry
like
is so
kind of
cool.
retarded. They've just like bought into
Yeah,
like
I
one
know
big lie,
Flatliner.
and now they're like kind of stupid. But
Yeah, I know
you seem to be
Flatliner.
especially retarded.
I know fucking retard. You're about the dumbest motherfucker we've ever heard in here, Flatliner.
I'm not the one saying that whales talking to each
Hey,
other is
brother,
the
we
same as
don't
internet.
care.
I'm
You
not the
can
one
entertain
saying
us with
that.
all
Notice
your
how no
nonsense.
one is
You're
backing you
saying
up
you
because
live
you
on a
sound like a
magic water
dumbass.
ball,
You
you
sound
dumbass
like a
loser, bitch.
dumbass. You're such
You
an
think
idiot.
you live on a magic water ball and you're sending signals
You
around
think
it, you fucking
you think you live
retard.
on a magical pancake? What's like I could
No,
just
I
say
don't
what
live
you're
on a
saying back to
pancake.
you.
That's your model
I could
too.
just say what you're
So you
saying,
live
but
on
you
a
think that
flat
all science is
pancake,
lying
bro.
and that like the devil is at work
Or
at
you live on
NASA.
a
Like you're
flat
also
globe.
retarded.
That's correct.
If like you
You live
whatever
on a
you
flat
say, I
pancake
could say
globe.
something equally as offensive and retarded back at you. Because what
Flat
you believe is
pancake
retarded.
globe.
The things you're saying are retarded.
Energy is beyond you. I know it's above your pay grade. Frequencies,
Energy?
transmissions of electricity.
Energy? What
Electricity's
energy?
beyond you, brother. It's
Okay,
okay.
yeah. Go ahead,
It's all
Einstein. Tell
right,
us about
brother.
energy. Go ahead. Yep.
You don't run from electricity. You're breathing it in.
See, what are you even? You were just schizo talking now.
You're an electrical,
Nothing that
biological
I
entity.
just said should
Everything
warrant
you
any of
do
that as a
is off a
response.
signal.
Yet you're saying it anyways because your brain
Yeah,
is like
humans
jumbled
are
and confused.
Wi-Fi. They work by Wi-Fi and
What's the
Bluetooth.
difference between UHF and VHF? Do you even know?
What?
They're just signals, bro. They're the same. What's the difference between UHF and VHF? See, why is it every time I ask a question to flat earthers, they just go silent? They can't answer anything. Silence speaks louder than words, I guess. Bro can't even explain the difference between UHF versus VHF. Signals are the same,
But
bro.
give him a second, bro. He's asking ChatGPT. Give him a second.
Yeah, alright.
The guy, I mean, of course he doesn't know. He doesn't even know what an equal sign is. Ask him what an equal sign is. He'll bug out.
What? There's different radio
two
frequencies? There's different waves?
perpendicular and parallel to each other. It's like a train track, just a piece. What are you going to do with it?
Perpendicular and a train track. That's the
Parallel,
difference between
perpendicular,
UHF
two
and
lines.
VHF. They're perpendicular and
And
a train
equal.
track.
There it is. I knew I was going to
What?
mute it. You
You
couldn't
did-
go a
It's two
second
lines,
longer
brother.
without me. You fucking flat earthers are so predictable. Every time I come in here trying to get muted, I get
he
muted
just
for
said-
like a
he
minute
just
or
said
two,
the
and then I
difference
get
between-
unmuted immediately because you idiots get fucking bored. You idiots get fucking bored. You can't handle it. You need me. You fucking know it. Don't fucking mute me again or I'm
We need
leaving.
a fucking
Don't you
retard.
fucking mute me again or I'm just going to leave.
We need a shit eater. Mute this retard.
You don't even know the
Yeah,
difference
do what he
between
says.
UHF
Do what
and
he fucking
VHF.
says.
No, don't ever do what I say. Nobody.
Spaz out. Spazzer. The reason why I muted you is you joined the clown brigade before who's tossing out unsolicited.
Before learn to speak.
You sound like you are
Andrew.
genuinely struggling to talk like
as soon
Joe
as you
Biden.
started talking, bro,
You're
I
the
just
one
stopped
giving these
listening. Every time you talk, I just stop listening.
unsolicited medical.
Bro, you can't even like make a sentence, bro. Can you be clear?
You guys are off
That's what
topic.
flat earthers do.
Oh
they
my
try
no
to
one
make themselves
cares
sound
about
smart
your
and intelligent, and they can't
medical
even form a
advice.
sentence.
No one cares about
I know
your
that, like,
hack medical
science
advice.
has known the shape of the Earth for like 5,000 years, but like, they're all lying, dude. They're all lying. It's like down here, I can't see the whole Earth with my two eyeballs. There's a tiny
you guys
human,
are
so it must be
coping.
flat.
Relax,
What's perspective? Gee, gosh, golly, I don't know.
Or what Demonic said. Radio waves, one's a train, one's a
Okay,
parallel.
guys, relax. If you guys are if you guys have the intellectual high ground, act like it.
There comes
You
a
guys
point
give
when
your
someone
hack.
is so stupid.
Listen, you give your hack medical diagnoses on the fucking minute, a parade of you, and then you wonder why you're muted. So just calm down. If you guys are so certain of this water ball mythology, then relax.
I am going to do and say whatever I want, and if I'm muted again, I will just leave and go.
Next.
Yeah, like old horse man, whatever your name is. Like, I don't even care what you say because you just stutter. You can't even like speak a coherent sentence properly.
Yeah,
so
I was
whatever you
trying
say
to
is just
speak over
automatically
you,
nullified and
Staggered.
incorrect.
Okay, I was trying to.
From like here on out, whatever you say is just false.
That's fine. I was trying to speak over you, spastics. It's been a parade of the same script.
See,
for
you
the
can't
last...
even make a sentence. You can't
Dude,
even make a
can't
sentence. You're
listen.
stumbling like Joe Biden, bro.
Dude, you can't
Make
listen.
a coherent sentence. Like, come up with your
Okay.
hypothesis. Prove to me why the Earth is flat. You can't. You're just
Well, dude,
stuttering.
Relax. The
You're
last
just
3
stuttering.
hours. The last 3 hours.
You don't
has
tell me
been
what to
half
do. I'll live my
metaphor
life how I want.
What?
Don't tell me what to do. I'll live my life how I want.
I was talking about the last 3 hours in here.
You've been on this Discord for 3 hours. Holy
Yeah, I've been
fuck,
up all day,
bro.
dude.
Go get a
It's
life,
called-
dude. Get
yeah,
a
it's called
fucking life.
multitasking.
Go get a job. Get a family. You're like 40 and believe the Earth is flat. Where's your wife and
Okay,
kids?
dude. They're at the beach.
Holy shit! Like, are you just as
I'm
disabled as
joining
Crit?
them down
like,
there
with
later.
his fucking
Do you need to know any? Do you need to know what I'm having for dinner?
Just as autistic as Crit. All you guys do is like talk with your lisp and stutter. You can't even like make any sense of what you're saying.
Oh, so sorry to disappoint you.
What is it? Radio frequencies. One is a train. One's a parallel and perpendicular. What the fuck does that even mean? That's not what VHF and UHF is. Demonic. They're just signals, bro. Bro can't even differentiate between what an RF is and a UHF. Imagine.
Hey man,
Holy
it's all
chill, man, chill. Holy
it's all
shit.
electrical. You tell me how you get a signal without
Holy
electricity, I'll
shit.
kiss your ass, dumb bitch.
I climb radio towers for a living and set up microwave
And it's
dishes.
electricity, right?
It's more than just electricity.
It's
Yeah,
more
it
than
sounds-
electricity.
This is more than
like you've
electricity.
been-
Electricity is
yeah,
a
it sounds-
component.
Yes, it sounds like you've been subjected to a lot of microwave activity, bro. Let me guess. You run
Yeah,
home and then
bro.
throw a potato, and then you
Yeah,
run.
bro.
Let me guess.
Yeah,
Your
bro.
idea of cooking is running home and throwing a potato in the microwave too.
You never use a microwave to heat up dishes?
No,
Never
I don't
warmed up
own a
food in a
microwave.
microwave? You don't
I
own a
don't own a
microwave?
microwave. No, I have a toaster oven. You idiot! You're too impatient to actually cook things properly because you've been microwaved
You're being
on
exposed to
towers.
microwave right now. You're on Discord.
Okay, well, at least I'm
You're
not
using
cooking
the
my
internet. You're being
potatoes.
exposed to a microwave right now. If it's so
No,
bad
I'm
for you, why are
walking
you
around in
using
my.
it?
I'm
Why are
walking
you
around
using
in my
Discord if
Faraday
it's so
cage
bad
on
for you?
wheels. I've got a Faraday cage on wheels.
You're still being exposed to it.
Oh no!
See, if you want to live by that
Less
principle, you
than
should be
you.
off the Discord. You should be off of
Less
the
than
internet.
you, bro.
You shouldn't even own a phone in that case.
Less than you, bro.
You shouldn't own a phone. You shouldn't even be on Discord. You shouldn't even listen to the radio in your car for all I care. You should actually unhook all your Bluetooth devices right now.
I don't use Bluetooth. Thank you very much.
Okay, but you shouldn't be on Discord
Yeah,
then. If
this
you're
is
getting
what's going on,
exposed. You're getting
Maynard.
exposed to your
Maynard.
microwave.
Maynard.
You're using the internet on Discord
brain
right
is
now.
melting.
You're being exposed. You should be away
Okay,
from it.
go blame Al Gore. I didn't invent the thing.
Well, why are you using it if you don't like it? If you're so against it, why are you using
Well,
the very
because I
sole thing
just-
that you're against?
Because I don't. I'm just saying I don't cook my potatoes with a microwave.
I'm not talking about your potatoes. I'm asking you, why are you
Oh,
on
you're the one that
Discord
brought it
right
up.
now
You're
if
the
you're
one that
using
brought
the
it up.
internet to communicate?
What?
Why are you using the internet to
Dude,
communicate
did
if
I
you
say-
don't want to be exposed to microwaves?
Dude, did I say that I was going
Answer
to
my
have
question.
zero?
Stop dodging the question. Answer
Dude,
it
did I
directly.
say I was going to have zero? I have to function. What? Listen, you guys act like, oh, why don't you guys get a life? Well, I have a life.
Yeah, but if you're
Okay?
against all
And it
sort of
includes
microwaves and all
modern
these
day. No, I'm
frequencies,
not.
why are you using
No,
the
bro.
internet?
Oh,
Get rid
well,
of the
let's set up a
internet.
tin can. How about you and I set up a tin can with a string then? You want to carry on the conversation that way?
I'm
All
not
I'm
living.
saying
I'm
is,
not living.
all I'm
I'm not
saying
living
is,
by.
dude,
I'm not living
you
my life by
no,
your means. You're
I'm
living your
not a
life by
monk.
your means.
I'm
If
not
you
a monk.
say, "Oh, I don't use this thing," but you're
No,
using it,
time out.
then
Time
stop
out.
using it. No, there is
Time
no
out.
timeout. There is no
All
timeout.
I said
I'm not a
was
fucking
there's a
child. Don't tell me to
reason
time
why
out.
you microwave your food is because your brain is microwaved being on the towers.
Being
That's
on the
all I said.
powers. What does
The
powers
towers.
mean? The
The
powers.
towers, sir, that you were speaking of.
The powers.
The towers.
The,
Do you hear?
the
Yeah.
towers were the powers. Learn to speak. You said the powers first. Now you're saying
No,
towers.
learn to hear.
Which one is it?
Your brain is microwaved, bro, on the towers.
On the towers. Which towers?
Yes.
You're using
So
the
you
internet
go.
right
So
now
you
on
run
Discord.
home.
If you're against
you
all
run home
internet
because the power of
technology,
the
why are
towers,
you
and then you
using the
throw a
internet to communicate?
Well, dude,
Answer my question. Why are you
that's
using the
completely
internet
off
to
topic.
communicate if you don't like it?
I'm not a Jane, bro,
You answer my question.
because I'm a functional human being in the modern world.
So you're not
Sorry.
against. So you're not against these Wi-Fi signals and
I'm not
internet
a monk.
channels.
What I'm saying is you've
Wait,
you've
so you're not
OD'd on
against
them.
it.
You're OD'd on them.
So are you against it or not? Yes or
What
no?
are you talking about? I'm
Are
against
you
OD'ing.
against using
Yes.
the internet as a form of
100%.
communication? It's yes or no.
100% yes. I am against ODing your brain with
No,
microwave.
my question wasn't OD in my brain. My question was, are you against using the internet as a means of communication? Answer yes or answer no.
Dude, what the fuck does that have to do with the price of rice?
Answer the question.
It has nothing to do with the price of
Stop
rice.
dodging the question and answer
Well,
it.
dude, by responding,
If you're
I
not
am
going to
answering.
answer the question, then you lose
By
the debate.
responding, I am answering.
It's yes or
I'm
no.
carrying on, aren't I?
It's yes or no.
Dude, by responding,
It's
I am.
yes
I'm
or
Am
no.
I not?
Those
Dude,
are the
am I
two
not
options
carrying?
in my question I'm giving you. It's either yes
Dude,
or either no. I'm not going to
I'm
accept
going
any
to
other
use the
answer
internet.
out of your
Yes.
mouth.
You clown. I am going to continue
So
using
now
the
why are
internet.
you
Yes.
using the thing that you are against?
Well, because all I'm saying is I'm not going to add to it. You're up in a tower
You
all
are
day.
adding to it.
The
You're
power of
consuming
the
it
tower.
right
No.
now. That's adding to it.
By not using, yeah, but by not cooking my potato the same way your
I'm not
brain's
talking
been
about
cooked on the power.
potatoes. I'm talking about communication through internet.
Yeah,
You
and
don't
I'm,
know the
and I'm
difference
talking
between
about
internet and a
I'm talking
potato?
about accumulation. I'm talking about accumulation. Less is more.
One's a starch growing off the ground, and the other's a form of communication we use. Flat earthers, when they don't know the difference between a potato and
I
the
think your
internet.
brain is
Holy
like
fuck.
a potato, like a baked potato. I think it's been fried by all those microwaves of non-electricity.
You don't even know the difference between a VHF
Oh,
and
you
an
think it's
RF.
not
Why are you
electrical.
talking? You're not
You think it's not electricity.
speaking.
Why are
You're
you
not
talking?
heard here. You're not
You
heard. You're
think it's
silenced. I'm
magic.
taking your voice away from you.
You
Stop.
think it's magic. Stop magic, man. It's not magic. It's electricity. Learn about it one day. Vegetable brain.
Jesus, what's going on here?
This guy's got a 350-degree brain he's been frying up in cell towers he's been living in. And he wants us all to pray to electricity or something. I can't call it.
You don't know the difference between an RF and UHF feed. You said, well, one's a trade and one's perpendicular.
It's energy.
You don't know the difference between these
There is
frequencies.
no difference of energy. It's all energy, retard. Shut the fuck up.
You don't know the difference between
Stop
an
trying to
RF feed and a
confuse.
UHF feed. What's the
Hey,
difference?
we don't like communists.
Explain to
trying
me the
make
difference.
everything sound
Explain
like
to me
it's
the
different
difference if
stuff.
you're so intelligent. Why
No,
don't you
you're the
teach
one
me
that's
the
not
difference
intelligent.
between a UHF and an
You're trying
RF
to
feed?
tell everybody with disinformation. You're trying to tell them that's not all energy.
What tell me
You're trying to
concisely
tell
what's
them
the
that it's
difference
not
between
electricity,
UHF and
that you
RF?
have other stuff that you're working with in energy or electricity. We'd like to fucking know what that is.
Explain to me the
Man.
difference between UHF and
Is that
VHF.
fart power?
Explain
Is
to
that
me the
fart
difference between the
UHF
two.
or what? They done by farts or
Explain
burping or
to me the
energy?
difference between the two.
Dude, can you stop
We're
repeating
not-
yourselves?
You're not using
I'm
electricity.
asking him to explain the difference between
I know,
the two,
but
and
you've
he
asked
can't.
him like 8 times and he's said the same wrong answer 8 times, so please stop.
I just want to know about electricity and why you run from it. Yeah, I don't like the same answers. I just want to learn why electricity isn't what you're using.
So, Maynard, do you work with cell towers? You said.
I work at a radio broadcasting company, and I climb radio towers, satellite towers, and microwave towers.
Satellite towers.
Yes.
Like dishes, you mean?
Yeah, but like there's designations for the difference. Satellite tower requires different licensing than the FCC.
So
versus,
when you
like,
work on a
radio
cell tower, do they have to turn off the cell tower when you
Well, I
approach
don't
it
work
that
on
close?
cell towers. I work at satellite, microwave, and radio. We don't touch cell towers.
Okay.
Cell towers are owned by cellular companies, which I don't work at.
Yeah, I know. They're owned by companies, but usually when you work on them, they have to be turned off so you don't expose from the radiation up that close to the tower.
No, we don't turn them off.
Cell towers.
I don't work on cell towers, no.
Do you work with 5G?
No.
Okay, so you don't know that part then.
No, I'm on the radio broadcasting side. Things like UHF, RF, VHF, or public television and radio.
Low frequency stuff.
We also we're building 7 new towers too with HF feeds throughout our conglomerate area. The government gave us like around 2.8, just under like $3 million to for our company for free. It's just free money that they gave us to build 7 new towers.
So, okay. So what's the highest frequency range you worked with?
That I don't know at the top of my head. Like, I think the highest one we did upgrade 1 to an EHF, which runs around like 300 gigahertz, I want to say, but I can't remember. We just had to install some equipment.
So is the Earth flat?
Apparently, these guys live in that mythology. They think it is. They have yet to provide any like sustenance or proof or evidence
Well,
of
where's
any
it
of their
curb
claims.
at? All the Glovers told me
measured flat,
they can't find a curb. All the Glovers said we can't find a
What's
curb.
a curb? What's a curb? I don't understand what
Well,
a
you know,
curb
like
is.
a curb at your house that drops. Yeah, the curb's 8 inches higher than the other part, or 6 inches or 5 inches, depending on how high your curb
Not
is.
the curb.
Yeah, we're looking for the curb of Earth. Yeah, water that does that, bitch. Same
So
thing.
how do you
Are you stupid, motherfucker, or what?
How come when you're in the
We don't have curved water. Stick to curved water. Nothing else.
Water?
Yeah, where's that at? At rest.
how about the planet?
How about my grandma's house?
Yeah, the story is the story. We get it.
This is why I don't listen to
you guys keep
disabled
you guys
retards with a
keep-
lisp on the internet.
Yeah, it's fine.
So what do you guys think about?
Paying you to come in here every day and look like a retard.
Yeah, your feelings are noted. Share your pain, Maynard.
What do you guys think
it's
about
great. I mean,
asteroid?
the government did
Hey,
give my company
Zarian,
$2.8 million for free. So
Zarian,
unloaded
Yes,
knife.
sir.
When someone asks you if the story's legit, you don't say, yeah, the story.
What do you guys think about asteroid 99942 Apophis?
Sounds like another chapter in your story.
What kind of name is that? Apophis. Holy shit.
It's named after the god of chaos and destruction, and they said it was going to.
Why though?
Well, it was discovered in 2004, and they said it might has a chance to collide with Earth, causing insane cataclysmic damage in 2029.
All right, Nostradamus.
Yeah, but if you flip it upside down,
How big is it?
999 becomes 666, and 42.
What's the size of it?
Like 3 football fields.
Oh, so Earth is gonna be gone or what?
No,
After
they
that?
said Neil.
That'll just burn up. That'll just burn up in the that'll burn up in the atmosphere. That's little. Don't worry about it.
They said
You've been
if
tricked.
it.
No, the story's true. This is what the priest said.
Well, no,
Relax,
I'm just
bro.
saying. No, I'm not worried about it. I think it's fake.
Yeah, it's
But-
like asking about it's like asking about kryptonite. It's a story. Wake up.
I'm just saying,
But
don't
they,
you guys?
but they said it's the size of 3 football fields, guys.
I know, but don't you guys remember that lady who said that the government is gonna fake a terrorist
People
attack?
say all kinds of shit, dude.
Dude, just let me talk. Can you just let me talk?
I know you do, Nostradamus.
Okay, so anyways, that lady
It's a
said,
story. Continue
Oh
with the
my
story. Your prayers are heard. Here, he left. He prayed and left. How'd you like that, Maynard? Oh, Maynard's also he yelled before he left.
You guys are praying today?
Huh?
You guys are praying in here today?
Yeah, a lot of people coming in here praying and hoping to be a globe.
It's why all the animosity towards electricity. And why all the animosity when all they say is, well, the Earth's so flat. Well, it's so big, it's flat as fuck. Okay, I agree. Where's the disagreements at?
It's too quiet in here. I don't like it. I'm getting a bit scared.
Got a question. I already asked it. Already asked that actually. 5 minutes. No, more than 5 minutes ago.
You were
Maybe I
arrested
shouldn't
more
ask
than
it
5 minutes ago?
Yeah, I asked it. I asked it 5 minutes ago in another VC, but I asked on this VC like half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago.
What'd you ask, brother?
I asked if there's any explanation from the flat Earth side to why the hover sign is used in navigation.
You're gonna have to enunciate your words a bit better, brother.
There's an equation called the hover sign formula. It's used in the process of celestial navigation. And what it does, it calculates the distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere using spherical coordinates. And I'm wondering if there's an explanation for why people would use that in navigation from the flat Earth side. Does that make sense?
The astute question.
It's a stupid question?
An astute question.
Oh, astute? What does that mean?
It means like a parabolic equation.
Astute.
But is that an answer? I don't think so. I mean, I heard some.
Yeah.
But it didn't make sense.
Yeah, it does.
Well, what is it?
Astute.
I mean, the question to why people would use Haversine in celestial navigation. If Earth
That's what
wasn't
I'm telling you. It's astute.
understand how that enters or what does that means.
It's an astute question.
Meaning?
Oh, you don't know what that means. It means it's like astute or whatever.
Well, you saying it again doesn't make more sense. If you just
Astute
say
means
it.
astute. He defined it already. The definition of astute is astute. That's what his definition is.
See?
Because he wants to leave.
Astute means it's a good question. Get on with answering it.
I was just commenting that it's astute. That's it.
Yo, I got a question, right? If the Earth is flat, when I try to measure it, like my dick's curved and shit.
No one understood you, Baboon.
Globers are upset today. What happened?
It started with that spacesuit zipper thing, I think.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I've gone to 2 plants already and came back, and they're still on that.
Yep. Constant flow.
Lily, find out that gravity doesn't hold water in a cup. They'll really fucking flip out.
Okay, what's the answer to the astute question?
What was the question there, Bacon?
Oh, the same I asked before when you were here about the Haver sign.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's astute. I mean, that's all I was saying. It's astute.
What's astute about it?
It was just an astute question. I don't know.
In which way?
Give us an example.
It just made me think.
So perplexing is the word you were looking for.
I guess they come in here to Globers come in here to ask us to define words for them. They've never heard of Google. And grammar lessons, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I was just commenting. I was just saying it's astute. That's it. I wasn't trying to answer.
In what context, though? I mean, I just got here, so.
Oh, some globe.
Fellow Gramps.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying a Glober asked a question and I didn't know the answer, so I just
What did
said
the
it's
Glober
astute.
ask? What did the Glober ask?
He was saying how we navigate using a utility known as I forgot the word that he said actually.
Sextants.
Yeah.
Sextant. Yeah. Flat baseline, angles to a star. Yay.
I just thought it was astute. That's all.
Research how to do celestial navigation. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I did. The explanation is that formula is the distance between 2 points on the surface of the Earth. However, that formula is used for the distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere. So why would that be used in navigation? If the Earth was not a sphere. You should use something like the Pythagorean theorem, because that gives you the distance between 2 points on a flat surface. And that's not what they use. They use Haversine. Or side reduction tables, which are tabulated values of the Haversine. And I'm wondering if there's any response from the Flat Earth side to why that is.
So I posted celestial navigation for you. I don't see any globe in there.
Yeah, I also don't see any mention of the Haversine there, so that's not related to my question, is it?
Oh, so they don't really use that, do they?
They do. That's not a description of the entire process. Actually, that page doesn't allow you to get an answer to where you are. It just explains the concepts. The drawing doesn't make sense given the formulas that are used, and the citation doesn't come from anywhere. No one knows the source of that image.
You've never been on a boat before, so you talking about celestial navigation is crazy.
It's funny you say that, but I can tell you where you are based on elevation angles to start that you take. I don't think you can do that, so to me, you talking about celestial navigation is insane. Actually, no flat earthers so far have demonstrated they can actually do that. They can find where the person was based on the angle to start.
That's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing with no curve that you can't find or measure. You can't measure a curve. You ain't telling nothing about no fucking curve and where nothing is on a ball. Stop that dog shit. Stop it right now, liar. And you ain't ever fucking went nowhere to prove what the fuck you're talking about anyway from point A to point B. Why do you lie so much? Why do you guys just talk shit?
Because otherwise they don't pay me.
Maybe it
Yeah,
wasn't
making shit up don't help me. You making up that you can do all this crazy magic shit when you're sitting in your grandma's basement don't fucking help me at all, liar.
Maybe it wasn't astute after all.
Maybe leave your grandma's basement and touch the grass and maybe we'll believe you one day.
Are you
Well, what you
referring to
need to
me?
do, yeah, what you need to do is no, nobody's talking to you ever. What you need to do,
Well, 'cause I
Bacon.
just said
Dear
something.
God, Jesus Christ. Here. What you need to do, Bacon, is take a basketball, put a dot over it, somewhere in the air, a couple feet off of, and then grid out that basketball like the Earth, and figure out the distances to spots by getting angles to that dot above the basketball, okay?
Sure.
Not on a computer, basketball. Not infinite distances away. Basketball with a light over it. Small, tiny pinpoint light.
And you can put some little land masses. You can pre-draw them and then tell me where they're all calculated after you start on one position.
Oh, you could just take a globe. Do it with a globe.
Yes.
And we'll put a dot over it. Just assume all the dots over it are the same distance away from the surface like you're supposed to. Like in the drawing I posted. Like
You're
your
not
other
actually supposed to
globers.
assume.
Like your other globers agreed to. So do it that way and we'll see how it works. I can't wait to see how you get angles off the curved surface.
Me too.
You
It's gonna
actually
be
don't have to assume that all the bodies are the
Get the
same
ball
distance.
out. Hey,
For
stop
example, we
talking,
assume the
Bacon.
moon is
Bacon,
closer.
stop talking. Stop talking. Get the ball out. Get her done. We'll take a look.
Yeah, we don't assume all the
Hey, we'll
celestial
stop
bodies are the same
assuming what
distance
you're
from
Who
Earth.
talking
cares
about.
about
Stop
the
assuming
moon?
right
I
now.
didn't ask
Get
you
the ball.
about the moon. I didn't ask you about the moon. Put like 10 dots up above it. You know, get creative with this thing when you make it so that the demo is not a waste of time for us. Because we want to be able to laugh and laugh and laugh at all the work you did when you can't make angles off the surface of a ball.
Right, you got no ball, but you keep telling us about a ball. That's the funniest fucking thing ever, Bacon, right? No ball in your hand, but ball stuff, right?
You should literally be able to take up a globe Earth and do celestial navigation demonstration for us with a pinpoint
Yes.
of light.
Do you know how long I've been
You
asking
need
him to
more
do
than
this?
one.
You know how long I've been asking him to do this? Ever since I've heard him talking geos, every one of them. I said, why are you guys doing all these ball calculations to a flat surface? And why don't you ever do it with the ball?
Just use mini LEDs, little tiny ones, and then hang them above a globe, equal distance away from the surface of a globe, all about halfway. You can just do a hemisphere. And then what you can do is show us how you get angles to one light from three lights from one position, and how you go to the next position you want to go to, and how those angles all work out on a globe. I want to see this done on a curve.
That's definitely doable. Like you can put
Great.
cameras over.
I'll give you 2 weeks to get it done, and then you get a vacation if you don't.
Oh, I don't think anyone's gonna pay me to do that. But you can definitely put a camera on the sphere.
You can't hang
Oh,
little
please, let me-
dots of
let me finish,
paper.
please.
You can't hang little dots of paper from strings above a globe. You don't have to use a light.
That's not where the difficult part is. So
What's the
you have to
difficult
place
part?
I'm trying to get there. So you have to place a camera on the basketball. Sorry, on the ball you're using.
I don't want a
to
camera.
determine.
You're going to make flat planes, and you're going to make angles from them, right?
Yeah, I need to have observations from the sphere to
You
mimic
need
what's
to make
taking place
horizontal
on
planes
navigation.
on the globe. Like you said, you need horizontal planes on the globe to do this. You don't need anything
say none of that.
special. Use little spitballs if you want. Little tiny pieces of paper, hang them from a string, 12, 15 of them, and then figure out how that works by looking straight down at it and say, okay, that's the ground position. Then get the center point of that globe and say that's the ground position. That should be easy for you. You should be able to get the center point of the globe.
Yeah, but I need to put something on the surface
Without
of the
cutting it
ball to
open.
mimic the.
Without cutting it open.
Well, can you allow me to get more than one word out
No,
before
what
you
I'm doing
interrupt
is
me?
I ruined your whole thing.
I don't think so.
For you.
And now you're
Oh,
just gonna
let's
claim
see you
victory
do
while
that.
interrupting me instead of letting me respond to you. Okay, I need to have something to be the observation, or to be analogous to the navigator on that globe. So I need to put a camera or something on the surface to be what the navigator will be doing, to see the star in the horizon, to get the elevation angle of the star.
Perfect. What you need to do, they're $6, maybe $7 now. ESP32 cameras or IP cameras. Just get an Arduino program, get the Arduino IDE, program that thing up, or you can use C if you've got Visual Studio Code, or Visual Studio, I mean. And you can program that thing, and it's super tiny, and you'll be able to set it on there. Get the angle to it. You'll be able to hold it right there. Oh, I can see it. It's right in the center. You can even make a program to put crosshairs on your screen. I've done all kinds of, I've got 10 of them in my garage right now. You can do all kinds of fun things with those. Use those. You don't need a camera. That camera's better than anything you're going to be able to use.
Yeah, but how do you measure curvature, not angles?
Oh, it's not my hypothetical. He's bringing that up. I just had a question with no answer.
Bacon, I'm giving you a globe that's already mapped out for you. And you can place those stars at a certain time and pretend the globe is there in a certain frozen time and space. And you can show us how you do it.
Yeah, it's a nice thing you're asking me to do for free, but I still have an unanswered question.
Nobody's ever done that, though. That's a shame. Last time you played with a computer program, I told you to put your eyes to the ground, and it broke. It didn't work anymore. Whatever you were playing with didn't work when you moved your eyes to the surface. That was it.
It didn't broke. It didn't broke.
Yeah.
It just had an exponential
function
function
the
for.
ball anymore. Yeah, all of a sudden you couldn't see around the ball anymore. Yep, it was all
That's
over.
not what he said. First of all, the program was written by me. Second of all, the bar that you can use to set the elevation of the observer, it follows an exponential function. An exponential function cannot output zero.
Every time you come in here, dude, I ruin you. I ruin everything you work on. And
you hear what I said?
All day long.
Of course you ruin me. You don't let me answer to you. Of course, if you don't let me to answer to if you don't let me answer you, then you're going to ruin my argument. Of course, I can't respond to you. Then my argument is ruined. If I get overspoken, then of course you're ruining me. That's
I'll give
easy.
you a start. You can use Polaris height of 3,112 miles and take any globe and get the ratio and figure out how high that is, and then hang all the stars that same distance away from it on a hemisphere, and pick a time and day. You're going to go from here to here in the northern hemisphere, and use that little camera, just like I said. Get your angles to the stars, and this will be a great one. You know what? I'll become a globe earther after that. After you prove me wrong.
Yeah, my question is
So,
you
Bacon,
unanswered.
why are you so
Thanks for
averse
the
to
red
actually
herring.
doing this demonstration he's helping you to do?
Yeah, I know you weren't here when the subject started, but it started with a question that has no answer so far. That
That has
all
nothing
we
to
were
do with
talking
what I
about
just
since
asked
you
you.
got here, that's a red herring from the actual
But it has
question.
nothing to do with what I just asked you.
And now I got two people speaking over
Spheres
me.
in
It
math
doesn't
is
have
the same
anything
as
to do with what I
celestial
just asked you.
navigation, dude. And I said it's not the same. You don't use some special shit to find distances on spheres on a globe. They don't do that in celestial navigation. I told you what they do, and I told you get a globe and do it.
What do you
I
think the
asked
side
you,
reduction
Bacon, why
tables
are
are
you so
for?
averse to actually doing the demonstration he's asking you to do?
What do you think the side reduction tables are for if you don't think they're using it?
So evidently you're avoiding my question the same way you're avoiding his request for
No,
you to
no,
do the
he's avoiding
demonstration, which is
mine.
logically required for you to demonstrate that you know that
I am
celestial
avoiding your
navigation is
question because
only
I'm trying to get to
possible on a
answer to.
globe.
I am avoiding your question. I'm trying to get an answer to my question that I asked before you even got here, and I still have no
Yeah,
answer.
you're asking your question to avoid addressing his
I asked it
demand for you
first.
to demonstrate that you can do
Your dip
celestial navigation
corrections
on a
are
curved
your
surface. So I'm
eyes
asking
to
you
eye
why
height
you're
to the
doing
surface
that.
of the
I
water.
asked it first, Gregory.
And I
I'm trying to
answered
get
it
an
for
answer
you.
to a
Now
question,
Gregory
and as
can
a
take. I
response, I got a
answered
bunch
it.
of questions.
I answered it for you. Now Gregory can take over.
No one answered that question. All you did is deny the fact that the
Just
formula is
answered your
used.
question. What do you think the eye height's for?
That's not an answer to my question. I'm asking why people use Haversine in navigation. There's no answer for that. You're just saying they don't. which is false.
You don't
That's what the side
navigate,
reduction
and the
tables are
way you're
for.
going to prove it, is you're going to go get a globe off your desk, some strings, hang them from use tape them to the ceiling, hang little tiny balls of paper on the end, get that camera like I said, so it's going to cost you $7 because you have a computer already, and do it. And if you don't know how to program it, figure it out. It's easy.
Yeah, thanks for not answering my question. Just asking me to do something.
I
mean, I don't know, guys.
We all heard him speak. We all
I
heard
might-
Radwin answer his question, right?
I might have missed the first part of the conversation, so I've got to be careful what I say, obviously. But
yeah,
because I heard
You got it
Radwin
later.
speaking, so it's really weird why Bacon keeps saying.
But I can
he
repeat
did
the
not
question
answer
if
the
you want.
question.
Yeah. So what was the question?
The question is, why is Eversign used to compute the height in celestial navigation?
Say that again slowly, please. I mean, I heard the first bit. Say the second.
Okay.
Say it again slowly.
Okay, why is Eversign used in celestial navigation to compute height in the process of doing a fix?
Well, I'm unaware that that's happening on a personal level because I know there is corrections for celestial navigation, which is index error, refraction, dip correction. There's a couple more.
Yeah, the same diameter.
Hang on a minute. Yeah. There's to get a true. I've never heard of have a sign correction.
That's not a correction. I didn't say correction.
All right. So, I've never seen that or heard that being used when I've been reading about celestial navigation.
Yes, because you never got after step 1.
Okay. So you tell us what the point of it is then.
Right. When you're plotting a line of position, you need to figure out where to draw the line of position. For that, you need basically 2 things: an azimuth and a distance. So for the azimuth, you use the formula for azimuths, or you use a side reduction table that has tabulated values of the formula, which I could use. I could ask that same question for that formula because that formula is also based on the sphere. But I'm asking the other one. The other one is for the distance. When you're getting the distance to between your estimated position and the GP of a star, you use the Haversine, which is also a.
Well, you don't actually.
From sphere.
But you don't, as far as I know. You've got your elevation angle, which does require the horizontal baseline, which you know that, and then you've got the distance between the GP and the observer along the horizontal sea level. Yeah. So there's no formula involved now, and it's it's 60 nautical miles per degree, and that gives you a distance. You don't need to formulate anything. It's all actually real life measurements taking place.
You wouldn't need a formula if you draw the circles of equal altitude around the GPs, which people don't do. What they do is they draw lines of position, which are sections of the circle. And in order to plot the section of a circle into something like a plotting sheet or a local map, you need 2 values. You need the distance of the line of position from the estimated position, and you need the azimuth of the line of position. Those 2 things are calculated using formulas or tables.
No, so as far as I know, I think what I've read, I mean, you've got your distance between the once you've got your elevation angle from the horizontal baseline, you've got then a distance between the observer and the GP, which will be the radius line, which will give you a circle of equal altitude.
Yes, but you don't draw a circle, right?
Well,
if you
no,
did,
yeah, you do. No, you do. You do.
Oh, in what map you draw a circle to represent a circle?
You draw the circle on your chart, your navigation chart.
Your charts are not big enough to fit the entire circle of equal altitude inside of it.
Well, it depends on the scale of the chart.
Yeah, no chart has thousands of miles of in
It
scale.
depends what the scale. It depends what the scale is.
Yes, no map has enough scale that you can draw multiple circles of equal altitude on them.
It depends. Do you know what a scale is?
The fuck,
Yes.
dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could have a scale 1 in 50 or 1 in 75, depending on millimeters to miles or kilometers. So if it's scaled down enough, you can do that. You're incorrect.
Yeah, but the nautical charts you use to get your position, they are just a couple hundred miles.
Yeah.
They are not.
So, I mean,
they're not thousands of miles across.
I mean, no,
the circles of equal altitude are much further than that.
No disrespect. You've not made a point yet. All we're talking about is elevation angles using the sea level, flat baseline, distance between GP and observer, the radius, which will be used for the circle of equal altitude, which is a circle of equal altitude, plotted on a chart or a map. Now, there's no formula there's nothing to do with a formula at this moment to convert this into a curve. Now, and if we did need a formula, then that just proves that we need to now convert something that's not true into something else.
Well, I think you're simply not aware of the process, because
well, I am. I'm talking very confidently about it.
I know you're talking confidently. However, I don't think you're going to find anyone drawing circles on a map to represent the circles of equal altitude.
So,
Yeah, I don't
okay,
think
so what
your
we need.
opinion that he doesn't know what he's talking about is true.
Or present an example of that.
Well, there's a terminology in celestial navigation called circles of equal altitude. Now, I know what a circle is, I know what equal means, and I know what altitude means. It's in all the navigation books. It's not something I've made up.
Yeah,
That's
but
what you do.
I agree so far. That doesn't mean they draw the entire circles. The circles are much bigger than the nautical charts.
No, you do draw the circle. You draw the circle, and you need at least 2, possibly 3. Yeah.
Have you ever seen anyone doing that? Because that's just not what people actually do when they explain how the process works. I have never seen anyone doing that.
So if you was going to draw a circle, why would you not draw a full circle? Are you saying you draw a curved line?
No, we draw a straight line. It's a line of position. It's a section of the circle.
Are you seriously sitting here trying to argue because we're not drawing circles that are the exact same size as the principal circle that would be the case on the Earth itself? Therefore, you cannot draw circles on a map?
No, that's not my argument.
So then what the fuck is your point?
What is the
if
point?
You listen, maybe you'll know.
I am listening.
I'm asking.
Fucking point yet.
Hold on,
I'm trying to respond to you.
Hold on 1 second. How this works is when you get Bacon trapped, he tries to go down a little tiny road of nothingness. So watch out.
No, but
exactly
we
don't
have.
About.
Yeah, but guys, all we've got to
trying to respond to what I was at.
Bacon. All we've got to stick with is the facts. You're saying, did I not know about a Haversine formula in celestial navigation? No, I've never heard of it, mate. I've never heard of it.
And you seem to not know about half of the process because you're describing. Well, let me finish that, please. You're describing people drawing circles. That's not actually. There's no method that tells you to draw circles on the map to get where you are. If you try to do that.
Yes, there is, because that's the point.
Show me one example. Just one example.
Well, I mean,
I'm very skeptical of that.
I probably can. I just can't do it right at the moment. But I can show you diagrams from celestial navigation books where the observer has got his elevation angle from sea level, which requires the sea level horizontal baseline. He's worked out the GP of the luminary. We'll call it the sun. And that distance between the GP of the luminary and him will be the radius of a circle. So he draws a circle on the chart. Yeah. Now we can either use that same luminary at a different time, or he can then use a different star, and get an elevation angle again, and then draw a circle, and then these 2 or 3 circles will all interact and combine and bring him into where he will be. Yeah.
Okay. I posted.
So he does draw. He does draw circles on the map, definitely.
Yeah, I understand the claim that that's what happens. I haven't seen any example in which that happens, and I've seen multiple examples of celestial navigation, and none of them actually do that. So let me please.
Sorry. Okay, go on. Sorry, mate.
So I posted an image on the chat of an actual celestial navigation fix and I want anyone here to identify where the circles of equal altitude are in that fix, because I don't see any. The only circle I see is the azimuthal circle. That's not a circle of equal altitude.
Sorry, what's this, mate?
Yeah, I posted on chat.
That's not a navigation chart.
Yeah, that's not a navigation chart, dude.
It is. It's a plotting sheet.
No, it's a math paper from school.
It's a universal plotting sheet. I posted another one. That's a scanned plotting sheet. That's where you do a fix.
No, that's
you
not
guys
a
are
navigation
not familiar
chart.
with the process.
That's
Just
not a navigation chart.
It is.
So
it's called
Sorry,
it's on the back of an almanac. Every almanac has that on the last pages. It's called a universal plotting sheet. It's where what you use to do your fix, to figure out where you are.
Right. So what's your point then?
Yeah, there's no circle of equal altitude there. There's no
I have
circle
the
there.
2020. Not true. I have the 2024 almanac. Last page does not have that.
I didn't say the last page. It's in one of the last pages.
Can you
show me the last
Bacon? Would
page
you do
of the
me
almanac.
Bacon? I'm not disputing you. Could you've obviously got this from a book that you know about. Could you give us the book name and the author from
No, I
where
actually
that
got this
diagram?
No, I got that one from a group of practicing celestial navigation.
Yeah. So do
They're
you have the book
instructors and
name?
people-
Do you?
That was
Sorry,
a group of
Bacon.
practicing celestial navigation.
Do you have the book name and the author?
I didn't say that's from a book. That's from someone that did celestial navigation in practice and posted their work on the celestial navigation group. I just
So
copied
it's not
them.
it's not from a celestial navigation tutorial book.
No, it's from an actual celestial navigation practice.
Okay.
It's
So
like a
can you
real
get-
life work on the field.
Okay, that's great. So can you show us then from a professional celestial navigation book where this particular diagram you're showing could be replicated, and give us the author's name and the book page?
Sure. Let me see if I can grab an example from the practical navigator. Give me a sec. It's a long time since I had a PDF.
No worries. Sure. I have just got to. I'm just going to go on mute for 5. Not that I'm not running away or anything. I've just pulled up in the park. I'm just taking my dog for a walk. I've just got to turn off for a couple of minutes, but I will be listening and I will be jumping back in. But I'm sure Jedi's here and everybody's here, so I'm sure we can all talk about circles of equal altitude. And you do usually use 2 or 3 of them on a navigation chart.
Like the ones that I posted.
Well, that wasn't from a book. It was somebody who just said you said has done it, and that's what paper they used, and it must be true.
The chart is available in just go
Well,
to.
it's great.
Grab,
I mean,
please, just
Post it.
just get any.
Sorry, mate.
Download any almanac
Post
PDF.
it. Post it while he's walking the dog, please. Got time now.
Yeah, there's a big book. I have to look up a lot of pages here, but
Well,
But
just
Bacon.
use
Bacon.
ChatGPT 4.0, the
It's
paid
all right.
version.
You can look it up. But Bacon, you're jumping past the point anyway. Bacon, you jump. Well, we can have a little bit of a discussion about, do we use circles? There's a terminology in celestial navigation called circles of equal altitude. We all know that. So obviously circles are being used, and they are of an equal altitude. Anywhere along that circle, the altitude to that star will be the same elevation. Yeah, that's the point of it. Now, that's just what's happening now. But to get that angle in the first place, you will be using sea level and a horizontal baseline to obtain the elevation angle. So regardless of the little dispute we're having about, are they drawing a full circle? Are they not drawing a full circle? They have measured a flat already, is my point. In the first,
but I'm trying to get an answer to why they use Haversine. And
we've not seen an example of Haversine yet.
They change longitude and latitude bearings into great circle lines, turn straight lines into curved lines. That's what Haversine does.
Exactly.
How exactly it turns a straight line? What do you mean? What about a straight line becomes a curved line using Haversine?
It turns your latitude and longitude bearings, that line between point A and point B, into a great circle route. It turns it into a great circle, dude.
Okay,
It's
you
a
have four
formula.
angles.
Also, just very
you have a
quickly,
pair of
I
latitude and longitude.
haven't got long, Bacon, so I do apologise. You've been going on about drawing lines of bearing between the observer position and the ground position of the star. Yeah, that's fine. There are two ways to do it. You're just pointing out the one. The other one is your circle of equal altitude. Circle of equal altitude 1, so you get your latitude lines. 2, your circles of equal altitude around your longitude longitude location, so you can have 3 fixes, 3 circles of equal altitude around the ground positions of those stars, and where they connect, that's where you are. There's 2 ways of doing this, dude. We've spoke about this before. I don't understand why you're saying it's not true when it is.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm saying it's not true. But when you're doing a fix, you need to work out the distance of a line of position. So you have the distance to the GP from the elevation angle times 6 nautical miles. That's the distance to the GP. But you also have to know the distance between the GP and your estimated position, so you can plot the line of position. The way you get the distance between that GP and your estimated position is using the Haversine. So
yes,
you're not plotting in the.
It's exactly what we're talking about, dude.
Okay,
you turn your straight line into a curved line distance. Haversine.
Yeah, what straight line is being turned into a curve? What does that even mean?
The one that you just drew between the ground position of the star and your estimated position, the latitude and longitude bearings of that ground position and your estimated longitude and latitude bearing, that line.
Okay, what exactly about that line the formula gives me? Do you know what the outcome of the formula is? Because you're saying it turns a curved line to a straight line. So the output of Haversine is not a line.
I'm reading it right now, dude. Do you want me to post it and cite it for you? You haven't. I will.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand a response that makes sense given how it's actually being used.
Okay, well, I've just spoken about how it's used. I'm reading it, paraphrasing it. Would you like me to cite it?
No, I'm trying to understand it, so I need your own words.
No worries, dude. Like I said, I've only got 2 minutes. I've got to go if you're not interested. Have fun.
Oh? No one else can enter that?
So you didn't post what Jedi wanted, so he's gone. And
I posted the same plotting sheet.
You're not going to post where you got your information from, so that's that.
I posted the same plotting sheet I posted before, but from the American Practical Navigator.
So, I mean, sorry, Baker, I'm just looking at the American Practical Navigator. Has this got anything to do with celestial navigation?
Yes, it's like the Bible of celestial navigation. Come on.
Oh, so what's the you got 2 protractors there, one above and one below a straight horizontal line. Now, if we're celestial navigating, we are navigating the surface of Earth. Can you describe where the surface of Earth is on this picture, please?
The plotting sheet represents a section of Earth's surface. So that would be it.
If you can point out where the surface of Earth is on this picture, please.
Yeah, that entire diagram, that entire chart, is a section of Earth's surface, and it surrounds the estimated position of the observer.
So, in this picture, where is the angle being obtained from? Is it from the top of the circle, the center, or the bottom?
Which angle?
Well, the step 5 and step 3.
The only angle that's illustrated in your screenshot.
What?
Step 5 and step 3. Where's the baseline?
There will be a latitude line.
Yeah, and where is it obtained from? Is it the center of a globe or the surface of flat Earth?
That question just doesn't make a lot of sense. That horizontal line is simply a latitude line that represents
just
the
don't want to
latitude of the
answer
estimated
it.
position.
So is the line on the surface of Earth, or is it running through a sphere in the center of Earth?
That's what we're trying to establish. I'm not going to assume either.
Well, I'm talking about you've put a picture up. I'm looking at it, and I want you to explain how the navigator is getting an elevation angle and where is he positioned on Earth in reality. Please explain.
That plotting sheet is showing you how to get the direction of a line of position. It's not plotting an elevation angle.
Yeah.
So is it on the surface of the Earth, yes or no? Is it illustrative of an angular relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth, yes or no?
Can you ask that again? I couldn't understand.
Is
the
it
first, couple
illustrative
words.
of getting
It's
an
what?
angular relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth, yes or no?
I don't know what the second word you use mean, so I have no idea what you just asked me.
Does it illustrate?
God,
Does it
dude.
show? Illustrative. Fucking hell, dude.
Okay, does it show what?
Does it show? Does it make it visible? Is this a representation of the principal relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
I have no idea what that means. That's just a chart
So you
around
can't
an
even make this
estimated.
intelligible.
Oh,
You
I
can't
will
make
explain
this
what that
illustration
is.
intelligible. Stop talking. You can't even understand the question. So you can't even make this appeal to this screenshot intelligible as to how it's relevant to you proving your point about celestial navigation requiring a seer.
I didn't say that.
I know you
I'm not
didn't say it.
arguing
That's
it
what I
requires a
said.
seer.
We don't need you to blurt
That's
to
a
me
straw man.
truisms. We don't need you to blurt to me truisms. Don't need that. I said what I said. I'm aware I said what I said, and you didn't say what I said. So the fact that you cannot answer the question is patently indicative, patently demonstrative that you cannot make the very appeal to this intelligible.
Okay, I did not understand the way you phrased the question, and I'm not arguing that this is indicative of a sphere. I'm trying to understand, in the flat Earth worldview, why on earth would that formula be used to get a computed height for your plotting sheet?
Yeah, just
That's not being answered.
arrest our focus on your question and not actually answer the question concerning your appeal to this. And you obviously demonstrated you can't even make the question intelligible. We can't make you understand. So it's not our fault that you're incompetent to make the question intelligible so as to demonstrate that you know the logical relevance of this illustration concerning your argument.
Also, Gregory, I mean, I'm just looking at the diagram now, which Bacon can't tell us where the observer is standing, but in the first sentence, it does say both methods are a constant relationship of latitude to longitude. Now, Bacon, do you know how latitude's measured?
Plenty of ways you can measure your latitude.
Okay, so does it involve elevation angles?
You can get it with elevation angles to any stars, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't use curvature to get latitude, do we?
Sure, I'll give you that, as long as I can get an answer to my question.
Well, no, the post you've posted mentions latitude, so I'm talking about your post that you've posted and the proof of whatever you're trying to prove, and it's talking about latitude. Now, I'm saying to you that latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement proof. Do you agree?
That might be the case. That might be the case. But I'll accept your argument and say, okay, the Earth is flat. I agree with you, but I still have no answer to why then people are using Haversine to be able to plot a line of position in their plotting sheet.
They have to use Haversine because they have to kid people that they live on a globe. So they have to measure a straight line elevation angle and then think, well, we've measured it straight. We've got an elevation angle and 2 points on a straight line. But because we're pretending that we live on a globe, we're going to have to do some mathematics and wizardry trickery to turn it into an elevation angle measurement.
Well,
Like, if I use a hammer
If that
If
was
I use
true,
a hammer, listen, so you can
well, no,
understand.
I wanted to respond to one deck if it's possible.
And give me a moment because we're going in circles about this.
I
Okay?
was hoping to get back
Give
back
me
and
a
forth with
moment.
one
We're
deck.
going in circles about this.
Thank you. Okay, if that was true, if we were using Haversine to, let's say, adjust the angle we're reading, that would be part of the equation, and it's not. The Haversine doesn't use the elevation angle of the star.
Yeah, you're just trying to press your voice to mine so I don't expose your
No, you were
error
muted.
again.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, stop having me mute. You're causing audio chaos.
I didn't mute you.
Ridiculous
You were server
pattern with
muted.
these people. La la la, I can't hear you, Gregory. Just
You were
stop being
server
disruptive.
muted.
You're going
You were
in
server
circles.
muted. I didn't mute you. You were server muted.
Okay,
I'm not a
anyways.
moderator here.
Okay, anyways. Okay, the point is, when you have a hammer, when you use a hammer, does that therefore make the balloon a nail just because you use the hammer on a balloon? Yes or no?
No.
Right. So just because people use a tool does not necessarily indicate they used it correctly.
Sure. I guess when
So
you use a tool
that
incorrectly.
addresses the tacit presumption under your question. You're acting as though ipso facto people using this mathematical category and this supposed formula and their supposed attempt to practice celestial navigation, therefore it's logically appropriate and applicable to the attempt to successfully navigate the earth using the stars. No, like one deck just explained to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using a tool incorrectly, it'll be weird if that works as best as it could possibly work. And if that tool is being used incorrectly, I would very much like to see what's the correct way should be used, and then try to see if that works. Because if you have a different formula I should use that does match flat Earth, and it does work, that would be an amazing answer to my question. So far, I don't have it. It's just a claim.
Okay, you have a series of retorts where you're refusing to acknowledge the point. You're acting as though using Haversine is necessary to celestial navigation. You have not proven that. You're just trying to insinuate that. You're trying to say that people are using Haversine in their attempt to complete celestial navigation, to insinuate that it is logically required to do so, and that without using it, you couldn't successfully complete celestial navigation, and that if we don't account for the usage of Haversine and celestial navigation, that it is somehow a falsification of our position on this issue. No, the tacit presumption behind your question is that Haversine is logically applicable to this issue. You haven't proven that it is. That's why when Jedi and One Deck, before I came into the voice channel, asked you to cite your source and argue that Haversine is necessary in order to complete celestial navigation, you dodged their demand.
That wasn't what was asked. What was asked is that the plotting sheet that was presented is actually used in a book or something like that. Because the example I posted comes from a real life, comes from a real life practice of celestial navigation. So apparently that wasn't enough.
Asked.
Please let me finish. Apparently that wasn't enough, so I tried to find the same plotting sheet on a navigation instruction book, and I did find it, and I posted. I wasn't being asked to show where Haversine is used. I thought you guys should know it already because you talk as if you know the process of celestial navigation. But if you want me to quote exactly where they say you use Haversine, I can try to dig that up too. That's fine, no problem. Just ask me, and I'll look up for you.
But
Okay,
there is no
asked. So stop telling me it wasn't asked. It was asked. I heard it. So the whole tacit presumption behind your question has been exposed. So there's no reason to keep pressing this question. If you keep pressing this question from this point forward, you're just being idiotically redundant.
We are going over old ground. I mean, we're telling you that we understand index error and refraction error and dip correction. Yeah, we understand all that. And when that sailor is out in that rough sea and he doesn't know where he is and he's got to find out where he is, they're the corrections that he carries out. There's no point on that boat where he's trying to find out because he needs to get back to his family, alive. He needs to find out where he is on the surface of the flat Earth. He does not have to carry out a Haversine correction formula. It's not in the books. It doesn't happen.
I think you're not familiar with the side reduction tables then.
It's not a refutation. Thank you for your autobiography that doesn't refute anything he said. That's your cue.
Actually, it does. If I can get to finish what I'm saying before you
don't
pop up
believe
and start
that he
speaking
knows what he's
non-stop.
talking about. Is not at all a refutation. Be quiet. That's your cue to
I was
cite your
still
source
responding to him.
concerning the usage of Aversign in celestial navigation, and you haven't done it once. Even the screenshot you appeal to makes no mention of it.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to. That was an example of a plotting
Right,
sheet.
so you haven't
If
proven
you,
the
please
point.
let me
You
finish
haven't
what I'm
proven the tacit
saying.
presumption under your
Once,
question.
just
Stop
once.
trying to dominate the channel with your redundant
You're
sophistry.
dominating the
You
channel.
have not
I just barely
exposed
started
the
speaking.
tacit. You have not proven the.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you're familiar with the process then, because for you to draw a line of position, if you want me to cite the entire process, I can try to get step by step of it. I thought maybe you guys already knew it by now, but that's fine. In order to plot the line of position, you need to compute two things. You need to compute the azimuth between the estimated position and the GP of the star, and the height of the estimated position and the GP of that star. Those two things are calculated using either side reduction tables or formulas. So the formulas for the computed height, it's called the Haversine, or the Great Circle distance formula. Or you can use the side reduction tables, which are simply tabulated values of that formula. But if you don't take it by my word and you want everything cited, I can try to prep us some citations to back all that up.
Bacon. I tell you what we'll do. So you mentioned the first reduction, or what was the first terminology you used?
You have the computed azimuth and you have the computed height.
So tell us what azimuth is.
Azimuth is a horizontal direction.
Right. So that's got nothing to do with curvature, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So what was your next thing that you mentioned?
Height. The computed height.
Computed height. Are we using a computer on the ship?
No. It's called computed because you're doing calculation.
Okay, so when does the sailor on the ship using the sea sextant use the computed height?
When he's plotting a fix, trying to figure out where he is.
So is he using a computer?
No, he's computed by doing multiplication and addition and tables.
So
that's why the side reduction tables
are you saying he's getting the height of something?
Yes, he's getting the expected height, which is the expected elevation angle of a celestial body, given his estimated position.
So it's not the height though, is it, of a star?
It's the predicted height from his estimated position, which is usually his dead reckoning position.
Let me just I'm trying to understand you, and for the audience, are we trying to work out the height of a star? Is that what you're trying to explain? Yes or no? Yes or
no? Yes, but let me be very, very clear. We have two heights of the star. You have the one you measure with the sextant.
I'll just have to stop. I will just have to stop you. Celestial navigation has got nothing to do with the height of stars.
I'm talking about elevation angle.
Well, you mentioned height, so
that's often called. Right. So the angles in celestial navigation, they are usually called height. For example, the angle
No, they're not.
Please.
They're not called height.
I have citation for that. Come on, I have citation.
No, you're incorrect. They're not called height. They're called elevation angles.
They're often called height as well.
No, they're not.
Well, you're just wrong. I can post citation of that.
So when you post so if you could post me a citation of the height of Polaris, please, and back your claim up, that will be great. You need to tell me the height of Polaris.
We're talking about right now.
Yeah. So you're telling me there's a height of a star that you can back yourself up with. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about the elevation angle. It's simply that in the context.
Okay, I'll just have to stop you again. So you're not talking about height then. You're talking about elevation angles.
Correct.
So nothing to do with height then. Nothing to do with height then.
Yeah, not the distance between the star and the sun.
Nothing to do with height. Okay. So you're talking about height. You said you're going to post something about height, but then you said it's got nothing to do with height. This sounds a little bit like contradictory.
No, let me give an example. The angle you read with the sextant, the angle you read with the sextant in navigation. That's called the sextant altitude or the height of sextant. When you correct for dip and index, then they call the angle the apparent altitude, or HS, which is HA, which is apparent height.
The apparent altitude. Yeah, then you get your true altitude when you've done your dip correction, and that's taking your elevation angle from 0 degrees. But you are going off the subject now, Bacon. Bacon, we was going through your thing about the heights of stars, and now you're drifting away. Now you're drifting away now.
Well, let's go back. I'm fine.
So, back. Are you claiming there's a height to a star? Yes or no?
No, I'm talking about elevation angle. That's just the terminology.
So you did mention height though, didn't you?
Yes, because that's common terminology. Height of sextant is the elevation angle that you read from the sextant.
So you mentioned height, but we're not talking about height. Is that correct?
Technically, yes. That's why.
Yeah. So why did you mention height then, if we're not talking about height?
Just explained to you why I said height. It's actually a common thing to call an altitude angle or an elevation angle a height. In the
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's a common thing to call an elevation angle, or an altitude. Altitude. You don't call it height. You was correct. It's got its own terminology. It's got nothing to do with height. You're incorrect again.
Okay, let me take a look at the.
Actually, can I ask a clarifying
American
question? Hold on a minute. So when you are mentioning the term height, are you trying to correlate that to this angle terminology? Or are you trying to mix the two together? I'm
not trying to mix anything. When I said height, I already clarified. I meant elevation angle, and now he's asking why I said that. I'm saying I said that because
they're two different things, dude. They're two different things.
Two different things.
My point is,
I know in the context of
Bacon.
We're debating semantics now.
Excuse me, Bacon.
No, it's not semantic.
Bacon, you didn't need to say height because it had nothing to do with height, like you've just admitted. So why did you mention height when it's got nothing to do with height?
I already responded to that question. I already answered
so let's forget height. Let's talk about elevation angles from a horizontal baseline.
Okay.
Yep.
What? Okay. So you were asking me. I said height when you asked me what the calculation was used for. So we have two things we compute. We compute the azimuth.
No, I have to stop you. I'm not being rude. We've already been over the computerized thing. There's no computer being used.
Oh my God! I'm not talking about using computers.
Well,
that's the name of the. That's the name of the calculation.
Bacon. It was your words. Computerized. You said.
I didn't say computerized.
What did you say then?
I said computed. That doesn't mean you're using a computer. If you do a calculation by hand.
Okay. When you use, excuse me, when you use the C-sextant, at what point are you computerizing something?
You're not computerizing. You're computing. You're computing. Doing calculations. That's called computing.
Oh my God, Bacon. At what point are you computing using the C-sextant? What point?
You're not using the C-sextant to compute. You're using pen and paper or a calculator.
Right, so computing's got nothing to do with it then?
It has got everything to do with the process.
So using words again incorrectly. Using words again incorrectly then, on purpose.
What?
Computing. At what point does the C-sextant compute?
I never said the C-sextant compute. The navigator computes using the psi reduction table or calculator.
How does he compute? What does he use to compute?
Just told you, either a psi reduction table, which are tabulated values of the formulas, or a calculator, where he can simply plug in the formula.
So, when you say psi reduction, what do you mean? Is that refraction index?
Oh my God, you don't know what psi reduction is?
Well, don't say, oh my God, you tell me.
Okay, when you're doing celestial navigation, you're doing a fix. You have an estimated position and you want to fix it. In order to fix it, you need line of position. In order to get a line of position, you have to do something called psi reduction. So psi reduction, you start by taking an elevation angle to a star. You take the timestamp of that elevation angle. You work out the GP of that celestial body, and then you work out the azimuth and height of that celestial body from your estimated position, so you can get a line of position.
I'll just stop you there. We're not working out a height. We've already established that. of the celestial body. That's got
just the
nothing
name of the
to do-
angle.
No,
That's simply the name of the angle.
We've just been through that for the last 5 minutes. We're not working out the height of a celestial body. Is that correct?
The elevation angle. That's simply the name of it.
Yeah,
I'm calling
so you
computed
said,
height.
you said height.
Yes, that's the name of. I said
You're
computed height.
incorrect.
That's HC.
You're saying computed height. We're not working out computed heights. We're working out elevation angles from sea level.
Okay, what do you think HC means? The angle HC in the context of celestial navigation. What do you think that means?
What does what mean? Sorry.
H, the letter H, and the letter C. That's an acronym.
Height contour.
What do you think that means?
Well, let's have a look.
Correction.
Should we Google it together?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah,
Google
let's-
HC
Can
celestial
we hold
navigation.
hands while we Google it?
Huh?
Can we hold hands while we look this up together?
Say that again.
Never mind.
It's the altitude.
Oh, first result. HC, celestial navigation basics. HC, calculated altitude. In this post, we will look at how to determine HC, the calculated altitude, and compare this to HO, the observed altitude. The difference between HO and HC is the intercept, and it's used in the Mark-Saint-Hilaire method for solving position, which is what we call the 3-star fix that you do with 3 lines of position with side reduction.
Okay. So we've got an altitude, yeah, which is above sea level. Yeah.
That elevation angle. Everything, everywhere
it's the observed altitude. Yeah. HO would be if we're exactly at the DR position. Yeah. So is any
wait.
I'm just
What you
saying,
said the observed altitude is?
Well, the observed altitude will be regarding your sextant and the altitude of the luminary.
Observed altitude is the angle after you apply refraction correction and same diameter and parallax correction. That's
so we've got a few we've got angles, yeah, which is 2 straight lines. We've got altitude, which is at height above sea level, 0 degrees. Yeah. I mean, we're dealing with a flat Earth measurement here, aren't we, Bacon?
Oh, this Earth here doesn't look that flat, but the HC here.
Yeah, but we're measuring it like that. We are measuring it like that because we're using altitude above sea level. We're using elevation angles, which requires a horizontal baseline using sea level. And we're using the horizon to establish horizontal above sea level to the luminary. So now, at this point in this conversation, there's nothing to do with curvature, is there, Bacon?
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking a question about why the Haver sign is used, and it's used for precisely the calculated altitude, or HC.
Well, I mean, the only reason which Jedi told you like half an hour ago Haver sign is used is to convert 2 straight lines elevation angle measurements after you've measured flat Earth to convert it to a globe.
That's isn't false because the elevation angles are not used in the Haver sign.
I only had 3 seconds left. It's to convert it to a globe, which the globe isn't measured.
And that doesn't make sense because the elevation angles are not part of the equation. The equation simply uses the coordinates of the estimated position.
The elevation angle is the measurement from the sea sextant using the horizon to establish horizontal, line of sight to the luminary above the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Right, so it's all flat Earth, 2 angles, 2 straight lines. But then somebody said, well, we can't let them know we live on a flat Earth, so we'll have to use a formula now to convert that to the globe. So we're going to use a formula. It's not actually a measurement. It's not anything we're doing. It's a mathematical formula. So if them 2 straight lines... Sorry?
If that was the case, if that was the conversion between something you're reading...
Bacon.
Then you use.
Bacon. I'll put it this way to you, right? I'll put it this way: rather than use a formula of Haver sign to convert a straight line measurement to a globe, why don't you just measure a globe in the first place?
I'm not trying to measure a globe or anything like that. trying to make sense out of this equation here. That's all. What you're saying is simply. Well, let me answer to you.
No, you're not listening.
You are not listening because you're speaking.
No,
you can't be listening if you're
no,
speaking. I'm trying to respond to you.
I know you're triggered from that, but listen.
No, I'm just trying to respond to you.
I'll say one more time, Bacon. Right. So, if you was measuring curvature, you wouldn't need a formula, would you?
I'm not measuring curvature. We're not measuring if the Earth is flat or curved. We're trying to figure out where we are. And the Haversine doesn't have anything to do with measuring curvature or measuring flatness. It doesn't have anything to do with what you measured.
So when we're measuring our point, so when we're using circles of equal altitude and using elevation angles at sea level for our horizontal baseline, are we measuring a curved Earth or a?
We're not measuring Earth.
So when we're pinpointing our position on the surface of Earth, are we measuring Earth or not Earth?
We're not measuring Earth. We're trying to figure out our location, and for that we have to do some math.
Hold on. You know, as a pivot, you just said you're measuring Earth, and then now you're saying you're measuring a location. The fuck?
So we're not measuring Earth, then. So we're not pinpointing our position on Earth.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out our coordinates. That's not directly measuring if the Earth is curved or not.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know where you are.
Yeah. So when you measure latitude, that's an elevation angle to and from Polaris at sea level. Will require a horizontal baseline, proving Earth is flat. Now, we don't need a formula for that to prove that it's not curved or is curved, because a formula is not a measurement. It's a formula. It's a conversion table. It's converting something into something else, not using reality. That's what a formula is. But when you're using celestial navigation and your life depends on it, and you need to find out where you are because you've got to get home to the kids and all that, and your life's depending on it, you're going to be using sea level, horizontal, the horizon, and it's all flat and level. Now, if you can explain to us how these people at sea are using curvature, not a formula, a curvature measurement, not a formula, please give us an example.
Yeah, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm asking you if reality is the way you're saying, that you don't actually need to use Haversine.
But we don't.
Let me just see an example. Let me just see an example of celestial navigation fix being done where there is no use of Haversine.
Yeah,
this has to stop. Now I know you're going to talk to me, so I'm going to talk to you, Bacon.
Go on, Gregory.
This has to stop. One deck just exposed the error of your pattern of reasoning. You have to use a formula to convert the straight line that is stretching from you to the horizon, the GP, under the star, so that you can then chant victory that you got the elevation angle up from a sphere, which is a patent concession that you didn't measure the Earth to be a sphere. You converted the straight line stretching from your position to the GP somewhere on the horizon to be a curved line rather than the horizontal baseline that it is in order to get the angular relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth. And you explicitly said, I'm not trying to measure curvature. Thanks for your concession. You're done.
That ignores my question. All of this is my attempt to get an answer to a question that hasn't been answered.
You need to ask the guy.
When you say, please, I barely started responding. I barely started speaking. I barely started speaking. Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
Okay, so you need to go to the guy who wrote the book, who tricked you, and ask him why he uses it.
Enough of this. He did this at least 5 times. He's just going to evade what was just said to him. He just evades the critique and just repeats the question as though we're the ones not tracking with him.
Can I respond to what was said now? Okay. The claim that Haversine converts between a straight line and a curved line makes no sense. The output of Haversine is a distance, the input is 2 coordinates. So you show me how that formula is turning a straight line into a curved line, and why that even works if the Earth is not a flat surface.
What is Haversine? What is it?
It's an equation that takes two coordinates on the surface of the sphere and gives you the distance between those 2 points over the sphere surface.
Okay, where's the curvature involved in celestial navigation?
In this computation, for example.
In the computation.
Yes.
The computation, you said that was not happening earlier.
I didn't say there's no
You said
computation.
you're not computing.
I didn't say I'm not computing.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
there's no computers.
You did. Everyone heard it.
I didn't.
You said I'm
Well,
not
flip it.
computing. So now
Flip
there's a
it.
computation.
Prove
Make up
it.
your
Prove I
mind.
said that. It's on live stream. Just find where I said
Yeah, it is on live stream, Bacon. Yeah, it is.
Exactly. So prove that I
Yeah.
said that. I said the opposite. I said we're not computerizing because one deck was saying there's no computers used in celestial navigation, and I said okay, yes, no computing. When I say you're computing the height or computing the azimuth, that's the computation done by hand or using a calculator.
Okay, so let's try
That's
again.
what I said. I
Where's
specifically
the
said you
curvature
compute by
involved?
doing math with
Okay,
pen and
enough.
paper or a calculator.
Enough.
I specifically said that.
Okay, enough. Where is curvature involved in celestial navigation?
Well, the Haver sign is a big example of that. It gives you a distance
Right.
between 2 points over the
Yeah,
surface.
just say computation, not a measurement.
Correct. You have to
Correct.
compute
Thank you
Haver
for your
sign to find their
concession.
location.
Not a measurement. Right? So
I
you
didn't
do
say-
this computation after you do the measurement with celestial navigation. Nowhere in the attempt to do celestial navigation does it involve trying to compute a globe into the issue. You do that
Yes,
after
it does
the
because the results of Haver sign are key to get your position. If you don't compute
Yeah,
Haver sign,
not a
then
measurement
how are you
of
going to get a line of
curvature.
position?
Yeah, not a measurement of curvature. I'm going to make
I
this
didn't say
very
there was
clear.
measurement of curvature.
I'm going to make this very clear. I know you don't like that. I don't care. Tired of you going in circles. Yeah, not a measurement, a computation, a calculation. Will you
Yeah, I said that from
change
the
the
start.
surface of the earth? We have to change that horizontal straight baseline from your position to the GP under the star into a curved line, a curved surface, not a measurement.
Yeah. Thanks for repeating what I said from the start. Haver sign is not a measurement.
Bacon, Gregory was right. So you've measured a straight line, you've measured an elevation angle. These are true things that you're doing in natural life form on Earth, on sea level. Now, why would you want to try and convert that into a globe when you don't live on one?
That's a great question. Why people use that equation when they're doing a fixed? That's exactly the question I'm asking you.
Yeah. So you don't need to do it. That's our point. It's
Hey,
irrelevant.
let me see an example.
Remember the point I said to you earlier concerning the hammer? Right? I said presumption.
Show me an example where the two is used
reasoning.
correctly.
Stop talking to me. I began speaking before you. The tacit presumption in your line of argumentation. You're trying to go from the premise if people use Haver sign after the fact when doing celestial navigation, whether they completed celestial navigation or not, if people use Haver sign, then there's curvature involved. There's measured curvature involved in celestial navigation. That does not follow. I'm going to make this very clear. You're not going to make it clear. I will. That's your conditional premise. That's the tacit presumption in your line of argumentation. If people use Haver sign in their calculations after successfully completing navigation, celestial navigation or not, then there is measured curvature when doing celestial navigation. Wrong.
Exactly.
It's a straw man. Of course it's wrong. It's a straw man. I never said that. Celestial, but please let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Then you speak. I never said you use Haver sign after you completed successful the process of celestial navigation. That's during the process of celestial navigation. You don't get a result. You
Cite
don't
the
get
source now. Now.
Yeah, the Medical Practical Navigator. The way you
nowhere
compute.
didn't mention Haver sign at all. You couldn't even make intelligible the illustration that you appealed to. You were just bewildered when I asked you the simple question, what is this illustrative of? You couldn't even interpret the question. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, the American Practical Navigator cites the psi reduction tables. The psi reduction tables are computative values of the Haver sign.
All right, fine. Let me ask you a question about that. What happens if you're a Russian?
Then you speak Russian, I guess.
You know, did they go and buy the American Practical Navigator in order to get around?
Hey, Bacon.
No idea.
Bacon, can you tell us what the mathematical formula is for Haversine, please?
Use the simplified version, which is the arc cosine of the cosine of latitude times
No, give us
the
a
cosine of the latitude.
mathematical. No, can you post a mathematical formula that changes a straight line into a curve, please?
That's not what Haversine does.
What does it do
let's
then?
not lose the point. Let's not lose the point. Let's hang on.
That's the claim of what it does.
Let me straighten this out. Your tacit presumption. Notice I said tacit presumption. Don't tell me the truism that you didn't say it. You're not going to say it. You're bad at arguing. That's why you're not saying it. The tacit presumption in your line of reasoning that you haven't said because you're bad at arguing or a sophist is that if people use Haversine, which is like you just conceded after the fact of successfully completing celestial navigation or not, is therefore indicative that you are measuring curvature when doing celestial navigation. Wrong. So just because people are using Haversine does not at all indicate that you need to use Haversine in order to successfully complete celestial navigation. Nor is it indicative that you measure curvature of the Earth.
Gregory,
let me see an example where Haversine is not being used.
1 minute, I did step out, Gregory. So just to confirm what Gregory's saying is, the Earth's measured flat. Yeah. Why would you need a formula to change that?
Well, if it's not needed, can I see a single example where the formula isn't actually used?
Well, you don't need a formula because you use elevation angle from sea level to get your elevation angle. That's a flat baseline.
Wonderful. Let me see that done in practice. Just show me one example where you don't need Haversine.
You keep saying that. He's asking you why you need to turn it into a curve with the formula if you're already on a ball measuring it that way.
Yeah, that's
how do you measure the ball,
what the formula does.
Tell us how you measure the ball, Bacon.
That's simply not what the formula does.
Look, let me direct you address what Bacon keeps repeating. Let me direct you address what Bacon keeps repeating. He's insisting, show me an example. He's talking past the fact that in principle, celestial navigation, the method to complete that task, does not include Haversine. You're tacitly presuming it does. You haven't proven that. Then you say you did prove it, and then you turn our eyes to that screenshot that I exposed you have no knowledge about again. You couldn't even make it intelligible. You couldn't tell me, is it illustrative of an angular relationship between the surface of the Earth and the star or not? So no, you haven't proven that Haversine is necessary to complete celestial navigation. No, you haven't.
And Gregory's always correct. And I do fucking love you, Gregory. But listen, let's measure the Earth with no formula. Let's measure curvature. Now, how is that done, Bacon? How's curvature measured with no formula?
He's exploded. So enough. That's enough redundancy.
Yeah. How's curvature measured with no angle measurements? Cuckoo.
Do any of you know what the Haversine formula does?
Yeah, it turns straight lines into fucking curved lines, mate.
Yeah, that's that's incorrect.
Oh well, you enlighten us all then, mate.
Hey guys, can we let Brenda for once tell us exactly what the purpose of the Haversine formula is?
Oh,
we'll give you 30 seconds, Brenda.
Come on, Bernard.
May I speak? Right.
No.
So the Haversine calculates the distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere. That is the shortest distance.
Hang on a minute.
Excuse me.
Whoa. Excuse me.
No, you're not going to let me talk. Okay.
No. We have to stop you. We have to stop you, Bernard, when you make incorrect fucking terminologies. So you said the surface of a sphere. Now, is the surface of the sphere level or curved?
Again, the Haversine formula calculates the distance.
No. We're not. We're back to the form.
All right.
Bernard, shut the fuck up and listen. Now, is the surface of the Earth curved or level? Brenda?
Mic check.
Mic check.
Okay, sorry, lost connection
Or
for a
both
minute.
of you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bacon, they won't let you talk. They won't let me talk.
No, I've had a great conversation with Bacon. We're friends. We can talk about things. We give each other a little bit of ebb and flow, you know. So Brenda, Bernard, whatever your name is, right? So your point is, right, what we're saying to you is, when we measure an elevation angle using sea level, is that a flat earth elevation angle measurement or a curved elevation angle measurement? Can you answer that question? Brenda.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing Bacon did earlier when I exposed him. They're not going to answer your surprising question.
No,
They're just
they
going
won't
to.
answer.
They have the right to just scrutinize and never engage in scrutiny, as usual.
Yeah. So when you measure the elevation angle in your dinghy at sea level and you get the GP, that's the radius line between the GP and the observer, that's got nothing to do with curvature, has it, at this point? Because we're measuring these distances in physical reality. We don't need formulas because we're not using formulas. We're trying to determine point A and point B, and we're using physical reality. We don't need mathematics.
So you were having a conversation with Bacon. Go ahead with that. If you decide to allow me to explain what the Haversine formula is, let me know.
Yeah,
They already have their
what
mind.
we'd like to know is, when you're measuring a flat Earth, why would you need a formula?
Yeah, Brenda, go ahead and explain how what it is and how you apply it and why you need it.
Why do you need a formula when you've
Okay.
already physically measured a straight line distance?
So continue your conversation with Bacon, or let me
No,
explain what the
Bacon's done
Haversine
now.
formula
Bacon's
is.
done. Brenda, we want you, Brenda. Now we're gonna destroy you now, Brenda.
Oh, we're not done here.
Oh, I'm not done, mate.
Let's try.
Bacon threw himself.
Let's
Bacon
do
threw
the
himself
following.
back on the fire.
Let's do the following. Okay, so if you think you guys know the process of navigation, and you don't think you need Haversine, so let's do an example of it. I just posted on the chat a 3 elevation angle readings to 3 stars with all the necessary information to get a.
Bacon, I'm not interrupting to be rude. I just need to be clear. So you've just said you've measured an elevation angle, yeah?
No, I didn't. Those aren't my readings. Those are readings from
you
Science
just
South.
said the word. Hang on a minute. Excuse me. People can hear you. We're all being recorded. You just said something about posting something in chat, and it's an elevation angle measurement. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, there are 3 readings.
Elevation angle measurements. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 sextant readings. Yeah.
Okay. What can you tell us what an elevation angle measurement is, please?
In this case, it's an angle between a line of sight to the horizon and a line of sight to the star.
Yeah. So is there any curvature involved? Yes or no?
Let's say no.
No. So there's no proof of curved Earth here, then, no?
Correct. That's not the idea
Correct.
here.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. But
Thank
now
you.
I still want an answer to my question. I mean, I'm not trying to argue or the globe.
Little bit of a giggle there. Oh,
I'm trying to get an answer.
A little bit of a giggle there when the globe was destroyed.
Yeah, globe's destroyed. Earth is flat. My answer is still my question is still unanswered.
Ask the guy who wrote the book that you admire so much.
Well, if he was here, I would definitely ask him. Is there anyone here that knows the process of celestial navigation without using a Haversine or the side reduction tables?
Haversine's not used in celestial navigation.
Yes, let's put that to the test. Let's do an example of celestial navigation and see that we can actually achieve it without Haversine.
Okay, Bacon, I'll go through with you. So what do you do? So you're going through celestial navigation, you're going out with a crew. right? You've got your sea sextant in the box and all that. You get to the harbour. You've not got on the ship yet. What's the first thing you do?
Well, if I was using my sextant, I would try to calibrate it because it's a
No, no.
plastic one.
Before
And
you get on the ship, what's the first measurement you need to take?
You mean my height of eye?
Well, I'm asking you. Is that what you do?
Oh, I've never been to a ship, so I'm not sure which is the first thing, but definitely my height of eye to account for deep correction.
So before you get on the ship, you're going to establish your height of the eye above what?
Above sea level.
Sea level, yeah. So before you get on the ship, you're going to say, I'm going to establish my elevation above sea level. Yeah. So you've already established that the sea is level at this point. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we don't need to go any further, do we, Bacon?
Are you saying when people know the ocean is level, they don't do celestial navigation anymore? They don't have to do celestial navigation anymore? Or do they still have to do it to find the position?
No, I'm not saying anything. I asked you what would your first measurement be, and you said to me that you would have to measure your eye above sea level, and that's a level reference frame, admitting that sea is level. Welcome to Flat Earth again.
Oh, thank you, but that still doesn't help me figure out where I am using these angles.
Two times in 2 minutes, you welcomed yourself to Flat Earth.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Flat Earth,
But
Bacon.
I still want an answer to my question. That's the thing. You can welcome me how many times you want. That's not answering my question.
You're not using celestial navigation books. You're using some other guy's book.
It's not a guy's book. That's just some real life measurements.
Yeah, like your height of eye above sea level. Now, why
Yeah,
is it called?
that's
why is
60
it called? Okay, why is it called sea level, Bacon?
Because it's level, like the Earth.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth. That's the third time. Welcome.
Thank you. Can I get an answer
3
to my
minutes.
question now after you welcome me to Flat Earth 3 times?
Well, I'm feeling like we're getting a really good friendship going as a Flat Earth friends.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm still very curious to how to do this, how to do a fix without using Haversine or
you don't need Haversine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Can I have just 10 seconds? Bacon just said about a minute ago I was predisposed, but Bacon said he's never even been on a boat with a sextant. And we're gonna
Called
try
him
and
out on that an hour ago when I said he's never been on a ship in his life, and he
thinks he's gonna educate us on celestial navigation.
Actually, it's the other way around. I'm asking you to educate me because apparently I don't know what I'm talking about, even though I've run.
Now you're gonna flip it. No, bro.
No, I've
You
been
come
flipping
in
it a
here
long time.
trying to claim-
I'm not flipping it
One
now.
deck taught you how to do it. One deck already taught you how to do
Thank
it.
you.
You don't have to. You don't have
It
to use
didn't-
that guy's thing anymore. You can just be lost at sea, get a sextant and an almanac, and figure it out. Make sure you have your charts.
No, he didn't give me a full process. He didn't give me something that can actually give me an answer to my coordinates. There's no point in what he said that I can actually get a pair of latitude and longitude on my location. He just gave me a diagram that comes from nowhere, and it doesn't actually describe a process.
Yeah, but Bacon, when you talk about latitude, that was established from flat Earth elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris.
Yes, I'm already a
Yeah,
flat
see,
earther.
but-
I'm not sure why
that-
you
yeah,
keep
so that's
trying to convince me.
yeah. I just like to welcome you all the time. So you know the Earth's flat. So just go
Yes, I
with that.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
now
go.
that I'm aware of the true flat shape of the Earth, can I figure out how to do celestial navigation without using the Haversine?
No, you don't need to use it, mate.
Exactly, that's what I'm asking. How can I do it then? Show me how to do it
You don't-
without using Haversine.
You get to the harbour, and then what you're going to say is, what's my height of eye going to be? Like you've just explained to us, and it's going to be like, we'll say 50
60
foot above 60 feet above sea level, which is a level reference frame above sea level. So that's already describing a flat Earth. Yeah. So then when you get on the boat and you're out and you're navigating or you're sailing, and you think, where the bloody hell am I? I've got a little bit of a reference point from where I left harbour, and I've got an idea where I might be, but it's gone a bit dark. I don't know where I am. So I know what I'll do. I'm going to get me Marinus Sextant out. Yeah. Now, how does that work? The Mariners sextant, the sea sextant. What's that? What's the purpose of the sea sextant? Now, if you do a bit of research on that, it's to establish an elevation angle.
Yeah, that's already done. I already posted the 3 elevation
Yeah,
angles,
that's
so let's
fine.
work
That's
with
fine.
it.
Yeah. You asked me for the explanation. I'm giving it you. Yeah.
I didn't.
So no, you did. I mean, you
I'm
have
asking for the
interrupted me
process.
now. Yeah, so say that again. Sorry.
I'm asking to the process, the step by step. What should I do
Yeah.
now? You're just repeating stuff we already been through.
Well, I was
trying
talking
to
you through the
tell you.
process. Then you
He already told me that.
rudely interrupt. Yeah. Well, you asked me for it, and now you've rudely interrupted.
Oh, you're just repeating
So
something you
you've
said
had,
before already.
oh yeah, it's okay. So you twice now you've rudely interrupted because you don't like the fact that you've measured your height of eye above sea level, and then when you get out at sea and you're lost and you don't know where you are, you're going to get the sea sextant out. Yeah, that's the Mariner's sextant with the horizon mirror attached to it, and you're going to say, "Well, I need to try and find out where I am. How am I going to do that? Somebody's already been through this. There's a book on my shelf there next to me in the boat called the Almanac. Yeah, that knows all the GPs of stars and the suns and the 68 constellations, whatever it is, at certain times. So where the bloody hell am I? I'm lost. Right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get an elevation angle to the sun. Yeah. Now, what's an elevation angle?
Oh, I'm asking.
Well,
No, I'm asking for,
Oh,
for a
well, I
three-step
know you've
fix.
you asked for the points, and I'm going through. This is the second step.
But we're gonna waste time because I'm not asking for a sun measurement.
No, I'm
I
not
posted
wasting time,
3
mate.
star
You've asked me
measurements.
to go through. Yeah, I'm not wasting time. You've asked me to go through the steps. I'm going through the steps. So we're
But
gonna.
you're
We
describing
now.
the steps.
Well,
Please,
and
please,
you
you're
can keep.
describing the steps of using the
No,
sun.
ask me for the steps. Well, all right. Well, do you want to use the?
Yeah, you're describing the steps of using the sun. I have star readings. Can you describe the steps for stars?
Is the sun a celestial object, Bacon? Don't be an idiot.
Yes, but the sun has what's called horizontal parallax, and the sun also has the same diameter to correct for, so it's a different process than when you're sighting a star. That's why I'm asking how to solve for a star. Star is actually simpler than the sun sight. So in order for us not to waste time with the sun sight, because the data I have here are not for a sun sight, are for
Earth
stars.
is a sphere. I am sick and tired of these radical people believing feeling. Oh
Then
my
just leave.
god.
Brenda's friend was here.
Okay, is one deck he lost connection or something? Because he just suddenly stopped talking. Well, I got 3 GPs here from those 3 elevation angles with 3 radiuses in nautical miles. So
You didn't do
what should I do
anything,
next?
actually. You haven't done
Huh?
anything, actually. You said
Yeah,
you've
I'll
never
post
even
my
been on a
work.
boat.
I'll post my work. It's on the chat.
Oh, Beetlejuice, what a cool star.
I corrected
The problem
for
is
dip
the problem
refraction.
is a lot of these guys decided to be flat earthers before they decided to understand.
Now whoever speaks muted.
Oh no, if you speak out
It's
against
ridiculous.
the big flat earth, they'll mute you real quick.
The world's quietest microphone has just spoke.
No, you probably just have me turn down Redwin from when I yell at you all the time.
No, now you sound fine.
What if we put all the weight of the world into the 2 edges of the flat earth and make it curve?
I'm just sick and tired. Oh my god.
Make it stop.
The the globe will take nothing but L's this week. Thank you.
Ellie wanted to talk about flat earthers again, so took a break.
Got any new faces today? I think
Dude,
I
a fly.
was about
A
to
fly
say.
landed right on my balls and I swatted it away and it hit my ball.
What's up, Cube?
Congratulations.
You new, I see?
Chicken dipped. He knew he was done.
Looks like Brenda left too.
What is up with this politics bot? Why is it randomly just saying there a drone alert sounds in on Heights right now?
Yeah, who muted me before? Was it you, Radwin? I don't think you're that much of an asshole. Oh, jeez, Louise. Yo, Radwin, do you know why One Deck is absolutely wrong about celestial navigation?
Could you elaborate on that and maybe point out where he's wrong? That would be cool.
He constantly jumps in and talks about, I have a horizontal baseline to the GP of the star, and that's how I'm acquiring an elevation angle, right? That's what he says. He thinks
Sounds right.
Hear him. Okay, so then if that's the case, you should be able to know the height of the star above the surface, right?
Why is that?
Because I can know the distance to the GP. If I know my elevation angle to the star, I know the distance to the GP, then I should know the height of the star above the
So that
surface.
okay. That should work on your globe too, right?
Yeah, I was going to say,
No, it doesn't work.
if you know the size of the globe, right, and then you know the distance to the two GPs using the Haberstein, then that means you know the chord length between the two GPs, which means you know the distance to the star on the globe. So,
To the GP of the star, or to
Yeah, you still have yet to say where One Deck is wrong.
yeah, so now you know the chord
Because
length between the two GPs. Therefore, you know the height of the star. Well, I mean, I'm just running their logic back to you. Do you know the height of the star according to the chord length, according to the radius of the sphere? Can you then calculate the height of the star?
I think what you're saying is irrelevant. I'm sorry.
It's not. It's the same thing. You got a horizontal baseline, right? Like a triangle. Now you got a horizontal baseline, the chord line through the surface of the sphere with the known diameter, right? So the two GPs, chord line according to the diameter. So that's a straight line. Now you know. Now you just give an angle to the star. You should be able to calculate the distance to the star based on that chord line, which is a straight line.
I don't know what you're going on about. I was
The
simply
distance
saying.
to the star. That's how you're wrong.
Then you're in the wrong.
Can you tell me what I
argument,
said?
sir.
Can you tell me what I said? No tanks.
Yeah, what you're saying. Well, yeah, you're saying that if the Earth is flat, that would be a triangle. Therefore, you'd be able to calculate the distance to the star, or derive the distance to the star from the third leg of the triangle.
Correct. You would
So
know
that's
the
how
side of the
triangles work.
triangle, right? The star to the GP of the star. You would know the height of that side of the triangle.
Right. Therefore, it has to be a curved line, because if it was a straight line, you'd be able to do it. So now you can
No,
do
I don't know what you're talking about. It has to be a curved line. What do you mean? No.
Then what's
We're
the
talking about
reason
flat Earth.
Okay, what's the reason?
We're
You're
granting
talking about the
flat Earth.
star. You're talking about
We
the
are
star.
granting that the Earth is flat right now.
Okay, I'm granting the Earth's a
I'm
globe.
not talking
No
about
problem.
curved nothing.
Me either. Just a triangle, dude. A chord line through the circle. That would be a straight line. Now you got your two GPs, a straight line.
Chord line
You know the
through a circle.
hypotenuse.
Where is
Yeah,
there a circle on a flat Earth?
dude, it's going through a circle. A chord line goes through a circle. So now how far is the star granting the globe according to that chord line?
I thought you needed triangles to acquire an elevation.
Listen, dude, I was just trying to get real with you. You just wanted to argue. It's cool. Go
No,
back.
I'm asking where this circle's coming from.
I'm done with it. Go back to Rob and One Deck.
Hey, so, Callie, yeah, here you go. I heard you a little bit. So when Matthew Learns calculated the height of the sun, I took his text and fed it into ChatGPT, and there's your height to Polaris. If you want to use that for all your star heights, go ahead. There you go. It worked.
That's definitely not the height of Polaris.
What is it?
How do you know that? No, hang on. You just made a statement. No, let me speak for a second. You said that is definitely not the height of Polaris. So how do you know that is definitely not the height of Polaris?
It says the height of Polaris is
Wait.
3,000 miles in this image.
I don't care what the image says. How do you know that is not the
Because if
actual
I
height?
travel 3,000 miles on the Earth, the star doesn't do what it would if it was 3,000 miles away.
How do you know? You've seen something 3,000 miles away from you? Are your eyes that good? Yeah, thanks for the silence.
No, you can't use Pythagorean theorem to get the height of the star.
No, you definitely
Sorry.
can.
No, you definitely don't. No one
Matthew
does
Learns
this.
used it to get. Yeah, Matthew used it to get the height of the sun. Would you like to see his text?
That's silly. So you're saying Polaris is 3,000 miles above the Earth? Yeah,
No, you're
Matthew
saying it.
Learns did the math, and he knows that
Oh,
is
they went out
incorrect.
and they were at a meetup. Yeah, they were at a meetup and they did the calculations.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Flat earther.
Yeah, if you're saying that's wrong, then what's the right way to do it?
Not using Pythagorean theorem.
Okay, then tell us the right way. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Answer Alpha. Tell us the correct way.
Yeah.
I was talking about one deck.
No, let's talk about the correct way. Now, what is the correct way? Go on.
I made my point.
Callie, what's the correct way?
I made my point.
No, the point is you don't have a point. You don't have a point. So what is the correct
You think
height?
you can know the height
No,
of
it's not you
Polaris above
think.
the surface?
It's not you think. What is the correct way? What is the correct way to find the height of Polaris? Go ahead and tell us. Tell everybody.
It's not the way that Matthew Learns is talking
All right,
about
then.
here.
All right, that's noted. Noted. Now, what is the correct way?
Well, this is the way that one deck thinks that
What
you
is the
gotta do it.
correct way?
Well, it's not this way.
Well, then
That's
what
my
is?
point.
Then what is?
What if you're trying to acquire the height of a star? The correct
Yeah.
way to acquire the actual height of a
Yes.
star?
You don't have to repeat it.
above the
Just
Earth?
give it to us. Yeah, you don't have to repeat it. Just give it to us.
It has to do with parallax.
Go ahead and tell us how. Oh, wise one. Tell us how.
Oh, it's a mouthful explaining
Oh,
how
yeah.
parallax.
So you
gives
don't know. So you don't know.
All right, you're interrupting.
Callie, what was your point with the triangles exist, like
Polaris
universally,
is not
regardless of
3,500
the
miles
Hold on,
from
no
the Earth.
tanks.
regardless-
Hold on, no tanks. Let him finish giving us the correct way to do it. Go ahead, Callie.
I told you that the way he thinks to do it is not the right way.
Not he thinks. How you know the correct way is.
Yeah, Kelly, you said that's not the correct way. Now, Alpha wants you to post and tell
I'm going
us
to
the
make
correct
this
way.
point. Listen close, right?
Correct way.
I know the correct way to celestial navigate, right?
No.
The correct way to get the height of a star pertains to stellar parallax and other things.
Go ahead and other things. No, I want the detailed method of how we know the height
Yeah,
of Polaris.
it has to do with like the brightness of quasars or something like that.
Oh my God.
I can't remember everything.
You can't remember anything. This was your case, sir. This is the whole point.
Well, you want to know the correct method to know the height of a star. I don't think we know the right method. I definitely know it's not the Pythagorean theorem.
All right. No. Well, then you can't speak on what is incorrect if you don't know the correct. You're just saying that's not right. Well, how do you know what's right then? If you don't know that's not right. That's weird.
It's a triangle denier.
It would be different if you said there's no way that anyone can know because there's no way you could triangulate or just, you could say for certain that you can't ascertain that method by what he's done. But apparently what he's done, Matthew's done as well. So you don't have anything to say that there's nothing that, if you say that method is incorrect, you'd have to state a correct method.
I would report Matthew to the university he teaches at and tell them he doesn't know what he's doing, Callie.
Callie was looking for the door. I just gave him a reason to leave. He just finished saying, well, we don't know. Okay, well then, the whole point.
He's gonna go
He said-
ask Bacon.
No,
Bacon will tell him.
Now get this. He said it. I didn't tell him. that he doesn't know. He said he doesn't know.
No, man, he came in here attacking one deck, and I had to put him back.
Yeah. So they don't have an answer after all. Nice. I mean, we're still waiting here for somebody that's brave enough to tell us that if that's incorrect and give us the correct method. So wrong about that.
There's only Scott who was gonna, who has all the answers. There's nobody else here.
What did you say? No thanks.
Scott's the only one here with all the answers. Nobody else is gonna be able to help.
He doesn't know. There he is. What's up, one deck? You got him flopping around like a fish out of water in here with your Polaris. Talk about getting angles to Polaris there. Don't know what to do anymore. That's all they can talk about. Must have really got to him one day.
Yeah, one deck they said you should be able to get the distance to the location of the star with your Pythagorean theorem.
Now, Matthew Learns actually did this on one of the FE meetups. He did this with someone. I forgot what the name of the flat earther was that he did it with. But yeah, he went to a flat earth meetup and they did it angles to the sun, found out the distance to the sun. That's the snippet of information that Radwin was putting in the text. He admitted that. So
Yeah, they always use this argument, like, what's the height of the star if you're using a triangle? It's not trig, it's celestial navigation, it's different.
Right.
yeah, they're flopping around like a fish out of water in here, talking about one deck. They don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, they got decked.
The rest of the individuals that come in here are just ignorant about all things about their globe. So we deal with, like, I know I've been talking to other people about this. It's really like bottom shelf type of conversations with these guys. Where's the edge? Like that's all they come in here and say these days. Nobody's really equipped to have the conversation. I'll be honest with you. It's been a minute actually since we've seen somebody come in here. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, Alpha Man? How's it going?
Yeah, really well, buddy. They pop in here.
Thought I'll see what was going down. See if any interesting things happening.
Callie was flopping around like a fish out of water about one deck's angles to Polaris.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he says that's the incorrect method of finding out the height of the star because you can't do that. And then he's like, "That's it. That method is incorrect." And then I asked him what the correct method was, and he couldn't give it to me. He's like, "Well, we don't know." Okay, that's that's good to know.
That's that's brilliant, Callie. Thanks.
Yeah. No more brave souls anymore. Not like they used to be.
They'll pop on at some point, mate. They always do. They're still young.
I'm waiting for the educated people to come in here. The biologists, the ones who say I'm whatever field. I think that's interesting. Come in here, state their profession.
Excuse me. Yeah, they're always the fun ones. The ones with a little bit of education. It's always fun.
Like people that work at Adobe, like those guys. Well, it's not that I so much care about the correct methods. It's the fact that people in here say that that method is incorrect. So what method is correct? How do we do things on the Earth that's a globe? How do you know the height of Polaris on a globe? You know how to do that, Scott? Height to Polaris. By the way, he's responded to me in text. That's why I'm asking.
That's right. I'm reading it as well.
Apparently, he must know the height of Polaris. What's the correct method of finding the height of Polaris? Go on, Scott. You guys are so concerned with linear distance. Go ahead and tell us the distance to Polaris. Or just say you don't know. That would be better, wouldn't it, Scott? Just say, I don't know. Hey, man, I'm not the one that was talking about it. It was your guys' side. You're so concerned with linear distance. Well, make it sound like that's what we were trying to do, because that's not. That was Callie's point. That's almost every other Glober point that actually gets in this conversation. Be putting it on us. Now we're talking about Matthew Learns also finding the height to the sun. If you scroll up in text, who was it? Somebody posted it. Radwin, I think. The snippet.
Oh yeah, that's it.
He went to one of the FE meetups and did that with, I forgot what flat earther he did it with.
He did it with Dude.
With who? Timbo?
Dude.
No.
Flat Earth Dude.
Yeah, FED likes him for some reason. He likes Matthew.
He likes everyone.
Yeah.
I would find him very boring. That's just me. Scott's got the height to Polaris, does he?
He says that's not part of our calculation. So I'm like, well,
So how'd you get the distance to it then?
yep. Guess we don't know the distance. I think he's at work though. He's on the mic. He's listening to us while he's doing some of the formulas there for his job. He doesn't care about distance.
Well, why is he here so much then?
He's intrigued by us. Calls us zoo animals. Says I'm his favorite lab rat. Said that before.
Is that what he actually said?
Yeah, he actually said that.
That's nice.
He's just intrigued by us. That's all. That's all. He's got like he's scratching his head. Doesn't understand how there's so much information out there that the Earth is a globe and we deny it. That's all he's in here for. Admittedly.
Yet not a single one of them has measured water to be curved over distance.
Not a single one of them can start without an assumption.
Yeah. At least he's honest, though. He's honest about his shit. Not like some of these other guys. I didn't say that. We got Kessler that just joined us. What's up, Kessler?
Hello.
The blast from the past.
Cool, Kessler.
Someone recognizes me.
You're a globalist, Kessler?
He came in with the, I reckon it was about 3 years ago, maybe.
A bit longer than that, I think. 2017.
Tonga, the Tonga eruptions.
Oh, that's what you remember me for. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went in on that a bit.
Is that the globe evidence?
You could use it as such, yeah, if you wanted to.
Oh, your voice does sound
Weird.
familiar. I think
I got a weird memory.
Ask him if he would use it as his globe evidence.
Yeah, 24/7.
Was he talking about S&P waves?
Nah, maybe, but it was why did the eruption blast the what was it for the blast go all the way around the world and then create
that's
these?
exactly.
Yeah,
I think I do remember it. He said that's
Yeah.
the way we know that the Earth is a globe. He used the
Yeah,
volcanic
that's
eruption.
right. Yeah.
Volcanic eruption, Kessler. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It wasn't seismic waves though.
Sound that travels on the air, right?
Yeah, through the air pressure.
Yeah, that's it. I remember his argument.
That's right.
I remember his argument. And it didn't have to do with S&P waves.
Nope.
What brings you back?
I just came to observe. Don't really want to talk that much at the moment. Just see what's going on.
Well,
Yeah.
so far as
Globe's still taking L's.
I was just gonna Rob, you were gonna
I've been
say what
away
I
for
said.
about a year. I just wanted to see, what's changed, what's in the current.
Oh, sorry, Alpha. Great minds think alike. All right.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they're taking major L's here. I changed it up a little bit.
I see nothing much has changed.
Yeah, we're dunking on you guys all day long.
Yeah,
Not much has changed, Kessler. Like there's no new evidence for the globe. There's they're still going back to 2,500 years ago with Eratosthenes. This is the measurement that they give us for the globe. Not much has changed at all.
They try new gimmicks, but it doesn't equal to them having any evidence of the Earth being a globe. They're just trying new things, seeing what sticks. Like throwing shit at a wall, seeing how much shit sticks on the wall. Nothing new. Kind of like what you did. They're trying new things. I remember how hard he tried too, Kessler. He did little I don't know if it was in Paint or something. He tried to show us how it works. Sound traveling through the air.
Who, me?
Yeah,
I want
I
to
can remember the conversation.
I believe it's safe to assume Bacon did not concede to the refutation, exposing that his tacit presumption of, well, people use Haversign when trying to do celestial navigation, therefore it is logically required.
Yeah, isn't Haversign assuming that the Earth is a spherical in nature? It's baked in assumption, though, isn't it?
Hey, you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. My question is.
Oh yeah, he doesn't stop. Yeah, he'll keep doing that. But that's Bacon, of course. Not in here at the moment. We were dealing with Callie, who just spiraled out of the chat.
How you doing?
Dealing with Callie. Just suffer him or not.
Not Callie L, by the way. Callie L's in here right now. It's the other Callie.
Oh.
Callie with a K.
Sorry, Callie.
Yeah, there's another Callie. Callie.
It's all good.
Talking about someone else.
Rich Art is muted. Hold on, Rich. What did he have to say? Why was he muted? Let's see. Rich Art, are you there? Hey, yo, Rich Art. Are you there?
Hey, yo, Rich. Hey,
yo.
Hello, my friends.
All right. So you're muted, but I don't know why. So do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I was muted because yesterday I told some retarded stuff. Maybe that's why.
Oh, so you were permanently muted. Oh, okay. So let's see if that happens again.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. We'll see.
Right, let's refrain from the insults and just have a good conversation here. Maybe that's why you got muted. So just keep that in your bag and.
No, my
save it for
questions
later.
were too smart, I guess.
Well,
Okay, your condescending attitude won't get you far. So just be normal, and you won't get muted. All right. Or you can just fuck off by yourself.
So how do you know the Earth is a ball, Rich?
It is not. What the fuck?
What?
Right.
See why you got muted, man.
What did he say?
It is not. What the fuck?
Rich, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you know the Earth is a ball?
I don't know how it is because it's not.
I heard I don't know and then mumble.
He said, I don't
know how to
that
tell you
it
how
is
it's round.
because it's
I
not.
heard Timbo,
He
and then
said
I heard
it's
more
because
mumble.
it's not. Yeah. So what do you think it is? Do you think you live on a flat plane? What are you?
Yeah.
What are you in here for?
Pretty flat.
Okay. Pretty flat. What does that mean?
Well, it has
Hills and mountains and shit.
hills, the mountains. Yeah.
Yeah, but it from a horizontal baseline.
It's like the face that has some pimples, you know.
Pimples. All right, dude. Yeah, easy, Tiger. You're dancing across that line.
What proved to you that the surface is a horizontal baseline?
Well, water, I guess. It always.
What about water?
It always is flat, and the world is basically only water, so it has to be flat.
Have you got any? So that's it. Just that.
Yeah, that's a good reason, I think.
Cool. All right. See, there was no need to be a troll or an asshole, was there? Get through a conversation.
Sometimes it's fun. Talk some shit.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun. If you call that fun, then you got something wrong with you, mate.
Okay, I'm wrong.
No, I said you
You
got
didn't
something
say
wrong
that
with
it was
you, not
fun.
you're
You said
wrong.
that it's not necessary.
I didn't think it was troll, but you thought it's troll. So.
Well, you came in calling someone a retard, and then you went on from there. So, do you think that's a good way to start a conversation? No. Probably not, is it?
Don't know.
You ever heard that saying, you get back what you give?
Well, I don't want to talk about yesterday. So.
All right, good. Me neither. Great. So tell us more.
What else do you want to hear? I don't know.
I don't know. It's your time. It's your time to shine. Tell us what you know about the flat surface.
Well, there's a lot of things that people want to shoot in the air, but somehow it doesn't look right. It curves.
Holy crap.
It doesn't,
dude, your troll sucks. Your troll sucks, dude.
What the fuck? Why you start that? When you don't want me to talk, I don't talk. I don't care. Just talk.
Is Callie are you?
You shoot little things in the air that don't look right. You said your troll sucks, dude.
Yeah. Callie L, are you a Glober, by the way?
No.
Okay. How about Isaiah? Isaiah just jumped in. What's up, Isaiah?
Hey, buddy. Hello. I was here before, yeah. I was here like a week ago. Yeah, I'm a Glober.
Really?
Yep.
Kessler's a Glober.
Yeah, but
Kessler? Yeah, he doesn't want to talk.
Isaiah's in here. He's right now.
Yeah.
So what do you think is a globe, Isaiah? Tell Gregory all about it. I'll put myself in.
How did you know?
Yeah,
Greg.
Please, Gregory.
Oh, okay. We have pictures from space. That's enough for me.
Look in the open chat, Isaiah.
Sure.
I didn't do that.
That'd be enough.
I did not do that right. Let me do this right. Hang on. Yeah, I guess.
I see. Someone showed me something on the TV. That's enough for me.
Yep. They're professionals. They study for a living. I don't, so it's enough for me.
What professionals?
They're
What are
right, you're wrong.
professionals?
Astronomers.
No,
Astronomers take
astronomers
photos
don't
of the
do
Earth.
anything.
Yep.
Where?
They don't.
Where from?
Okay, I got it right now. So,
satellites,
do you see where I
engineers.
tagged you in the open chat, Isaiah?
Is it possible you could summarize what this is?
Yeah, I can go through.
He's got a TikTok
So,
brain.
You have a dilemma.
Oh.
Since you affirm the Earth to be a ball, we're going to get to the supposed photos in just a moment.
Sure.
But first and foremost, in the logical order when trying to attack the subject, trying to adjust the subject, either the surface of the Earth is curving, it's convexing, or not. Okay, if you affirm that it is, you have a dilemma. There's two arguments that spell out very clear and simple geometric facts, which are beyond controversy. Is just to make the simple things very clear concerning this. If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. Here's the second one. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid. The oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. Now, if you insist on saying that the Earth is a ball, you have a dilemma. The first one of this dilemma, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around the ball. If you insist that it is, in spite of that fact, then if the horizon is the summit of the water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball. And then there's plenty of empirical evidence that demonstrates that we verified the surface of the Earth and oceans to be level and falsified the premise that they're curved, falsifying the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve and falsifying the supposed radius.
Okay, so you're saying that we have proof like the Earth is on level. I got.
Yeah, it's called a water level. Just to get one.
Okay. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, there's water. There's water level that you can carry the straight line segment. There's planar surveying. There's also like things that there's laser tests that people went out specifically to measure for curvature or no curvature, which uses the axioms of level being synonymous with horizontal. Plenty of proof.
Okay. I'm unaware of the water level stuff, so I'll look it up.
Yeah, it would just be like, well, you could, look it up. Yeah, it's just going to tell you that water's level, right? But then you look up
Water in
like
a glass.
planar survey.
What did someone just say about a glass?
Just put water in a glass. See it splat.
Yeah. What about water in a glass?
Rich art is just distracting. Go ahead, Isaiah.
Okay. No, I had not. I was just like I didn't know what he was talking about. I was just
Don't
kind of
worry about
questioning.
him.
Okay.
But please continue.
No, sorry. I was just saying that I would look up I'm totally unaware of what the water level stuff is in reference to. I don't know what that stuff means.
Well, here, look at what Gregory's been posting. He got a lot of video content in there for you.
It's the world's oldest leveling tool.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But can you just look at some of the content that people are posting in the text channel? I feel like people post stuff in there and it should be helpful to the conversation, or at least a bit edifying. So you
Sorry,
can
it's a
look
little
them
bit-
up at your own time.
Yeah, sorry. It's a little bit irresponsible. I'm kind of like I'm doing
something
something.
else. You're playing a game.
Playing a
Alright.
game, aren't you?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
I'm
it.
just kind of chilling. I'm just having. Yeah, I'm just kind of talking.
Alright.
Yeah, sorry.
And he can't think. Talker.
Huh?
Okay, so you're not paying attention to what I just said to you?
No, I am paying attention. I was just asking you about like the water level stuff. I have no idea what that is. I didn't know if
He's
it
never
was
played,
something that
played a video game but that had water in it before either.
Again, I'm truly unaware of what this means.
Okay, I'm about to answer you. Okay.
Okay.
Isaiah, I want to play a game.
Oh wow. Hello.
Without the penis.
Hello,
What?
Jigsaw. Hey,
See,
buddy.
that's what you get when Kessler comes back into the game.
Oh right, yeah, sure. It's totally got to do
Okay,
with me.
here's the answer. It's very simple.
Okay.
What is so
No.
difficult to understand about the orientation of the surface of the water? Right, the surface of the water, the orientation of the surface of the water is not curving; it's level, it's horizontal.
And we proved that with what method?
So, like you see there in the open chat, or maybe you don't. There's the video from D Marble featuring the observation and measurement of a 10-mile distance over water using a laser. You can clearly see that the laser is parallel with the surface of the waters, and it wouldn't be if the surface of the Earth was convexing into a ball. And given the radius and Earth curve calculator from the globalism, there is 66 feet of curvature missing that would be there but isn't there, such as other observations and measurements, like the Black Swan, the platform habitat in Hill House, or the FE core laser experiment, etc., etc.
Okay, I'll bookmark these. 1 second.
Or if you just go to Home Depot, bro, just go to Home Depot and buy a water level. Put the thing in your hands and understand how it works.
Thanks.
And you'll stop believing in the globe. Unless that's your security blanket and you need that globe to survive.
Yeah, you can go to
You
Lowe's.
might be one of the guys who likes. You might be one of the guys who likes to wants to go to space. So space needs to be real.
Space is length with height. You can go to space.
Well, yeah. What do you like flat Earth people like? Do you believe in space and stuff?
Wait,
Wait,
before
hang on.
before we go on, what did Gregory just say to you?
He cited me like some laser studies. I don't know.
That's what he just said to you?
Oh, it said to me. I thought you said cited.
What did Gregory just say to you?
I don't know. It was like 3 minutes ago. Someone was talking about like buying a water level from Home Depot. I don't know.
Yeah, I might have ruined it for Gregory. I'm
No,
sorry,
you
Gregory.
didn't. He wasn't listening. Don't waste your time, guys.
Okay.
So, just to be clear, so what I have shown you so far is not only the
Not listening, man.
verification of the
I'm
horizontal.
listening. I'm listening. I'm here.
That's okay. So, just to be clear, not only have I showed you the verification of the Earth's surface being horizontal, I presented you the logical dilemma for the person that wants to affirm the surface of the Earth to be convexing into a ball.
Why are you posted?
Open chat. Scroll up a bit. It's a big post from me. You can't miss it. In fact, you know what? I'll just be generous.
General
Just
chat.
repost
What?
it. Open chat,
Nah,
aka side chat.
Yeah, so if you go to the bottom of the screen, the speech bubble, that's the
If
chat.
you're using a phone, it's the middle button, the chat bubble symbol. If you're using your web browser, then it's a chat bubble when you hover over the channel.
Yeah, we'll try.
Hover your mouse over the channel. I tagged you.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Something new, I guess.
Yes.
See that.
So again, not only is the Globe Geodesy stuck in a logical dilemma where it's not verifiable and falsified, I've given the verification, the empirical observations and measurements of the Earth's surface being horizontal, falsifying the premise that the horizon is the sum of a water curve and the supposed radius.
But that's what I said before. Why do you say I'm the truth? I don't get it.
I didn't hear that clearly. Say again.
I said that.
No, he's just starting an argument for no reason.
You said I'm the troll.
I never called you a troll. So anyways.
The other guy.
All right. Now, concerning your appeal to supposed photos from the cosmic vacuum, that all hinges upon the idea
Sorry?
I was being interrupted on my end. Let me see if I can finish this quickly. As it concerns your appeal to artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum, supposedly humans left the Earth far enough away to get stills and video photograph of the Earth being a ball, supposedly. Problem is, that presupposes the whole cosmological paradigm of us existing in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of balls, humongous solid liquid and/or gas balls flying around in it, which all hinges upon the ad hoc rescuing device of so-called universal gravitation, MAM for short, mass attracting mass, or TGR for short, the theory of general relativity. Both of these are unverifiable in principle, given their own premises, and they're falsified, and I can go through that with you. I'm not going to begin that unless you tell me that you want me to begin.
So you're saying like it's not it's essentially by going to space we would be presupposing that like there is a space to be had. Is that what you're saying?
No, not the act of doing so itself. The idea. I'm doing an internal critique.
Oh, okay. And so you would argue that we haven't been to space?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a quote from Elon Musk. It has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, very suspicious, duplicitous, double standard.
Gregory, can I just jump in with one definition that I adhere to about space? The term space is a measured distance between two physical objects. That's space.
Well, that involves space, but it isn't distinctly measured.
That is a different definition.
Space simpliciter, just space itself, is a state of affairs. It's a state of affairs concerning the space between you and I, whether I quantify it or not. The space between everything that exists, whether we quantify it or not. But nevertheless, what you said wasn't flagrantly wrong. It was just slightly narrow, too narrow.
So
Yeah, I'm pretty particular. Thanks, Gregory.
So there's that. Okay. So would you like me to go through that, Isaiah?
well, I guess I'm just kind of so you don't believe there is a space? It's like Earth is its own like entity, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble.
No. There
understanding.
is space. That's why I'm
Mhm.
specifically using the term cosmic vacuum. That's the idea. It's the
Mhm.
most apropos word to refer
Mhm.
to this idea within
Mhm.
your scientist cosmological
Mhm.
doctrine. You believe
I
that
guess.
you live on a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum,
Mhm.
just a blackness of just unoccupied space, a cosmic
Mhm.
vacuum. So
Do
that's why
you
I'm
think
calling
like
it the
that?
cosmic vacuum. Of course, there's
Sure.
space.
Hmm. Like the traditional like you keep going up, essentially you'll get to like a black void. That's
Yeah,
what I mean when I
everything
talk about
exists in this
space.
black void. Everything exists in this black cosmic vacuum. That.
And so you do believe in that?
No, I don't believe that. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
point.
Then what? Okay.
So
Then what is Sorry. Again, I'm having trouble understanding. Okay. I see stars and stuff. Like how would you like where does that stuff exist?
well, we'll get to that, but
Okay.
we're not done with the internal critique of your appeal to supposed cosmic artificial operations in the cosmic
Uh-huh.
vacuum. So first and foremost, right, the heart of the matter is this: your cosmological paradigm depends on this ad hoc rescuing device of universal gravitation, MAM and or TGR, and whatever other so-called theory of gravitation that is yet to be specified or yet to be contrived at all. So let me show you this in the open chat. 10 more seconds.
Good.
Don't be intimidated. It seems like a lot, but
Oh
it's
no,
really
that's all
not
right.
that much. So you have MAM, mass attracting mass. I'm just going to cut to the chase.
Mhm.
In fact, let me not forget this. Let me not forget this. 10 seconds. And there it is. Okay. So there's the citation from Physics Libertext defining gravity. What is gravity is the question, and there's the answer right there. And so gravity is a built-in property of mass. Gravity is a built-in property of mass. Whenever there are masses in the universe, they will interact via the force of gravitational attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience. But everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe.
Mhm.
So how do I say this in a single sentence to make it very simple? The existence of mass in the sense of matter. Well, we're going to parse that out in just a
Yeah.
second. But the existence of matter, mass in the sense of matter, is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter. That's the doctrine. Hence the refutations above it. So if that were true, if that premise is true, let me clarify the premise. If matter is matter, or if matter exists, or if matter possesses materiality, the property of materiality, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. So that would be the causation hypothesis. If that premise is true, then it's unverifiable. Why? Because in order to determine that the causation hypothesis is true, you need to do the test, the experiment, the hypothesis test.
Mhm.
You need to manipulate the independent variable in order to see whether or not the causation hypothesis is true or not. But you can't manipulate the independent variable because you're not the God. No one is the God except the God. You
Mhm.
can't cause matter to begin existing, nor discontinue existing, nor resume existing, and repeat this experiment to see exactly whether or not this causation hypothesis is true or not.
Mhm.
So you can't manipulate the independent variable. You can't do the experiment. Therefore, it's not verifiable.
Mm.
Same thing with TGR. So this refutation this reductio is true about both MAM and TGR.
Well, I
They
guess
both have the same cause.
Isn't that reductio just true with all things? Like if you reduct it enough, like you just get to certain axioms that can't be proven.
Say again.
Isn't that like I don't know what you would call it, that quality, isn't that that's apparent with everything, right? If you like reduce it enough, you can't prove it.
No. Not every premise whatsoever is reducible to absurdity. If that were true, then that premise itself would be false. So no, that's not true. You can't reduce every predication whatsoever to absurdity. It's not possible. So there's the unverifiability of both MAM and TGR. Even if it were true, you couldn't know it to be true.
Mm-hmm.
But not only is it unverifiable, even if it were true, it's false for the following reason. Concerning MAM, if matter being matter, materiality, doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Matter being matter, materiality doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power. Therefore, matter being matter, materiality cannot cause any locomotion. I'll let you digest that first one.
Yeah, sorry, it's very it's not very like. Sorry, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it can be a pretty heavy subject.
It's not that much of a heavy subject when he's saying the word like locomotion instead of motion. So throws a spanner into the conversation.
What part of that argument do you not understand?
So I guess it's just like the fact that if we this is what I heard, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, but the fact that we cannot verify gravity's existence like in any like in a way that we would verify like any other thing scientifically, because we can't verify that because it gets to like its last axiom, I guess, and you can't go any further than that. That invalidates it.
No, that's not the point.
Okay.
It's not a matter of not being able to verify underlying axioms. The premise is introduced. The premise being the causation hypothesis. The causation hypothesis being if matter exists, or if matter is matter, or if matter possesses materiality, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
If the matter exists, then it pulls other matter to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
Being redundant and repetitive deliberately so that I'm trying to help you grasp it.
Yeah, I got you.
Right, so that's the causation hypothesis. So then upon analysis of the premise, the independent variable in the causation hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter. The existence of matter, the materiality of matter. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So given that's the independent variable, you have to manipulate that. You have to manipulate the sheer existence of matter.
Mm-hmm.
Which is to say, you have to cause matter to begin existing or discontinue existing and then resume existing. And you repeat that manipulation of the independent variable to see how it affects, so see what it does or does not affect, to verify the causation hypothesis. But you cannot do that. No one can do that except the God. So you cannot verify the causation hypothesis because you cannot do what is logically required to verify or falsify it. Excuse me, I'll just say you can't do what is logically required to verify it.
Mm-hmm. And so you're saying that fact would invalidate it from being like a pillar upon which something is being built, like an argument is being built.
When I expose its unverifiability, I expose that it cannot be known to be true. It cannot be verified, so it can't be known to be true. That's what that means.
Okay.
So to present the premise as true is unjustifiable. It's not just unjustified, it's unjustifiable. You can't know this premise to be true, given its own premises. Given the nature of the premise.
Mm-hmm.
So then after that, it's not just unverifiable, it is falsified. It's falsifiable and falsified. Given the deductive argument I said, the three deductive arguments that I said below. Below that, refutation against MAM and refutation against TGR.
So if something is unverifiable, is it possible to falsify it?
Yeah.
I don't believe that to be the case. Like,
Are you going to argue or?
No, sorry. I'm just kind of I'm chilling. I'm so if someone like more like with more conviction wants to take the. I'm just kind of thinking about everything that you're putting down. I'm just unfortunately having trouble comprehending everything you're saying. It's just such a different understanding and worldview.
No worries. No, I didn't say that any given premise that is unverifiable is necessarily falsifiable. I didn't say that.
Uh-huh.
So if that's what you're getting at, if that's what you were touching, then I agree with you on that. I'm
Okay.
saying that there are unverifiable propositions that are falsifiable. Not necessarily any given unverifiable proposition is falsifiable.
Hey, also remember that 90% of us used to believe what you believe.
So
we were all taught the same shit.
Right. So I want to go again to the first argument concerning the refutation against MAM. So again, it's a twofold. As you can see there's two syllogisms, two modus ponens. There we go. Yeah, just to pay attention to my argument in the open chat. There's two modus ponens deductive arguments concerning the refutation against MAM. The reason there's two is because there's two most prominent senses which scientists appeal to, scientists in the sense of those adhere to scientism. When talking about mass, this word is evidently polysemous. It has multiple senses. So you're either saying mass in the sense of matter or mass in the sense of the quantity of matter. Or you're saying mass in the sense of inertia, but inertia is obviously a non-factor. To appeal to the property of the resistance to motion as the cause of motion is patently self-contradictory. So toss it over your shoulder. So the primary two senses is the sense of matter and the sense of quantity of matter. If you go with the former, it's the first syllogism. If you go with the latter, it's the second syllogism. So if matter being matter, materiality doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Matter being matter, materiality doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power. Therefore, matter being matter, materiality cannot cause any locomotion. Or if quantity, which includes distance, right? Supposedly, either it's the quantity of matter or the distance between the material entities. Is how the argument usually goes in the past, how it went in the past with others who are rather tenacious in trying to defend this doctrine. If quantity doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Quantity doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power. Therefore, quantity cannot cause any locomotion.
I want to point out to you there, young fella Isaiah, while you're kind of digesting that, is that Gregory used to sound just like me, right? Then he learned the Earth was flat. You might ask yourself, like, how is this going to change my life? He used to sound just like me, right? Just how I talk. Found out the Earth is flat. Now you hear him. You hear how smart he sounds. This is a beneficial thing for you.
I'm in the same boat. There are no tags. hey, let's just shout out Greg's ability to be articulate.
What's this channel about?
Is it the title?
About
24/7
Earth?
matter, maybe.
Are you guys supporting Flat Earth?
Oh no.
Yeah, we'll get to you in just a moment. You're kind of late. It's a bit slow, but we'll get to
He's
you.
late to
We'll
the
get to you
party.
eventually. So, Isaiah, what say you concerning the refutation against MAM that I've said?
Okay, so my understand. I don't know. I think I thought it was true that something unverifiable, it couldn't be falsified. I thought that was just a true, like a logical. I don't know what you would call that. A pillar of law. I don't know. But if something is unverifiable, it's not indicative of it being on like you can't prove that it's false because then it would prove that it was true and then you would verify it. That's that's my understanding of it.
Your reply isn't quite touching the question I asked you. You seem to be lagging. I said the argument that deductively proves that this premise, that both of these causation hypotheses are unverifiable, and then after that is the next argument concerning falsifying these causation hypotheses, which is the refutation against MAM. Or should I say the falsification? That might confuse you. First, I gave an argument, a refutation exposing its unverifiability, both of the causation hypotheses. The next refutation is a falsification, demonstrating that the premise is not only verifiable, I'm demonstrating that the premise is false.
Well, then you would have verified that it's false, right? Then it wouldn't be unverifiable because you just verify that it's false.
No, you're conflating categories. Unverifiable cannot prove true. Falsifiable can prove false. So these two causation hypotheses are both unverifiable and falsifiable and falsified.
Okay, I guess I just need to take like some philosophy logic classes at college, like because this is like it's just whizzing by me. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. There's
No
not
worries.
much I can't really engage with that. I can't really engage with it because my mind, I don't know. It's just not. I'm not really digesting it well.
No
If someone
worries,
else
you'll get
wants
there.
to chip in, yeah. If someone
It's
wants
the
to
same
chip
way
in, get
everyone else masters any subject.
Mhm.
Persevere to study and be patient with yourself.
Or be at peace with your globe.
Thanks, Rob.
So
So that
within the words, Gregory, if there is a claim on the table, let's say Earth is curving, but the person cannot verify it, that's unverifiable. Is that what you're saying?
correct. Unverifiable cannot prove true.
And then if you test the opposite, if you test and you find the opposite, it's not doing what is being claimed. That's falsifiable. The claim has been falsified.
Yeah,
As it was,
falsifiable can be proved false. Falsified has been proven false. Yeah.
because there's a claim on the table, then we check for the claim, and that claim was falsified.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, Richie.
Isaiah's like stuck. Okay, yeah, I guess he's done. He was blinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble with that whole premise. Yeah.
So, Richie.
Yeah, but you are. I just
Go
want to
ahead.
point. You are focusing on the premise of that. Even if he's wrong on that premise, even if philosophy logical format of an argument. Even if he was wrong with that, he still had the experiment of mass attracting mass. That's what you should really be thinking on. I just want to point that out. Not like philosophy. Let me find the form of this argument. Just want to point that out.
Mm-hmm.
So, Richie, you there?
Yeah.
What were you saying earlier to me?
Nothing. I just said I'm not a troll.
Okay, yeah. Now, either you were, I don't know if you were tracking with what I was saying to Isaiah or not. Were you?
No, I wasn't listening.
Okay. Did you want to chat about Geodesy, the Earth being a ball or not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I assume you believe the Earth is a ball, right?
No.
No? Say again?
No. Not a ball.
Oh, interesting. Is the surface of the
Oh,
Earth
your
horizontal?
globe's taking L's all week.
Is the surface of the Earth horizontal, Richie?
I don't.
Say again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
I
There
was
you have
just thinking what horizontal means. English is not my main language, so I have to think about what you say.
it. Yeah, horizontal, level, flat, the orientation of the surface. Yeah. So there you have it. Okay. Now, just to tie it off with a bow, those arguments above concerning the refutation against mass attracting mass and the refutation against TGR, theory of general relativity, refuting MAM and refuting TGR explodes their entire cosmological paradigm, the entire scientist cosmology. It all hinges upon that. Without MAM or TGR or this some sense of gravitation, everything whatsoever would disintegrate. Like everything, every material particle, every indivisible material particle would all disconnect in the cosmic vacuum. We obviously don't live in that world. So the cosmological doctrine is implying patent falsehood. There's a flagrant discrepancy in their position. And that discrepancy, when not reconciled, implies the patent falsehood that the entire world would disintegrate. And that which implies falsehood is false. Not only would the gas continue to expand away from the earth and leave us suffocating, every material entity would all disintegrate. I don't know if any of you ever seen that commercial with a Michelin, or is it Michelin or some other commercial where the car is driving along the road. It's an advertisement, I think, for repairing vehicles or selling a vehicle. Yeah, I think it's for repairing vehicles. I'm gonna find it. I'm just saying this because it's analogous to illustrate exactly what my point is. The car is driving along the road in the commercial, and then all of a sudden, every single part that composes the car all separate from one another, and they just hang in midair. That's the movie, part of the movie.
They call it an exploded view.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they give an exploded view. They give a motion picture exploded view illustration of this vehicle driving on the road to make their point about, there's this many parts and we're so, we're such skilled mechanics, right? Da 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 da. So that's what would happen to all material bodies if there were no gravity. There's nothing keeping the matter together without the universal gravitation. Then it all disintegrate. Or, given their cosmogonic doctrine about the origin of the world, nothing, no material particles would ever coalesce, ever at all, into what we have today, or into anything at all, if there were no gravitation in their metaphysics. So that's how devastating this refutation is. It literally disintegrates, it literally completely destroys the entire world in principle, given their
How do you
premises.
have mass without gravity? Exactly.
What do you mean?
We have mass. We observe mass. We observe gravity. You're saying gravity isn't
Which
what
one?
it
Well,
is or something?
Which one came first, Callie? Like like when the universe was created, which one came first?
There's no such thing as gravity.
Well, no, there
Which
is.
one came
Here's the
first?
thing. Here's
I
the
can't
thing.
answer that. Yeah.
Gravity is real. What do you mean? You just spent all this time refuting gravity. I refuted it. Their so-called gravity doctrine. Specifically, it's mass attracting mass. They call that gravity. But it's a flagrant misnomer.
Also,
To call that gravity is erroneous. Why is that erroneous? Gravity is the anglicization of the Latin word gravitas, meaning weight. There's weight. It would be patently foolish to deny that weight is real. I have weight pressing down on my rocking chair right now. My rocking chair is, and me, it's pressing down on the ground. Things have weight. That's what gravity really is. Like, we also say it not only in the concrete, straightforward sense about the weight of material bodies, we talk about the figurative sense of gravity, the weight of the subject. The refutation I just said to their MAM and TGR is very gravitas, or has much gravity, or the subject we're talking about is very gravitas, or has great gravity, significance, importance. So there is gravity. their doctrine of gravity is not truly gravity, and it's refuted. And even if it were true, it's unverifiable. So again, your question, Kelly, what is your question?
What is a covalent bond if it's not how they describe it in normal academic science?
That's not what you just asked me
What
earlier.
is like mass?
That's not what you just asked me earlier.
Well, Cal, you didn't ask anything. I think you stated that you can't, gravity is necessary for mass to exist, and mass and gravity have always existed.
I don't see what's wrong with the idea that mass attracts mass. I just don't see an issue.
Okay, let's try again. Because you're not even tracking with your own line of retorts to me. You began talking to me with a question. After that, I clarified something. Then I asked you to repeat that question, and then you said a question that you didn't say in the first place.
Because you don't understand what I'm asking. I don't know why you don't get it. You're saying all this stuff about how gravity can't be the case. It is not what they say it is about mass. The story is all made up. Something else is going on. And I'm asking.
No, that didn't happen
I think their
because I
story
don't understand
is just sound. I think it's fine.
No, I didn't. Stop. Fuck, dude.
Don't get irritated.
Didn't happen.
Yet. I didn't do anything
because
yet.
I didn't. That did not happen because I didn't understand you. What the hell are you on about? That is ridiculous. Those events that I just recounted didn't elapse because I didn't understand what you said. What are you talking about?
What is a
You're all over the
covalent
place.
bond?
Can you concentrate, please? I'm trying to engage you in a dialogue. You're just persevering to condescend and ridicule me. Stop.
My mic coming through? What is a covalent bond?
Why are you asking that instead of the initial question you asked me earlier?
This is the most pressing question to me right now. What do you think is happening when molecules are together and we observe mass? What we can observe is weight. What do you think is really happening there if it's not mass?
What you described. What else is
So
there
what
to
is
say?
in contention? What is wrong with? Is there something different that you're proposing?
So the irony is that you persevered to ridicule me as not getting it.
It's not
And
about
after
you.
everything
It's
I
about
just
the argument.
said, I wasn't done. The irony is that you persevered to try and make me seem as though I'm such an imbecile that I'm just failing to track with the dialogue. When the irony is that you just explicitly conceded that you don't even understand what the point is. You're the one not tracking with the dialogue while you project your imbecilic and incompetency onto me.
Where is the flaw in academic science for you to be acting like they got something wrong?
Okay, I just went through an entire, as it were, lecture, damn near, exposing the unverifiability of the causation hypothesis of MAM in TGR and the falsification of both of them. I just went through all that. So evidently the entire time I went through all that, you just weren't listening. Or you're pretending in spite of actually listening. One of the two.
You think you falsified mass?
Given the deductive arguments, no, I didn't falsify mass. I thought you were
So
going
what
to
are
say
you
something that made
talking
sense.
about?
No, I didn't falsify mass. I just told you what I'm talking about. Are you serious?
Are you saying what they say isn't the story? Like what are you even saying, dude?
Yeah. Hang on, Gregory.
Just every time I tell him
Gregory,
what I'm talking about, just gonna keep asking the question, what are you talking about?
Greg, I need some important information from you, please. Can you send me your PayPal?
Yes, I can.
Send me your PayPal in a DM, please. I need to give you some money for putting up with that guy.
I heard that. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
That's great. Flat Earthers want to give people money. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's called support what you love or it goes away.
Yep, I buy to your money.
I mean, I don't know. Jesse, were you saying gravity's not necessary with the electrostatic force of covalent bonds, the exchange of
Gregory can't
electrons?
clarify You're asking me what
Yeah.
this is about. Gregory can't clarify what is wrong with mass, Newtonian mechanics understanding of gravity and mass attracting mass. He's saying there's something wrong. My explanation is better. I'm asking him, what's wrong with how we understand it?
All right. Well, I'm asking you a different question. When you appeal to the like the molecular intermolecular bonding, are you under the impression that that's due to gravity?
No, it causes gravity eventually.
Okay, so it starts as electrostatic force between molecules and then builds up to something else.
Yeah, in a way, you could say that that is mass attracted to mass. You're looking at covalent bonds on a molecular.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. If you're equivocating
What do you
those
think that
bonds
is?
to mass
If
attracting
it's
mass.
not mass attracting mass, hello, don't be a
So
ding
then
dong.
your gravity
Is that mass attracting mass
lagging,
right
dude.
there or not? What do you think? What do you think is happening right there?
Okay,
Is that
he's
not mass
just,
attracting
he's
mass?
just a bull in a china shop. Stop now. He's just a bull in a china shop right now.
No, I want to point. You're definitely lagging,
Stop
Callie,
bitching.
because you're talking and the green light are not in sync. You're lagging.
Okay, so let me just stop. Callie's just disrupting this again. He's just belligerently repeating questions,
up.
not engaging the answers being said to him. I
Respond to
can
what I said.
demonstrate what my point is, and I have demonstrated what my point is. The point being that MAM and TGR are unverifiable causation hypotheses with the deductive arguments that clearly indicate that to be true in the open chat, which I also read out loud. In addition, with the deductive refutations
not true.
falsifying the causation hypothesis of MAM and TGR. Stop telling me I don't know what the point is and that I can't articulate
That's
my
not
point.
true. You can observe mass attracting mass all the time.
So just
It
take for
happens all the
granted
time.
the
It's
premise and
everywhere.
not actually engage the arguments again.
You can test the hypothesis and you get conclusive. Dude, Cavendish, we look at
Argument in
the
the open chat.
observation of mass attracting mass.
What's the argument in the open chat?
We observe mass attracting mass. That's why we think
What's
that's
the
what's happening. dude.
argument in the open chat?
Mass
concerning
attracting mass,
unverifiability
that
of these
hypothesis is derived from observations.
Yeah, that's
what
not
we
the
see.
argument. So you're not engaging the argument again. You're just belligerently retorting, neglecting and evading the argument. Just blurting your opinion back at me again after I said the deductive argument that necessarily indicates the premises are unverifiable and not only unverifiable are false is not at all a refutation to them.
Okay, we observe mass attracting mass. Now what?
Okay, he's just repeating himself. Appeal to repetition fallacy is obviously done. He's not engaging the arguments. He's just repeating himself. You're done.
All right, you're waffling.
I mean, you're bringing up things like, all right, like if I put a electrode on my thigh, on my leg, I turn it on, I electrocute my leg, the muscles contract, and that's mass attracting mass. Therefore, we're on a spinning, wobbling space ball. Like, because you can observe this effect. I mean, what's the cause of it? What are you saying is the cause of the time where mass does
there's
attract mass?
experiments. There's experiments. We observe. We make conclusive results.
Right,
Cavendish shows. You isolate all other variables. You observe the masses attracting to each other.
Non-answer.
That's what we observe. That's why
There
we
are
come
no
to that theory.
experiments verifying the causation hypothesis because you cannot manipulate. Stop talking as you repeat yourself ad infinitum. Stop.
You're pretending you didn't hear what I said, but that's an experiment.
There are
That is
no
an experiment.
experiments
Cavendish
to
is an
verify
experiment.
MAM nor TGR because you cannot manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis. No, there's not.
Weight changes when you go higher in altitude, when you change your latitude, when you're in different gravitational fields in lower Earth orbit, higher Earth orbit.
Changing the medium.
We observe changes in gravity everywhere, dude. Like, what are you talking about? This is what we observe.
So
That's why we say this is happening.
retort that doesn't engage what I said to you.
You're just in denial that mass attracting mass is just fine in reality.
Thanks for irrelevant read. Doesn't engage. Let me cook him. Thanks for another irrelevant retort that's not logically poignant to what I just said to you.
You don't got it.
Let's see if you can say a retort that's logically poignant to what I said to you. Go.
Mass attracts mass.
Right. Another irrelevant retort where you just chant your doctrine again.
That's
Let's see if you can
the
try it a fourth time.
argument, dude. You're having trouble because it's not your argument. It should be, because that's reality.
Irritating cavils.
That's the hypothesis, is that
irritating
mass
mass. Let's try again for a fifth, or rather a sixth time now. Can you retort that's logically poignant to the rebuttal I just said to you?
The specific point that Gregory just made about there not being an independent variable that you can manipulate in order to show that it's having an effect on anything. So address that specifically.
Yeah, and he has one more chance to do it or he goes on mute.
And you're next, Grandpa.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, so another irrelevant retort that doesn't engage the rebuttal I said to him. I don't give a shit is not a refutation to the rebuttal I said to him. So,
Arguing for something that barely comports with reality is always going to make you act like a fish on water, dude.
another irrelevant retort. That's the eighth irrelevant retort that doesn't at all
muted
touch the
him and
rebuttal I said to him.
he's ready to get banned, so he's muted for now. If he starts skanking up text chat, then he's gone.
Maybe he's talking about constipation. He said he doesn't give shit, so maybe he has to get that checked with the doctor or something.
They have
Just
doctors.
talk to your doctor. There's no doctors here, so go ahead and speak to your doctor about that. No medical advice.
It is gravity not work on helium or stuff like that. It's lighter than air.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can sympathize a little bit, where like the good old days where you could just say, well, water is level, therefore, if all the water is level, then the Earth is flat. Like people be like, oh shit, yeah. Then somebody said, can you demonstrate that water is level? Then you got to go through the demonstration, right? These are the not good old days. Now you got to demonstrate that water forms a horizontal plane, or you could just say, well, don't you guys remember mass attracts mass, right? Like look at the sky, look at the sun. Not attracting the planets, I guess, for some reason, but somehow, the mass is attracting the other mass, not colliding, but whatever. And you could just do that, right? But then it's like, okay, can you now demonstrate it? And then it's like, ah, shit, you're supposed to just believe. Yeah. I'm supposed to just hit you with the punchline, and that's good to go. But you get a little deeper, that's not the case after a little while. You got to kind of demonstrate certain things.
Well, we're not dealing with naturally inquisitive people here in this moment, so that's why. These people come in with a chip on their shoulder.
When you're saying they're not natural, we're not dealing with when the guy what he's describing. Is it like a natural phenomenon that we're observing, or he's just describing something that is not even there? Which one is it?
It's proven. He's saying mass attracts mass. It's proven. That's it.
He said we observe mass attracting mass.
It's settled, Gemsy. It's settled. The science is settled. Move on. That's settled. Don't you have anything else?
I get it. But when he said with his mouth, when he says we observe mass attracting mass, is that an observable phenomena that he's describing?
It's a hypothesis, to be honest. Like, that's not the conclusion. That's the hypothesis. It's like, all right, the apple fell down. Well, why? Maybe because mass is attracting mass.
I
okay. By what mechanism? Okay, by this mechanism of gravity. Well, what is gravity? Well, gravity is an inherent property of mass. Okay, can you demonstrate? Yeah, here's a mass and here's a mass. I drop the apple, gravity.
In fact, on the very point that Tanks just said, let me parse this out. Analytically, if I say if and then, that's technically a conditional or hypothetical proposition. Conditional premise, hypothetical premise. So that would be the first premise in some type of modus ponens and or modus tollens. Then if I simply readjust the sentence and I say, this causes that. That would be the conclusion. So the hypothesis is like the conditional premise, and then you try to verify the hypothesis, and then after you verify the hypothesis, then you can assert the predication. This causes that. Just to parse that out. I would like to stay, but my battery is very low. I have to save this. I have to figure out how I'm going to charge my phone. So peace to you all for now.
Greg.
This guy Nocetonio was walking across Mexico in a field, and an avocado fell on his head, and he discovered guacamole.
So then how did they get holy guacamole?
That's when the gringos started copying or trying to copy the same ideas. The gringos bastardized it.
Well, listen, I'll I'll kind of agree with you. At at was it the Chipotle store? Trying to charge you like $1.50 to get guacamole on the burrito, like an extra $1.50. Like, bro, I'll just go home and just eat an avocado for like 25 cents. I'm good. For like it's ridiculous. $1.50 for the toppings on the taco. It's ridiculous. I'm standing up. I'm standing up against this tyranny.
That's because you ordered a taco. If you ordered the burrito on a flat tortilla, then the guacamole is included.
I'm not sure.
You gotta trick the system.
I think when you get the three, you're talking about the three taco tray. I think it's still extra. I don't know. It's on the board. It says extra. When I ask them, I say, "What? Like, you want any of this?" I said, "What about the guacamole?" And then every single time, without fail, I'm like, "Listen, I'll do it for free. Like, I'd like the guacamole for not $1.50." And then they look at me like, this cheap son of a bitch.
Yeah, just pay for the guacamole. Don't be that guy.
I'm not paying $1.50 for this tiny little spoonful of cheap vegetable.
Yeah, for real. They don't even like give you a good amount either. It's not even worth $1.50.
No. And honestly, it doesn't taste like almost anything. I mean, it's salt, maybe. I don't know. Listen, it's not worth it. But I want it on principle. Yeah, I watched the, making it on the commercial, fresh every day. She says, I have enough of these avocados. I think I can figure it out. Isn't it just like a little bit of lime and salt or something? Jimsy doesn't want to give me the fucking code now. So
Oh, you gotta put eggs in it as well.
Really? I don't know. Back, I'm not trusting that one.
Yeah, you mash the avocado and the egg, sprinkle some garlic, onion, salt in there, add a little slice of butter, and then mash it all up. You got some guacamole. So,
Put it on toast. Shred some tomatoes on top. Some bagel seasoning. A little bit of pepper. Make a good breakfast.
and the real secret is if you also mash a banana in there, not a whole banana, maybe just a third, you'll get a nice guacamole.
I don't know. I'm saying it tastes just about the same. Like avocado tastes just about the same as guacamole. Just add maybe salt and pepper.
I wonder why that's the case. Interesting.
I think they add lime and maybe cilantro, maybe tomato, like he's saying, with like vinegar or something. I think they add a little vinegar and all that stuff, but
Banana and eggs as well.
I don't think they're doing banana and eggs, man. Whoever's got you eating the banana egg guacamole, they're from different. Yeah, that's not it.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, no, but I'm pretty confident. I'll bet on it. I'm not sure.
You'll bet on it?
Yeah, like if you're not sure and I'm not sure, I'll make the bet. Yeah, if nobody's sure right now, I'll make the bet that doesn't occur.
So if there's no bananas and no eggs in it, I win. Is that right?
Nah, that's how I win.
No, now you're switching up the rules on me right now.
No, you said there is banana and eggs in it. I'm saying I don't think so.
You were
You're the
claiming
one
left and right that there's eggs
you.
and bananas. Now let's get down to brass tacks.
Yeah.
Well,
Where's the
Jemsy's the guy who knows about it, and he backed out. He's the guac. He had the whole origin story for it and everything.
Oh man, is he a dirty Mexican or not a dirty Mexican?
There,
Yeah,
look what you did.
when I go pick up the avocados, they sometimes have soil on them sometimes, and yeah, they are a bit dirty, so hands do get dirty. Yeah, but then you use water and wash them. It's okay. Even though when you go to the store and buy the avocados, you should wash your hands and wash them, right? Make sure it's clean.
Jemsy, that was classy, bro. That was classy.
You know, like a man, you wash your hands before you go and after. Just keep them clean. That's obvious. Everybody knows that.
I think it's more important for a woman to wash her hands after, honestly. If I had to pick between.
But I think he was asking about the guacamole story. That's the same.
Well, I was just saying, what's the guacamole? Lime, right? Lime, pepper, salt, and tomato?
Well, actually, you need the avocado, right? And then you can do lime, salt. Some people throw oregano on it, and some people
No tomato?
tomatoes. But that's not everyone. Tomato you can, but yeah, that will be technically guacamole as well. But you don't really need to add tomatoes if you don't want to. But the lime, salt, oregano is common. Wait, I'm translating it correctly.
And you were saying something about adding eggs or something like that. Is that right?
No, I never said you add eggs to guacamole. Even though you can add eggs to the mix, you could like boiled eggs. You can do that if you want to.
That's how you make breakfast guacamole.
You were saying bananas or something.
You're stuck. I think you're stuck on bananas because wasn't it? Who was it who made the? It was he invented gravity and bananas. The same guy. Who was it?
He invented gravity
and bananas.
George Washington Carver.
Yeah, because Newton was like similar to the guy, right? To the other guy. Newton was walking or sitting, whatever, right? And then an apple fell on his head, and he invented what? Mass attracts mass.
So
he invented that.
As of 4 hours ago, I'm a flat.
And then the Mexican guy was walking across the avocado field, and then the avocado fell on his head, and he invented guacamole. You see, similar to Newton.
I'm a new flat earther. Do we not believe in gravity? I got to reevaluate some things.
Well, there's always a fruit involved, is what we're finding out. Like when Henry Cavendish invented the banana, and also the mechanism to weigh, to weigh the Earth using the 9.8 meters acceleration. He had, so we got the banana and Cavendish. Now you got another fruit. You got Newton, Fig Newton. So coincidentally, so we got Newton and apples. So there's always a fruit involved.
So we're not a fan of gravity, is that right?
I don't know, unless you're a fan of fruit. I am a fan of fruit.
I'm a fan of fruit.
Yeah.
Wait, do we believe
You have T-shirts and clothing with fruits on them, right? That's what you're saying because you're a fan of fruit. You said a fan of fruit, so you have like a T-shirt with pineapples. You have like a pants with apples, right?
I'm a fan of fruit, I'd say.
So do you have like where the word? Do you listen? Hello. Do you have like wearables with fruit?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of fruit. I mean, I would say.
Okay,
that.
so what about you also said that you're a fan of gravity. Do you have any wearables with gravity on them? Do you have any,
But I'm saying I like fruit.
And then look, it has gravity on
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of fruit. What do you mean?
Look, it's a gravity hat instead of an apple, like a pineapple shirt. You have a bunch of pineapples because you're a fan of pineapples, and you have a pineapple shirt, and people can see it and say, "Look, pineapple shirt," right? But what about
I'm a fan of fruit. I like fruit. What do you mean?
But you also said that you're a fan of gravity, right? You said that.
Well, I'm a fan of fruit. Fruit.
Look, Grandpa, listen, we can joke about it like a little bit, but you gotta learn how to let it go. Like I'm joking, it's funny for a minute, but you gotta let it. The joke is dead. Like let it die.
Yeah, but remember, we can even in the realist level, you can get the T-shirts with the real stuff symbol, right? But can he get a T-shirt with a symbol of gravity? What is even that, right? He doesn't have that. He's a fan of both the fruit and the gravity, but he only has wearables of one of those, not the other one, because you cannot put it on a shirt. You don't even know what it is. Think about it.
I used to make gravity shirts and try to sell them. It's just an arrow pointing down, though, and it's very suggestive, so I wouldn't recommend it.
He got the point. Hopefully everybody else did as well. He got it.
Rob's here. But Rob, back when DP used to sell the T-shirts on Bev's Discord, I bought a couple of the shirts, right? And the brand of the shirt, he didn't. I guess he didn't know it because he's going through like a distributor or whatever. But the brand of the shirt, it was always Next Level. That's the actual brand.
If you look at my avatar, I'm wearing one of them.
I thought so. I wasn't sure. I couldn't make it out. The blue shirt with the gold writing. Yeah. But yeah, the one that I got from DP, it was a Next Level shirt, and I was like, the shirts are called Next Level. He's like, oh no shit, no, I didn't know that on the tag, so it's funny.
Rob, do you have any gravity shirts for sale?
I don't know if anybody still is anybody still making them, or was it just DP?
Oh man, no, I don't know, but no, there's no gravity T-shirts. I would just ask, where did the word gravity even come from?
Ask Gregory.
Yeah,
I already know. I already know. Dude. I don't need to know. I already know.
Gregory, someone with there you go.
You mean like the linguistic route of the word?
there will be a weight on the T-shirt, Jimsy. Just so you know, like depending on like what it's made of, it'll have a weight to that, like to the nylon or the different fibers. There's a weight to that.
So they used to have balancing scales, right? And they'd like, have little plates.
Who?
Swing, you know. And so they'd put one thing on, they'd like have certain things which seemed to weigh the same as each other, because they could put them on either plate and the scale would balance out, right? And they called that weight.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, yeah.
Listen, if someone in here can figure out the gravity shirt, you can make a lot of money. Let's do this.
Well, I'm not gonna. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna blow up your dream here. I am gonna blow up your dream. They have that shirt. I've seen people, right? Like a bunch of like. Listen, these people are sick, right? In their heads, they're full blown like atheist, gravity. Anyways, long story short, like they got T-shirts on. Like the whole family had it. This is why I'm saying they're nuts. Like the son, I couldn't tell if it was a boy, and he had half his head shaved. And long story short, the T-shirts say things like "You don't matter unless you're pure energy," and then you're equals MC squared. Haha. Like they have these shirts already. Like. Like here you are, you're nothing unless there's these shirts. These shirts already exist. Yeah.
It sounds
The
like
whole
there's
family was wearing their own.
the Jesus fishes bumper stickers with the word Darwin written on it.
Yeah, it's like it's the same type of thing. The whole family had it, like the kids and the mom and the dad. And I was like, holy shit, man. Of course, I mean, you can tell, like, I'm not shy ever. So, like, I make comments, right? And I commented to him because the kid had like some kind of Harry Potter thing, right? And I was like, oh yeah, Harry Potter, there you go, pretty sick, right? And then the mom chimes in, oh no, we might like the movies and the books, but we do not like the author. Like, had to let me know you don't support Harry Potter anymore. But whatever. Yeah, you got the coexist stickers and stuff. You got the coexist. You got the Darwin. Yeah, lots of funny T-shirts about, and the message on the T-shirts. I mean, this is why I'm bringing it up. Is awful. Like the message, I can't remember all of them. They all had their own little, outer space T-shirts, and they all had a message pretty similar about you are nothing. Like it was like the one had like solar system or something. Like you are nothing. Like you're just a dot. Like and then the dad was the one wearing the "you don't matter," unless you're at energy, whatever the equation was for energy, right? And then I don't remember, the kid had something else, like something very similar. So I'm like, all telling each other, I don't know, that what they're doing is meaningless. That they're just a meaningless, strange family. Whatever. It's off the point.
Hey, no tanks, are you there?
Kind of.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you a question because you seem to be pretty reasonable, usually when I talk to you. On a flat Earth model, how many miles away do you think the sun will have to be from California to where they can't see it anymore there?
How many miles? They have the number. I think it's like 8,000, where sunrise and sunset. It's like
About
8,000
miles.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason why I ask is because obviously when it's dark in California at the same time as daylight in Japan. And I'm wondering how on a flat Earth you could have that if the sun is directly above these 2 points.
It's just a different it should be. So I think it's just between 6,000 and 8,000 miles. It's just between sunrise and sunset in two locations on the Earth. But the sun is a different thing. Like how far away is the sun is a different thing. But the thing that we see, the sun has limitations of light due to atmosphere, the angle to the sun, all these other things. So I mean, it's just like any other light source that has limited, a limit to how far it can shine.
Oh, okay. So if the sun is directly above Japan and California, you think it's possible for people in Japan to see it and people in California not to see it?
If you go high enough, maybe.
That's interesting.
Like I've never seen, like I've said before, I've never seen, even in like if the ISS is fake and it's just a balloon, whatever, if a high altitude balloon, 120,000 feet weather balloon, they send it up. I've never seen the sun, go out of view. It seems to always be in view from a high enough vantage point.
Yeah.
I've never seen a full rotation of it. Like nobody's shown a full rotation of the sun. Not yet. You would think like it's 2024, we'd have all these things, but yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering what you thought about that because I can't reconcile that in any way. I don't understand how it could be complete darkness in California and bright and sunny in Japan at the same time if the sun is directly above both. I don't know how
Well, it's
that would
never,
work.
yeah. Well, it's never complete darkness. That's for one. Like never. Like not even when the moon is not out. It's just never completely dark, or you wouldn't be able to see like anything. You wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face, nothing. But
Yeah,
so
but if you're in California, you can't even see the sun at that point when it's daylight in Japan. You don't see it anywhere. So it's like where did it go?
Wait, did you just say that the sun is directly above both at the same time?
Well, I'm guessing it would be on a flat Earth. It's above everything, isn't it?
No, that you're assuming the distance.
yeah, there's one
Listen,
more
wait.
thing I
He
wanted
said
to.
hello. He said California and Japan, and in the same sentence, he said the sun is directly above both at the same time. Does
I'm
that
asking
even
on a
happen
flat
in
Earth, it would be
reality?
above everything,
But
wouldn't it?
wait, is that actually happening in reality? Is that what
I
happening?
don't know.
What's
I'm
happening?
asking.
No,
I think he just is equivocating above to being it's above them both, like taller than both of them.
So when it's
Well, I'm just
noon in
assuming it would be if
California,
the Earth is above.
when it's noon in California, it's noon in Japan as well. That's what you're saying?
No,
Oh,
no. When it's dark in California, it's light in Japan. And
oh,
I'm
so
just
yeah,
wondering
it's
how that
when it's dark
happens.
in one side, there's light in the other side. Okay, yeah, that's what's actually happening.
Right, and I'm just wondering
Oh,
how does
that's
that
what's
work if
happening.
the sun is above everything?
So why you making something that is not happening? Why you making that up and throwing it to someone else?
the sun
I'm
is
not
not
making
93
anything.
million miles away. Let's start with that.
I was just wondering how it would work if the sun is above everything. I'm assuming the sun is above everything on the flat Earth,
Yeah, but it's
Well,
not 93 million
Donato
miles
put it.
away.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
Donato
no.
put like a funny picture in the chat. It would just be like you could demonstrate like in your room in your living room that you could shine a light bulb over one area and it'd be completely dark on the other side of your room. Now, why is it completely dark? It's not true. You can still see your hands. You still know you're there. So even when it's night for somebody else, it's not completely dark. They can still see the road in front of them and everything else.
Yeah, I don't know how many miles the sun away is. I was just wondering if you guys knew how many miles away it would be away from California to the point where they can't see it anymore.
Okay, Ray.
Yeah, I
When
think
you
it's
go
about
outside at night time,
6 to 8,000 miles. Yeah, is
when you go
the
out, when you
sunrise
go
and sunset.
outside with your torch at night time and shine it on your back fence, does your next door neighbour's yard light up too?
I couldn't hear that. No Tanks was explaining something to me.
When you go out your backyard at night time and you shine a flashlight at your back fence, does your next door neighbour's yard light up also?
I don't know if it would light up, but they would probably see the light if they looked over there.
So it'd be somewhat dimmer, probably because the light's further away. That's interesting.
Yeah, either that or something could be obstructing it, whatever. But they would probably see it.
But it
I
wouldn't
would
light up the
imagine.
same as your back fence.
What
It
about
wouldn't be
after
as
the point?
intense, no.
What about after the point of when the light attenuates, where it's not visible anymore? Does that happen in reality? Light attenuation?
Sure. But I don't
Yeah.
think the sun is the
After
equivalent
that
to a
point,
flashlight,
after the light
though.
attenuates and it's not visible, then you can see it, right? That's correct, right?
Yeah. So
Well, yeah, if you're talking about a
then
flashlight, yeah.
So, does internal reflection happen with light and passing through mediums?
Maybe with water, yeah.
Wait, haven't you ever seen a mirage where the car is reflecting off the road in front of you? Was there water there on top of the road?
Sometimes, yeah.
Huh.
I mean, it depends on if it rained or not, or if it is raining.
No, I'm talking about those dry days where it's really hot outside and, you probably fry an egg on the road. But then you look out ahead of you and then there's the reflection of the car on the road
Sure.
ahead of you.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, these hazy days.
So that would be internal reflection, wouldn't it be? Don't you think? Obviously the light's reflecting off of something, and it's clearly air, and it's not water.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like we're talking about something different now. I was just curious how far
Yeah,
away this sun would have to be.
Yeah, so in regards to the sun, I guess you're like you understand. Okay, yeah. So the light attenuation just means the light absorption through absorption or whatever, right? So it'll be absorbed by the clouds or whatever in the sky, so it doesn't travel forever. But then you have the issue you're saying but we would still see the dim point of the sun in the sky. We may not it'll make the light, but just the point of the sun, right? So that's why I brought up earlier I've never seen the sun from a high altitude actually set, go down or set in this way, right? So now there's a some sort of I would say it's like a comparable situation by Taboo Conspiracies. Is the YouTube channel. He gets a pilot sends him the night sky, right? Going one direction, east to west, then west to east, like a 10-hour flight each way. And what happens or doesn't happen in that video is the stars do not set. And now the reason that was given firstly by the globe side was, he was moving with the rotation of the stars or the rotation of the Earth, therefore they weren't setting. So then when he went back the other way, they should set twice as fast because now he's going against the rotation, so it should double them setting. But either direction, they do not set. So when there's nothing in the foreground, there's nothing, there's the ground, the horizon doesn't rise up to give you that angle of incident where it would block the thing in the background, the stuff in the foreground, causing that merging into the horizon of the things in the background. It does not occur in that video. So that does occur when we're on the surface of Earth, right? With the sun, it merges into the horizon so that the light can't break through it. That small, where everything converges to a point. So then you wouldn't be able to make out the point. But I have never witnessed from a high altitude that happening when there isn't a horizon that comes up to block the sun.
So I guess what you're suggesting is when it's dark in California, the sun is moving toward Japan. Is that what's happening in the sky?
Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't have my directions and my map out. But any two locations, you're saying?
Yeah, when it's dark in California and it's light in Japan, does that mean the sun is moving toward Japan at that point?
Isn't there like an ocean between those two, like a huge ocean between those two, and there might be a lot of stuff in the way?
No, if I remember correctly, there is not a big ocean between California and Japan.
Well, yeah, there is the Pacific.
Yeah, there's the Pacific
Okay,
Ocean.
so
Yeah.
you're saying that when it's noon in California and then 55 or 6,000 miles away, it should be noon over there as well, and you should be able to be outside like it's daytime. 6,000 miles away when it's noon in one spot, and then you should be able to see the same light in the other spot 6,000 miles away.
Well, when it's 10 p.m. in California, it's 16 hours ahead the next day in Japan. So it's black in California and bright and sunny in Japan. And there's only like a 5,000 mile difference.
So the GP of the sun is
How does that work?
different. The GP of the sun, the ground position of the sun, is at a different position in Japan, right? It's not the same.
Are you asking about lines of longitude, which are determined by the sun and the angle to the sun, or are you talking about why, just in general, why you can't see the sun?
Because
no, I'm just asking how many miles away do you think it actually moves away from California to the point where they can't
So the
see
GP, the ground position of the sun in California and in Japan are about 5,500 miles away. So not the same position by a long shot.
Yeah, the GP, right? Like I said, I think it's about. I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's somewhere between. I think it's 8,000 miles. Is that from sunrise to sunset? Is the GP? 90 degrees to 90 degrees, or not 90. Sorry, it would be 89 or something. Sunrise to sunset. You keep asking that question, maybe not understanding it. From GP to GP, sunrise to sunset, depending on what you're. Now, if you're saying, well, how far is 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock? I mean, that's different math, I guess.
Well, the reason why I say move away is because on the flat Earth, the sun it moves away from you, right? It doesn't go down or up or anything, right?
So he keeps making this imaginary idea in his mind, and he's adding stuff to that thing and speaking to you like you're holding that position.
I mean, that's a basic thing you can start with. The sun going up and down in a toroidal field does explain the difference in. I mean, again, you can't test it; you can just model it. But it does. Then that explains the angular size difference during different seasons. But yeah, measurably up and down.
The sun moves across the celestial equator, not on the ground, right? It's moving across the celestial equator, right?
Yes, I don't know which one he's asking about. Like, I don't know which one. The GP to GP, or if he's asking about the big arc of the sun.
As you could. I mean, that's good enough. I mean, you give me the best answer you could give me, and I appreciate that. I mean, it's a difficult question, So.
Well, the one is not like some of them are not like the GP to GP is. I could Google it and get the answer, right? And just how far is this location to this location? That's not a hard one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your starting premise that you said that the sun is above both locations at the same time. You said that, and that is not the case in reality. That is not happening.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I asked if on a flat Earth, the sun is above
in an imaginary idea in your mind. That was happening.
I'm not imagining anything. I said I asked a question. Okay. I'm asking you if the sun is above everything on flat Earth.
Along the lines of, is the sun at the same altitude in both locations?
At the same time, like you said?
Yeah. Maybe not directly above, but like at the same altitude, but it travels across the horizontal plane at the same altitude from point A to point B. Is that what you're meaning to say?
I was just simply asking if the sun on the flat Earth, if it's above everything. That's all I asked.
It's not above everything, which is Gemsy's point. If it's noon in California and it's nighttime in Japan, then obviously the sun's not above it. But it is at the same altitude above the entirety of the Earth. But it is localized light.
Okay,
You know what?
Prove the height of the sun. You just made a claim.
You know what is mind-boggling to me? The whole questioning in the first place is completely delusional, because you ask, would there be a sun lighting up the whole Earth on a flat Earth? But the thing is this: what you gotta understand is the premise that is out there for you to set is that the Earth is anything but what it represents itself to be. So if you are living in reality right now, which I 100% think is the case, then the Earth is representing itself to be, to you, a topographical stationary planar surface. Okay? So don't question things like, how does this work on a flat Earth? The very notion that you have the sun coming towards you in the morning, going over your head and going away from you, as an example, is what is happening on the Earth. Period. If the Earth is anything but a stationary topographical plane, which then would be the delusional idea of a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, so it would be the complete opposite, obviously, then you have a huge burden to carry, because you gotta somehow create a make-believe system that explains away what is the Earth and how it represents itself to be. So if something represents itself to be a certain way and you want to say it's the opposite, go ahead.
Okay, well, the problem with what you just said is you were addressing something that I never brought up. I wasn't talking about the entire world. I was simply talking about two locations on the planet that are about 5,000 miles apart, and I was just simply wondering how, if the sun is above both, how one can be light and one can be dark at the same time. That's all I asked.
You invoked the word "how does this" on a flat Earth, which already the problem is this: the sun works because the Earth is what it represents itself to be, right? So that's the first point. So if the Earth is anything but what it represents itself to be, then you gotta prove that burden, right? Is that correct?
I'm not
If
saying
this-
it's flat. You guys are. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, you also
Well-
presuppose that the Earth is a disk, has a planet in outer space, probably moving around the sun. Do you think that the flat Earth is a planet, a flat planet flying around a sun?
I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
Okay.
Well,
it is not.
Clay's. Sorry.
You
Well,
would
well,
What's wrong with you guys? So Johnny B have to tell you why the Earth is flat, because the Earth is meso flat, and I can tell you why. Because a circular equal altitude of 2,400 miles maybe will tell you that you're living on a flat Earth.
Yeah. So
I'm going to be right back,
Clay's
guys.
point was basically
Against 3959, the radius of the globe fantasy.
Wait. Clay's point really was right. Was this? Why don't you figure out if it is flat or not first, and then worry
I'm
about
telling
how
you,
things are working?
the Earth is meso
Yeah.
flat.
I know, Johnny. I know. I was addressing the other guy. I was addressing
Doesn't matter.
Raiden.
Hold it. I'll
So that's
be
what Clay
right
was
back.
saying to you. It was
I have
like,
to change locations. I'll be
why
right
don't you
back.
figure out if it is actually flat or not first, and then worry about how things work on it.
Well, I thought the title of VC said, "Ask me anything." Whatever.
Guys, the
one thing is
real
this.
issue with his questioning, the real issue is that he's saying, I'm not making the claim, you guys are.
I'll be right
and
back.
then he's presenting build towards, and he's saying this term, this whatever, you guys in this place, whatever he's saying, that he's making up, and then he's giving you guys that position.
Come to
Get
the
it?
point. Come to the point. You're not.
He's saying he's not making. He's saying you guys have this position, and then he's making a claim for your position. But he's saying on that position, the sun is above California and Japan at the same time.
Yeah, because everything is above the sun, and the radius is taken from the sun, and all of that we have is the circulation.
What he's asking why there's no light in California and Japan, because in your position, the FE position, right? The sun, it's this and that. He's building a strawman basically and burning it. And someone is trying to hold. And someone is trying to hold to it. Someone, let me hold to his strawman and try to
Nigger.
save this strawman and save myself while it's burning.
Who is the fucking nigger? Is the nigger coming in?
That's not the point. That's not the point. So you see the strawman that he's building?
All of the measurement that also we are using are the sun that's going around the Polaris. And in the same time, they're saying everything is moving and the sun is moving. In the same time, they are saying the earth is moving. So they cannot hold it straight. They really think the sun is moving around the earth. In the same time, they think there are.
Well, that's how you would perform an internal critique. You would take the position.
So
You would take their position.
They're not holding with the understanding of heliocentric fucking nonsense. So
Well, that's how you perform an internal critique. You take the
in the same
take
time, they think
opposition
the sun
position.
is on
You
the
would say,
star is
well,
moving
if
all the time.
this thing that you state is the case, and this would be the consequences of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
the thing with that was that he built a strawman that is not in reality. So he dressed it up and then turned it on fire, and someone is trying to save it.
You're giving him too much credit. He didn't build anything. He didn't build very well. He's not a good builder. You're giving him too much credit.
So the point is about reality itself. There's a big misconception to complicate things that don't need to be complicated. So if someone asks, "What is the sun doing?" then you just say, except for if you're blind, you can easily see what the sun is doing. In the morning, the sunlight going to be further away from you. You can literally feel it. You have a sense to feel that the sun is further away from you. Hence, it's not going to be very hot, even if it's like 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and you're in the midst of the sun. Then the sun is coming closer to you. That's when it's midday. It's right over your head. It's going to be very hot. You're probably going to get sunburn in the summer, depending on where you live. And then further down the day, it's going to go away from you. And the same thing happens again. You can stand right in front of the sun, but it will feel as if it's just half of the heat, if it's just half of the power coming towards you. This is 100% matching that a Earth that is doing a sun that is doing a circuit above your head. It's so simple. A little child can understand it. So why would you then, as a normal sensing human being, go ahead and introduce something that would be the complete opposite of that simple, idiotic observation? Everybody observes the same thing when it comes to the sun. Why would you introduce something that is completely opposite to that observation and even furthermore contradicts it?
All right, so here's what I'm going to say is I think that we should take Kamala Harris off the ballot.
Kamala Harris is not Luft of Warten. She's nothing. Why are we talking about Kamala Harris? She is absolutely.
That's not we talking about that.
Oh, so we're not talking about taking Kamala Harris off the ballot?
No.
She is nothing. I cannot believe.
Okay, don't address it. It's okay.
She has never been. She is selected. She is not elected.
So to the point that we were talking about, back to that clay or plum or not real. No thanks.
You mean the sun?
No, I was just saying. No, listen. That guy, he opened his mic and he said, "You guys believe in this flat Earth, and in this belief that you guys hold in this FE model, your FE model, the sun should be when the sun is above California, it should be daytime in Japan as well, right?" He said, "In your model, that's what you guys believe."
Okay.
But he's talking. Hello, he's talking about something that I asked him. Is this what's happening in reality? Is this what we observe? No, that's not happening. This is happening in your FE model. Why is not happening in your FE model? So you see, why is that not happening in your FE model? How is that happening? How is that not happening? Whatever, right? But I'm trying to address what's happening in reality. That is noon in California, and it's not noon in Japan, right? Because he said directly above. The sun is directly above both of them at the same time. That is not happening in reality. And he says, this is what it should be happening in your guys' FE model.
So it's basically a projection of their own vain imagination where they project a model, a cartoon they have been fed onto what they see in reality. Or furthermore, they're so ignorant that they don't even observe their own reality in the first place. Because if they would truly observe their reality, such a simple observation, like the sunlight, how it can be sensed further away, closer to you midday, and further away again when the sun goes to a certain this direction of its circuit that it's always doing every day, then you would come to your senses. Like I mean, this is so plain obvious, so like simple, that the word itself already gives it. that as you can only come to your senses if you actually start using them, and you can do it by the observation of the sun, for one example, and it will not match you standing on a spinning rock falling backwards at 1600 kilometers an hour and the sun is standing still. If that would be the reality, then you would have equal heat distribution for a long time. So it would be 9 a.m. and the sun is like right in front of you on the ocean.
Now
and
you're
you will
making
feel the
claims
same.
on top of their claims. You're stacking your own claims on top of their fallacies, falsehoods. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, see, he imagines this other perspective, right? That he doesn't have, and he never will have, and that's what he's trying to compare it with, right? But I like how you pointed out, like, yes, so you experience, your observations, your senses, right?
Yeah,
it's not what he's imagining. From from a perspective that he doesn't have, right? He thinks that's what is happening. He does observe what and that they do not match.
Yeah,
It's not what you observe and experience.
we observe a local heat source that gets closer to you, goes over your head, then it's the hottest, and goes away. Like, I mean, this is like something a 3-year-old will understand as a concept. If something that is distributing heat, if it's closer to you, it will be hotter. If it's going away from you, it will be colder. I mean, it's so simple. It's just proof. It just throws the sun itself and its circuit as it's doing every day throughout the year. It is completely throwing out the notion that we live on that imaginary spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness. It throws it out. And I bet you 100 euros that if a Glober would literally just get out one day out of his basement and be in the sunlight from the morning until to the end of the day, he will get it. But this is something you gotta do. Some people just don't. That's the problem. They don't want to come to their senses. They don't even want to use them, unfortunately.
Yeah, that idea.
Without change.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, so they think, Globers think that without changing their position on the surface of the Earth, right, they must have still changed position in space, right, in order to have seen the sun do what they observe it to do, which is move across the sky.
And what they're projecting is a false representation of what's actually happening. And when Clay says the earth represents itself, the actual term is present itself, because a representation will be something else or someone else that is not the earth or yourself, if you're talking about representing, someone representing you. So when the way the earth present itself to be, or water present itself to be, right, that way, water cannot represent itself because it is itself, can only be presented the way it is. If you want to represent the water, you make a cartoon or a drawing and you say, I represent water. I'm gonna give you an idea of how it works. You're representing the water, right? Or the other person, and you're gonna present your argument based on what you're representing about them, right? But when you say the earth is representing, no, the earth presents itself to be this way. And then the globe belief, right? The globe belief is gonna represent a bad idea or a falsehood about what Earth actually is and the way it presents itself. You got it, Clay? Because we agree on this whole thing. We are on the same page about this, about the nonsense of the globe, of the represented idea of what Earth actually is and presents itself to be. Right, Clay?
That's a great point.
Yeah, the lawyer or the representative or your politician represents you, but you cannot represent yourself because you are yourself. You can. How can I represent myself if I am myself? You see? How can the earth represent itself if it is itself, or it is what it is, right? It's presenting.
So the defendant gets up in court and says, "Your Honor, I'm going to represent myself legally." And
When
then he
they
starts
ask
talking
you
about himself
that
in the
question,
third person.
yeah, yeah. When they ask you that question, are you here to represent yourself? How can I represent myself if I am myself? Can you answer that?
Gotta do like your best you impression. It would be fun actually to watch this.
Your Honor, my client wishes to enter the plea of not guilty. And sir, who is your client? Well, I am. you're your own client.
No, because remember, you're talking about the straw man. When they look down to the paper and they say, John Smith, here on the paper, is this you? And you say, yeah. Oh, okay. So we got you right here. Is this who you are right here? Anyways, yeah, representing water present itself to be, and then some people represent it as something else, like on the outside of a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. It's being represented erroneously or in a falsehood.
Represent it. They've presented
Yeah,
it again in another fashion. Right.
exactly.
Yeah. It's not the original.
Exactly. So when you look at water, the real one, the realist level, that's the way it's presented itself. You see? Not represented. The representer will be on the cartoon around the globe. That will be water represented. Hopefully Clay heard that because I've heard him saying the represented, represent itself the way it is, and I've tried to tell him, but I don't want to interrupt him, and he just keeps going. Just joking, bro. It's messing with you. But it's late for him too. So
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
correct, man.
Clay.
You're correct. Sorry, I was doing some push-ups. Anyways, you're correct, man. It's 100% presenting. It's just a translation thingy, but I appreciate a lot. I wasn't even aware of that. You know.
Glad to help you, bro. Because you were talking about the senses and what makes sense, and I like that. But also, it makes sense to use those two words in the correct context. Represent or present. So thank you, and yeah.
About Pete, so if Clay repeated a push up, right, does that make the first one a Pete? You repeat something, then the first time you did it was just a Pete, right?
Well, a
Sorry.
repeat is a short form of repetition, right? So I guess he petitioned a push-up. He called
Petition.
upon it.
Yeah, there you go. Petition. Oh, that's good. Yeah, thanks.
You can do push-ups without writing it on a piece of paper or drawing or saying a word. Just make sure you breathe, expand your lungs so the gas pressure rushes and you can have air to do the push-up. You don't need to write it down or anything. Or put it on a court case. Repeat. How many you did? Sounds like Clay. You probably did like 20 plus, didn't you, Clay? How many?
Have you met someone, Clay, or are you just healthy?
What?
I said, have you
Sorry.
met someone? Is
If
there a
I'm
lady in your life, or you just like to
no,
keep healthy and fit?
no, man. I can actually tell you the story. I was it was in the beginning of this year. I was climbing the Cologne Cathedral, and it's like a spiraling stairway, like I don't know how many steps, and I realized how out of breath I was, and I was like, man, I shouldn't be this much out of breath in my age, and then I realized I gotta do something, and then like I think 2 months ago, I joined the gym, and I do stuff at home, and I do stuff in the gym, and I lost a lot of fat and all that stuff. Like I feel way different than I used to, because I always thought like because I was always skinny, but I always thought I don't need to do any sports until I realized that I have
Yeah.
literally
That's
I
how
can't
you
even.
realize you. Yep, that's what happens. Everybody just takes for granted that they just stop and think that you can always be what you used to be. You can't.
Yeah,
You can't. I remember
exactly.
as a kid, I literally remember times where I ran for hours upon never ran out of breath. Like it just didn't. It wasn't even a thing. As a kid, I'd run for like hours.
You wanted
And
that
just
belly to be a little less curved, a little more flat.
yeah, I just wouldn't. I remember I used to be able to suck my stomach. You know how kids can still do it? They can suck their stomach in until they look like a skeleton. So it seems
Yeah.
impossible
I'll
to me
take your
now.
word for it.
Yeah. I can't do it now.
Did you
No
just
way.
say you made a vacuum with your stomach?
They'd suck. Yeah, they'd suck their stomach. You know, my kid
Yeah,
could
only if
do it.
your stomach got to 10 to the 17 torr.
Hey, how many pounds of pressure will be the equivalent to that? This 17 Thor stuff.
Don't ask me.
How many pounds of pressure will that be?
I don't know. I just work here.
You you seen that? There's this movie, Clay, that I might watch. It's called what's it called? Like Skywalkers. Looks ridiculous. It's a documentary of
No,
these
I
people.
didn't.
Here, I'll tip you off to it. You can check it. It's on Netflix. You can look. It's called
But
Skywalkers, and it's a documentary of these people. Some hot girls in it too, going to like the highest, absolute highest like peaks of like they go to like the top of a building or like top. There'll be like a crane on top of a skyscraper, and they'll just freely go up to it. It's this is why I'm a flat earther, man. Keep me
you,
down on the flat earth. Down here, I'm not trying to go up there. I
you
get
know what
vertigo
the
watching it.
greatest and craziest feeling was at the gym. I know I never was like a sport guy, but now I'm like totally changed. But the craziest feeling I ever had was when I did some pressing with my legs, and I did it to a point where it was overcoming that thought in your head to stop. Like where it really like it's like not painful. It's just you just don't want to do it anymore. And then I suddenly like finished the thingy, and then I stood up, and it felt like as if I had like warm water running down over my uh, I think tights is what it's called in English. I'm not 100% sure, but man, that was the weirdest feeling ever. Like you felt the blood rushing. It was so
Yeah.
weird.
It's a different feel. It's a different feeling. Doing legs and arms. Like you get when you first start working out with weights in your arms, you might feel the fatigue, but when you feel it with your legs, it's like you can't survive. It's like you're gonna fall you're gonna wobble to the ground. That's totally different. Fatigue.
But it's man, like doing sport is like the best thing I've done in a long time now. Like for real, I'll be honest.
Yeah. Well, I'm the opposite. I always liked sports. I still play some, but I always liked sports and was always good
Competitive
at
eating is a
sports.
sport, right?
Like that big. Yeah.
Because
Now
if
I'm just
so,
like
then
I'll watch the
I'm a fan
sports.
of sports.
Yeah, you're a pig.
Excuse me?
An oinker.
So what? I do bacon eating contests. What's your point?
Yeah, I don't like. I don't really. I wouldn't call that a sport. But competitive eating, but I have been
There's
watching a
only
little bit
3
of,
real
not really
sports.
studying it, but I have been watching. There's slap boxing, not even boxing, just slapping each other
There's
contests
only
out there.
3 sports: race car driving, mountain climbing, and bullfighting. Everything else is a game.
I see. I see.
Are you gonna make your guacamole with banana and eggs,
No, I don't think that's a thing.
just like all the Mexicans? That is, unless it is a digital clock, Morvis, then it is always wrong because it's off. And if a clock is broken so much so that the hands have come off of it, then it could never be right.
Well, you can
Thank you
skip
for
the
coming to my
bananas.
TED Talk.
You can skim the bananas and just add fish to it instead of bananas.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. You add butterfish instead of oil.
I mean, some people add codfish to it.
Is cutting the
Listen,
fish?
I don't want to hear. I really don't want to hear you and Rich talk sports all day. You know.
Yeah.
Sports? All right, let's not talk any more sports.
Yeah. No more this. No more banana sports and.
Well, I don't know what a banana sport is, but you can enlighten me.
This. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what would it be? Just like, part of your catalog of sports, the eating contest. Yeah.
Are hands a necessary antecedent for a clock? I think not.
I was gonna ask you, like, so when the face of a clock changes, right? Because the time changes, right? So it's different time, so different face of the clock. When the moon has a different orientation, is that similar to a clock? Is it just a face of the moon?
What?
Is that similar to a clock?
The moon?
The orientation of the clock changes. The hands oriented towards different numbers, and then
Well, it doesn't matter how
when
you're
the-
looking at a clock; it'll still say 2 o'clock.
until it's 3 o'clock. Clocked out.
That's because you didn't gave him your secret recipe for guacamole with bananas. I don't know.
I mean, I've seen eggs being made. That's why I was like kind of questioning that. I don't think so, but yeah, I've seen hard-boiled eggs being made. But I think it was with like this like ramen soup and some other guacamole thing on the side. I don't think they get mixed.
Don't add the salt, but add codfish to it, and you got that.
I have avocados at my house all the time. I add it to like sandwiches, wraps that we make, salads, whatever. You can add it real easy. So I can't justify spending that $1.50 at the store. You know what is that saying? Like, why buy the milk or something when why am I going to buy that guacamole when I got the avocado for a fraction of the price at home?
Yes, if you have a lemon tree in your backyard, why go to the store to buy lemonade?
Lemon and garlic. The avocado. Good.
Good.
Can welcome Suzai. Zuzai.
All right, that's right. Susie's a boy or a girl. I mean, I would not normally I'd say girl, but on here it's always a boy.
But when I read it, I read Zuzai. Zuzai. Actually, Suzie.
I think sometimes women are more reasonable having the conversation about the Earth not being a globe. So they don't. I don't know what the. I don't want to speculate on the reasons right now, but sometimes more reasonable. Maybe it's easier, right? When they, for a woman to say, "Well, listen, I just don't know everything,"
Unless she's not reasonable.
Unless they're an unreasonable woman. Yeah. I watched a funny TikTok or something. I don't know what it was, internet thing. It was some Indian guy, right? And he was like showing a diagram. He says, "All right, so an incident occurs, right?" And he said, so he drew. You got the man, and you got the man on the left, woman on the right, and you have sorry written below both of them. He says, "Okay, well, the man does something goes wrong," he says, and he draws a straight line. Yeah, he says, "Sorry," circle, sorry, and then he goes to the woman's side, woman, something wrong, and it's just, you have to see it. I guess it's funnier. So he starts drawing the line down. Then he does like a million squiggle circles around the sorry. Never gets to. Looks like it's going to hit the sorry. Nope, goes back down around circles. It was kind of a funny thing I saw today. Well, Susie's out. Susie doesn't want to talk about it. There's another bet, like Eliza, a boy or girl. I'd say boy again. I'd say Eliza's a boy. Not like you can identify however you want. It's just you'll probably come out as just an actual boy. I'm not going to announce my predictions to the room anymore. I'm just going to see how they play out. I'm not going to get any answers when I challenge it. That's what I do. That's why I put the bananas on the fish.
You're still on this, huh?
What?
You heard me.
Oh, right. You were talking about the moon. That's right. So the moon. Would you say that that's kind of similar to the face of a clock? The face of a clock changes
Does the
due
moon
to
have numbers
orientation of
on
the
it
hands.
and hands that move?
Yes.
Right now, I don't think there's anyone on the moon.
It has numbers on it. If I write them on there.
Okay, well, let me know once you've written the numbers on the moon, and then you can ask me again.
I mean, is it to you? Is it more more representative of a clock face that changes with orientation, or is it more representative of a I don't know, like a sphere, I guess?
I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
Yeah, he was trolling about that, but I would say the moon. Obviously, you said numbers or whatever with it, but you wouldn't say the moon is a clock or like a clock, but when you put the whole of the celestial sphere, which is the radiant sources, and you combine all that together, and you want to talk about hands on a clock, when you look at the celestial sphere and the way it moves in cycle like clockwork, then you can maybe speak about some type of clock, but not 100% like the one that we have, the sundial or the clock of the sun, on that sense. But if you want to look like a mechanism that moves like a clock, yeah, the whole of the celestial sphere, you can describe it almost like a mechanism that moves in cycles, like a clock, like gears, within gears. And it also has a dial because you cannot see the whole mechanism, just like a Swiss watch. You see the hands of the clock, you see the sun and the moon, and other variables that will, you can say those are the hands of the clock. But then behind the dial and behind the numbers, you have the gears of the clock and the whole mechanism that makes the clock function. And then that's the clock, not the hands of the clock. The hands of the clock are not the clock. Those are the hands of it.
So then, what number is the moon? That was like the second hand.
The moon is the monthly cycle. The sun is the yearly cycle. The stars are seasonal cycles, and they're all on a giant super cycle. So it's
Yes.
yeah. You got to look at it like Dempsey is correct.
So the moon would be like the second hand, not the number two.
Yeah, if you want to
One,
tell the
2, 3,
time,
4.
yeah.
The thing about the celestial sphere is that it's a clock, but it's a clock within clocks because it has cycles of the sun, cycles of the moon, cycles of the wandering stars, cycles of the radiance, cycles of the toroidal field, and a bunch of cycles within cycles. So just to say it is like this clock that I have on the wall, not as simple as that.
Yeah, no, I understand the bigger sky clock. I mean, that is the recording of the months, years, and so on. Yeah, but then you got the all right. So we got like what would the moon phase then represent? That could represent the what could that represent?
You know, the moon phase is
Like
I mean,
just the
this is
moon,
with
just the moon on its own with the coordinate system on the ground and the moon. No, nothing else.
that will be the moon cycle, right? The timing of the moon, what the moon does on its time, and we record that as it does what it does, and then that's the moon cycle, and then that can be put on paper, on a diagram, or you know, and used for pacing things. Oh, the
Hey,
moon is
Dempsey.
in this position tonight, and I'm gonna do this tonight because I'm gonna look at the moon tonight because it's gonna be covered by a shadow. So that's the timing of the
Dempsey,
moon
aren't
doing
there
something. Go ahead. My bad.
aren't there smaller cycles that we're seeing right now? Then there's like there's levels to the cycles, right? There's like another cycle above that, and then there's the super cycle, which is above all else. That's like a certain number of thousands of years to complete the super cycle. Then everything resets back to its original position, and then it's all like starts all over again. So within the super cycle, there's all these other sub cycles. But yeah, it's not as easy as saying like hands on a clock. It's more like a mechanism with gears, you know, like bigger gears, smaller gears, and you know, you're trying to see how it all fits. But I think the Book of Enoch describes the cycles, so you might want to look there.
Just within like almost all religions, right? Like if you go to many regions of the world, and you find different cultures, different people, they all gonna have stories about how those cycles move, how they work, how they affect their daily living, and the representation of that on paper or drawings, that kind of stuff, and the explanation of how it works depending on where you are in the world. But if you go across the world, you might find many different ideas or religions about that. But to have the actual print of the mechanism itself and know 100%, that's the tough part. That they're
Yeah, well, like I'm kind of referencing like so when the moon goes in a like a wagon wheel circle, and then if you just I don't know demarcate like put a cross on it and call say that's 12 o'clock, that's 6 o'clock, then it would then it
Yeah.
would turn and you'd be at new
Yeah.
6 o'clock. That's the
Well,
class
think
part.
think about it like this. Think about it like this. No tanks throughout the night, depending on what time of year you're looking at the moon. If you see the moon rising from the eastern horizon, the face of the moon will remain the same until it crosses your zenith. So when it's 90 degrees above your head, so to speak, right? Could be a little off, but like when it's at its zenith to where you're at. Imagine if you put your palm up to the sky, right, on the eastern horizon. Now, as the moon moves up towards the zenith, your palm's going to be facing straight up, like to you when you're looking up at the sky, straight up. And then the palm's going to still move, like, as it were, straight all the way to the western horizon. So it's going to be kind of like upside down as you get to the western horizon. So it's just moving straight across. But your hand representation will, like, follow the face of the moon. You'll be able to know if it turns a little bit. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
It just
Yeah.
So from the eastern to the western horizon, it does wagon wheel, so to speak, but not like a wheel per se, but it just like it moves across the sky in a parabolic arc, per our vision, how we perceive it. This is the celestial sphere and why it's been denoted as that. It's a conceptual tool. But yeah, it's the part where you're saying it's wagon wheels is because when you see it move across your night sky, and we often had conversations with people about this in here, but they don't realize, the globalist doesn't realize this happens during the night. They call it fake news. But everybody should notice that that's what just happens. If you see a full moon on the eastern horizon and you watch it go all the way across the whole night, it just appears that the face like flips upside down. And everybody should see this. Like it's just something that appears the way we perceive it on the western horizon.
Yeah, because we're changing to face it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's moving across the sky, but like I was saying, it doesn't spin around. All it does is it moves straight across. So like I said, if you put your palm up to the eastern horizon with the face being the orientation that it is, and as it moves across the sky to your zenith, your palm would be facing straight up, like to the sky. As it moves to the western horizon, it would be upside down. Your palm would be from the eastern horizon to you.
So how can the luminaries even have a GP, like a ground position, and that is established if the ground was moving and the stars are moving and all the stuff is moving?
The GP changes with time.
The alignment of the ground positions of the things aligned to the stars are moving. The ground positions of the ground, it's changing.
Yeah, that is one of those cycles where they said like the Polaris moves in this tiny little bit itty bitty circle, but everything stays relative distance to it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of the things in celestial navigation, when you look up the GP of a star, is you have to know the time, and the time determines what the GP is, because
But that position repeats and repeats, and it goes back to that position, right? It's moving to multiple positions, but those multiple positions, depending on time, they repeat again, right?
Yeah. There's a bit of drift over the
like
year
clockwork,
and
like
between
clockwork,
years,
right?
but yeah, essentially it's a 24-hour cycle. It's
Yeah, like clockwork,
20.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like clockwork. That was my point. And you said no, but now it's yes. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Puck.
Hey.
Hey, the distance that you guys laid that for that sidewalk that you guys built over there, that people mover,
Yeah.
that wasn't long enough according to the globalists. 2 miles isn't long enough. You got to go longer than that.
Yeah, they want to tell you how it works on a 1 mile, but not on 2 miles.
Yeah, the Varus Narrows Bridge, the one they always bring up when you're talking about the future on the being built, but yet your 2 mile people mover is not long enough. How weird is that?
It never ceases to amaze me the lengths to go to fight.
Isn't that the reason why you get like all frustrated and upset and you're like speaking on top of the mic? 'Cause, like, dude, how are you gonna say that you could have something that's a mile long, or like even what's his name? Not rhetoric. The other guy, I forget. Hold on. Yeah, Soundly. I was trying to think of his name, but Soundly. You know the image where it shows like the telephone poles or the wires, the power lines.
Was he a lineman or something? Is he a lineman?
No, the Soundly. He has got that image, that photo of the power lines that look like they're curving.
I
had to see it. I remember.
It's over a lake.
Yeah, Black Mage. Do you have the image?
Yeah, I think I do.
Oh! You're saying the power tower. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. And they say that they're curving on the world's smallest globe.
Yep.
And you're right. That's why I do get frustrated and loud, because it's so stupid when you think about it. But you have someone just straight out lies, like we have to take an account for curvature, and then I will tell them, never on any of the blueprints, bro, was anything having to do with curve. That's not the way it works. Everything is just X and Y, bro. That's it. That's it. It's very simple. It's I don't know what else to tell them though. We don't account for curvature.
You've been dismissed in here for being somebody that actually does build. So you've been discredited many times by the globalists.
They have to. There's no other way around. They have to. They
And not
just
only that, they call you like some kind of grunt. You didn't do anything with the looking over the schematics or the plans. You're just like a guy who carries something from one place to the other. That's all you did.
Yeah, they first of all, that would be like an apprentice, right? Apprentices are the grunts. I'm a journeyman, union journeyman. I mean, if they need to see my card, maybe I'll show it to them. But dude, they have to discredit, attack the character of a person, trying to make them less than, only because they themselves are not even close to anything that can even have a position or say so. So that it's a lot of projection. In reality, they're the grunts in life because they ain't doing shit. Matter of fact, a grunt does more than them because at least they're on the job site. The grunts, they don't read the blueprints, but they're right there in the print shack. where they can at least take a glance at them. These guys, they don't even
I've been
see
a
blueprint.
grunt. I've been a grunt, and I had to look over the stuff and read the shit for certain people. Some of the foremans can't even read that good because their eyes are bad from accidents and certain other
That's
things.
facts.
So they
That's
know,
facts.
yeah, they know what they're doing, 100%. But I got to read each individual ingredient and format of like how to do it and what steps. So even the grunt has to be smart enough to do all that shit too. So
Let me tell you a personal story, D-Mock. When I believe I was a third period apprentice, and the foreman walked out on the job, bro. He drug up. He was like, "Fuck this." He couldn't get along with with our superintendent, and he bounced. And all the journeymen, because I'm still apprentice, right? I was only third period. All the journeymen, they're like, "Fuck that! I don't want to take that job." A lot of journeymen don't want to take don't want to lead. They don't care to. They just want to do their job and go home. And here I am, an apprentice. I just said, "Hey, you know what? I have manager experience. I could do this." So I just jumped in, and like a week went by. The superintendent came, and he's like, "Hey, you know, you're doing a good job, and you're talking to the office, and I just want to thank you." He's I'm gonna give you a call after, because he was literally gonna make me the lead. He was gonna make me the foreman for that crew, the detail crew, and he ends up going and asking another foreman, one of the most senior, journeyman on the job site. His name was George, and he said, "Hey, how about that guy?" And he said, "Hey, that guy's smart, but he's a third period apprentice. All the journeymen are not going to respect them." So then, when I got that phone call, he goes, "I have some bad news and some good news. First, you got some high praises from George, which is like the guy's been in the trade for 6 decades, bro. He's been hanging iron since like the 70s, bro." He's like, but he said that you wouldn't be respected because you'd be jumping over a lot of guys that I should give that opportunity first." So I was like, "Hey, no problem. I appreciate it." So I was apprentice, reading the prints, going to the office, getting the printout, going on the program. So when Scott and Mackie and all these other guys want to try to discredit me, it's like, dude, come to think of it, when I was a grunt, I was actually looking at the prints because I took that bull by his horn. And then
check
as a
this out.
journeyman, of
I
course,
had
you
the
have to.
same kind of thing happen with me too for electric because the main dude that we did, he was the one that like did all the electric. He'd make all the other dudes like he'd have a special dude for this main thing, kind of. All the dudes knew how to do everything. Don't get me wrong; they were all badass at everything, plumbing, just every fucking thing, windows, doors, plumbing, ceiling, house roof. They could build a house from scratch. This one dude came from the country that I work with. He used fucking strings for everything, literally plumb strings and everything. And dude made it perfect. He was badass. He said, "This is the old way we do it from back in the day. Line
Yeah,
up the
he's old
strings
school.
for the Raptors and all." Yeah. Yeah. And the other dudes weren't sure how to do it without him knowing how to do his string thing. And it was like, shit, you're badass. So anyway, I learned all kind of weird shit. But needless to say, so we were doing this electrical job. And the main electric guy was our main boss dude. His name's not even the company name. It's a company name that he works for that he, like Bob Tom's company, but it's not really his name. It's a different name. But he's the electric dude, and he's supposed to be the smartest one for like certain shit, like whatever we don't like, whoever hasn't encountered, he might have encountered it before being this, doing all these jobs. So he messed up on the electric. So like the dude got took to court by the lady, and it was a fucking house that was badass, like an old antique house this lady had like rebuilt or whatever. And she gave him the job because he's supposed to be really good at it. Well, I guess he like burnt some shit up or fucked some shit up. Not too bad, but the court ordered him that he had to be the one to come replace it all personally because he was the one that did it. Like he didn't want none of his workers to come have to do it or whatever. Well, what the dude did was, I guess he brought me and my uncle over there, and he wasn't supposed to, but me and my uncle was the ones that wired it up. So we wired it up, and then he got to leave complete the job actually. But he was the one that fucked it up, and we had to go back. And that's the first time I ever had to wire anything. That's when I learned how to wire. But we did it while I learned, and we didn't, no problem. Nobody ever called us. Nobody ever sued anybody. Nothing. Still, it's been 10 years. So,
All right.
yeah. So, I mean, yeah, things like that do happen. The guy that, gets frustrated because he had like a job that was so fucking big and he messed up in one spot. We go through and replace, fix the spot he messed up, redo it, make sure it's right. Say, oh, well, here's what you did wrong, and he's like, all right, cool. We fix it.
Yeah. It's just these guys on these guys and these in this arena, if you will, they have to try to discredit you as being some stupid moron. You're an idiot. You don't do nothing.
I've done pools. I've done dig in under. You dig them in like not too deep, but pools. So you got to level them. You got to set your base. You got to set your walls. You got to put your liner, or put your stuff, or however you want to do it. We didn't really do the cement ones, but we did the liner ones. So,
right,
they aren't as complicated, but still, you still have to do shit. You still have to know what the hell you're doing. You still have to be able to level shit out. It's water, And if you don't set the pull up right on a good foundation, then in a year or two, it'll pour out the other way. It'll like drop down on one side. Yeah. So you got to make sure your shit's right.
Right. It's crazy though, man. Like the audacity that some of these dudes have to try to discredit people just because they don't believe the way they believe. Oh no.
And I thought it was funny, like when they look out in space and they're like, these dudes see nebulas, they see something happen that they've never seen happen before. Maybe they only see it because they're seeing themselves look out into space. I swear to God, I looked at the mirror and I was like, holy fuck, a reflection. Why wouldn't that be the cause? So if I have a twinkling necklace on or anything in a dark room, it catches the light. It's going to hit in a dark room with a mirror. The mirror will see that flash. And if I was a scientist, I'd be like, oh, that flash was a black hole or an event horizon, or no, it's a flash on the mirror. It's a flash. Like a mud puddle or a mirage out in the way. You look at the air and it turns into water.
Ain't there supposed to be an event this year of the Corona
coronal mass ejection or what?
It's like the Corona Borealis or something like that. I don't know.
Corona Borealis?
Yeah, that's what it is. The Corona Borealis. They're predicting that there's going to be a birth of a star. Or I don't know what the hell they got going on, but it's supposed to happen this year.
Oh, they're trying to make a star with CERN.
I don't know what they're doing. They're just saying
That's the Corona. The Corona. My Corona. My CERN.
Yeah, they're supposed to do something this year.
Siren. Isn't that weird?
The names and symbols that the powers that be use in this world, bro. Even like in that whole space too. Like everything about them, bro. It's just all there's signs everywhere.
Did anyone else get to see that when the Aurora Borealis went down to where I'm at in North Carolina? A bunch of people went up on the mountain and looked up and saw it.
Oh, yeah?
Crazy. Yeah.
I'm in Southern California and I didn't see anything, and I don't think I would have. Too bright over here. It ruins it. It always ruins it. Too much light pollution to see anything cool in the sky.
Yeah, you had to kind of go out of the way.
What I do see, though, I see a lot of cool looking like sperms shooting through the sky every time SpaceX launches something.
That's Elon's kid.
But But that's gonna end soon since he's leaving California because of Governor Newsom. But looks pretty cool every time that happens. Every single time they launch, it looks like they're skimming the Earth, bro. It's really weird. Skimming the firmament. It's interesting. Alpha, you there? Maybe he's working.
I'm here. If that's what you said.
I was talking to Miggy.
Oh, okay. Saying shit, I did all kinds of stuff. But like when I looked in the mud puddle, I was like, holy shit. I was like, when you look at the water, the surface, you don't see down in the water. You see the surface reflection. So like, if there was a puddle of water, supposedly in space, 90 million miles away, and you looked at it, would you see down into the puddle of water, or would you see the reflected image it gave back?
Right. I remember seeing this video of this dude. He was taking like recordings of the stars with the out of focus P900. But the cool thing was like it looked like equivalent to the way water looks like in a pool looks when the sun's hitting it. It looked really cool. Like every time he showed like the star out of focus, but it looked just like the way the pool floor looks as it shimmers and the sun hits it. Pretty interesting.
Isn't that weird? The water is a diffuser for the light. A lot of people think the light goes forever and does all this crazy shit. Well, water stops that. It don't go forever in water like a bullet. Bullet gets stopped quick, Jack.
Yeah, the water's above.
Yeah.
So below. Yep.
I know a liquid bulletproof vest would be badass. If they had little chambers of liquid that held themselves like little pockets, like a honeycomb pocket, like a sliver. So if you had like a drawer, and the drawer was put in 800 sections, and each section was filled with water, so the whole thing's full with water, and you have each individual little wall, kind of like a radiator, separating each little layer of water. So when the bullet hit one, it could leak out of that little layer, but it still would have to fight the water, and that little line of material in between each stack of water. And if you vibrated the water, ooh, that's even better. And then if you vibrate the material that's right in front of the water, like a chest plate of like a honeycomb chest plate of water cavities, water sections. And then like you have like 10 water sections, and the best one would be 12. So it'd be kind of thick. And then when you put it on, it'd be like liquid. You know? And
yeah,
then,
vibrating bulletproof vest, water vest.
Yes, but it would have like little foam or little ball, some kind of material that works like liquid, but it's not like a solid liquid. So you have a solid liquid foam material, and then your liquid. You would never be hit, and then you have your little actual plate underneath it all.
Like a gel.
Yes.
A high performance gel.
Yeah, a super fucking solid, thick ass, badass gel. Not jelly gluten, not fucking just, some super badass. Basically, almost certain plastics are like that. They're so thick that, like, you hit them, it's like hitting a thing of wood.
Yeah. I mean, when the whole bulletproof vest came out, it was kind of interesting to see.
Weird they didn't
what was in it that was just layers and layers, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So my thing is, if you had like little waterproof layers and each layer was filled with water, like a water cavity, I think that would totally stop that fucking puny bullet. Because I mean, you got your material, you got your lead. That could be the last resort, closest to you, you know, or your plates, steel plates or whatever, right? And then so you go through your first foam. If it doesn't get lodged and stuck in the foam, it hits the water. If it doesn't get lodged in the water, it touches that plate, it's like tink, and it stops it. So yeah, if it hits your plate, it can only just touch it like tink. Wouldn't really do shit to it.
Tink.
Have you seen them shoot in aquariums, like a 1 to 3 foot aquarium? It never hits the end.
Yeah, I like the ballistics gel. It's freaking cool.
Yeah.
Ballistics gel and the just the way certain bullets spread out is just insane. I got shot with a 32, little piece of shit freaking sissy gun. Big enough freaking piece of bullet fragment hit me right in my spine, so no matter how small it is, it hits you in the right spot, you're screwed.
Why in the hell did you get shot?
Don't know. Still don't know. There's theories.
Who'd you get shot by?
Who do you think? I was in Baltimore City.
Man, I don't know. A police officer? I don't know.
No. I was getting gas on my motorcycle. I was the only white guy in the frickin' for like 5 miles probably. You know.
And they shot you?
Came up to me and tried to rob me. Didn't even take my bike or nothing. Shot me in my back.
So they wanted your money and not your nothing else.
They thought I had money, but apparently, I knew some people from down around there. They said there was another guy that had a red motorcycle and a skinny blonde girlfriend, just like I had, and he also drove a 300ZX, and he spent like $2,000 every day on dope and coke. So the people that I knew think that, you know, he thought that I was that guy because he just saw a red motorcycle, blonde girlfriend, you know. It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, but you weren't trying to get dope there. You're trying to get gas, right?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's funny when I tell the story.
If I'd have pulled up over by you about 10 foot that way, motherfucker, yeah, start shooting. I'm coming to get some dope. If I pull up to you, gas pump number 5, gas pump number 5 doesn't sell me dope. I can't get no gas pump number 5.
Yeah, right. I put the last $3 in my gas tank, you know, literally. I remember having $3 and a bent chain. My chain was bent. That's why I drove through the city anyway. Usually I would have taken what's called 95 home to 195. Well, actually, it's probably 166 back then. But yeah, I had a little hitch in my chain. It was like a little bend, and I took it down to my mechanic, and he couldn't fix it because they didn't have a chain. He didn't have a chain, so he ordered a chain, and then, you know, adjusted my chain as tight as it can go. But he's like, "Don't take 95 home. If that thing hops off the back sprocket, you're dead." Yeah, all right. I'll take the city home, and I'll almost get dead also. Oh gosh, whatever. The joys of Baltimore
I
City.
would have just rode 20 miles an hour and had to slow. I would have took that accident rather than the bullet in the back.
Yeah, right. Just drive on the shoulder. Well, see, you don't know. And the thing is, in hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have stopped for gas. But the thing is, when you have a bike, when you have a 1982 GPZ 550, you don't have a there's no fuel tank gauge. It's just a it's what's called a reserve. Your bike will just go and it'll start sputtering, and then you got to
You
reach
ever take
down and
gas with you? You never took a gas can with you, like 3 or 4 gallons on the
hell
back?
no. Hell no, no. You would go "Rrr," and then you would switch to reserve. It would draw from the bottom of the tank, and then you had like, I don't know. It was maybe like a half gallon in there. I'm not sure
So
exactly what it was.
you guys don't strap like a fucking 3 gallon gas
No, no, not we do not.
Why?
We got gas stations everywhere. No.
No, well, it would have helped you that day, fucker.
Well, sure. Obviously, in
Yeah.
hindsight, I could have got all the way
I'll tell
through
you
the
what.
city, all the way to the county. But the thing is, you don't want to run around on reserve because you're sucking all the junk from the bottom of the tank, and that stuff will go through your
Right.
carbs and
I
your
would carry
little
gas with me, brother, and I just pull
yeah.
over
It'll
anyway,
start.
pour a little 3 gallons in and get home.
It'll start. You know, that bike had old. You know, that's old carburetors.
Anybody listening?
So they have needles. You know.
Yeah. No, I
Anybody
know what you're
listening,
saying.
don't stop in Baltimore City for freaking gas ever if you're white.
And you don't want you don't want all that cracked up fucking pieces of metal and corrosion and dirt shit getting in your stuff. I know.
Right. Yeah. Same reason you don't drive
That's
your
why you
car
take
around.
that 3 gallons, man. Anybody
And
listening
yeah,
who's got a motorcycle,
dude, are you
take
kidding
that
me?
3 gallons. Take that 3 gallons with you.
There's nowhere on the bike to hang 3 gallons.
Hey,
I mean,
hey,
I'm
Bugsy
not
call that bitch
against taking a Sprite bottle full of
a Big
gas.
Mac. Yeah, something, a 2 liter.
That
Yeah,
would have got me.
right.
Anyway, yeah, but you know, I
Let's have a
never
little
ride around.
cooler holder.
You're not supposed to ride around in your car either, because your fuel pump uses the gasoline for lubricant for the bearings. So when you ride around a corner and you're on E, and you're like one of those tight ass guys that only puts in $5 in your tank every day because you're tight. I got a buddy like that. He goes and puts $10 in. I'm like, you're an idiot. So you drive around the corner and your fuel pump will pump some air for a minute or even a couple seconds. You're slowly wearing your fuel pump.
I don't press the gas around the corner ever. I just roll.
They have things for like drifting cars. They've got a it's like a little fuel box. It draws from an area where
gas into the turn ever.
it can't pump. Well, shit, you'd be pushing it into the turn if it was snowing and you were fishtailing in a rear-wheel drive car.
No, I'm
That's
not
the only
going that
place you want
fast.
to push it.
I'm not going that fast. You gotta go kind of fast or fishtailing.
I am if I had a rear-wheel drive car in the
I'm trying
snow.
to go 10, 15, you know what I mean? Get there safe, be safe. Now, one year I had my Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, and it was the only and everybody was stuck on the side of the road in all the ditches, and I was just flooding through everything, just went everywhere, just fucking went all the way across town.
Wait. What year?
1984. It was in the 90s.
I know, crap. All right, it was a rear-wheel drive car
Yeah,
then.
dude, I'm telling you, that motherfucker made it through everything. And then when I was like surprised that all the people pulled over, getting like all this shit in the tow trucks everybody was getting stuck, and I was just making it through it. And I was like, how in the fuck? And then right when I got by my house, I fucking stopped at this thing and then went to Florida, a little extra, being funny. Yeah, I went to give a little too much gas, zipped around all the way in a 360. And then there was a ditch there, just a fucking hair ditch, just a piece of a ditch, and my little ass thing got in there. I got out of it pretty quick. I was like, "What the fuck? No way!"
Yeah. Certain cars will do all right. Like, yeah, it's about the driver too. Like my grandfather.
Oh yeah, I was going left, right.
He drove an LTD up the mountains to Snowbird. Snowbird, if anybody knows Snowbird in Utah, it's up in the mountains. And Grandpa took us in the LTD, real drive. Like,
oh yeah, slipping and sliding the whole way, buddy.
Well, I had an '81 Toyota Corolla. That had kind of skinny tires on the back. When I threw 3 bags of Pillsbury high gluten 50-pound pizza dough flour in the back, it got around pretty good. My boss would be like, "We need the bags of flour back." I'm like, "The snow ain't melted yet. Order some more flour."
So did Bacon get out the ball and show the angles to the lights, the LED lights of Polaris and its zenith and its co-altitude angle to the sphere? He didn't do that, did he? Earlier, Bacon was telling us all this stuff about only happens on a ball, but then he shows us a flat line for all of it. It's only possible on a ball, guys, with flat lines and equal altitude.
I heard somebody talking about, dude, I was like, what? This kid was talking about it being flat. I think it was an emu. I think they call them emus, upward moving earthers. Oh, is it an emu? No, it's not emu. What the frick is it? Upward? Umi? An umi? An upward moving earther? He said, "Oh, you guys are." He said, "You regular flat earthers are."
Debbie Downers.
He said, "You're flat Earth society now." He says, "Because if you get a flat Earth society's, like whatever, like information page, it no longer says that it moves upward at so many, whatever seconds like it used to." He's like, "So now all you guys are flat Earth society," and I was like, "Man, this guy's losing his shit." But I don't know, man. These upward moving earthers, man. I'm just like, what?
It's helium. Helium confuses them in the idea of free fall. When there's not.
Yeah, but they believe it's flat, but like that something's moving. I don't know. You're all moving up. If we were actually moving up, shouldn't the clouds like slam into the ground?
You would think you wouldn't have a no wind day on the ground. You would think wind would be coming to the ground, hitting the ground and going in all directions, left, right, like north, south, east, west, and then your grill would always be going. You'd always be in like a wind tunnel, like. When you put your hand out the window in a car, right? You feel that fucking knock your hand back, right? Knocks your fucking hand back. It'll pull your hand up, back like a airplane wing, the wind. So if we were rushing that fucking wind, like, I think we would notice it.
Hello, D-Mock. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I wanted to ask you a question I asked No Tanks earlier, just to see if you agree. On a flat Earth, where is the sun located? Is it above everything, or is it like somewhere else?
What do you mean above everything? You mean above the dirt and water?
I'm just wondering where this thing is located at on the flat Earth.
Above your head, and it doesn't drop below your feet. It never drops below your feet. Nothing drops below your feet in water, brother.
Okay, so it's always above everything, right?
Yeah, everything up is up, yes. The clouds are always up. They're never down below your feet. The sun and stars are never down below your feet. The moon is never below your feet. None of that shit is ever below your feet that I've ever seen. When I'm standing on the ground, brother, and you're standing next to me, I'll bet you'll guarantee that's up too.
Okay. Well, the reason why I ask is because I'm thinking about California and Japan.
Yeah.
And those two locations are about 5,000 miles apart. And when it's dark in California, it's light in Japan at the same time. But the sun is above both locations. How does that work?
So it's the air in between, brother. That distance. It's like a distance of water. So if there's so much and I can't guarantee the distance between them myself. I know what the map says. I know what the thing says. I know if we travel on the cement highway, it gives us mileage. But I'm saying like air distance from there to there, I don't fucking know. So like in the air, if the sun is 4,000 miles away and you think it's 2,000 because you don't know where the sun is, you're trying to tell me how far the sun is away. That would be weird. What you're doing is you're taking the location of land and now you're trying to put it at the orientation of the sun and saying because this land is 5,000 miles away, that means the sun has to be that. Like, do you understand that doesn't have to be correct?
Yeah, I don't know how far away the sun is. I'm just
Right.
that's
So
why I asked
that's
if it's
what I want to
above
bring into
everything.
contention here. That's why I want to bring this in. So if I got a penny on the table and a penny on the table and the pennies are a foot apart, the sun can be 50 miles that way. Even though to me and you, it looks like it's right in between those two places doing its thing. So regardless, okay, so area orientation and the amount of atmosphere, the air, it's not a sphere of air, it's the amount of air, right? So the water in the air, I've been told it's an 800 times difference. Do you understand what that means? An 800 times difference between water and air, the attribute of thickness or the ability to block out light. So air has it and water has it. Water does it faster because it's a thicker medium. So it takes way more air than it does water to block out light. So if the sun is at high noon above you in the water and you swim 1 mile down, you don't see no more light. That's just 1 mile. 1 mile of water, right?
Right. So in your
Okay.
opinion, how many miles
Now,
away does the sun have to be?
hold on. I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
So, and you said how far away are they? The states or the cities or whatever? 1,000 miles?
Well, between those two points, it's about 5,000 miles.
5,000 miles. So, okay. So take 1 mile of water and 800 miles of air, and it should have the same attribute. So every 800 miles of air can block out and make it turn dark. Do you understand? 800 miles that way, that way, that way, that way. I mean, in my mind, the way they're saying the attribute, this is the way it's been explained from science and physics, that water will block out 800 times more light than the atmosphere. It takes 800 times the length of atmosphere to block out the same amount as water. And this is supposed to be just physics, so it's something we can't really run from. So the sun's power or attribute of power, the ability we give it in our mind, is different than what it has in reality. Okay? It doesn't go everywhere for 93 million miles, and that shows when it can't go 1 mile through your water. Correct?
Okay. So if I'm in California, how far would you say the sun has to move away from me to where I can't see it anymore? And at the same time, someone can see it in Japan.
I mean, now you ask me about your ability to see. I can only tell you what I can see. If my eyes are fucked up and I can't see as good as you, or maybe I could see better, we would always have a conjecture there. There's always going to be like what you
Let's
can see
assume
and
you
what
and
I
I
can
both have perfect vision. I'm just asking your opinion. How far away do you think it'd have to be to where you can't see this thing in the sky anymore, but someone in Japan can see it?
I got a problem with giving definite amounts, if you can understand that, because I haven't went to that medium and actually went 800 miles away and said, okay, I'm 800 miles away from the sun. I know for a fact it's getting dimmer right now, exactly the way I perceive it in my mind, right?
Okay.
So all we can do is discuss how we perceive fucking reality, and we got to come to an agreement of either disagreement or an agreement of agreement, right?
Okay.
You want to guess? I got to guess. 1,500 miles. I'm going to guess 1,500 miles because it's kind of a little bit less than that from the East Coast to the West Coast. Actually, no, I think it's like 2,000 miles from Utah to Maryland. So.
Okay, I was just wondering if it was actually physically possible.
All right, well, check this out.
Above
Check
both
this
California
out.
and Japan.
The map, Flat Earth Dude always talks about the transatlantic sailboat race. And I'm sorry, the Trans-Pacific. So, where do you think the Pacific sailboat races to? Where would you have the Pacific sailboat race? Where would you have it go from to? Or what's the two places you would have it go if you were going to race over the Pacific Ocean?
That's a lot of distance to cover, and I don't know anything about sailboat racing.
Well, just what would you do? What would you do if you
Yeah,
had a race?
but he's asking for land. He's asking, okay, so you live in what city or state? And then I live in what city or state? So according from like your location to my location, in between those two, does it turn nighttime between the two to where I see the sun and you see the moon still at night? See, because like when I look up at night at certain times, I see the moon, and people in Australia still see the moon. So there's something weird there too, right?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was physically possible for the sun to be above both Japan and California, and at the same time, people in California don't see it, and people in Japan do see it.
Well, what I was getting at was the sailboat race. The Trans-Pacific sailboat race goes from Japan to Hawaii, I think, or Hawaii to California. It doesn't go from Japan to Hawaii, because if it did, it wouldn't match the globe nonsense.
Well, where's the sunlight at right now? Here's the thing. Here, let's knock all the dog shit out of the way. Where is it at right now? For when they tell you time and day, what's the area of orientation around the sun? So at time and day, if the sun is at high noon over this place, how far is the circumference of light going out? That's the actual question we're trying to figure out, right? How far is the area of light going? Can we see? Like, and why does it stop like at a certain part for this place and this place? And if they're 5,000 miles apart, I don't think the sun's right next to both of them. Like it might be up there, it might be visible, like, but the attribute of the light is only like, and I don't know how the light actually shines. I don't know if it shines down and in front of itself. I don't not know if it shines down and around and out in all perfect fucking directions. I don't know if it hits like a flashlight.
Well, I know that
I don't know if it's directed like a flashlight. You know, like think
East
about it.
Coast at 10 o'clock at night, it's dark, and in Washington, if my girl was on the phone, 3 hours difference in Washington State, the sun would still be up. So, I mean, that's kind of a good reference right there. The sun can be up in Washington State, and it can be nighttime in Maryland. And that's over 2,000 miles, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't looked at the map.
Yeah, so it seems like the 1,600 mile mark might be a cool, just to say, 1,600 miles.
Random number out there.
Yeah, just 1,600 miles between Japan and California. 1,600 miles of air.
Is that what they say it is?
No, I'm just.
Is that what they say it is?
I'm just throwing a number. Just throwing a number out.
Let's say what's the actual distance between Japan and California? I think is that's what I was talking about when I think it's way more, but that's what I was talking about as far as the race, because it's not an accurate. If you measured it on a ball, you'd be like, oh, you can get here in this amount of time. But when you raced it, if you actually took it on a sailboat and went there, you'd be like, why is it taking 3 extra days? It's because we don't live on a freaking ball. That's why.
Right.
It's way further in actuality, is what I'm saying. That's why they don't do a trans-Pacific race from Japan all the way to California. They only do it between California and Hawaii, I think. Or Japan and Hawaii. One or the other, damn it. But you should do the whole damn Pacific Ocean. Basically, that's Flat Earth Dude's little tidbit that I think is definitely interesting.
So wherever you're at right now, Raiden, is it daytime or nighttime?
The sun is going to go down. It's going to get to the point where I'm not going to be able to see it anymore in about an hour.
In about an hour?
Yeah.
And it's going 15 degrees per hour?
According to NASA, yeah.
Right.
I'm not going to see it anymore, but about 8:30, I'm not even going to see it. So it's somewhere.
Right, and that's going to be about 800 miles away. 8 to 900 miles at 15 degrees per hour, 69 times the 15. That's 600, 700. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be about that away, brother, when you don't see it. Isn't that weird? About that 816 mile mark.
Okay.
800 to
We'll look
16
into
miles.
that. It's fascinating. But thanks for answering my question anyway. Just wondering
Yeah, I
what you
mean, to
guys
the
thought
best of
about
our
that.
ability, brother. I mean, because, I know NASA gives us numbers and distances and shit, but I just don't know how great they fucking are in reality without a tape measure touching each point, you know?
Yeah.
And I know it sounds pedantical, but I mean, how else do you science shit or prove what the fuck they're saying? You can't be like, well, it was 97 inches off, but they're close enough. You know, I mean, fuck no. You couldn't do that. That'd be like a lot of distance off. Fit 50 people in that spot. Like, no, they are interesting questions, and I mean, it's that's what we've been asking. We're asking, why is this? If the sun's shining 93 million miles through fucking space, how come a globe can even have a dark spot? That'd be my contention. I would think it's the other way around for the globe than the flat Earth. They're like, oh, flat Earth should all be able to see the sun. No, not the way we explain it. We explain it. The sun gets blocked out by atmosphere and water. The Globers explain it can go for fucking 93 million miles through any kind of atmosphere or anything or whatever it entails and still get here. That's weird. It's weird to see that we don't have any shadows from the sunlight. If the sunlight's hitting 93 million planets and stars and different fucking objects on the way to us, but we don't see none of the dots. We don't see none of the shadows of any of it. That's fucking weird. When they talk about shadow and this getting in front of that for spectroscopy and looking at the come on, man. It's crazy. Their stuff's not comparable. We really do need a Glober, right? And if you could get Bacon or a Glober to actually get a ball and show us how they get the angles and the zenith and then add their dip correction and their co-altitude angle to the actual fucking sphere, right? But they won't do that. They keep using flat paper and flat earth and then telling us how flat earth is wrong. But the whole time never using a ball. This is the most ridiculous. If your sentence is, this can only be done with the ball, but you come in with a fucking computer screen that's 2D and a flat piece of paper, no, you're done right there. Fuck out. Next. You're not doing celestial navigation with a miniature ball called the globe and get every point and show us your little circles of equal altitude elevation, then put a horizontal line and show us how they're equal altitude of elevation with that horizontal baseline. I don't think that's ever going to fucking happen. That's the only thing that should happen. There should be a guy in a lab with a ball right now in a stellarium room where the walls are black. You can have a round one. You can have a square one, right? You can have whatever you want. You can have a hemisphere room. You can have a whole sphere room, and you can have a square room, right? And stars. Put your ball in each one. Whatever you wanted. Still gonna get the same fucking attribute of a spinning ball. And you still would have to use that ball to get the zenith and the angle and the 90 and the, yeah, so you subtract and because come on, man. This only works on a ball. Without a ball, that's weird. That's just weird. All these things that only work with a ball. But there's no ball lab, no ball college, no ball university, no globe museums, no globe nothing. There's no globe fucking history of globes and history of map making. There's no map museum and globe. Like, is there? Where's that at? Where's the Great Ball Map Museum? In ball math, in ball angles and altitude and all the cool stuff they made that only works on a ball. And had we not known we lived on a ball, we would never be able to design this ball stuff for balls only. You know? I've never. You ask if you can learn ball physics. Say, I got some money to go learn ball physics right now. I want to learn the best ball, rocket, JPL, Parsons, fucking Von Braun rocketry I can learn right now. Best ball physics money can buy. Where's that at? Where's that class at? I bet you if you went, I talk a lot sometimes, man. Oh, well. So if you went to the classroom and you said, all right, we're going to learn all the physics of the ball, right, teacher? And the teacher's like, yeah. And they start writing on the chalkboard. Teacher? Yes, sir. Why's that chalkboard flat? Huh? Well, supposed to be doing your math on a ball. Like the actual ball. Your math can be placed on a ball. If it's the ball, math of a ball, like placed to math, the grid, ball. I want to have an actual debate where they don't want to try to overtalk me and stop me from finishing my one little 3 fucking second sentence. And then actually go over a ball. With a ball. With an actual ball. They can do the altitude, the co-angle, the cosine, calculate the curvature formula on it of a real ball. How come they don't put a horizontal and calculate the curve from that horizontal in front of you on a little ball? Since globe's so big, so they can't do it on a big ball because too big globe, but they can't do it on a little ball either. Something ain't right here. So globe math can't be done on a little ball or a big ball. It's just calculation, projection. lot of people, but nobody talking. What up, Charles? What happens when we're not here happening? That's the question, right? What happens when you're not happening? Is everything still happening when you're not happening? Does a ripple propagate back? Why does it propagate back? What up, Newt? The co-altitude angle. Man, if I was worried about math, I'd be fucking their math board up. I'd be in the fucking math room. But they'd be like, dude, why don't we think of this? Why don't we flip the number inside out and pull it backwards through its own asshole? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would do with the number 5, you know? I'd make it like an open box and then pull the bottom of the number back out through itself. You know what I'm talking about? They don't want to do that, though. They want to take a piece of paper and wrap it around itself and say, look, that's time and space. That piece of paper. That physical piece of paper. You just bent with your hand. So your hand is the manipulator of time and space. Don't forget that. No, they're literally just explaining to you we live in a big ocean. That we're in an ocean with attributes of gradients, and then above us is another ocean. So in this ocean, it can be different sections of gradients. So in the water has a toroidal field about it. It has a ripple effect, right? All the attributes they want to give to space and time should really just be given to water or liquid. Yeah, and if you put a tube through water, right? So you got like 4 foot of water, and you got a 3-foot, 11 point whatever something inch tube, and every time the water hits 4 foot, it pours down into this tube, right? That's their wormhole. That's their. I mean, there's no. And when the water goes down the tube, the water forces itself, not in a straight fashion, because it kind of would block the hole in a way. It has to toroid, because when the water goes down, something has to come up. At the same time, the water's toroidal going down, it's causing a amount of air or something to like come up back this way, like a backdraft. Like it has to have the opening, right? Without an opening, you would never punch a hole in space. So you would have to pop a void in the middle of space, or an amount of energy making a tube. Which I don't think you can do. I don't think you can turn your little bitty dot focal point dot spaceship into a fucking tube of energy. And then if you create a tube of energy, that means time and space is coming in on you.
Dimok, when you said you would take the number 5 and pull it through its asshole, where is 5's asshole?
Hey man, right where I pull that motherfucker out of. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I would figure it out.
Would it be at the top end of where you started drawing the 5, or somewhere in the middle?
No, it's the wheelchair part. You know, little guy on the wheelchair with a hat. Yeah. Yeah, it's that wheelchair part. Pull his asshole back. That's that Stephen Hawking number. That's why I used it. Don't be mad. It's that wheelchair.
I'm sitting here all upset. Believe me.
He said, "This motherfucker. How are you gonna show that?"
I had to pull over and get all upset.
Don't let me in the mathematics boardroom. I'm gonna be like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Holy crap!
I was okay at math, man. I never really. It's not even about not. Yeah, it's not even really about not doing or doing. It's about who gives a fuck.
We ain't seen Trig in here for a while. Trig in here. Trig used to. Once I told him that I didn't pass Algebra 2 because I got expelled in 7th grade, he's like, "Oh, Bear Please doesn't know freaking algebra. So the Earth's a globe." I'm like, jeez.
Nah, I know people that had the highest math. I know people that hit like, okay, you know how you got the colors on the ASAT test? They start with like the fucking orange, pink, something like whitish, and then they got the green, and then purple at the top. I know a lot of
whatever the bar graph.
Yeah, purple at the top was only 2 kids out of the whole school could even hit that. So if I went to a school with 900 to 1,000 kids, there's only 2 to 3 people hitting that purple bar out of the whole fucking school. Do you know that? Maybe 10 if you're lucky.
And they're probably freaking graduating two years earlier.
No.
Only some young kid.
Well, they can. They were offered. They were. I just. Well, I'm saying. I'm not trying to dox anybody, but I know, like people, and they were offered to go to different things in the magnet schools and all that, right? But at the end result, what would be the end result? So you send a little boy to a magnet school, and he's in high school at the age of fucking 12. How do you think that's going to play out when he goes through puberty?
Oh, dude, we had this guy. It was.
How do you think it's going to work for a girl that's 11 and 12 in high school, turning? Come on now, it ain't going to work right.
He graduated high school in 10th grade, and I was just thinking, man, if that little nerd, he's like a little nerd kid. And I did never make fun of kids. I wasn't like a bully or anything. But I could just tell, like, man, he's gonna get made fun of. And then I found out that he was Mr. Ferruso's son. Mr. Ferruso was the principal at was called Bo Tech. It was the vocational school where all the stoners went and took freaking Auto 2, Auto 1, Auto 3.
Yeah, I went there before
And
for a little while. I did heating and
yeah,
cooling. I got like a B
I
plus.
went.
I did all right.
I did all right in Auto, Auto 1 and 2.
I got a B plus,
Um,
and I was suspended for 10 days. So that's that's hard to do.
and I finished 1, and then I had to finish what's called third third period. There was three different ones. One in the morning, one in the afternoon. Then a late one for all the f ups that got expelled for freaking doing something bad.
Yeah. I probably would have
Yeah.
been in there not because I was, not because I couldn't do, because maybe getting in trouble or a fight or something stupid. Because people would always try to fucking just like pick a fight with me, dude. I would literally be sitting in my chair at shop class and have some big gorilla ass dude come up behind me and try to put me in a fucking headlock while I had my torch in my hand. I could have really hurt this dude. I had a fucking live settling torch in my hand. I put the torch down. I said, bro, I scooted the torch and said, I ain't gonna burn you, dude. Let me go right now. And dude kept squeezing. I said, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Are you playing or what? And I went to stand up from my chair. And he acted like he was gonna pick me up off my chair and like do something crazy with me. And I like straightened my body out and threw my weight. And the next thing you know, I had dude up in the air and his arms behind his back. And I said, now it's your turn, big boy. I slammed that motherfucker right down on his head. I picked him up, turned him upside down like a salt shaker. I said, now get the fuck off me. And I picked him up. I said, now it's your turn. And I turned him on his head sideways. Bam! And everybody in the class, dude, they were fucking treating me like a king after that.
Did you get expelled? Did you get suspended? Suspended.
No, not that time. I didn't get nothing. I didn't get anything because but it was so quick. Dude tried to grab me, and I dropped down, grabbed his arm, pulled it behind his back, picked him up, slammed him on his fucking head. And I said, when he was on the ground, I said, hey, bro, you want to continue this? Are you good with getting fucked up how you just got fucked up? I mean, you want me to start punching you? You want me to beat you with a chair? What do you want to do? Because he's on the ground getting up. And he's like, no, I'm good, man. He's like, holy fuck, you are strong. He said, you're not even that big, dude. How the fuck did you do that? Because this dude was big that had a hold of me. And I'm like I'm 5'11", and I'm like 160. You know what I mean? I'm not the biggest person, but I'm just enough size, right? But I'm a cock strong little motherfucker. I'm all muscle. So I told him, I was like, hey man. And then I met him like a couple years later. He was like a manager at this place. And as soon as I walked in, I didn't even really get to turn my face around to open the door because I was opening the door for my wife to come in. And when we went in there, dude's like, oh my God, this dude's badass right here, dude. Get him free food, whatever he wants. This dude handed me like 4 big ass bags. He was like shaking my hand. He's like, this little dude right here is bad as fuck. And I was like, come on, bro, don't be doing all this shit. You're gonna get me into another fight. So this is what would happen, People would like point at me and be like, oh, this motherfucker's bad as hell. And somebody be like, yeah, right. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah. And that's what would happen. And then like the same group of dudes right before that. See, I had to do that because he was their like bodyguard dude, the big one. The little one at like a send off. Check this shit out. The day before
What state do you live in?
Illinois. And right before that, listen to this. This is worse than that. The day before, a short dude came up and it's like, hey, bro, can I borrow your pencil or something? I was like, all right. I turned to grab my pencil and hand it to him. And we're in heating and cooling. We're cutting sheet metal. This dude had a fucking Chinese star cut out of sheet metal. He stabbed me in my stomach with it. He just walked up and stabbed me in the gut with it. And I'm like, I felt him punch me. And I was like, hold on, bro. And he like walked away, ran away from me real quick. I said, what the fuck you just punched me for, dude? And I looked down and I was bleeding out of my stomach. And then the star was still stuck in my shirt, through my skin.
Out of sheet metal?
Yes. So I took it and I pulled it out and I was like, you little dirty mother effer. And I walked over there to him. I said, hey, bro, what are you doing? Why are you running away so quick? We got to talk. And he said, huh? And his eyes got real big and I just hit him right in the gut with it. Stuck it right back in his ass. Same party stuck in
there. How are you going to make a sheet metal? That ain't fit well. It depends on how thick it was.
I was making a toolbox. I was making what you're supposed to make. These dudes were in this little class.
Hey, did you say a toolbox? I remember we had we had one of those spot welder.
Yeah. Every little thing.
Yeah, they made you make a box. They made you make a little box with a lid.
Yeah, you can make so you know how to make the awnings, the shit, the stuff, so you can bend it, the angles, everything,
Right.
and make everything match up, right? So we can do construction on houses and everything. If you can make the little box, you can make gutters, you can make a box, you can make everything. Okay, gotcha. So these dudes stabbed me in the fucking stomach. One of the dudes said when he walked over, he walked to a crowd of like 13 dudes, and I'm from the city, and these dudes are all from the country, and this is why they were doing it. They were like, oh, any city dudes that come here, we're just going to team up on them, like 15-1, you know. I'm like, fuck.
What?
Hey, man, it's just how it is.
Wait, was it school or was it VOTech?
It was vocational. It was I went to school half day, and then we took a bus
Yeah,
from school.
that's where all the people usually go to that don't want to be in English or whatever. You know, you still have to take English and social studies.
No, I did good. I got good grades and all that. So they said, okay, for half day, since you're good on those credits, you can get 3 hours of vocational or an hour or two of vocational. So you can,
right?
Yeah. So the end of the class would be vocational. We come back, get on the button, and we go home. So anyway, needless to say, when a dude stabbed me or whatever, the teacher actually saw that. You know, I mean, he came and intervened. He said, hey, what do you guys want to do? I was like, what do you mean what I do? I said, I said, all I would do was sit at my fucking desk. And the dude actually told him the truth. He said, yeah, he was sitting there. I stabbed him. He stabbed me back. And he said, well, what do you guys want to do? Call your parents, call the thing, or just tell them you had an accident? And the other dude that I stuck in the gut, like I guess I got him pretty good because he got me good. And I didn't care. I said, I ain't going to the office or nothing. I ain't going to tell nobody. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to heal. And dude was crying and cut. And he said, I got to go to the office. And he went to the office and told me he fell on a star. He said he made a star and fell on it. I said, okay, good deal, brother. You fell on that bitch. And the teacher liked me, and he liked, you know what I mean? He was like, hey, you guys, I'm going to leave it up to you. He said, you can get expelled from this class forever for what you just did. And he said, you could too, just because you defended yourself, and that's not right. He said, the dude did say he just walked up to you and did it for nothing. So I don't want you to be in trouble. And so we can figure it out right here. And the dude's like, all right, I'll just go say I fell on it. And that was pretty cool. And then the next day, the big dude, because the other little dude went and, you know, had to go or whatever, and they felt like I got the best of him and they didn't get the best of me, you know, he tried to grab me up and slam me or do whatever he was going to do, but it didn't work out. So then like a week after that, I went to this room. There was this room these dudes had set up where the teachers gave them the fucking key, brother. Like these kids had it set up like Bully, like the fucking game, to where once I was in with the cool crowd at the lunchtime, they gave you a 45-minute lunch break or 35-minute lunch break. So we go and they were like, come on back with us. And they said my name, you know what I mean? I was like, what's up, man? What, we going to go fight? You know, because I thought we was going to go get down 13-on-1. You know, I'm like, fuck it, let's go. I'm ready. And they was like, no, man, it ain't nothing like that. You're a cool kid now. You're with us. I was like, what do you mean? And so I went in there, and this dude, he brings me a big old bag of bud. And he goes, here. And at that time, it was really illegal back in the day. You know what I mean? And I was like, fuck, you trying to get me in trouble? He's like, nah, bro. He said, this room, the teacher just gave me the key to this room. Nobody comes in here. This is that teacher's room, a private room outside, like a little fucking barn thing. And it had like an opening underground, like 3 foot tall, to where the wind could come.